They are on the defuse though, so he needs to jump out, but it's a full 10-second defuse. He's having trouble finding the shot. They are both lined up, but no, Toy saves it. However, I don't think they have enough time. It's going to be so close, and he doesn't get it.
Wow.
So it is Optic that still end up winning the round at the end of the day. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, they will indeed have a 9-6 advantage coming out of this half. Definitely seeing a lot more firepower from Rush this time, so stick around for the second half to see if they can swing this comeback or if Optic is going to go into shutdown mode in the second half.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
We are back for the last time this evening, folks. Once again, Rush versus Optic. Rush certainly showing up to the table this time with Toy and Aegis putting up a bit more of a show here. They did pick up 6 rounds on their first half, but now they have to go on a T-side against Optic, and this is, if we go back to Inferno, this is where Optic really crushed things on the first map there and really didn't give them any room for a comeback in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, and that was almost like best case scenario start for Rush. I think they went up 5-1. They had a great economy. You know, and then in the last 10 rounds, they only end up winning one of them. I think they made a mistake by not purchasing that one round that they really had to kind of break their money again. And had they done that, they could have won like 10, 11 rounds in that half.
Yeah.
And again, I think you got to take those chances when you're such an underdog, right? So they don't do that. And now on this T side, they just got utility onto Blade, 4 pistol armor, and looks like 3 are taking short control right away. 1 in connector and 1 around fountain.
And as they do kind of shift their way forward here to move up against it, Freakazoid will be the one to challenge things. But look at Rush. He's being allowed all this room to push back out through Monster. He knows that all the presence is going to be over there inside of construction instead, and he even escapes with his life. Obviously doesn't get a whole lot done, but they know they're in there, and I think that's going to send pretty much everybody from Rush up the connector instead to look for some short A control.
I think Mixall knows Toy's there.
He's going to move in and check for it here. And he just gets the casual 1 tap, take him down, immediately putting this to a 5v4. And they, like I said before, they should get a pretty good read that they're just going to swing this over towards A, as he was able to freely push back out and check towards water there too.
Yeah, and they have 3 there, so they're ready for it.
So going into it here, Naf will prepare. Smoke someone out. He's going to block it off a little bit, but Naf and Tarek is playing together here, and it's doing no work at all, that smoke that was tossed back. And it's pretty much an absolute shutdown here for Optic.
Yeah, Smoke Flash Flash still has to be the first guy to enter the site. Poor guy. So that's so unfortunate.
He's back. He's back.
He's back in the role. Yeah. It's just like, what do you? Why is he the first one to enter the site in a 4v5 like that when he has no armor?
I don't know. So he just gets decked right from the beginning. He's pretty far behind the rest of the team too. But anyway, going into the second round here without a plan or anything, Rush just go for the... Actually, it's still fairly light in the second round for them. They don't have armor or anything behind it. It's mainly just the upgraded pistols. No utility either, so we'll have to see what exactly they can try to get done on a round like this with only the upgrades on the pistols. And immediately just being pushed back, too, from the monster area, I should mention, not even from the sites themselves. CTs have no problems at all getting aggressive, specifically Optic, now that they're back in the driver's seat here for this match. They're going to go right back into the mode they were on Inferno, I imagine. Just try to shut this down as quickly as possible.
So it's like, wait, this guy's trying to challenge me right now? Are you serious, bro? Just like he looks around like,
do you think you're up against?
Yeah.
Well, already losing one here, and they do fall back. Mixwell spots the feet, whoever that is playing in the back there. I think that's going to be Blade. Drop down to 50 HP. And he even just continues to kind of tag through it, hoping he can find a little bit more damage onto the way in. But Rush realizes that they're coming in through Monster too, and he doesn't even hide behind Toxic. He just swings out fully to play against them there. Silent has to give it up pretty quickly. The rest of the team is really disjointed right now. They didn't even really seem like they were fully ready to commit to that one. And here goes Mixwell again, out swinging through Monster, finds Silent. He's up to 2 now on this round, but at 11 HP, probably can't get that adventurous anymore. I may be wrong in a moment, though. That or Rush is just going to take over his duties of going for these crazy peaks here. Freak finding one of the last 2. Toy does respond, but hey, Mixwell comes back on the trade there to find his 3rd on the round.
Yeah, and I mean, they basically just, I think they had like 4 deals there, or maybe even something like that. Now we'll see if they buy anything. Just a P250s, but P250s, 3 Glocks, and a smoke, so should be another easy round for Optic, especially with these SMGers getting aggressive.
It's going to be Rush just moving up through Playground here pretty quickly as they'll try to just train this. The problem is there's a high-speed engine on Hot Pursuit, and it is going to find them pretty quickly and allow for a shutdown as they just get utterly destroyed by Tarek there on the front end of A-Long. He picks up a nice 4K, almost an ace, and it puts the 12th run up on the board as we're finally getting into the real ones here with Gunpowder coming up onto the board finally for Rush.
Yeah, but still, Optic has pretty decent amount of money. Off onto Mixwell. They keep the 3 SMGs, 3 umps, and of course 10-4 on Tarek. So Silent counter-opping as well. We'll see where, Mixwell's getting aggro. So where is he going to go?
And it's going to be down a connector here too, where he waits for it. He even goes into the Molotov early on here that the T's had tossed back out, but that's just a transition into the corner. Problem is that Molotov is too well positioned, so it's way too risky to try to go for a peek. There isn't a route for retreat if that goes wrong. So he'll just end up moving away from it temporarily. We'll go back down in a moment, but in the meantime, they're not really going to have any options for escape. There's 2 CTs waiting up top. There was 2 CTs waiting down bottom here in water, but one of them rushed, ended up getting knocked out pretty early, and now it's just Freakazoid holding control here. Mixwell, though, back up on top. There's nobody watching for the connector itself, so Akis moves in for free, and what's even worse is Tarek messes up his first opportunity for a kill here. Now he's going to be pushed from both sides. He's going to try and weigh it out, but no, the timing is wrong. Freakazoid's got to have some big impact coming in from the backside, otherwise this round is over, and he'll walk up, finds Little Man. He saw another one going into the bathroom connector there, tries to challenge it, but Akis ends up winning it out. So it's Rush in full control, and everything falls to Naf to try and win a 1v4.
Okay, and Bomb's going to go be in plant since they know exactly where he is. I think he knows, though, because he's running back right away. But good job, Blade. Nice alert. Kills him in the connector for free at 5 HP. So Optic is definitely going to buy again. We'll see. I mean, if Mixwell just keeps wanting to get, like, this aggressive, I mean, his like, success on these aggressive rounds going back to Inferno is, like, really low. You know, he almost dies, like, every single round, generally without even getting a kill. So, I mean, that's something that Rush could leverage into, possibly coming back into this game. I mean,
okay.
Like I said.
There's Mixwell again going out into the open, but Akis just swings out himself there. And immediately it is going to be Mixwell going down right at the start of it. Boost up, however, from 2 of the players on remaining on Optic here. And they are trying to spot for Akis or anyone else that would have remained in water during that period of time. He holds a pretty safe position, though, but at the same time, the T's are trying to push in over here towards Monster. It's another 1-for-1 trade up here. Freak still holds the pit, but the volley, he's going to send him out into the battle zone, where Little Man just takes him down. And once again, it's Rush getting, systematically just finding kills back to back to back here. Tarek finding one more, and Toy, oh no, finds himself getting lost inside of a Molotov. So maybe there is room as of yet for Optic to swing this back. It was looking pretty clear that Rush would win this one out as well, but maybe not so anymore. However, Optic are wasting a lot of time trying to get back into this site. Both the T's have remained constricted over there towards construction in the moment. Naf is going to find this back out. He's waiting for the first player down below to sneak back in. He got some good damage done, but now he's alone. And both the players over here on Rush can just sit back and relax. He gets one, tries to go for the second, but Silent holds on. And it is Rush that just barely went out the round to push up towards 8 here. Still 4 behind Optic, but they have also broken the CTs, giving them a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah. too. They had a really good opportunity. I think Naf should have clicked the bomb, and then Tark could have covered him from around the barrels. You could have watched long and short, and if Naf just clicks it and then looks towards sandbags, I think they have a better chance of winning the round. But anyways, they force Optic on a save, and like I said, man, if Mixwell just keeps rushing and dying like that, it's like every single round on CD side, he's just rushing and dying. They're almost playing 4v5. He's just way too overconfident, way too over-aggressive, for whatever reason. I think he just wants to get it over with as fast as possible. But instead of that...
It's prolonging it.
Oh, absolutely.
So maybe he has to cool out a little bit here. But on this round, obviously, we're not going to see a whole lot. He's got a Zeus, though, so maybe he'll still keep to that for the first few moments of this one, as the guys from Rush are basically just going to waltz their way right into B. Optic had pretty much all played to the upstairs portion of the map. Nobody resisting any sort of B hit, so the bomb's going to walk right in, get itself onto the ground for free. And while they do have some positions to try and move back in, line up for exits, obviously with this gunpowder, you're not really going to see them make any attempt at a retake. So the round is almost certainly going by the way of Rush. They're going to find themselves a 9th right here. And Silent even just waiting outside over here of T-Spawn to try and catch them if they should follow through with hunting down any of the players that are saving. Akis already finding Freakazoid. And looking for more. He knows he's got Tarek stuck in there too. I'm more curious to see if Mixwell's going to be able to line anything up. He has himself a little bit of a hole in the door there. And down to 8 HP. He is going to fall away. I think he still really wants to try and use that Zeus, but no one's really coming out on top from Optic here and trying to find these exits. And yeah, no opportunity for Mixwell to use that. But he does save it for the next round, so maybe we'll see that make a reappearance in a round or two here if he can actually stay alive. But off of that, Rush have found a way to, again, bring the scoreline rather close. It's all a matter of consistency, though, and these gun rounds are telling of it. As getting into it, Mixwell is going to get it up, actually donated to him this time around. And we will see if he is able to kind of cool things down a little bit and hopefully find a bit more impact. Generally speaking, again, the position he plays this time is going to be a lot more normal. He's kind of working with his teammate over there towards a party in A long. It's already been able to scout out that there's pretty much no pressure coming in there from the T's, though, as they're all focused on B. Yet again, everybody grouping up and trying to go for water control. There'll be a smoke in the way, but again, defense is on B itself. Right? The good news is with such a heavy focus of players outside connector, there's going to be a flank against everybody from Rush really quickly, as they have nobody pushing Monster or anything like that. So the second they start this, Rush will have Optic players literally sitting directly behind them, and especially if the guys on site are able to do a good job of holding them back here, which is not looking so good so far here. In fact, Blade goes to pit and completely outflanks both of them, which means the guys on the flank are not going to have anywhere near the effectiveness they would have liked to have. And oh, it's even going to be Silent waiting in construction. That gets Mixwell, grabs him out of the air, and puts this down to a 2v5 where Naf and Tara are going to have to save.
Wow. Rush is coming back, man. Dude, their economy is stacked right now. It's going to be 12 to 10. And if they don't die to exits right now, I mean, we're talking about like 8,000, 6,000, you know, 7,000, like 10,000, and like 5,000 or so. You know, obviously they'll rebuy some nades, so something like that. I mean, they're going to have to lose like 3 rounds in a row before Optic breaks them. So they're good for a while. And yeah, I don't know. Optic just honestly, most of them are playing pretty standard. Just Mixwell is just like so overconfident. Just keeps rushing and putting himself in these ridiculous spots.
You're able to see Blade on the replay there. He's the one that really opened it up for them, as nobody was paying attention to it for a sidewalk push. So he walks up, gets directly behind both the CTs on the site, and just destroys him. So the two that saved, obviously, we still have gunpowder for them on the Optic side of things, but for everybody else, it is just going to be upgraded pistols, and only one with actually armor sitting behind it. Tarek and Mixwell both trying to play together there in the connector, but enough grenade pressure from Rush's side is going to send them back upstairs, so just watch out for pressure on Fountain, where, again, there's not a whole lot to counter out there. It's only Blade, who's pretty safely tucked away inside of the playground right now.
Yeah, Rush playing it very slow. Akis sees that they fell back connector, so they are taking control of that. And now we'll see. It looks like it might be like some type of a pushback bathrooms, and then maybe come back through the door to water and split B or something.
Akis just is going to try to clear things out outside of the bathroom here now. move his way in pretty quickly. But there's not going to be anything spotted from the Optic side. They've all pretty much given up aggressive holds outside of A. And it's only Mixwell playing focused on that A bomb side. Everybody else has gone for a big B stack. That's been the place to be for Rush. They've almost always just gone for these B hits time and time again. But it seems like that assumption on the Optic side is going to be correct once more, as although they've cleared out short A and even long A, the bomb is still positioned down outside of Monster, and everybody else is shifting through the connectors. So the 4-stack, now 3-stack, unfortunately for Optic, may end up working out, but they had to find Impact, and Freakazoid's going to be the one to do it. Up close and personal, Nap distracts them, but it allows for Freakazoid to pick up 2 kills before going down. There's no one else really able to find the Impact, though. Tarek sneaking back in. He could still get boxed up by Silent if he spots him quickly enough, but no. Toy runs up, prevents the plant, and now there's only 10 seconds remaining, too. Tarek can sit back and play this passively here. He's also got his teammates supporting from up top, but no, they've lost Tarek, and now they've got the plant, and actually they're not even going to need it, as Silent just destroys Mixwell from up on top.
First map was just a warm-up, Blue.
They're coming back big time now, yeah.
Yep. Just NAF having a rough one out here, 8 and 14. Tarek 23 and 14 for Optic. I believe he leads the entire server in frags. So they do get bought up. Mixwell another off. Let's see how he decides to play. If he's, you know, can still be super aggressive, or if they're going to play more standard.
Yeah, Rush are still playing rather passive though. Again, especially now that there's another.
They start every round very slow, and because they know how aggressive Mixwell is getting, and they're waiting for it, and they're just saying, hey, that's like our out to win this game, is if he, you know, gives it up like that and just lets us make it 4v5.
It seems like he's kind of gone away from that a little bit though, as he is still playing to
yeah,
something much more standard now.
Yeah.
Just peeking out from A long this time around the flower box there. But he's not really going to find much. Rush, for the most part, again, continue to just way around that connector. I think this may be one of the first times in the half that they're actually going to follow through with an A hit. We'll see in a moment, as they've been no strangers to just going for the connector dive in towards water and then executing out onto B as well. But they've even pulled Mixwell back from his A long position, and now he's just waiting on the site. I think they boosted him up to go for the bathroom spot, but again, they're making the usual noise downstairs at B to make it look like it's kind of going to be their usual play. Try and send it over into that site, but currently not the case. Everybody else from Rush is upstairs here, trying to take over towards long, where they can hopefully come back in. And I mean, in theory, if they sneak up without being spotted quickly enough, they can kind of overwhelm these players on Optic. And it's a good thing they're changing up those positions now, as if they had remained stacked up, that could have been pretty brutal for them if A and Short were going to push at the exact same time. Well, it's Mixwell trying to line up the first kill against Blade. He misses it. He misses the second one, too. And now this is going to open up a huge way gate for these guys to push back in. Mixwell's been forced to fall back. He's now looking to the left side, misses a third shot, and finally ends up going down to Akis. And what's even worse, Tarek doesn't even get a chance to battle out. He's just destroyed by Silent, and that's pretty much the round there. I don't know if these remaining 3 will have any avenue for a retake at all. In fact, they're falling back further into B, so they're going to let Rush have it and tie the game up at 12 rounds.
Wow.
It actually happened.
I mean, I don't know, man. You don't see Mixwell miss like that very often. There's like 3 kills on Blade, 3 shots that he normally hits. So he might be a bit tilted right now. Usually when that happens, like, you'll see Tarek op or Naf even sometimes ops for them. But
and at the moment, Optic doing a pretty good job of trying to save the guns. The little man is going to drop one. Pop it up with his knife, though, will lead to his death again, as Rush is able to pick up a second kill. Both of those guns get carried over into the next one, and they have enough to actually to try and go for a force here if they want
look
to.
at Rush's economy. I mean, they should win this game. They really, really should. Look at this money. I mean, they're going to be able to buy out pretty much the rest of this game, probably.
Mm-hmm. As a lot of their guys are floating way above even like an average of around 7K right now, and I think another one, Silent, still sitting at about $12,000 sitting in his bank, so he has plenty of cash. The lowest was down at, I think, for around 4K there for them. But early on in the round here, once again, it is Naf trying to play aggressively in the connector. Rush finds the first kill against Little Man, and Naf gets himself into a battle too, but it's relatively unsuccessful. Just trades blows a little bit with Akis and loses about a third of his health pool. But in the meantime, there is something more interesting that could happen with Mixwell over there, as he's gone away from the op now, got himself an M4 donated to him, and he holds a very aggressive position over towards Party. Blade, in the meantime, has snuck himself all the way through the bathroom, so I don't know if Mixwell called this at all, but really potential for either one to try and stump the other. And
he heard Tarek run there, though, so he should know. Tarek ran to his spot. I'm surprised he didn't flank him yet.
Blade just playing it back right now, not really wanting to sneak out against him, and Silent's going to run back in. Finally, this is where Mixwell strikes, and he does get the kill there, so cuts off one. And Blade, what is your plan? Ooh, he still gets the kill, but yeah, was waiting a long time for that one. Finally knocks him out. And this is going to send quite... Actually, no, it's not going to send anyone back upstairs just yet. But the problem is nobody's paying attention to construction here. But thankfully for the Optic guys, Aikas is only going to be able to pick up one. Rush is now down to 2 with Toy pushing into the site. There's no presence here currently as Rush is still in the process of rotating back up. But Blade got aggressive downstairs, cuts Rush off, in the Heaven room. And now evens out the manpower once more into a 2v2. But Optic on that flank position coming through the connector have already arrived up towards the A bomb site. And they've signaled it with that flashbang going in. There's one from long. They're not paying attention to it. Toy grabs one for free. Freak is on the trade. Blade's the last man standing here now. Can he bring out the round and keep his team in an advantage and steal the lead away from Optic? He can, and he will clutch out the 1v1. That puts Rush in the lead, 13-12. And after a force from Optic, they are going to be broken heading into this next round.
Wow.
That's been your reaction for quite a few of these rounds, and I think we're going to see a tactical pause called from Optic.
I'm just a bit stunned.
Yeah, I am as well. That they've collapsed here. What's happened?
I told you what's happened. Mixwell's just going super aggro, and then the one time he played passive, they hit his sight and he whiffed those shots. Like, I mean, I don't know, just way too overconfident at the start, and it just dug them into like a huge hole. And I mean there's no question that Optic's like a much better team even with the stand-in, right? But at the same time, if you just give 14 lifelines to Rush, like, you're probably not going to win. And Rush isn't even playing bad. Like, they're just playing slow. They're punishing any type of aggression from Optic. They're waiting, and Optic always gives them something. And then if not, they have like set smokes and executes that they go back to. It's like very, very simple, but most of the success is coming off mistakes from Optic.
So we'll get into this one here now. 5-7s across the board for everybody except for Mixwell, who is going to go for a UMP purchase. Optic, as mentioned previously, are completely broken here, but they are at a point where, they're losing control of this situation, and then a bit of a panic here, just forcing into it to try and keep the game a bit closer here. Even by doing that, though, if they win out the round, they're still going to have to go up against numerous buy rounds from Rush due to the crazy economy that they have built up. But much like many of these rounds, and pretty much every round so far in this half, Rush aren't doing anything super aggressive at the beginning. They're holding back.
Yeah, and I mean, Rush, you got to give them credit, man. They're playing to their win condition, right? Like, they absolutely are. And they're doing a really good job of just taking like a very systematic approach and punishing the mistakes by Optic and Mixwell specifically.
Yeah, Rush are just going to group together here and hug the left wall of A long as they push out towards it. Tarek, in the meantime, may have just turned his back at the wrong moment, but thankfully nobody from Rush has caught him yet. He swings out, fires maybe a little bit too late there, so gives away his own position, but also scouts the huge push coming in from A-Long, so he should be able to get a bit of teammate support. Toy's also been found out here too, and they may be able to box him in to get the first kill. They can't waste too much time here, though. They're probably going to... No, actually, they're coming back down. They're going all over the place on Rush's side. It looked like they were going to go back down and try to move all the way into the main connector for a second. Look at Rush. He has a huge potential to frag here if he gets the right flank against them. There's one. Goes for a second, and he gets it, looking for a third as well. He's going to find that one. Now armed with the up, and Optic just shut it down on a forced investment round. All they had were 5-7s, but they destroy Rush and keep themselves in the game for right now.
Wow. One of the reasons that happened was because Toy, holding the flank, being on that lurk, he's only able to get that one kill. They overrun him. They have no fallback option when that happens, and they force it. If he's able to get 2 there, he's able to stay alive longer, that probably does not occur.
So 13-13, an even battle between one of the, what used to be anyway, top rosters in North America and one of the new bloods here for the Pro League. Rush, though, again, this time a little bit more active a little bit earlier on, but still relatively held back as they do just move in to take control outside of Monster, along with going through the connector to try and grab here towards short A. They kept silent back, watching for any extra long pressure if Optic decided to go for that, but Optic themselves playing super passively in this round. They're not even leaving the sights on A or B. They're all just hanging back and waiting for an impending hit to come from Rush.
Yeah, very standard setup from Optic now. Rush and Freakazoid at B. Everybody else is towards A right now. And Mixwell is going to kind of just spot. He sees the smoke come out. And there's 3 guys towards, Monster. So probably what's going to happen is they're going to just take vision away from A, kind of push him back, try to keep those 3 guys there, and then just go up B.
Everybody flushing downstairs in towards B here now. As they do move through the connector without any contest. Again, Freakazoid and Rush are going to have to be the ones, to try and hold this back up as they smoke out Monster, but that's not going to hold them back. Little Man just walks right in, kills Freak. Rush is doing a good job on his own, though, with this Molotov here. It is buying them a whole lot of time, and oh, he had a beautiful lineup there, but he didn't follow through. Only gets the 1 extra kill, and he does decent damage on a toy, which Nav is going to finish off. Aegis, though, counter-trading onto Nav to take him down. Puts us back onto a 2v2. The time is a problem, though, as there is still quite a bit of CT presence from Heaven and CT main, so Aegis just going to have to run into this one. Hope he can still clutch this out. But 3 seconds as he goes for it, he walks right into a lineup of Optic players, and now they push ahead once again.
Yeah, they do, and they finally almost have broken Rush's economy. Almost. Rush just taking a little bit too long there. I mean, by the time they did that, like, they could win that round, but Silent with 10 seconds left, he just kind of has to pull out his pistol and just hope for the best, right? If he was able to have, 10 more seconds or something like that, if there's 20 seconds on the clock, he kind of look for a pick. Maybe he kills that guy at Heaven. Then, all of a sudden, the round becomes a lot more manageable. But the time just dwindled down way too much.
Yeah, and Rush themselves now calling the tactical pause here as they've kind of lost control of things, and this very well could be their last big buy here as the money's being tossed around. Even the player sitting over there at the bottom with a little bit of extra cash is unfortunately going to be running out on this round due to how heavily they do invest and the fact that an AK needs to be donated over. So this is it. They'll have a forced up investment going into the next round if they don't win it out here, and it will be all over the place. So Optic, they lost control of the lead, and just as they were looking like they were going to lose control of this map and go 1-1 on the night, they've kind of brought it back, and now they do have a chance to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, Optic kind of gave Rush every opportunity to win this game, to be honest. But at the end of the day, when they started, I mean, if Rush doesn't get eco'd from that pistol half armor, they probably win this game.
Well, Rush actually being a lot more active this time. In fact, maybe a little bit too active as good nade timing tossed over from the CTs there. It does actually connect almost directly under Little Man's feet, knocking off almost the max HP, bringing him to 52. Gets hit again, and this time it's Silent that gets hit with it. So already 2 players losing a little under half of their HP right from the start of it. Certainly not what they wanted, but they are going to follow this up with a very fast play in towards the B bomb station. And again, you only really have 2 guys from Optic to hold it. Rush strikes first though with Blade, trying to sneak around. It's Little Man that picks up the kill here, and now Rush is looking for him. It's a shutdown, however, for Optic, as Silent is left as the last man standing, and Mixwell finally gets his aggressive peek and kills that he's been trying to get all throughout this map. Optic up to 15, and they are about to shut it down as Rush will force into what could be the last round.
Yeah, Rush, finally, their economy is pretty broke. I mean, even this isn't that bad of a buy. You're going to have the 2 AKs and 2 umps and a deagle. It's not like the worst buy in the world, right? But finally, I mean, it took so many rounds in order to put Rush in this position because they just won so many in a row. They were so rich. Tarek getting aggressive, so he's going to know that nobody's fountain area. Who is this? Rush staying above connector area, and now we have 3 players towards B, and it's like this B is just not working out for you. I mean, every time you've tried to hit Rush's site, like, look at his score, it's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
When they've gone B, he just gets 3 kills and stays alive, it seems.
Well, the last 2 being stuck over here in the alt tunnel / water. Yeah, they both just end up getting knocked out, and the guys from Optic do end up keeping it together at the end of the day, but it was definitely a little bit scary for a moment there, as Rush even took the lead at one point, just a few rounds back. Optic claim it, though. The final score of, I believe, around 16-13. So they do indeed get the 2-0 record for the evening, and their own season record will continue to climb up the ratings.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed kind of like when Optic wanted to win and they wanted to, and they just wanted to buckle down and play like normal CS, that they were going to win. And it was just a matter of time before that happened. Having said that, I credit Rush for their game plan in that. I think they played very well on Overpass, on T-side especially. Like, they knew that they were getting really aggressive, or especially with Mixwell. They took their time. They countered it really well. And they had like a good game plan to give themselves really the best opportunity to succeed and win that game. And they put themselves in a great spot. They just ended up, Toy didn't hold that flank on Fountain quite well enough, and then they had to force it through the smokes, and then Rush, MVP of Optic that game, definitely got like a 4K or something like that with the 5-7.
All right, guys. Well, to close out the evening, we are going to send things back over to our analysis desk to finish the discussion on tonight. And, just go over the last moments there at map number 2.
Thank you so much, Blue and Days. As always, we appreciate your diligence and hard work. And honestly, did not expect that one to go the way it did. We ended up seeing a match go into overtime, and by all means, congrats to Rush for putting it in there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely much better showing on Overpass than what we saw in the first game. We were kind of terrified of what we were about to see, really, going into this map. It wasn't looking great, but getting off to a super strong start, really. I think they were up 6-1, really, before Optic started getting any sort of answers, really, to what was going on. So strong start, obviously important, and they were able to, do really well with it from there.
Well, as ironic as this might sound, Rush had a great game against Rush.
Yeah,
he didn't play himself. He played the hell out of Team Rush. Rush was on fire this last map.
Yeah, no, he definitely was, and probably one of the biggest reasons why Optic actually managed to swing it around and get it back, because towards the later stages of that second half, you could see that, I guess towards the middle of the second half, quite a few of the Optic players were more or less getting into that scenario where they wanted to end it, so they're going over aggressive. They're not really careful about who they have in their back, if they actually have anyone with them at all.
They just kind of think the round's going to happen eventually.
Exactly. It's like, well, it doesn't matter if I die because the 4 others are going to pick up the slack, right? And it didn't really happen. Rush took full advantage of that and, made it into a close game, even got into the lead.
Well, Vendetta, I believe you picked this one out. We're going to take a look now at round 25. Let's load that up in front of you guys at home.
Yeah.
Walk us through it, Vendetta.
Well, so this is already in a situation where Optic are up in a 5v3. So in 99% of the scenarios, you should be able to win this out. But just because of the forward position from Blade in that kind of scenario, it's going to allow for them to get so much map control kind of involuntarily. And I'm not really sure how Mixwell is not able to spot the bomb carrier on the side of Rush in this scenario, but in any case, Toy manages to get up into the side, and after plant situations, regardless of what side you're planning on, depending on what kind of position you've gotten in, and as you could see, Blade being so far forward, it's actually pretty beneficial to play as a T. So they're able to play from a disadvantaged position that immediately turns into their favor the second they get the bomb plant down, or bomb towards that bomb site, simply because of how they snuck up on sites. And this was an absolutely massive round, simply because it puts Optic into a scenario where they have to force spy. Rush gets into the lead. They've been having a good streak of things. So they look poised to win at that point, really. And then, obviously, following around, Disaster Strikes have to run through a couple of smokes. That rarely ends well for you, and Optic bring it back home.
Get CSGO'd.
Yeah, you get CSGO'd in a big way.
No, I mean, it's essentially, with these wins tonight from Optic and Energy, we're going to see Optic move up to 7-3.
Yeah.
And then Energy move to 8-2. So there's still a little fight left in Optic, and I don't know if that's because they bring on Freakazoid or what the case is there. I'm sure they will figure it out in due time on their own accord.
You'd hope so.
But there's a chance if they take it to a higher tier opponent than Rush, they're going to have a lot more trouble.
Yeah, I think if we see this kind of gameplay, I probably won't see that kind of over-aggression in the second half like we did this time around. But if they do that versus a top-tier team, or I guess I'd wager go as far as saying, any of the current top 6 teams, that's probably not going to end up as a win.
Absolutely, because the coordination's not there. The overall team element of the game is just not in place yet.
Exactly.
But it's a work in progress. Now, let's touch on the Energy part. 8-2, looking good.
Looking strong. Like, getting to W's today, definitely good to do, especially versus CLG, who had been on the up and up leading into this. Bit of a wonky performance from them today, that has to be said. But still, Energy just, even with their mistakes on their own, they actually did a pretty good job of, getting back into it and actually securing the W's. And right now, again, like we started off the day saying, in a supreme spot, actually, to get to Dallas.
Well, getting to Dallas is the main goal here in ESL Pro League, where 28 teams across the globe are battling it out for their share of $1 million. And in case you've missed any of the action in this season, go ahead and head over to youtube.com/ESLCS, where you'll find all the VODs of all the North American matchups, all the European matchups from tonight, matchups from 5 years ago. I made that part up, but still, there's matchups on there for you to check out, learn something, show it to your friends, and try to elevate your gameplay at home. I think that's the best way to do it. is not only apply it in game, but also learn and study the game outside.
Oh, for sure. I think that's a necessity pretty much if you want to become better, right? Like learn from the best and basically try to become, a bit of a copycat in that sense until they feel you master those certain aspects.
Well, in terms of mastering,
yeah,
let's take a look at today's Masters as we do load up today's matchups and how they played out. Obviously, we see Energy and CLG going the distance on the second map on Inferno, but in the first map, pretty simple, easy work there for Energy, coming out 16-11 on Overpass. As far as this Optic Rush storyline, I mean, let's just go ahead and forget that the first map ever happened and pretend that the bout that they had tonight was only on Overpass.
The true clash of the Titans.
The true clash. And albeit props to, like I said, props to Rush. If they can continue to come out like that, just give it your all, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they do that versus other teams in the league, they're probably going to pick up Ws, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they've already kept themselves from being at the very bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, they've got 3 wins so far.
Right, which is 2 more than Complexity, Selfless, and...
Well, if you want to be even more positive about it, it's 3 times as many as Complexity and Selfless.
You're probably right. You're probably absolutely right. Well,
there you go.
I think that does it for us today. I do appreciate you guys. We will be back tomorrow at the same great time, same great place right here at the ESL Pro League. Make sure you're here with us tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Hello, welcome back. It's been a short break, giving you enough time to cool down off that very exciting matchup. But I'm joined once again by Hugo, and we're going to be jumping into map 2. Obviously, this time around it's Overpass, a little bit different from Inferno, and obviously actually quite a scary one going into it.
Yeah, definitely so. We looked at this series and we went, okay, it's very hard to predict, but we're going to go with G2. We both agree that this would be a 2-0. Very surprising in the first map. We actually saw Hellraisers take it 19-15, flawless OT for them. And now going into this one, it's looking more and more likely that we're going to see a 2-0, this time the other way around in favour of Hellraisers, because we look at Overpass and we go, shaky map for G2, currently 1-3 on it right now, not good performance at all, whereas again, Hellraisers haven't really played it that much, so currently 1-1 on the map, a win against Tricked, I think, and a loss against Spirit, so really it's hard to throw up, but just off of the performance in the previous map and the fact that this is a map that G2 don't like to play, I think Hellraisers do have a really good chance to actually sweep this one away and take a 2-0.
It's true, and everyone was kind of popping off towards the end of there for Hellraisers as well. Zero, someone you really need to, kind of like the glue of the team. He was playing very consistent towards the end of that, good defense towards Banana, and looked on point in terms of individual skill. And Dead Fox as well was getting away with some stuff that was absolutely filthy, things that he should not be allowed to be picking up round after round. So it's obviously quite scary as they need that individual edge coming into it, because even though they do have the team edge, and they are a better team in terms of just how long they've been together and how much their playbook has, you have to always look at it in terms of how much potential there is for huge impact frags to come out of nowhere for G2. But it only really happened towards the end of the game for G2, and at the very end, they fell flat.
Yeah, especially with the AWPing on Kenny S, at least in the first half on the CT side, he was very inconsistent, missing quite a few crucial shots that he probably should have hit. It was Shox, the one over on the B side with the AWP, who was doing a lot of high impact damage, shutting down pushes occasionally, getting a lot of 3Ks. So looking at this map, we've got to see Kenny step up. We've got to see him really pick up that AWP and do some damage with it if we want to see G2 take away this map. On the other hand, though, looking at Dead Fox, we didn't see as much AWP play from him on either side. He didn't even touch it once on the T side and only picked up 2 or 3 times on the CT side. So now going into this one, Overpass, a map that's more based around AWPs, especially on that CT side. Hopefully we'll be seeing him pick that up a little bit more, going for those aggressive peaks that you constantly see down towards Party to pick off a player in towards that playground, something like that. But yeah, if he doesn't pick it up, we could be seeing G2 exploit that, especially with the fact that they do like to pick up the double AWP, something that Hellraisers is not known to do.
It's true, and that setup, that sort of fluidity in the team, allowing them to go for that double AWP setup so easily, and we saw how well Shox was performing with it as well, is a scary factor on a map like Overpass. If they come in hard and fast on that CT side, there's so much potential for them to go to those very aggressive peaks towards that B bomb site. Even if they want to take that long control, first of all, they're going to get that opening contact into the round. They're going to do so much damage, and potentially, if they start to go back to the vintage sort of potential we've seen them bring to the table, because sure, Kenny was going for those peaks, but was not landing the shots. If he goes back to his normal sort of self and is able to land those opening kills, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing them get those consistent openers nigh on essentially every round.
Yeah, very much so. I think we've really got to kind of, instead of predicting how this one goes, more look at how these players are popping off individually, because if Kenny goes big, then that's a map, right? This is G2. This is a team that if these players go huge, it's a win. It doesn't matter who they're up against. It doesn't matter what map they're on. Yeah, exactly. Kenny's performance, maps that G2 win, it is so basic on that. So, yeah, depending on whether Kenny can utilize that AWP, whether we see the double AWP on the CT side, it's going to be so important for that. And the fact that G2 are starting on CT as well, good chance for them to at least bring in the double AWP very early on.
It's true. That's where we're going to see them excel, but we're going to have to wait and see, obviously, how the pistol rounds will kick off. I mean, the thing is, G2, usually they are so dominant when it comes to these pistol rounds. They have so many players that are just effective when it comes to that close range skill, Kenny S being one of them as well. So we're going to see if that will come into effect here, or if Hellraisers will be able to revolt and pick up this opening round. Aggression early towards that B bomb site, though.
Yeah, going to be all these players funneling in there through the monster. Only one player, MBK, he gets overrun with Glocks. The train is going to be spamming him away. Body Molotov out as well towards short. He can't even pick up a kill for refrag. So great stuff from Hellraiser to throw down that Molotov and now have control of the site. Steeko follows up. He will get dropped by Apex, but a 1-for-1 with a man advantage. Going to be great for Hellraisers as the bomb goes down. G2 left on the retake, and they have picked up a kit, but they have a strong task ahead of them.
Yep, trying to ward this off. Dead Fox will get the frag as well, though, taking down Body, leaving just 2 men to try and retake this site. Apex just jumping straight on the bomb to try and cause a bit of a confusion as the push comes back through. Zero doing work once again, and Bondig with another frag upon Shox. They drop them. Hellraisers getting that opening pistol round with such prowess will really give them the confidence they need.
That was really good. The setup from Hellraisers I like, right? Because they storm out through Monster and they get that Molotov on short. And typically, if you go for a full Monster storm, you're going to see G2 take that short control. As a result, they hear the footsteps come out, they maybe lose a player towards long, and they push deep deep into water to at least have that connect control for the retake, because you don't want to lose the players all on the site and then be left in a 2-3 man disadvantage. So because G2 tried to push towards short, Hellraisers reactively throw that Molotov and stop them from backing off, therefore giving them not only the picks but also the site under control and no retake positions from G2. So really, really good stuff from the T side. I love that pistol round and a nice opener. Now again, going into the same buy we saw in Inferno, we're going to see 1 MP7 on Bondic, 4 UMPs, and G2 forcing up, but to no avail.
Yep. Just, you imagine they're going to rip their way through everyone in front of them. Actually, the pistols start to reign fairly supreme, though. This is good so far. So many casualties have come out on the side of Hellraisers. G2 will be very happy with this round so far. Shock still alive as well. Has upgraded to the MP7, but the Deagle will be his weapon of choice as he butchers Zero down. A spectacular headshot comes through and is allowed to reposition as well. He is looking so crisp right now as frag after frag throughout the first map and into the second map as well. He's been displaying how he is that prolific fragger, but is he aware that he's being followed? He's being hunted by Dead Fox. He's fast on his tail as he slowly approaches, upgrading now to a UMP of his own as Shox tries to get out of there, thinking that possibly there's been some trickery and the A bomb site has been taken, but it's all been a bit of an elaborate goof. Dead Fox will be able to get that bomb back down as well over towards B. Shox, it will take him a little while to work out what exactly has gone on, but now re-arriving on the scene, trying to find the frag, takes the fight, and actually takes him down as well. A hat-trick comes out with the Deagle. Shox will eliminate Dead Fox, and a defuse comes in as well. An instant reset off the back of a spectacular pistol round from Hellraisers.
Great individual performance from Shox, but you got to look at that round. You got to look at Dead Fox. He didn't even know what was going on. Both of those players confused. When Shox rotated back up through A, Dead Fox wouldn't expect it, and who would? Because he completely misread that situation. So unfortunate for Hellraisers, but that is one of the risks when you go into the buy that we just saw. The 5 SMGs, quad UMP and an MP7. While it is great at, stacking up some cash early on, you need an AK, you need a couple of rifles just to play with, so you can at least take those long-range battles and cleanly take down those pistols. But either way, we're going to be seeing G2 get away with it, and now they've got the better buy on their hands. But Hellraisers are still going to be forcing things up. We have a triple AK in play. Bondic doesn't even have armor as a result of dropping that rifle over, but he has a Deagle alongside Dead Fox here. But G2, double UMP, triple M4. It's anyone's game.
It's true. There might be an Arsenal on either side, but it's always a bit of a sticky one going into this round. You never know how it really is going to go. Those Deagles over on Dead Fox and Bondic as well, I mean, you don't even really want to count them out. They still can be very effective with the weapons if they can be put in the right scenarios and find the angles to actually get those opening frags. Slow stuff, though, as they just try and spread out a little bit, testing the waters as they tiptoe around, attempting to take that map control up towards toilets, repositioning as well as they scurry to grab the bomb and start to link up, going to this elevated angle as well. A lot of utility still to play with, though. Those free smokes and a couple of flashbangs, they definitely can try and create themselves a little bit of an easier time of assaulting the A-bomb site. They do start to smoke things off. Flashbangs rain in as well as they slowly take this aggression, but the CT rotate does arrive on the scene, and it's going to be scary. Surely they should be able to ward off this push, holding their angles right now as everyone starts to bang on the door, get themselves ready to try and explode into the site. But the first frag actually goes the way of Hellraisers. Zero connecting the shot upon Shox is going to be a fantastic way to kick the round off. But Apex with the instant trade back, assassinating Angel. There's Dead Fox, though, as he damn right utilizes that Deagle to do some damage against Apex, beating him to a pulp as Kenny S as well, attempting to respond, playing around the smoke, knows there's 2 players, trying to retreat up towards Long, will rattle down into their backs, find a frag upon Bondic, but things are awkward right now. Left in a 3 versus 3 as they start to approach from all angles. Kenny S still doing damage upon Dead Fox. Zero, one of his own as well, leaves them in a 2 versus 2, but that toilet control is still in play.
Yeah, they have to get aggressive here. No kit. One of them has to stick the bomb, or they need to take these kills now. Kenny will grab another MBK pushing up, but Stiko stops the defusal, and MBK, he's hunting, but look at this position from Stiko. He's run all the way back, and MBK, he has to switch out his weapons, grabs an AK to play with, but there's simply no time left. He's got to either go for the kill or get out and save this rifle. The bomb's going to be going off nonetheless, and Stiko, he just removes the head of MBK, takes Hellraisers that second round. Very important as well, and while it does go down to 1 man, that was a force buy. G2 should have been able to pick up that with the weaponry that they had, so Hellraisers can have enough to buy up here, and I wouldn't be surprised if G2 forced just off the back of getting 4 kills in that previous round. I know Hellraisers are going to have a fairly weak buy into this one in comparison to what they could have, but no, not a full investment from G2, but majority buy. They're going to be getting some pistols, some armor in as well, and Hellraisers actually get a fairly decent one, 3 rifles and 2 UMPs.
Once again, attempting to gain that map control. Meanwhile, G2, very heavy stack towards toilets. They could catch them off guard if they approach their way through Long. Obviously stacked over just by Playground right now, and then Angel working his way through the tunnels. If they just hold strong, no reason to try and go overly aggressive. If they do take this fight towards Long, they have a lot of utility left to play with as well to try and keep the fight from a distance. It just depends if they run here a little bit too headstrong, get caught off guard. That's when these pistols are going to be so effective. Depending on the timing of the peak, they could be overwhelmed. The peak actually does come through. There's the opener from Body, but Dead Fox from the range distance has been able to rip his way through everyone that tried to overwhelm his teammates. Styko getting one as well. Kenny S and Shox, the only two men left standing as they just have these measly pistols, still trying to take the fight. They peek through Kenny with a huge tag upon Styko, but can't actually trade him out.
Running right back, trying to hold on to these guns, and there's no need to overextend and lose your players to a double stack when you know you can get a free bomb plant over towards the B site. They will be doing exactly that. As you can see, it's going to be making its way in the hands of Dead Fox back in towards B. They will be able to clear this out slowly but surely. Just check that G2 haven't fully rotated any of their players down towards, and Shox is going to be just on the road to doing that. So he makes his way down in through the CT spawn. Kenny S holding onto his gun just outside of toilets, and he should probably just be full on saving while Shox looks for his own exit or tries to grab a gun to get away with here. But Zero is going to be on the other edge of the wall, takes him down. There's Shox removed from the equation. With Kenny S with 14 HP, he won't be going for anything. He's just got to hold onto the gun. So 45 seconds now Hellraisers have to chase down this last player. And Angel, he's just on the other side. If he can go out and check this long position, Kenny S, he's going to hit the footsteps, turns around, that's great. Takes the headshot off of Angel. And Hellraisers, they know where he is, but they're too far away to stop him.
Yeah, just don't have the time to play with, unfortunately, to try and capitalise and get another AK out of the hands of G2. As they just want to try and wean out whatever they can, really keep them in an awkward situation, force them to spend as much money as possible going into the following round. But it seems like the silver lining has been able to creep its way through, and he has been able to hold on to that weapon.
Now they're going to start to build up their economy, especially keeping 3 players alive as well. As G2 going to have to base this entire round basically around Kenny S. He has the money to go for the AWP in the next round, so won't be investing in anything alongside that AK as such as utility. We'll see a couple of flashbangs brought up from the CT side and some pistols, but no armor to support, so basically a done deal already. Hellraisers just looking to bring the hurt down onto the French side. As we can see, a very stacked setup over towards the B site. 1 player in connector just to bait out maybe a B push so they can get the pick onto him, because if he goes down, they're likely going to hit him towards B, thinking that's one of the defenders. Obviously, at the moment, they're not going to be committing with anything, but the bomb makes its way back up towards EA site. So Hellraisers not going to be falling for this trap, and some aggression from the CT side will be caught as well. Zero drops Body. 3 players remain now for the CT side, and so far it's falling apart.
It really has all started to crumble, really, as they've been able to blow the doors off and take the frags by storm so far. The aggression being situated towards that B bomb site, though, seeming like the call has been made to try and take the fight there. MBK trying to get some information as he plays close by. Monster nearly gets the opening kill, but it really was not meant to be. Zero as well, backstab upon Apex, leaving just Kenny S, the man that had the Kalashnikov, the one that was supposed to go huge into the round, to try and do something, as the buy will be coming through anyway. Playing on a bit of an awkward angle, hoping they wouldn't catch him out, but unfortunately they have caught scent of him. Found the frag as well. Bonic will be the one to put him down. Only 1 rebuy has to come out for Hellraisers. So that is so unfortunate for G2. But the buy will finally come in. Kenny S once again donning the AWP, the weapon that he is the prolific fragger with. Hopefully we can see some vintage Kenny S coming out rather than the lackluster plays we saw on Inferno.
Yeah, only 1 AWP in play for the time being, but that's mainly just due to economical restraints, and also really no need in bringing out the second AWP so early on. Hellraisers still going to be sticking with their rifles for the time being, and Kenny, here's the aggression. Nice shot. Actually, no, not going to connect. I thought he just got the flick onto it, but Shox instead doing the damage over towards long. He's pushed up. Finally, Kenny will connect as he takes down Bondic, and Shox maybe doesn't need to overextend as he gets spotted by 2 players here back towards the edge of the playground. 3 players now remain for Hellraisers with no refrag in sight, and G2, they've already run away. Kenny's retreated back towards the A site, and they are just playing passive now. They have no need to get aggressive, although Body, he knows that these players are mainly over towards A, so he's actually going to reactively push up on towards B. That's good, because it clears out a lot of information, allows G2 to be aware of the imminent A push coming in, but still with the positions over towards short, they can actually rotate down through connector and take B control, with Body being none the wiser. But MBK, he is still holding on to that position.
This is the thing, he has the drop on him, could be the potential backstab. Does great work. I'm actually getting the opening frag upon Angel, hungry for more as well as he taps down, but Dead Fox so close to being killed somehow. Pulls out the confidence to get that frag. Left now in a 1 versus 4, though surely Hellraisers will be punished into this round as he peeks back up. Apex has the angle covered, should take the fight and find the frag. Will do so, eliminates him, upgrades to the AK as well as he comes through with a nice bit of damage dealt into the round. Hellraisers, at this point, still have cash to play with, still have confidence as well. They just need to rally themselves together and try and come back into this, as they could potentially reset G2 still.
This is similar to what we saw in Inferno in the sense of Hellraisers working off for that pistol round, getting those 3, but somehow not being able to pick up a lot of these buys. This has got to be one they finally take, as Dead Fox has pulled up the AWP in play. here on the T side, and G2 still only a solo war, but it's going to be enough to get that job done, as we have seen in the previous round. Angel just spotting in towards connector, passive play so far as DevFox holds on for the aggressive peak, but Kenny's repositioned back towards B, and I like it. He's switching things up, spots the legs as well. They both tag each other, but Zero actually going to get the drop off. Kenny not able to escape as the tags keep him centered in place, and Zero just going to back off as he gets tagged up very early on, but still a good pick. And not only is it a good pick, it's also the pick onto the AWPer, which is huge for Hellraisers.
Unfortunately, as that could have been an absolutely massive frag, but this time around, it really sets Hellraisers up for what potentially could be a great way to slip their way back into it. Zero is low, of course, but if he stays alive, he's in a good situation to try and lock this down. MBK is in an angle to actually try and counter him. He would have to clear that angle. MBK should find the frag as soon as he actually peeks around with an easy spam. Walks his way in. Easy opening kill, though. Does give the game away as there was another player close by with a bomb. That's going to be DevFox. No reason to peek in now. We'll wait for his teammates to try and help him out. As the fight comes round, Bonding, easy headshot goes through, but he's burnt to a crisp. Cremated, unfortunately. Styko as well going to claim one over towards Apex, leaving them in a 3 versus 2 as they do try and link up and make their approach towards that A bomb site. Shox will be on the fast rotate. Body now following suit. Can they actually hold this back? Flashbang goes in to try and allow him to achieve anything as he slips his way onto the scene, playing behind the truck. Angel will be there trying to ward him off. A little bit of an awkward confrontation comes out as Angel needs to single-handedly try and take control of the bomb site, but Shox beating him down, hungry for more as well. Nearly gets a follow-up frag upon Styko, but it was not meant to be. Body arrives on the scene, hoping to cause a bit of a stir. 8 seconds left to play with. He knows the bomb has to go down right now with a sick headshot upon Styko. Hungry for one more as well. DevFox peeks out, but unfortunately connects the rail. Takes him down with that AWP, and they get another round on the board.
Great stuff from DevFox to close that one out. We were talking about how the AWP needed to be pulled up for Hellraisers going into this map, and we weren't sure if DevFox really had the confidence after not really showing it too much in Inferno, but he makes it work. 5-2 now. G2, their own money going to be crushed down now as they can't really fully invest. We have Shox with a bit of cash. He could either pick up the AWP or drop it over to Kenny later on, but he's actually going to invest in a Deagle and some armor as the rest of G2 really go bare bones on this one. Some light pistols, and that is going to be it. Hellraisers looking confident, and they know what they're going to be up against as well, considering they bought up a double UMP, trying to farm some cash against these armorless players, but the UMP is not even coming into play. It's the AKs to get the opening headshots as MBK and Shox are going to be found early on. The one armored player for the team of G2. And 3 remain now. Hellraiser's already going to be forced up, looking likely to hit in towards this B site, but the bomb is still playing in a passive position. They're waiting for G2 to get aggressive, because it's very common on these anti-eco rounds that if you get yourself a couple of picks on the T side, that the CTs reactively try and push up and not only grab rifles off of solo players, but also try and gain back map control in retaliation to losing early picks. So that's exactly what G2 are going to do in terms of connector control. They have 2 players, they look like they want to push up, and Apex, just as he starts to go for the peak, gets naded.
Force back, tag comes through. Zero will be able to execute him very easily there. Body and Kenny, the only 2 men left standing. They're not in a great situation, especially as his teammate goes down so swiftly. Zero with another frag with that UMP. Gets a huge cash injection. And the kill upon Kenny S, selling the round away. Now it's being closed out. The buys do come back in though. Have a look what they're actually going to work with. Kenny back upon the AWP. He needs to do something else, though. They really need to pull something out of the bag here, as Hellraisers have been looking on point. The double AWP setup actually finally comes into play. Yeah,
you could see Shox was taking some time to buy up there, maybe asking if that was a good idea, and I think it may be, as we saw it do very, very well over on Inferno on their CT side. Let's see if they can pick it up here over on Overpass. Shox posted up towards the toilets area. Kenny, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, and they are just going to be holding on for the time being. Both Shox and Kenny actually on the A side, sorry, and Kenny, this is a good position. They are going to be holding it though, but he's going to go for the peak. However, DevFox actually gets a drop onto him. First kill going to go the way of Hellraisers. They won't expect a second AWP there, but Body gets dropped over towards B. That may force a rotation as Shox, he is alone towards A. Apex finally going to come in from the CT spawn here to support towards the site. And Shox, despite his teammate going down long, he's still very pushed up. They could easily catch him out through the connector, but he's really playing balls to the wall, pushed up towards short. Apex is just waiting on the site for this initial push, and it will be coming through with these players filtering out long, and Shox, he needs to find this pick. He needs to take back the man advantage, and he does. Apex helps out as well, retrieves another kill, but DevFox going to drop him, and Shox rotating back on in. He's got to take the risk that no one's pushing him from behind. It will be correct, but he knows where DevFox is, can spot the power of the rifle and the bomb. It's finally going to go down for Hellraisers here in a man advantage situation.
A good spot to be in for Hellraisers. They have these afterplants utilised, and they're being able to roam as well. Potential backstab could be coming in from Zero into the late round. MBK makes his approach with the site, trying to play with his teammate. Shox focusing towards back. And there's the first kill. DevFox with the opener. Shox with the fireback, though. The no-scope comes through, but he has to react fast now. No kit to play with, and still 2 angles to watch as the peaks come in. Styko with a sick headshot will slay And another round going the way of Hellraisers, still showing no signs of slowing down. Small moments where they look like they might stumble, but they haven't fallen just yet.
We can't call this a GG anytime yet, though. We saw this on the first map, a dominant start from Hellraisers on the T side, which just filtered down to G2 ending it with an 8-7. So still good potential, but this will be a guaranteed, almost guaranteed 8th round here for Hellraisers, as G2 really don't have much to invest in. A Deagle, a P250 and a CZ to their name. It's going to be a very, very low buy, and Hellraiser's equipped to deal with this one. Full rifles, the AWP still in the hands of Deadbox and Shocks. He's pushed up a little bit in Connector, trying to look for the opening pick. But Angel not going to be feeding into that one. It's Kenny jump spotting just towards lower, and he actually overextends. Tagged up by Angel, still makes it out of there alive, and a worthy trade considering he only had a pistol. Did a bit of damage onto the retrieving side of Hellraisers. Right now we see the T just playing this one slow, and that is the best way to play it up against an eco. They've been doing very well in the anti-eco so far, and it's looking like it's going to continue with the opening kill going on to Shocks.
Oh, Angel as well, another frag. Follow up upon Kenny S this time around. Really leaves them in such a sticky situation, and it's gone quite far south already. And there's not really much chance they can actually do really even any economical damage. They're trying to reposition. Bondic is going to spot them out though, hearing them and now seeing Shocks as well as he just keeps spamming away through the mesh, finding an easy frag upon MBK. Trying to get an extra one. Follow up on towards Body's potential, but Body actually has the drop on him somehow, struggling. Seems they're blissfully unaware of his position as they just chuck a Molotov into him. He gets another frag. Somehow Body's able to get away with that. That is just sloppy from Hellraisers, but nevertheless, they close the round out. Another one going into their back pocket. 2 rebuys have been forced out though, and G2, they are stuck right now. No idea how to fix this one. So the call for a pause has been made to try and get some ideas behind them, some sort of ingenuity as they need to switch things up soon.
but he has 6k, so he could drop over an AWP. But aside from maybe a glass cannon on the side, on either Kenny or Shox, I don't see a double AWP coming in play. Most definitely a single AWP, I think, but body, that means his utility is going to be extremely limited, which is a bit of an unfortunate factor, but still very, very dominant so far from Hellraisers. Again, as I mentioned last round, we can see G2 bring this back. We saw the exact same thing on Inferno, so I wouldn't, count them out just yet, but this is so far on Overpass looking very good for the CIS side.
It's true. They're being able to tear their way through. It's a great opening scoreline, even in the rounds where they have been actually punished, and sure, they get one round on the board. Hellraisers have been able to reset that fairly instantaneously, straight away. Obviously, the G2 pause has come in. They're going to try and break things down. They'll work their way through and try and work out what can we even do? What answers do we have here? Is right now our CT side has been lacking. Yeah,
definitely. So I feel like the AWP is going to be, again, the factor that really brings it back here, because we've been seeing deadfox do very well as well with his own AWP, finally picking it up, and he's currently 10-4 right now, second on the scoreboard for the Hellraiser side. So actually doing very well in that regard, but still we need to see Kenny S on that. And I think even though Kenny is the prolific AWPer that we talk about, maybe give it to Shox. Shox has been doing very, very well, not only on this map leading the scoreboard for the team, but also in the previous one. So I think maybe if he's got a good spawn, try and give it to him, play off him for a little bit. And while obviously Kenny won't wanting to be throwing over the AWP to Shox, I feel like if he's on fire, that's probably the play you should be giving it to, surely.
Yeah, we've seen some good stuff coming out from Shox, obviously. Kenny, he's been able to get a couple of shots here and there, but not performing as much as we want him to. He has had a couple of impact frags tied to him, but it's just he needs to try and do a little bit more right now, as the rest of his teammates aren't really stepping up around him, and he kind of is the one to really rally the squad and get everyone back together. So let's wait and see if that is going to be the case. The AWP does come out over for Kenny once again. deadfox will also have one of his own. We know how aggressive these two players can be, but will we see some confidence coming out, some kind of difference in the playmaking of G2 that really could catch them off guard?
Interesting though, Kenny's gone for the buy of the AWP and not getting it dropped over for body, meaning that he's actually on a glass cannon, which is risky. But obviously it means body can actually buy up the kit and the utility, which does make sense considering he has the only kit for the team. And look at this fast play out towards Monster. It's MBK to delay the first. That's a good start here for the G2 side, but he needs to double down. He doesn't have time for a reload and he gets caught out in the open by deadfox. Nice opening kills, and look at this from Angel, just splitting up through short. He'll catch the rotation through the connector, and Shox does trade, but it's still a man advantage for Hellraisers. They have control of the site. The bomb plant should be coming in unless Kenny goes absolutely massive, which is definitely possible. Hellraisers, they're in a great position.
Just Kenny left now. A 1 versus 3 situation. Potential for him to try and do something. We'll get the opening frag upon Psycho. Hungry for more as well as he takes a couple of pot shots. Aggression. Look at the movement as he glides his way through the air. Unfortunately, a round straight from the chamber of deadfox's pistol will rip its way through his cranium and leave him dead in the dirt. Now G2, they went for the pause. They went for something a bit more aggressive. They were hoping that it would be where they would get their return to form. A moment of bliss to try and get something on the board, but doesn't work out like that. The buy has to come back in now as well. 3 FAMASes in play. 1 UMP over on MBK and an M4 on Shox. It is a lackluster buy to say the least.
Yeah, it's such a risky one. I don't think you can really... I don't like it, but I understand it. That's the thing. G2 going for this, because again, if they keep ecoing and keep quasiing, Hellraisers are only going to extend their round lead. And G2 finally need to come back, get in the face, and, you know, cause some stir here, because right now Hellraisers are just in the driving seat for this entire map. Looking like a 10-2 though, but let's see if G2 can at least surprise us. They've got a triple stack over towards long. Very pushed up here. We have Shox holding back a little more passive with the other two pushed up, but Bondic knows what's up. He's going to be holding for the aggression, and as soon as he drops down, they start to actually go for a bit of a peek. I think Apex just spotted there, but nothing was there. And now Stico is going to be rounding his way around the corner. Flashbang will be hopefully allowing him to go for this peek, but Shox holding back for the contact play. There we go, spots him, very tagged up. Nice clean peek from Hellraisers, and they will take down Angel, will take down Apex as well as Stico follows up. And one by one, look at G2, they are falling apart here. Kenny S is the last player standing over towards the A site as he starts his rotation in. But Hellraisers, they've dismantled the French side.
It's like a small child tearing the arms off a Stretch Armstrong, Hugo. It's dangerous to watch. It's not fun. Kenny S, the last man left standing as well, but not for long, as the final snip will come through. All the beads pour out of him, and he is executed there by Bondic. Obviously the cash as well. Still not fantastic for G2. And that was such a shame. They had no way to trade there. Sure, they were playing in angles where it would have been possible, but it just looked like communication was off. The kills come through very easily. Hellraisers was able to take those fights, dispatch whoever they wanted, and no, there was no chance there was even going to be potential for a trade fact to come back in. G2 just looked like they were lost.
Yeah, and again, they continue to look lost. The thing is, they are forcing up all these rounds, and we did see that have previous success on Inferno, but I don't think at this kind of scoreline, with this confidence of Hellraiser, it's going to work. However, with these kind of YOLO scorelines, you do see a lot of aggression. And look at Shox, he's going to be doing exactly that as he starts to push up. Spot's bonding, but Hellraisers, they're still playing it so calculated. They're just going to back off. No need for him to get picked. And meanwhile, while G2 have taken his control of the courtyard, we have a lot of Hellraisers players ready to push on back in. DevFox has found himself some control, and he's got the AWP in play as well, but Shox just going to go amiss. He stays alive, and Kenny S is on the flank as a deep smoke goes down. He's going to spam away, takes down DevFox, but he's being hunted from behind. AWP in play, but he's not going to be able to connect. Angel takes him, but look at these kills are actually going the way of G2. Apex goes big with a CZ75, grabs an AK to play with now, and Hellraisers will reactively run into the B site, but there's still some players over there to hold him down.
Zero relies on him to try and get that opening frag up on body. A measly Famas in his arms as he wants to try and ward them off, playing around the smoke, hoping they're not going to spot him out. The push comes through, but Styko with a simple headshot will execute now as they have complete control of that bomb site. The CTs will attempt to retake. They don't really have much utility left to play with. It's one flash left over on Shox that has been used to try and allow them to get a breath of fresh air, get some kind of play in towards the bomb site. Zero as well, playing by Water with a fantastic headshot, will dispatch MBK, leaving just 2 men left standing to try and claw this one back from what potentially could be Hellraisers picking it up. They have time to get the bomb planted, as it will start to go down. Apex pushes his way through the smoke, gets the opening frag. Somehow the trade doesn't come back in straight away, but Zero will find it in the end. 15 seconds left to play with, and he sort of has to commit to get the bomb down very soon. Shox is an elevated angle as well as he arrives, just holding it. Zero tries to take the fight, but he does actually pick it up as well. Peeks out, rattles down with a Kalashnikov. A flurry of bullets ram their way into the opponent. Shox goes down, and another pause comes out.
4v2 brought back from Hellraisers. Great stuff to actually get themselves that round, and G2 pausing. It's 11-2. Could it be too late? They have a bit of money to go for the buy here, but we're into the second last round of the half.
It's true. It's kind of getting to that point where it's awkward at this point. It will actually be a tech pause that's coming through. Some tech issues that have actually been plaguing them, it seems, today, that obviously could slow down their momentum. The only good thing is Hellraisers right now are the ones that have really rallied up, so it will take a bit of, it will take a bit of fuel out of them, so they won't be as hot-headed, potentially. It's always a scary factor, though, coming into it. What can they really adapt at this point? As it seems like they are trying, even with the aggression change there. They tried it, but just in a 1v1 clutch scenario, it seems like Hellraisers right now, they're just looking better.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes you're just up against opponents that are hitting their shots and you really can't connect anything. But, I mean, maybe continue with this aggression, right? We saw it early on in the previous round. They got that 4v2 straight away. Unfortunately, they lost it, but that was a lot of solo plays in retaliation to try and get back in the site, which was the cause of why they lost the round eventually. But yeah, these early aggressive rounds, bringing the AWP on Kenny. I can see he's got it again. We've got a full rifle buy aside from a couple of Famases. And if G2 just, again, go for those pushes, try and get the early man advantage, and hopefully this time don't throw it away, potentially they can definitely, close this one out.
Definitely potential for them to try and slip their way back in, but we're going to have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Hellraisers this time around very aggressive towards long. They're just trying to assert their dominance into the early round. Kenny S, though, with the AWP, spots someone out. It's going to be Angel that is testing the waters as he edges his way through, and Kenny will not be missing it this time around. Beats him down with a sick opening shot, allowing them to finally get the man advantage into the early round. So many times now, Hellraisers have found the opening frag, and G2 have just taken way too long to try and respond, pushing up towards the A-bomb site as well. They have an abundance of utility, and they're going to try and wolf pack it up, overwhelm them, use all of that aggression stacked together to just overpower the defense towards the A-bomb site. They slip their way out, but they haven't cleared the angle. Apex has the drop on them as he comes in with an opening kill, and another as he takes them down. Kenny S, meanwhile, is firing shots off all over the place, ripping off the other people that want to try and peek into him. DevFox with the last man left standing, tries to take the shots on, forcing Kenny S to give away his position, but the nade rolls in from MBK, blows him out the server like a little mortar strike popping off, and G2 pick up a round that looked like it was going to be stolen by Hellraisers.
Classic mistake there from Hellraisers to not check the corner, and that is going to be so unfortunate, allowing Apex to go massive and pick up a couple of kills there. So great stuff there from the G2 side. Obviously, there's only a little bit more time for them to get some breathing room into the second half. They have a fourth round to gain if they can, and if not, Hellraisers very likely going to be taking on 12 here as we see another pause called out. And obviously, G2 now have the money. They can now go for the buy once again. They will have a good buy. They will have the Kenny S AWP in play that we have seen do very well. Issue is, it's still at best case scenario, an 11-4 T-side half for Hellraisers. That is so dominant.
It's true. They're coming in, they're looking crisp. You know, this is the only round really where G2 sort of showed some moments of initiative as well in terms of their positioning. Even their positioning seemed off in a few of these previous rounds. Kenny back on point as well was actually able to get quite a few shots into that round off that he needs to connect. He's had moments where he's landing shots, but it's never really been as consistent as we wanted to see from him. Usually you expect a whole lot more, and it just seems like everyone needs to gel together, return to what we sort of expect to see going into this. And Hellraisers, they're looking like they're starting to crack a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. But I still feel like this is so dominant. If Hellraisers can even if they lose this pistol, lose this last round, right, and it goes 11-4, and they pick up the pistol, that's so close,
yeah.
right? Because assuming they close up the anti-ecos and they're on 11 or 12, that'll be 14 or 15 rounds they'll have, and a comeback is hard even when it's a close one. Imagine, you know, a 10-round comeback for G2. That just seems almost impossible at this point. We saw a bit of a comeback on Inferno, but that was only 5 rounds. And Hellraisers, to be honest, they played those last 5 rounds very sloppily. We saw no change in positioning on the CT side, and them moving over to the favoured side as well on Overpass. I think it's almost impossible that G2 can bring this back unless they pick up that pistol round.
Yeah, they need to try and come in there. Obviously, as well, we sort of had their, you know, our bets sort of favoured slightly towards them in the opening pistol round, as usually they are able to just bring such prowess to the table, but Hellraisers just beat them down in a matter of seconds on that one.
Yeah, it was really dominant. It was a lovely pistol round as well with a long push and the short Molotov to force G2 back on the retake. So yeah, I mean, Hellraisers look like they've done some research on this map. Look like they've done some practice. And G2, again, we said it before, this is a map that they do not like to play, and it's showing even more, right? They're losing to an underdog team, if you can even call Hellraisers that. I mean, judging on the standings you can't, but judging on the individual players and just the roster in general, they're losing to an underdog team on a map that they would never really be expected to win anyway.
Yeah, that's true. So a fairly interesting result as we work our way through. Obviously 3-11 will be the scoreline. Still more to come in this first half, as it's just been a very sort of awkward affair. G2 really have been struggling in terms of what we expect to see from them. And obviously when you touch on that pistol round as well, it's just smarter plays been coming out from Hellraisers. There's been smart utility usage, communication's been a whole lot better, whereas G2 just sort of seems like they've had moments of just really not quite sure on how to play things.
Yeah, I feel like Hellraisers just need to default this one out on the last T-side round. They've got the money to play with, obviously, and the thing is, G2 are going very aggressive, right? We've been seeing a lot of pushing up from the CT side, and that's been what's kind of catching them out, these 2 or 3 rounds that they've actually been able to gain. So now, if Hellraisers just go for a really passive default, we have seen them been doing that, at least with Angel holding onto the connector, DevFox playing passive outside of A with the AWP. They just carry on to that, wait maybe 45 seconds into the round, G2 are definitely going to get aggressive, they're going to get antsy, and they're going to look in for frags, so maybe Hellraisers will be able to get some openers if they can get themselves a pick or 2, work out onto the site. I think it should be a done deal, maybe a 12-3 on this half, looking likely, but G2 at least having a bite to contest this last round.
Yeah, they do have money to play with. They have splashed it, you know, as well. The AWP will be once again returning to Kenny S. His fateful weapon, but will he be able to wield it to what we're used to seeing? He's been struggling a little bit throughout the matchup. We need to see more from everyone on the side of G2, really, as the aggression comes out. Hellraisers instantly encroaching, very spread thin, playing for more of a split and pick style default. Hopefully they can try and find some opening frags that allow them to work their way through. Early tag has gone through on towards Styko though, dropped to below 34 HP. Not too fantastic to try and kick the round off as they now link up and try and take that aggression towards the B bomb site, but there is a stack in play.
Indeed. But Hellraisers all aggressive down towards this connector. Look at the boost. Shox is going to be up. Bonder doesn't even check it. He just runs right past, but no one gets a kill. It's just some wallbang damage onto Styko. As you can see, these Ts are going to be bringing the bomb back around in through long. It may look like a bit of a B commitment, and with this rotation from G2, it's going to be read completely wrong. They rotate Shox back up towards the A site, leaving only MBK and his counterpart Kenny S down towards B, I think that is. So not really the best defense for the time being. Actually, sorry, this body got a lot to do if Hellraisers finally commit, but at least they're playing passive is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see some aggression from G2 and Hellraisers to at least play passive and try and pick it off, but eventually Apex is going to get a bit antsy, looks for the kill, and Styko gets called on the rotation, wrapping back round towards B. They should know this is a B play now. The rotation should come in, and Bondic and Zero going to open things up as they charge out onto this B site. There's only one player left in defense, and that's going to be Shox, playing close towards short. He lets them run past. Good trigger discipline, waiting for a free kill to come his way, and there it is. Bondic peeks. There's one more. He gets it. DevFox has been dropped, and Angel comes in from behind just to clean up. Hellraisers so close, but economy is not an issue in the last round of the half. It's 12-3, and we'll just throw it to a break before we come back with the second pistol round of this map.
Welcome back, everyone. Obviously, a very exciting first half has just unfolded before our very eyes. Hugo, dominant affair has been coming through. It's scary to see just how on point Hellraisers look right now. You know, you didn't really assume this would be the team that would come in heavy-handed, just beat down everything that G2 brought to the table. They have no answers, and they just cannot seem to slow them down.
Not at all, yeah. And that's a weird thing as well, because G2, we look at them as the supposed French super team. If they're not being able to beat a team that was only one place above relegation from last season, what is going to be happening, right? Hellraisers are still near towards the bottom, and G2 are at the very bottom, and that place is looking like it's going to continue. I don't think they're going to be rising out of that anytime soon. I thought that G2 would at least be on a slow burn, because when Pro League started, that was literally the week that G2 formed this roster. So we saw them have a shaky start, and everyone kind of put it off guard and went, they're a new roster, give them time, they'll learn, they'll improve. But it doesn't seem that that's been the case. While they've had, dominant affairs and good wins, at least in other leagues, coming into this one, they are really not doing very well at all. And I even take back the slow burn thing. I don't know if they're even going to be able to make finals. It doesn't look possible at this point.
It's true. Seems like things have kind of gone too far at this point. The ship has sailed, you'd imagine, as they just don't seem to have an answer for it. At least with Nip, sort of with the addition of Draken, we've seen some sort of moments of ingenuity coming out from them. A little bit of a flash in the pan. Sure, it was up against Kingwins that might not be the best result for them, but in terms of things, G2 fighting Hellraisers, you still imagine they would be the favourite team to sort of come out on top just in terms of star potential, but Hellraisers proving that a solid lineup and a good strat book definitely pays out more than that potential star fragging.
Yeah, and a whiff in Kenny S as well. That always adds to the book, right? So Hellraiser is doing very well. But obviously this second pistol round, if G2 can pick it up, we have seen a comeback on Inferno, albeit obviously they lost in OT, but they at least brought it to OT after a bit of a struggle. So coming into this one, very possible G2 could bring it back to some reasonable scoreline, but a win, I'm still going to put my book into Hellraisers because they are just looking on fire today. They're not even requiring Deadfox to step up, and this is a team that never pick up the double AWP, always very, very consistent on Deadfox, and they're hoping that he is the one to step up, because while he isn't always the mad fragger, when he is, they always win. And he's not even, while he's doing fine, he's not going crazy or anything. He's not stomping. They're all managing to consistently being able to pick it up. Zero, we saw go on fire on the first map. We're seeing a good across the board scoreline from all these players into the second. And frankly, if that continues here, regardless of the pistol round score, I still feel Hellraisers is looking so strong right now.
Well, let's find out if that is going to be the case. Obviously, 12-13 was the scoreline from the prior half as we work our way in now. Hellraisers are going to be your CTs. G2 over on that T side. What can they actually bring to the table? Can they switch things up? Bondic with the early contact takes his way over towards mid. The frag comes out as well as he beats down MBK. There's a follow-up frag as well as Angel claims a 2K. Apex tries to fire back, will claim 2 of his own, but Deadfox does some more work, leaving just Shoxy left in a 1 versus 3, and he gets beat down straight away. Deadfox will tame 2 kills into the round. Hellraisers are absolutely unstoppable into these pistol rounds.
Great stuff. 13-3, and maybe even called GG at this point, right? Because G2 lost all confidence from that. It's hard enough with that kind of scoreline, but usually you go back into it like, okay guys, it's fine. If we win the pistol, we can wrap together some rounds. That's 3 rounds to 3. That's 6 rounds to 12. It's not that bad. But you lose the pistol, your confidence just goes out the window. So just pistols now for this T side. Hellraisers equipped once again in a very SMG-centric buy. This time, for the first time, they've actually picked up the FAMAS over on Angel, and this is just really good stuff for them. And let's see if they can continue. As G2, they barrage their way up towards short. It's Bondic playing close. He has the MP7, great at this kind of range, but so are the Tech 9s. He's got to be wary about this one, and MBK going to open things up. Deadfox is tagged up as well. G2, good potential to take control of this A site.
Oh, the headshot comes through though from Deadfox, but there's the instant trade back from MBK as he's able to wield their weapon against them. Angel, Zero and Styko, the last 3 men left standing, will try and reposition as they find these opening headshots. Angel taking down MBK there. Kenny S burnt to a crisp as well off the back of Styko. Angel, a follow-up frag upon Apex, just leaving Shox left in a 1 versus 3. Surely he can't achieve anything here as he has his mighty Deagle, his trusty weapon that he's been able to dispatch so many players with in these previous rounds. But this time around, it really isn't going to go his way. 2 seconds left on defuse. The bomb will go in favor of Hellraisers. Shox just struggling to stay alive at this point now as they push into him. Angel will take him down, and G2 absolutely beaten in that round.
Yeah, just torn limb from limb here, and now it's an awkward situation as well, considering they can't really buy it. But do you really want to play a 15-3 comeback? No, you've got to try and force things up. You've got to try and keep this one alive before allowing Hellraisers to get to that match point as well. So an investment coming out from G2 very late, albeit, as we can see some Deagles and some AKs here on the T side. Hellraisers still equipped with a couple of SMGs, but a majority M4 and a FAMAS buy here. They are going to be prepared for this one, but can G2 bring the fire? We know these individual players like Shox, like Kenny, and especially like Apex can step up massively, but this is just going to be a tall task for us to ask for.
That's the opening kill, though, going the way of Apex as he tears his way through Bondic. This man can be an artist with the AK when he's able to slay, but he's been struggling in today's games. Finally, he starts to get some momentum back behind him, though. His second kill of the round as he peels the head back from Dead Fox as they make their onslaught upon the A-bomb site. Here comes Angel, though, looking dominant right now, the in-game leader of the side, but he's being a star fragger. Shocks for the final 2 kills of the round as he connects both of them upon Angel and Zero. G2 bounce back into a round they direly needed.
There's still a long road ahead. Hellraisers, I would not be surprised if they forced up here. However, it seems like they're going to go for a bit of a passive approach, just keeping their money. Not even investing on people like Stiko, so that makes me think maybe he's saving for the AWP in play. But actually, no, they do go for a bit of a quasi on 3 of the players, or in fact 4. Very, very late into the buy, but Dead Fox is saving for the AWP. The rest of them going to go for a bit of a quasi, but by and large, it's just going to be a dominant buy over on the side of G2. These Hellraisers players are going to be stacking up towards A along here, trying to look for an opener. It's over towards B where Stiko actually gets the first kill. Shock's going to overextend the player to step up and drag G2 back in the previous round. Has already been removed, but KennyS does trade as he makes his way out towards B. Only one more player, Stiko. He's going to have to back off, and aggression on all edges as G2 push up towards the A site. It will be still a 3v3, but this T side, they have control of the B site, and as the bomb is picked up as they back off towards the spawn, this should be their round.
Should be, but is that how this one will go? You never know how the cookie's going to crumble as they take that B bomb site now. Hellraisers relinking together as well, trying to scavenge some weapons if possible, but they're struggling to find anything as they just hold their ground, waiting this out firmly. No reason to try and take that aggression through right now. Just keep onto those weapons and they will just lock it down.
And nice to see how Hellraisers holding on to these guns, because with that AK as well, they may be able to actually get a bit of an investment into the upcoming round. Lost bonus far from being built up. They still don't have a little bit of cash to play with. That being said, I feel like unless they have a good amount of cash saved from the previous round, I didn't see their full economy after the buy. They probably should not be buying up into this one, but can at least reposition with that AK there. And no buy coming out. They have a bit of cash, but really not looking doable here. So 2k going to be in the bank after this loss bonus. So some players up to 4 or 5k, but other than that, it's going to be a bit of an eco. Reposition that AK, play around it in the next round. Maybe Dead Fox can get something done with the 5-7 as well, but by and large, G2 looking to start to bring things back.
They are going to work their way through. Obviously, Hellraisers just going for the save in that round, just trying to keep onto those weapons. They do get through with that AK over on Angel, but you've got to wonder if this is really going to affect them too heavily. They tried to buy up lightly around it. Zero going to go for the armor as well. One smoke over on Dead Fox. Just a HE in the back pocket of Angel, though. It all kind of relies on him to actually do the most of the work with that AK-47. He really needs to pick up a few great frags. If they do try and take this aggression towards the B-bomb site, there is a whole lot of potential. If he can get himself on top of the boost in time, struggling a little bit there, but he will transfer some damage upon MBK as he starts to get this information play over towards the B-bomb side. But Body with a backstab somehow finds his way in towards the back line. Comes in with a great 2k. Zero can fire back with a CZ in close range, but already a huge amount of damage has been done with Shocks as well, following it up, taking upon the frag of Zero. MBK another kill upon Bondic. Everything starts to fall apart. It's just Dead Fox left standing. He has a 5-7 and he will be dispatched by Shocks,
who actually took the AWP there instead of Kenny that round. I'm not sure if that was completely off of spawn or if he just wanted to pick it up for a change, because he did very, very well. We did kind of mention that we wanted to see him on the AWP this half, or at least in the previous one as well, and he's at least opened things up. But again, we're going to see the double AWP in play, this time for the T side. A bit more risque, as it's not very common that you see the double AWP over on overpass, but this is one of the teams that can make it work. I think if anyone could, G2 can, but they're going to still have a long road ahead of them for the comeback. They need 10 rounds in a row to win it, or 9 to go to OT. As you can see, Dead Fox again on the AWP. A bit of aggression down towards B. Stiko flashing on, and they may just be peeking with this one, but there's Shocks on the other side of the tunnel, just with the AWP, although he's posted up towards short for the time being. The smoke is down, and Hellraisers won't be committing to any kind of peeks just yet, but G2 just slowly but surely gaining map control over towards short. We see MBK just trying to make sure this area is clear, not allowing for any kind of boost coming up, any kind of risky business. And Body, again, the assassin, sneaking into the site. He goes. There's a free kill to Zero, but still unable to back off as his teammate blocks him off in the tunnels. It's going to be MBK to retrieve the damage, and Stiko in through the smoke gets 2. Nice reaction from Hellraisers, but still, we've got this double AWP in play, and G2, we know what they're like.
Oh, so awkward now from G2 as they did have the advantage. They've just been punished. Some awkward play coming out from them as they begin to get backhanded one by one, leaving just the double AWPs left standing. The only way they're really going to find these frags is if Hellraisers allow them to get the openers, if they take the fight towards them. They're just playing the slow contact style, just roaming around hoping to find some potential openers, but right now It's all coming up Hellraisers. Nothing is going the way of G2 until KennyS will find one frag upon Bondik. He took the fight and was able to overwhelm him. Dead Fox is scoped in though, forced reposition off the back of the flashbang. If he goes back, the angle was covered. Kenny, you'd imagine, will be able to pick up the frag, spots him out. Dead Fox just going to be holding towards long now as well. Smoke comes in. G2 starting to try and go for this push on towards the A bomb site. Meanwhile, the bomb is tiptoeing up towards B. As soon as Stucco rotates off the site, they will be able to get that bomb planted. And G2, unfortunately, losing one of their numbers. KennyS hitting the deck. Shox arrives towards B. Has the spot out. Stucco, though, does find him. Couldn't find the frag. 15th round on the board for Hellraisers. G2 struggling to pick up anything. The ult buy will come out once more. But even then, it looks like they just can't do anything.
No, it's all over. Hellraisers have done so phenomenally this map, and I don't think it's going to be going anyway in the favour of G2, despite them having a fairly decent buy on their shoulders this time. We have 3 AKs, a UMP, and the AWP back in the hands of KennyS, where it should belong, but so far this series not proving to be the case, as we've been not seeing him really do so well, especially on Overpass, on Inferno, less so on Overpass, but still kind of expect him to be carrying this, carrying the game for the T side. Passing towards B though. Shox will find the opener. Zero's going to double trade, and we will see actually the man advantage in the way of Hellraisers. Eventually Kenny does come in with a bit of retribution though, as Zero is dropped and a 3v3 in play, with Apex actually being the lurk now for a change, as he forced up towards the A side, drops Dead Fox. That's the AWP removed for Hellraisers, and they'll have to split their players, one towards A, one towards B, as they know this flank is coming in from Apex, and while the bomb starts to rotate, Hellraisers still don't exactly know what site it is, and with Apex pushing down further, he's hungry for more, takes the head off of Bondik. Angel is now the last man standing and on the wrong side of the map.
In a very awkward situation into the round, really not where he wants to be. And Angel, at this point, just playing around the smoke over by Monster. He might get the drop upon MBK here. Actually, going to be aware of that. Spots out the audio cue, trying to find the frag on him. The thing is, G2, they've worked their way back into this. Even if they don't take down Angel, they've still picked up this round. They've still got themselves in a very great situation. Angel, unlikely he can achieve too much if he wants to try and go for a retake here or even run the risk. Most likely we'll just try and save, hold on to that AK, keep that utility as well into the following round.
7-15. Again, all it's going to take is one mistake from G2 here. If Hellraisers pick up, one spray down, one quick AWP pick, it could turn the tides. And they could be able to just close out this map in style. They already picked up the first one, Inferno, 19-15 in overtime. Having a dominant 4-0 fashion after a good comeback from G2. And now going into this one, they're not even allowing for a comeback, I don't think. G2 are getting a couple of off rounds, but other than that, it's seeming to be a dominant affair for the CT side. Now Angel's going to hold on to the gun at least, not peeking too aggressively. Does take down MBK on the exit, but economy's not going to be too much of an issue for G2, because again, they keep a couple of players into that previous round, and buying up again as Hellraisers are forced down toward eco.
As they work their way in, the buyers coming out. This is the thing, they still have a lot of a buffer to play with though. Obviously, G2 will have the upper hand into this round. They only have about 2k distributed between the players on Hellraisers, but they have that buffer, right? They've still got about 7 more rounds to play with at this point before things start to get a little bit iffy when they really get towards crunch time, and we'll have to essentially just play out to overtime at that point. So it's workable, it's definitely manageable. They don't have to worry about investing too much cash right now. They can allow a couple of rounds to slip, then come back and try and lock the game up when they're in good form with their economy. It just depends how Hellraisers are going to try and play this one.
Yeah, again, it really just does come down to one mistake being made by G2, and Hellraisers got it. And with Overpass being such a great map for the CT side, there's so many different setups you can play. You can go for aggressive, you can go for passive, you can go for stacks. Rotations are really quick between sites. Retaking's okay on the B site, not so much on A. So yeah, realistically, Hellraisers have such a great potential coming into the second, this second half at least, because again, they can just switch up the setups. We saw on Inferno at least they had troubles with changing their setups over on CT, and they, G2 are reading them very well. But Overpass is one of those maps that is far harder to read your opposition on, especially when you're forced down to that T side, because Hellraisers can just switch stuff up so differently. And with these ecos as well, stacks are very, very common. And aggression like this. Look at that. Zero opens things up. He gets himself the first kill after the death of his teammate, but an AK is grabbed. And we now have 2 on the side of Hellraisers. Only 1 with armor, but still a doable round for them.
Definitely achievable. So they slip their way through. It's actually quite scary as well, because if they start to make a couple of mistakes here upon their approach towards the A bomb site, if they do get the drop on them, there is actually potential that the Hellraisers could claw this back and lock it down. Obviously just going for these information faces right now, just toying with them. Dead Fox is going to bait out KennyS. The rotate comes in as well. Angel running on the scene, the smoke's come through, but look at Angel trying to take the fight. Scares him off, gliding through the air, actually gets tagged down to 15 HP. Follow-up frag does come in there in the end. KennyS able to deal the damage with his secondary. MBK is close by, though, on the site. The natural born killer will strike as he takes down Zero. Dead Fox also going to hit the deck. And unfortunately, Hellraiser's not able to do anything into that round. Not too much we expected from them, though. We assumed that would just be one that was a bit of a throwaway. Cash as well starting to build once again. G2, double up setup still in play.
Slowly but surely, they will pull it back a little bit closer. Hellraiser's still going to be on an eco here as a light investment comes in. A bit of a quasi on a couple of other players with a Deagle as well and play for Dead Fox. But other than that, not too much. G2 going to be well equipped to deal with this one. The double up still continuing its supremacy. Hellraisers look for a bit of an aggression play up towards the party. As we can see, a bit of a push and double long control as well. This is a nice setup so far from Hellraisers, but do they have the weaponry for it? The Eagles are going to be getting long ranges, but nothing else really, as Kenny and MBK are going to isolate the first two players. It will be a refrag from Angel as he grabs himself a gun to play with alongside his armor. This could be lethal, but Zero's position is going to be perfect. Shox has no idea. He runs right past him. There's an orb dropped on the floor as well. Zero has something to play with, but he's not going to be able to pick it up. Instead, shoots it for some reason out of his grasp. As you can see, Kenny is just holding the back. There's nowhere for him to escape to until he gets taken down. And now G2 leading this one with a 3-on-2. Okay, Dead Fox grabs himself a gun. This is doable.
Definitely so much potential here off the back of Dead Fox going huge with that hand cannon. Upgrades to the AK-47 as well, but unfortunately Body has been able to tear his way through Angel. Dead Fox headshot galore though, rips his way through. Walls mean nothing to this man as he just dispatches everyone. Frag after frag, sublime stuff on display as he slowly makes his ascent towards the A-bomb site, tiptoeing up. Kenny S, AWP in play, trying to hold the angle. Dead Fox drops around, rattling off the pot shots, trying to connect with a spray control. So close yet so far. Kenny S will beat him down, but they have money now. They're also going to have a lot of confidence going into this. And although G2 have been picking up rounds and been getting bomb plants, they're still losing a lot of money as they've been losing so many men throughout these rounds. There is damage done to their economy, but not enough to really harm them into this one.
Yeah, if Hellraisers can actually, continue to lose, but actually get, 3-4 kills around, there's good potential that G2 will be, not able to pick up even an AWP, let alone a double. So that could be some potential for Hellraisers to exploit if they can get these exit frags, even if they do lose rounds. But I think they're more focused on actually winning the rounds than anything. As we can see, up towards Connector is going to be MBK looking for the opener. We have a double stack here. Angel, even if he goes down, there's a teammate to trade, and it will happen. Bondic takes the kill onto MBK. Nice 4-on-4 in play. It's going to favour the T's, yes, but Hellraisers haven't had a great CT half so far in the previous few. G2 have been dragging it back, so it's going to be good at least to see them actually have something doable. Less opposition to fight against the Zero. He's cornered over on the site. Players from two angles. Body gets the opener. They still haven't found Zero. How is he still alive? As he forces himself down to Shox, eventually will be dropped to a Bondic. His third kill of the round has come in. He's taken down Shox. He's removed one of the two orbs, and the bomb is dropped over towards B.
The Bondic factor as he just beats down everyone in front of him. He's looking good so far, but he still has to do so much more. His teammate will arrive on the scene to try and aid him, but he's up against Apex and Kenny S. The bomb. Luckily, down in an awkward scenario, the T's will struggle to attempt to reclaim that. And look at the amount of utility they have as well. Flashbang goes into alarm to beat Kenny S, trying to turn away. Will be punished because of this. A flurry of bullets land into his spine, executing him. Apex tries to take the fight, though. The spray down comes through, gets the opening frag, but Dead Fox with a return beats his way through them. Hellraisers pick it up, and they are going to be able to close that one down. Wow, Hellraisers, dominant stuff there towards the end. Even those clutch scenarios just seem like they have more oomph, more firepower.
And that's what I said, right? Bondic stepping up with a 3K. All we need is one player to go big individually, and that's so common in Counter-Strike. If one player goes massive and just has a crazy round and gets all these kills, there we go, it falls apart, and you see a team take it over the edge. So that's why 15 X scorelines are so dangerous to play against, because it only takes one mistake or one sick play from the opposing team to carry them over the victory line, and that will happen. So 16-9 for Hellraisers. They take the series, well, 2-0 essentially in the two best of ones they've played. So that's actually really, really good from the guys we didn't really expect to do very well. Very close to being relegated last season. G2 obviously at the bottom of the board, but we still expect them individually having those players like Kenny S and Shox and Apex to step up. We expected them to take this one away, but no, Hellraisers do perform very well.
That's true. I know I'm definitely going to be picking up my Hellraisers jersey from the stop after that affair, because that was just dominant. They teared their way through. Hellraisers going to be feeling very happy about that. It was someone that bought the jersey beforehand. That's what we wanted to see. But we're going to be checking out these replays as well from the matchup. So you can see just really kind of what went down there is there were so many fantastic frags that allowed them to take that dominant performance. So many just individual moments of skill. And that's kind of what you needed. Hellraisers, they have that team play, but they also just need the moments of someone stepping up. And when that does happen, that's when they rip their way through. Dead Fox had a spectacular game as well, but everyone kind of performed well. I wouldn't say anyone had a particularly bad game over on the side of Hellraisers, but I don't know if the same can be said for G2. It wasn't a bad performance, it was just nothing too crazy, nothing really memorable.
No, I think Body did quite well, at least in terms of performance over on Inferno, but over on Overpass, yeah, I wouldn't say anyone really stepped up massively. The scoreline was kind of fairly centric around all the players doing okay, but no one really stepping up. Because typically you see losses, right? Especially, I mean, look at old Mouse Sports with Nico. You'd see losses, and there'd be one player that would always stomp, and despite them losing the game, he'd still be positive. And typically that was Nico from Mouse Sports as a random example. But going into this one, not really anyone on G2 stepping up there, kind of just falling short. But either way, Hellraisers, I mean, is this a new Hellraisers? Are they going to be performing very well in the future? Who knows? Obviously, G2 seem to be kind of maybe overhyped, I guess you could say, but this is still a great victory for this European team.
It's true, they are kind of the super team that is known as a super team just because of the players in there. And in terms of results, they haven't really posted anything that has been too great to really set them back into that limelight, especially throughout Season 5 of Pro League. They've been struggling, and this sets them even further down, which is really quite sad to see, as they needed to try and get some wins under their belt. As getting pushed down towards the very bottom of the scoreboard right now is not going to be great. Yeah,
that's the thing, right? We were expecting maybe G2 could show this new roster, show how good they could be maybe at the Pro League finals in Dallas, but right now, as you said earlier, we're halfway in through the league. They're at the very bottom of the standings. They are going to have to win pretty much every game if they want to make it out. Even if that's mathematically possible, I'm not too sure, but it's looking very unlikely regardless of its possibility.
It's also hard as well because with other teams now starting to step up throughout the league and get some results on their belt, it makes it even harder to actually climb that ladder, and they're really in an awkward spot that far down, as they did just get punished, and it was really awkward to watch there into that second map. Not what we expected. I mean, we saw a couple of moments where it was like, okay, yeah, there's potential they can work with. There is actually a little bit of breathing room, but most of the rounds it was just sort of like, ooh.
Yeah, as well, you mentioned it's very hard to get up to that top 6, right? So even if you look at teams that we expect to be in that top 6, teams like Na'Vi and FaZe, for example, alongside that, there are unexpected teams like Mouse Sports that are actually taking away a slot, not unfairly, but taking away a slot from teams that we expect to be big teams like G2. Well, I don't think it's more so Mouse taking away G2's spot, obviously, as the opposite sides of the league, but it's making it so much harder to get into that top 6 for G2 that I don't think it's even going to be possible here unless they have some incredible streak. But even so, not looking likely.
That's true. Well, guys, that is going to be the first series wrapped up. Coming up next, though, will be the team that made their climb through ESEA Premier, and they've started to cause a bit of a stir. Of course, it's LDLC up against FaZe, but you're going to have to wait, stick around to see how that one goes down, but do stick by. Go and grab yourself a water, guys. We'll be back with our second series soon.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL 1 is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 5. It's been a fantastic season so far, but there's still more to come. And this time around, I'm joined by the wonderful Hugo. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good, I'm good. I'm happy to be here again. Happy to be casting with you, obviously. So we got some good games tonight, obviously.
Yeah, it's been a while. So, we're reunited this time around, obviously, coming into Pro League. It should be exciting. Obviously, as you saw before we got into this, it will be Hellraisers going up against G2 as the first game of the day, which should be a fun one. Your initial thoughts on that, just to touch on things quickly?
Quite interesting. Both teams near the bottom of the league in terms of their standings. G2 looking to hopefully get a bit better, at least we're recently qualifying for things like Star Series, whereas Hellraisers kind of in a bit of a rut. Interesting to see which team's going to be kind of taking the lead at the bottom, taking the lead at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, so where they're going to pan out, actually working our way through today's. And touching on standings, why don't we actually bring those up and have a look how things have been going throughout the league. Why don't you run me through this, Hugo, and give me your thoughts overall?
Obviously, you've got to look at Mousesports at the top. That's the weirdest one, right? They recently lost Nico, and we assumed after that they'd crumble, but still having a lot of dominant victories there, despite, losing the main player of the team and the carry for the team. So very interesting to see how they carry on going into the league. And obviously, teams like NIP at the bottom, we've touched on this pretty much every week, right? That's just so weird seeing NIP, one of the home names in CSGO esports, really stuck in a rut right now.
Yeah, a team that was dominant for so many years. They went undefeated at the beginning of Counter-Strike and then working their way through. Only last week picking up those first initial wins to get themselves from that bottom spot, now moving up to the 13th place. Is this how you sort of assumed this would pan out, though? Is there anything really crazy sticking up for you, apart from NIP's placement?
G2, we were kind of hoping they'd do a lot better, right? The recent French super team kind of roster changes with EnVy and G2, and surprisingly EnVy, with the arguably worse roster, still doing better than them. So I think that's a bit of a surprise, but I think G2 are more on a slow burn, and I think we can talk about that a little bit more when we go into the pre-match analysis. I think they're going to start to rise up in the tables.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well that actually Kenny S himself touched on it and said, it's hard when your team you're playing under gets branded as a super team. There's a lot of pressure that then gets put on you to try and work your way through that, and it is something that impacts them. So obviously G2 coming into this, it will be interesting to see where their mindsets are, more of a benchmark going into, because Hellraisers, they haven't had the best showing, but by no means have they had the worst.
No, definitely not one of the, the worst teams. They are kind of bordering, but I don't think they're exactly a team that we kind of expect to get relegated in terms of the other teams that we can see in the league.
Yeah, it's true. But anyway, work our way through. Let's check out that schedule and just see what we will actually be witnessing tonight. Over on the mainstream, obviously, you're going to have Na'Vi versus FaZe to kick things off. Should be a very explosive matchup. Obviously, FaZe, the team that since the addition of Nico have been tearing things up. NIP versus Fnatic as well. Kind of a classic matchup in terms of Counter-Strike history. But over on our stream, obviously, we have Gamers 2 going up against Hellraisers. This will be kicking this off and guiding our way through Inferno and Overpass. Actually, a fairly good map pool for this series that will be cool to check that one out. And then finally, LDLC up against FaZe. So FaZe playing a lot of games tonight. We will get to see a bit of that Nico magic as well on display.
Yeah, very excited for that.
Yes, that'll be pretty awesome. What do you reckon is going to be your favourite matchup going into this, though?
You got to look at the second one, obviously, FaZe LDLC. I just love watching FaZe because you look at them as a team with such firepower and you go, that's great. And then even, getting rid of AZ and bringing in Nico, now they're just 10 times better. They obviously got to the grand finals of IEM Katowice, and since then they've just been doing phenomenally, at least online. So I'm really excited to carry on watching them, see how they do. LDLC as well, definitely a team they lost players to the French super team like XMS, but they're still actually performing fairly well so far in Pro League, coming up from ESEA Premier in the previous season. So yeah, definitely a team to watch out for.
Something else to watch out for, guys, is going to be Pace Safeguard. Obviously, work your way through on there. There's going to be the fan vote as well, so you can check out your favourite players. If you've got some in mind, get over there, work your way through. Hugo, who are your favourite players?
Well, I think I just touched on it. Nico, who doesn't love a bit of Nico, the Bosnian star, coming out of, really nowhere and a scene without many players, despite being, now one of the best players in the world, I think is kind of obvious to say.
It's true, and he wouldn't have got there without the aid of Mountain Dew. So why don't you guys also check out the Mountain Dew League? You might as well go over there, work your way through some fantastic stuff going on. You can check out the standings and all sorts over at esea.net/MDL. Hugo, though, obviously, it is going to be a fantastic night of games. There's a lot going on the mainstream and also on our stream. But if you're going to miss out on today's games because you can't watch the games today, you can always catch those VODs over on YouTube. So get yourself over to our channel, guys. Obviously, that's where everything is going to be going down as well. We're streaming there. All of the content's there. And whilst you're over there, if you hit that subscribe button, but you're worried about missing out on some content, go ahead and ring that bell to make sure you keep updated with all the latest and the greatest here from ESL Pro League.
Sell out Jackie.
It's true. I've been working on it for many years. That's what I do. It's how I make my money.
Yeah.
But Who will win today's matchup? That is going to be the interesting question, obviously, coming into it. And why don't you tell us what you're thinking at home about that as well? You can tweet at us. You can also hit us up on Facebook. But we want to know exactly what you're thinking. What are you thinking, Hugo? You know, you've given us a little bit of an idea, a little bit of a hint. You've sorted it in there, but I want to pick your brains now for a little bit.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting matchup, especially with the map pools that we have. You kind of talked about it earlier, Inferno and Overpass being the two. Inferno, obviously the latest addition to the map pool. It's kind of hard to see where certain teams stand on it at the moment. We haven't seen a lot of games on it from some teams. For example, G2, only 2 maps logged, I think, and both of them online anyway, so kind of irrelevant, right? It's very, very hard to work out what they're going to be doing on that, and at least for Hellraise as well, only 1 map on Inferno, and that was against Fnatic, losing 16-7. So kind of not really enough to work off of that sense, but going into Overpass, I think this is going to be interesting, because we look at G2, and just off the bat we go, the roster is better than Hellraise's, right? In theory, they should win. But then we look at Overpass, and we go, this is one of G2's worst maps. This is a map they never performed on well, at least with this roster, and not even so much as the old French roster, whereas Hellraisers are actually okay at it. So I think there's a really good upset potential that we could even see Hellraisers go above and beyond and take that second map. But to be honest, I think with the first map, even though it is inconsistent and hard to tell with the recent addition of Inferno, I still feel like G2 will probably have the edge, just being a more well-put-together team and having those big names like Shox and Kenny's that can always step up and carry you through a series.
That star potential that's there that really can shine when they kick off. And guys, as well, if you want to try and support your teams from at home or wherever you might be, why don't you pick up one of their jerseys? You can grab them from our store. You can see Hellraisers there. Wonderful-looking design. If you want to rep that, really show that you've got some pride behind you, you know, give Angel that extra bit of confidence going into that matchup.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll definitely need it.
It's true, because it will be a very feisty one to kick off the day. So leaning towards G2, obviously the team that should start to rebuild that brand for themselves. In the past, we've seen them dominate quite heavily, but it's just sort of, you know, it never really stuck when they kicked off with a new lineup. Come into it as well, what was interesting is finally we get to see the combo of Shox and Kenny S. They haven't really been able to play together throughout CSGO. It's been so hot-headed because they are 2 of the best players from the French scene in terms of their raw potential. And now they finally come together, but it's been lackluster.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to touch on this Shox Kenny Yesing a while, obviously. Shox and Smiths, both kind of a duo, always played together in the French teams, always wanted to stick together, and that was one of the reasons that we never saw kind of Kenny S fit into a roster with them, because Smiths obviously doms the AWP, and you don't want to put 2 AWPers in the same team. That typically doesn't really work out. So there's never really been, well, as of late at least, until this roster, a Shox Kenny S team. But now Smiths moving to the coach role means that these 2 players can play alongside each other. And I mean, they have been doing fairly well, although inconsistent, right? Because, for example, you look at Pro League, bottom of the standings, not doing well at all, hopefully going to resurge. But then we look at other things, other online qualifiers that have been playing, such as Star Series, where they even just went straight through and qualified with only dropping 1 or 2 maps in the whole event. So I feel like they are still very talented. They recently beat Envy as well, the team that you kind of look at also in Pro League, who beat them last time they played. And we go, you know, it's really hard to kind of tell who's better because they haven't played enough matches against each other. But they finally proved it. They 2-0'd them. They really stomped them the other day in Star Series, which I casted. And so, you know, I feel like while G2 are at the bottom, and while they have been slumping in a sense, if you can even call it slumping, they're still not gone. They're still not out of this one. I definitely think they can bring themselves back. They've really just got to hit a hot streak and win a lot of games in Pro League if they want to make the cut.
And that's kind of the thing as well. Obviously, we're reaching sort of that halfway point now throughout Season 5. So they need to kind of work themselves back through. Obviously, quite far down towards the bottom end of the table isn't a great space for them to be, especially not even in terms of you just look at these players. It's kind of the NIP situation as well. You do not expect them to be towards the bottom end of the table. They have so many just fantastic personalities, and also in terms of that environment, it was discussed as a super team. And obviously, they have started to do well in other leagues, which is a lot better for them because you want them to try and work their way back up there. They've always been sort of, you know, that top tier team that can bring the damage. They have a fabulous lineup as well, so you expect to see that extra little bit from them. In today's matchup, obviously, it's a little bit of an easier one going up against Hellraisers, an opponent that hasn't had the best season so far, but still, Hellraisers have always kind of looked on the cusp of getting themselves back up there. Angel's always been a fabulous in-game leader, but his teammates around him never really pull his way up.
Yeah, it is a really weird one with Hellraisers because they have such great players. Like, we look at DevVox on the AWP, and he's just such a phenomenal AWPer, but he's so inconsistent, right? And with Hellraisers, if he never steps up, the team just doesn't get going. I saw it a couple of weeks ago back on here on Pro League as well. He was playing, I think, up against Mouse, and he just didn't do anything, and they got 2-0'd by Mouse. They got absolutely destroyed, I think, on Inferno. And it's the thing, it's just the DevVox issue. If he doesn't step up, the team doesn't win. And even though they do have the good calls surrounded by Angel, still, he is just such a you know, inconsistent player. It's hard to really count on the Hellraisers to kind of take any series or take away maps from teams like G2.
Yeah, because you need everyone on the team to step up. And talking about stepping up, why don't we check out some...
Your prowess. They always believe that they can come back from any scoreline. Oh! There it is.
Flash not really affecting Flamey at this stage, but he's the last man on his team. Fnatic have wiped the floor in this one. But now V with 3 gets sprayed down for Flamey.
It is going to burn automatic out, but nobody's watching it when he pushes back out. So he gets 1, he gets 2, he's got room to get more, and he's going to get 3 and 4. Automatic goes insane. He wants the intel about what's in A main and the possibility to multi-frag. Running up, gets the first and the second one, and now the rest are stuck back inside. One more kill for the CTs. Yell trying to battle close up onto the Squeaky Door. It doesn't work, but now Showtime has got the AK.
Occasion be back on the AWP. He's actually gone all the way towards the end of long, and there's a real nice flashbang. That's so nice from AZ, looking for the 4-man.
Oh,
he
wow.
gets it as well.
Wow, he's going absolutely crazy there towards the end. Great stuff to watch, and that's what we expect going into it. Are we going to see that sort of flamboyancy in today's matchups? Do you think there's going to be that potential?
Yeah, definitely, because we've already touched on it. The star players, right? G2 having these tier 1 players without a doubt, KennyS and Shock. So, and not even just them. We've got a whole lineup of just very, very good talent. Even people like MBK can constantly step up, and I think that's one of the things on G2 you've got to expect. Anyone can step up, anyone can carry that scoreboard all the way to the top. So yeah, we've really got star potential, and as well, players on Hellraisers are good individually, such as Bondic, for example. He's been very, very good recently, and DevVox with the AWP, when he is consistent, is someone to watch out for.
It's true, and that's that sort of retake potential as well. Why they've been doing so well recently in terms of actually getting back up there with Hellraisers is their retakes into the late round have looked a whole lot better than they have done with the previous lineups. When Oscar was on there, it was the same sort of idea, but it didn't really come through because it was always a lot of aggression into the early game. Hellraisers now play that very slow style. It's Na'Vi-esque, it's how it always has been. But the issues were they wouldn't draw out enough utility into the early game. It was kind of on the cusp of being to that level, but never really went the way through. They had the ideology, but couldn't do it in terms of showing it on paper. Now with the new lineup and how they've been actually slightly changing some of their calling, their positioning, like there's a few defaults that have changed for the better, and you can see it actually works a whole lot nicer now in terms of their play style. It's still slow, but it's actually very useful rather than it being slow for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the CIS calling strats, right? They're all slow. All the top CIS teams are slow. You look at Flipside, you look at Na'Vi, you look at Hellraisers. For some reason, all 3 IGLs over in that team, in these teams, just play such slow counter-strike and such passive as well, especially on that CT side. I mean, you got to look at Flipside's Inferno, for example. They just play so far back. They never go for really any mid-control on the CT side. They don't really have so much aggressive AWPing, even on World Edit, who is one of those AWPers who can really go off. They do like to play it passive, and I think Hellraisers, in a sense, kind of mocks that exact setup.
Yeah, it's true. And obviously as well, touching on what we spoke about a little bit earlier on, the maps, it does play quite a big role coming into it. Obviously both of these are best of ones, but you still need to have your head held high in that first matchup. Coming into it as well, you're thinking it's not really going to be favouring them working their way through. Can you give me a bit of a breakdown on why you think this first map's going to be kind of a hard fight?
Well, not only do we not really know which team's going to be able to win because of the fact that these two teams haven't played the maps, also we look at the inconsistency of both teams, right? Despite G2 being those top players, not able to do so much in Pro League as of late, hopefully going to be able to step up, and I'm expecting them to take the map just out of sheer individual performance, but it's so hard to really predict. And going into Hellraisers as well, very based off the AWP. Inferno's a map where the AWP's very, very effective on T side for getting those opening picks. You can peek up banana, you can peek down in towards middle, and really effective. A lot of maps you don't really want to play that AWP on the T side as much, but this is definitely one where you want to have it in play. So if DevVox can step up, Hellraisers, hey, they could come in on fire, they can completely knock out G2. I don't think that's a impossible task, but to be honest, at least in my own prediction, I've got to go with a win for G2 on the first map, because it's just looking like individual performance as it always does. Are you on the same wavelength, or are you? Yeah,
I'd probably have to go with you there. Obviously, G2, you've got to work your way through. Inferno, very heavy team-based map. Although I feel like the playbook and also the strategy and downright teamwork will be better for Hellraisers, just because they've been together longer. Angel knows how to utilize players very effectively. Still, Inferno has been out of the map pool. It's it's different territory coming back in there. Or obviously, it's been added in since the second week of Pro League, but there's still not been that long. Teams are being practiced on it once again, working their way back through, but it's just not had that much of a an impact as it did early days of Counter-Strike, because it's not been able to get back in there yet. It's not been in the map pool long enough for us to see it return to where it used to be. It always was that sort of final map that you'd see in every final, because Inferno was the best team map. If you had strategy and you played well as a team, you played Inferno purely because that was where you were playing to the best of your ability.
Yeah, and even moving on to the second map over on Overpass, that's also a coin flip, because you look at Hellraisers, better team on this map, at least in recent performances, but still not enough to kind of go, yeah, no, they're for sure going to win this map, because again, G2 are one of those teams that can surprise you. They can come out of nowhere. So going Hellraisers, easy win isn't a safe call. So I'm gonna at least go with a ballsy prediction despite G2 being at the bottom. I'm gonna say a 2-0, but I feel like there's such upset potential, you can never really be confident.
It's true. You look at it sort of statistically and you work your way through of what we have in terms of benchmarks of Hellraisers playing previously. You've got to give them the favour in some of these matchups, especially just because as well how long they've been together now and things actually looking good in terms of their playbook. They obviously have the upper hand on maps like Inferno, but we haven't seen that much Inferno. So you never know. That's always the factor as well. The changes that have been made to it in terms of the CT playstyle as well will definitely affect things coming into it, and that is how G2 could potentially work their way back through.
Yeah. Are you calling the 2-0 though, or are you calling the 1-1? What are you feeling? Because you've already said G2 are going to pick the first map, right? Or at least hopefully. You never know. Over on Overpass, Hellraisers being more kind of well endowed over on that map. Are you thinking that will be G2's?
I've got to give it to G2 again, purely just because I'm kind of hoping that we're going to see some of that Shox KennyS combo starting to pop off, right? And that aggression there is definitely potential for them to really pick up some fantastic highlight kills. And going into that, why don't we check out some of the top 5 highlight kills from Katavi's?
They would run into him, but it's not working out. Okay, FNX.
And the damage, and Lucas is able to pick it up before they can respond! Lucas gets them all! One way to do it. Oh, that's why. That'll work. And the auto sniper at that wall. Kerrigan has mentioned that. What a shot out.
Smoke will be deployed as well. That's going to be a thorn in their side. And another great shot from Alu. Hits the 4th as well. Looking for the ace. Alu!
Simple's here as well. Guardian rotating over to find one. But there goes Simple, and Guardian's got to come up huge here, and he's a man who can do it a second kill. Can he do more behind the flames at the moment? There's the peek, and he recovers. This is massive.
And Guardian finds one. He looks good. Guardian.
Chuck it on the bomb for the post-bomb situation. We'll see what he decides to do. What a shot that is.
That is so amazing, Dupree. He tells that he's gone to decon, goes back in. He's got 2, and he knows exactly where Nico is, and he nails it. He's also flashed off Eagle. Works, though. Limited vision, limited weapons. Doesn't even matter. Dupree! Oh, the 4th as well. How sick is this round for him? And he's looking for the ace. The first ace from anyone on Astralis in this tournament, and now they're getting pumped.
Oh, absolutely dirty there from Dupree. Spectacular stuff, obviously. A great event. Looked amazing. Astralis, if we touch on that as well for a little bit, just so we've got some time before we get into this matchup here between G2 and Hellraisers. They have been on dominant form lately, finally got themselves in their stride. It's kind of like they've reached their maximum potential now. It's taken so long to get there, but this is the true Astralis on display.
Yeah, that's the thing about CSGO, right, which is what I love. Any team can kind of reach up top, and we previously looked at people like Nip who were 87-0, we look at that, the crazy scoreline they had back at the beginning of Go, and now we look at them in the bottom of the Pro League standings, and Astralis is at the top. So much inconsistency and so much dominance in terms of the era of SK, the era of Fnatic, the era of Nip, and now the era of Astralis, and finally a Danish team kind of leading the charge, which is what is really great to see. I don't think we've really seen the same from the French scene in the sense that they've always been at the top. We've had that kind of EnVyUs style, at least back in Clutch and Poker in 2015. They did fairly well there, but I don't think we've ever seen a dominant performance from a French team over such a long-spanning time, at least in CSGO.
It's true. We kind of, towards the end of Counter-Strike Source as well, it was always very games. They were the number 1 French team. In terms of teams, sort of, it was France and UK that were the best teams. Coming into CSGO, it was Sweden and France were always kind of up there fighting for the top spot, but there was never that reign. As you're saying now as well, they're starting to look like Denmark have actually taken that crown, and there's so many Danish teams that have actually reached that sort of top tier level now as well, which is awesome to see with everyone getting behind there. They've always had so much talent in that Danish scene, and it's been awesome to actually see it finally work its way through. Obviously, I've played with Danes for many years. I've always been a big fan of them, so it's awesome to see a couple of friends of mine work their way into that pro scene right now.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, we'll see it from G2 eventually to make it at the top, because I think there's definitely potential with such individual performance on some of these players. But either way, we're going to be jumping into the game now. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here G2 Esports versus Hellraisers. Is going to be map 1 on DE Inferno, and obviously these are 2 best of 1. Second map will be Overpass, and this is the first matchup of the night for the ESL Pro League Season 5.
Interesting to see how this one kicks off. Angel as well, the opener upon Shox towards that B-bomb site, and there's basically a welcome out there. Sony Body right now playing from coils, trying to ward them off. He can connect a couple of headshots, fires out the pot shots, but can't quite take anyone down just yet, forced to reposition, but luckily his teammates are there to aid him as Hellraisers slip their way through and try and lock down this site.
Retake is going to be on. Kenny pushing in from the ruins. Nice quick shot onto Zero, but the bomb is going to be planted. That's already the advantage for Hellraisers, but we have the manpower on G2. No kit just yet, but they have a plethora of players about to move back into the site. Kenny, yes, going to be spotting, but Body will open things up. Trey comes in onto Apex, but Kenny, he's going to be out in the open, pincer by so many players. Stiko not able to connect, and finally Bondic, he's going to take back that man advantage. There's 2 players remaining, but it's going to be running out of time and ammo as well. As you can see, MBK having to get that reload back in towards the ruins. He is alone. He's got 20 HP, and it seems that Hellraisers, they found themselves the first pistol round.
Kicking this one off with a bang. Stiko will take down MBK towards the end of that there as well. Good way to start off Inferno, obviously, as well, getting that opening round win on the T side. The buys will come through. Let's see what they're actually going to work their way with. The UMPs, obviously, standard choice. Fantastic bit of armor penetration. Good weapon in terms of your cash as well. Bondic seems like going to be the only one to go for the rifle. Dead Fox go for the low buy as well, so we can get the AWP out as he works his way through. G2 with the 2 buys on the scouts as well. Kenny S and Body. Obviously, you just want to try and get yourself a couple of tags out around the map. Roam a little bit. You can be a bit more flamboyant into these rounds. Try and distribute the damage, but Body and Kenny S actually connect together to take down Angel to kick that one off. That's one better than what they expected.
Great opener as well. Man advantage, but obviously still, Hellraisers do have the advantage considering their weaponry is far better into this round. We don't have to see G2 get too aggressive here. They've got that early pick. They can just play passive, wait for Hellraisers to feed one into themselves as well. We will see Apex playing a very aggressive banana stance with no teammate here to trade. It's very dangerous, but gets flashed in. However, Stiko, he's going to open things up. Finally refrags. It's back into a 4-on-4, but the scout on the CT side, it's repositioned. Attack will come through. It's not going to be the kill, and Hellraiser starting to assert a bit of dominance back up towards his B site, as they did in the pistol round. The smoke goes in towards CT spawn, but look at the positioning of G2 right now. They've got 3 players over towards that site. They're going to be ready for this one. But the question is, can they hit those crucial shots?
That's going to be the question on everyone's mind, but the nades will be rolling in. They're blowing Kenny S out the server like a little mortar strike popping off around him. Shox trying to play from second oranges right now as he holds the angle, waiting for the push to come through. They will overwhelm him. Deagle reigns supreme, though, with a 2K as he takes down Dead Fox and Zero. Styko with the response. There's NBK, though, to connect the headshot. Lobotomizes Styko, leaving just Bondic trapped in a 1 versus 2. Both of these scouts still in play. NBK scavenged the other one from his fallen teammate as they go for the push round, but Bondic connecting the headshot, dispatching him, hungry for more as the tag comes through. Blissfully unaware of his position until he finally works out where Body is. Forced to retreat now as he sprints his way around, trying to get towards the A-bomb site.
And this is all mind games now from Bondic. He's very, very low, but he should be able to get a free bomb plant as Body's going to be committing to the B site, the safer option here. He can be left in on the rotate, but it's only going to take 1 scout shot just to completely remove Bondic from this round. But a bomb plant will come in, so even in the case that Hellraisers do lose this one, he is going to have that extra money bonus coming into the next round. But the bomb will eventually be planted with just a few seconds spare. Body, he's going to be rotating in, comes in through the CT spawn, making his way through the arch, and Bondic just sitting close on the site. This is going to be good, at least not playing the range game up against a scout that could easily pick him. He's going to force Body to probably use his pistol in this kind of engagement. Runs around the corner and footsteps will be made. That'll be easy for Bondic. But Hellraisers, they lose a lot of players and a lot of potential money.
Yeah, coming down to just 1 player left there. That's 4 casualties on the side. Not great. A nicely done eco, though, on the flip side of things when you look at G2 into that round. So a lot of him money will be reinvested into this following round. You see Dead Fox as well, still just trying to skimp through. Wants to have an Ush potentially get that AWP out. The AK will be dropped over to him as we see a UMP buy come out as well. So fairly effective. This should just basically be a given. Work your way through this round very quickly. Try not to have any more casualties. Smack down G2. If you can get a bomb plant, that'd be fabulous. But other than that, just get through this one quickly and then the real game will begin.
Yep, only a Deagle and a P250 for G2. So not really expecting anything, but Hellraiser's not putting too much aggression over towards B, and that's unfortunate because G2 only have Shox here, but we know what he's like with a Deagle. However, this time not going to be correct as Angel opens him up. B site's going to be given away now to the side of Hellraisers, and G2 not even stacking with a rotation. They're just sticking all players on the A site just in case, because at this point, with really no investment left on their side, it's too risky to try and get caught out rotating if these Ts are already wrapped. You can see the control from G2 is completely relinquishing everything over towards Arch. So at this point, Hellraisers could have already pushed up aggressively through middle and taken that Arch control and even wrapped into B, but they're going to have a free site. The bomb will eventually be joining them. And Hellraisers now know that the whole of G2 is stacked over towards the A side, so they can just hold off into middle, see if these players aggressively rotate down banana, something like that, and catch themselves with free kills. Of course, they still do have triple UMP in play, so if they're not going to bring that into the next round, this is when they should start to hunt. It's worth the risk. Get that $600 kill reward.
That's the thing. You want to try and be a little bit more aggressive here. That John Rambo style. Work your way through. Rack up them UMP kills if possible. And the CT is just going to try and hold their crossfires. Overwhelm anyone. So if Angel does push in here, could be caught off guard as they are very close together playing from this site, ready for the push to come through. We'll spawn him out a little bit here in the audio cues, some pitter-patter of information as he makes his approach towards A. Just on the hunt right now. Hopefully he can get a little bit of extra cash to play with for the side of Hellraisers, but time's starting to tick away. Might be unlikely at this point.
And yeah, for those wondering as well why G2 are holding on to these guns here, there's no point obviously going for any kind of exit kills with just USPs and giving Hellraisers the money from these $600 kill rewards. That's a lot of cash if all 4 of them go down to a UMP. So it's safer just, you know, getting that loss bonus and holding on to whatever you have to take it into the next round. And now we go into the buy. This is where the real stuff happens. Deadbox still going to be sticking with that AK. Obviously, they lost no one in the previous round, so there's no real reason for him to reinvest and drop over that gun. So he's actually just going to hold on to it for the time being. And G2 themselves, not even enough for an AWP over on Kenny S. They're going to have a triple Famis in play. I'm interested by this because Inferno's a map that famously, I can't even speak today. You typically see the Mag 7s in play. You see a lot of UMPs as well on the CT side in the current meta. So going for a lot of Famises that will impact their investments into utility is going to be very, very interesting to see.
It's true. Obviously, those Famis as well. Nonsense that into the UMB part is coming out, but Kenny S going to be making work with that M4. Doesn't need an AWP as he gets the opening frag upon Angel, but the trade does come back through as they start to overwhelm the A-bomb site. Dead Fox and Bondic as well kick things off spectacularly as they land these shots, leaving just Bondic, body and shots left to try and retake this. Shox will connect the opening headshot though, trades it back a little bit, trying to claw his way back into the round, but the manpower is very strong for Hellraisers at this point. They're in some great positions as well. As that bomb will be delayed for the time being. Molotov going through, trying to link up with his teammate as well here. They do have utility to play with to try and make their push back onto the site, but the angles in play by Hellraisers complementing each other's will be very awkward for these CTs to brush in undetected. Body trying to get up close and personal now. Should be spotted out by Zero as he plays from pit, just looking his way through, trying to get the opening frag upon Dead Fox. But there you have it, Stanko and Zero with the instant trades back into it. They keep it going, opening up that first round as well, resetting G2. 4 rounds on the board now.
Really weird that round. Apex didn't invest in any armor. Not any. Not even Kevlar there. I'm not too sure what that was, whether he was dropping over a gun or if he forgot to buy it, but he still has the same amount of cash into this round, which really confuses me. He's going to go for a bit of investment. Body as well, and even MBK, yeah, they're all going to slightly invest into this round other than Kenny S, just saving for that AWP in the next buy. Loss bonus is going to be at a max now, so they will be getting 3,400, so they can invest a little bit and put themselves to about 2k or lower. The issue is, obviously, Hellraiser is still looking very dominant so far, and this is what we talked about. We said there was such great upset potential coming into this matchup because of both these teams being not only so inconsistent, but also not having played Inferno enough for us to really judge how good they are. Body is going to be full frontal with a bunch of players, and there's one quick kill with the Mag 7 jumping and re-peeking. There's 2. That's good to at least open things up, but he will have to fall back now as he gets tagged down a little, and there's no need to overextend when you got a 5-on-3. It's still in contention. Hellraisers can take this round, but G2 are definitely sitting in the driving seat.
Yeah, looking good so far as they get those very strong openers. Smart play from Hellraisers, though, throwing those weapons out the map, just going to be saving the AK, so there can be no potential scavenging going on, no shenanigans with the CTs pushing through and carrying those weapons from Banana. Still waiting as well as they just hold their ground, hoping there will be a mistake come through from G2 before they make their initial push. It seems like they still want to take that fight towards Banana early on.
Going to be retrieving the bomb back towards the bottom and middle. Meanwhile, Zero, he's not pushed up at all over in apartments. He's just holding on to that one. It will be a bit of a fake from Devfox. Sold very well as G2. Look at the rotations. 3 players over towards his B site. Maybe going for a bit of a gamble stack, but it's not going the right way as a bomb. It's found its way up middle with 30 seconds left. It's looking like they can commit. You can obviously rotate with plenty, very, very faster on the T side to go back towards that B site, but it seems like they are definitely going to be going for A now with 3 players in position. Bondic going to be running on through. It's MBK towards the back of pit as well with the support from the site as well, but MBK connecting the first couple of shots. Tags Deadfox. Not enough though. Apex needs to hit something massive now, but he's just getting cornered. At least the time's being wasted. Hellraisers haven't got the bomb down. Eventually the opening frags will come through and the bomb, it's going to be planted towards the back of the site, but there's still only 1 player remaining and Body coming in from a bit of an off angle. They may not expect this one, but Mag 7 not going to be great for range. He has to pull out the USP, looking for this kill towards the back of the site, but Bondic, 4 HP, he lives, and he kicks through that round for Hellraisers to get a 5-0.
Absolutely dominant stuff so far, but here the cash will be distributed now upon the side of G2. The buy's coming through. The AWP finally on Kenny S as well. This is going to be the difference maker, possibly a little bit more aggression coming out into the early round. Try and take that mid control. Let's see how Rier's actually going to play this one. Potentially going to go for that aggressive play straight through apps. That could be very effective if he pulls it off.
Yeah, we love watching Kenny S, at least with the AWP. His dominant era is still well and truly on as he pushes up. There will be a bit of spam just to stop him from pushing, but he just makes it past, and there's just going to be Zero on the other side, holding on just in case we see some aggression. And Kenny, I think he's going to feed into it, walking down now. Stiko does open things up on the other side of the map, but still, Kenny's in position. And Zero, he has no idea. Kenny's not made a footstep. It's just going to be all down to timing and whether he checks the angle. It seems like he's going to be peeking out the wrong way, and there we go. Zero peeks perfectly, takes the headshot, removes Kenny S from the server, and Hellraisers a double man advantage once again.
Spectacular opening as he gets that opening kill there, working his way into this round. As you can see, Hellraiser as well, still holding their ground. Just going to be waiting if any more pushes will come through for G2. A minute left to clock to play with, so there's no reason to actually burst their way through. Use that utility, take things slow, and make your approach into the late round. As it seems like it will be that play towards the A-bomb site. The smoke wall has gone down. Apex and MBK still trying to ward them off. Shock's rotating in as well to try and help them. Styko, if he goes for this push towards the B-bomb site and gets the information that the welcome mat is there, they could potentially find that free site.
That's the thing, it's a real risk play rotating everyone back, but Shox, he's still not going to be committed, just wandering around the CT spawn, and look at that aggressive peek, perfect. Apex is going to take one, Deathbox trades, but MBK is right back on the trigger to put into a 2v3, and that's better for G2, but look at this push, oh, Bundik, just through the smoke, catches Shox down to 20, and he's still going to be alive though, takes down another, drops a bomb on Stiko, and now he's going to have to reposition, but too many footsteps are going to know exactly where he's coming from, and Zero is going to take the final kill of the round. Hellraisers, they are not letting up here, Jackie. 6-0, they are so dominant right now, and G2, their money is just on the edge.
Looking absolutely crisp right now. And this is the thing as well that's quite scary, as we said in the pre-game, that playbook of Angel is so vast. That T-side, they're looking absolutely spectacular. Every one of these rounds have been very, very beautiful to watch. And G2 now as well, I imagine going to be coming in with the pause here, trying to work out what exactly is going on. As 6 rounds already being claimed by Hellraisers is not great to try and kick off this map when you're on that CT side.
Not at all, and the money being such an awkward spot as well, you have about 4k. Typically for a CT to commit to a buy, you need about 4,400, right? Because you can get that body armor, M4, and their smoke alongside that, or a kit, depending on what you really want to invest in. But having about 3.7 to 4.0, it's a bit, it's a bit off. You can't really commit to a buy, but it's also you sitting there going, well, Quasi's not really going to get us anywhere when we're 6-0 down, so they've got to make that decision. It's likely just going to be a light investment. We saw a couple of rounds ago as well with body with a mag 7, probably maybe a couple of CZs and armors, but nothing too much.
That's the thing, you can't really expect them to invest that heavily into the round, as the cash just won't allow them to get into a good situation. In terms of that as well, utility management, we need to see a little bit more coming out from them. It just seems a bit, there was too many faces that we've seen. That sure, we got the opener towards Banana into that early round, but that's kind of the only one that's really paid off. The aggression they've been taking aren't fights that haven't been working out for them, especially Kenny with the AWP play. Smart play to work out, but just went overly aggressive and got punished because of it, especially when they already had a one-man deficit into that round. Yeah,
too hungry, but here's what we talked about, a light investment from G2. They've got a bit of money into this round, but they'll still be able to fully buy as the loss bonus is maxed out. But Hellraisers, they're still not picking up that AWP, and I don't really blame them, to be honest. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The rifle's doing all the jobs right now, as we can see. Full AKs, apart from one M4 over on Zero, picked up from the previous one. We're going to be seeing a bit of aggression up towards B early on. Stiko just probing, using the utility, trying to force out anything from G2 if they do have it. But obviously Hellraiser is going to be on top of the money right now. They should expect what G2 are really putting into this round, some kind of light investments. And right now, just pushed all the way up in towards apartments and Banana for the time being.
Trying to once again take that mid control. Just with the lurk as well, holding towards Banana in case there is a rotate come through as they make their approach. The deagle shot comes out though from Kenny S. The connection spectacular as he rips the head clean off Dead Fox. That is absolutely dominant.
Great stuff. Can they convert it? We've seen previous rounds like this, and look at that Angel just going to peek round towards Long. Does take down Apex. Kenny's still in position though, and he's still dangerous with that Deagle. Needs to peek out now, get that kill before Angel backs off, and he does a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough as he has to back off. No armor to support it. A reactive place from MBK as he pushes up in towards the apartment hall, and then him going down, and Kenny S repositions back towards the library area, but Angel just going to be too fast for that one. Takes him down as well. It's Hellraisers extending their man advantage despite losing the first player. And Body and Shox left on the rotation to probably just catch exits at this point. They shouldn't be going for this round. That UMP can obviously lend you quite a bit more money into the next one, combined with a loss bonus. Body may even be able to get secondary AWP in play. We've been seeing that every now and then, at least on Shox with G2. So potentially, if Body just holds on towards middle and these players exit in towards his crosshairs, if he gets a kill or two, a bit more money in the bank, a bit more to work with here for the CT side.
And they need that. They need a bit of an extra lifeline working their way through, as right now they just haven't had any answers. A lot of these rounds as well haven't been the true story, as obviously the first 3, the economy was bad off the back of the pistol round win for Hellraisers, but they just keep getting reset. Every time they do have cash, though, it seems like it's silly mistakes and plays that come out from there a little bit overly aggressive that really shut them down, and we need to see that sorted out soon. As Hellraisers, essentially almost winning the half already at this point. 7 rounds in the backpack, showing no signs of slowing down either.
Not at all. will just be Hellraisers holding onto those guns towards the back of pit, so G2 not even going to be able to get the exits on that UMP, and now does Body commit with it? He has enough to buy a rifle alongside it, so no real need to, but that being said, that gun's still usable here on the CT side, and we're going to be seeing a pause called out. I'm not sure if that's, again, another tactical for G2, because that's already their 2.5 used very early on, but it may well be, and I don't really blame them if it is, because they need to work out what they want to do on this buy, what they're going to have up their sleeves, whether they're going to bring up one AWP, two, you know, you never really know with G2. That's the thing, they have that ability to throw the AWP over to multiple players, so it's a really hard one considering Hellraisers are very, very dominant on a map that's supposed to be inherently CT-sided.
It's true, and that's quite scary as well, them being able to get that early round lead. Coming into it as well, if this is their second tactical pause being used, it makes sense because they want to work their way through that. They obviously now have a good amount of economy to play with, so they can actually get those buys out, but this will be a technical pause into this one, so obviously a little bit different, not going to be coming into with a strategy, but still, it does slow down the pace of Hellraisers a little bit in the term of things. Hellraisers starting to get themselves into a bit of a roll as well. They found their stride, so this will slow them down and could give them a little bit of an edge, because right now, we're seeing moments of individual greatness coming out, like from Kenny S, we've seen a couple of great frags, we saw Shocks do a little bit of damage, but we just need to see everyone start to fire off. It looks very complacent right now on the side of G2. No one really bringing their A game.
And this is what we talked about, double AWP in play. Finally, we see it for the G2 side, both Shocks and Kenny. This is the lifeline they need. They need to be able to switch things up and not have to constantly rotate that AWP back between sites. Shocks going to be posted up towards B. Oh my god, Shocks! He catches the jumping angel over the top of that corner and opens things up. That's exactly what G2 needed into this buy round.
Yep, great way to kick things off as you execute one of the players over on the side of Hellraisers. They are going to try and respond though. Dead Fox also has the AWP in his back pocket, and he's trying to prove just how effective he is with the weapon. A prolific fragger on the side of Hellraisers. And one man open up, you throw him towards the site and he will cause an absolute scene. Meanwhile, over at the barn as well, we can see the aggression taken towards apartments. They've got a bit of map control here, planting the seed of doubt in the mind of G2 as they just fire a couple of pop shots. Start to reposition now as well to once again take that mid control. See if they can bring that fight up towards the A bomb site. But Kenny S playing from quad. In position, primed and ready, waiting to try and execute. Unfortunately, he'll be beaten down by Styko. Great opening frag. Apex forced to reposition as well as the Molotov setting his position ablaze as they make their push upon the A bomb site. NBK playing from pit. Doing a good job so far of warding them off, buying his teammates a little bit more time to try and rotate over, as they now are aware it is going to be a commit towards the B-bomb site. NBK doubles it up as well, taking down Styko. There's the peek from Apex. Connection off on Dead Fox, just leaving Zero trapped on his lonesome. Forced to reposition now as well. 25 seconds left on the clock. Basically just has to try and get out of there.
Yeah, this is done and dusted. If you can get anything more, why not? Obviously, he will hunt for Apex again. The Hellraisers have so much cash, there's no real issue with him hunting down for frags in that kind of position. Take some money off the CT side, force them to maybe have some UMPs in play instead of rifles. And another pause called out. I'm not sure. I'm assuming this is just going to be another technical pause, something maybe still going wrong here, because I don't see a tactical being called out, unless Hellraisers are trying to get in the heads of G2, for example, because they've why not use them, right? Maybe stop the momentum before G2 come back into the game, but expecting a technical pause.
Yeah, you would imagine so. Obviously, this one will actually be a tactical pause, I assume, for the side of Hellraisers. Yeah. As you said, it makes very much sense because they come back in there, they get their first round on the board. You want to try and not only slow down the momentum, but also goes, right, this is what they've done to this round. If they're going to try and play the same style, we'll counter it. And as well, that's where Angel can excel very well. He's one of these in-game leaders that, utilizing his teammates, is very good at bending but not breaking. He's quite dynamic in terms of sort of, you know, how much depth he has in his strat books. They won't be shut down very easily. Obviously, that T side as well. It's been essentially just a slow default towards top mid with a late round execute. It's not been anything too crazy. So interesting to see how they will actually switch things up. The cash will not allow that AWP to come out though for Dead Fox. Onyx actually had enough to drop, I think. But obviously, they have decided to possibly go for a little bit more of an aggressive play into this one. Potentially a faster pace. Whilst Kenny S also does the same thing, but misses with the opener. Tries to go back for more Hugo as he holds the angle, but nothing will go his way.
No, but at least some information grabbed. He knows that pushing a few players towards the top of second mid already, so maybe going for something like round A, but as you said, the default just being held for the time being for Hellraisers. Stiko being that man over towards the B site to bring in some Havoc and shocks. Well, Havoc will be going his way this time as he takes down Stiko early on. Man advantage once again going to go the way of G2 thanks to Shoxy over on that B site, and they are going to be looking for retribution over towards A. The rest of the comrades go as we can see Kenny's posted up once again. Here we go. Another AWP play might come into account for the CT side, but he's going to have to be forced back by the Molotov as it lands right on his position. Support from Apex as Kenny is forced away. Counter molly as well, just to delay Hellraisers a little bit more, but they're going to run right through it. Very ballsy play there. Dead Fox is going to get burnt though as Kenny takes him down. He goes in for the repeat as well as Angel just on the other side, but he still hits a shot. Great stuff from Kenny, and 2 players remaining for Hellraisers. Time is ticking away.
So awkward into this round. He actually will get executed towards the end there, trying to reposition to get out of the line of sight, and Bondic takes him down. Apex, luckily, is able to tiptoe his way into pit to back up with his teammate MBK. Obviously, MBK very low at this point. They do have that HE to play with on Zero as well. 2 Molotovs, a lot of utility as well as the smoke starts to come through. And look at the position here by Zero. Unfortunately, Will falls. He made his way over. Great mechanics on display as they slowly make their approach up towards the A bomb site. Right now, they're just facing 1 by 1. If Zero gets taken down, surely this leaves Bondic in such an awkward situation, but Zero kicks it off fantastically, landing the shot upon MBK. Apex with a fire back. Is he aware of the position of Bondic, though? Of course he is, but cannot pick up the frag. Body is in the rear, wants to try and go larger than charges. That bomb will get planted, slowly waiting for his teammate to approach, as they can now try and retake it together. Shocks, he's been on point with the AWP so far, but can he find another frag upon Bondic? He goes through, nearly connecting the shot as he brushes his way off site. The reface though, Shocks had the angle covered, an easy one, pulls the trigger, takes him down. G2, they get another round on the board.
And that's so important as well, right? Because if Hellraisers actually picked that up off the back of the pause, not only would they already gotten ahead to G2, but they also would have reset them economically. G2 probably wouldn't have even been able to invest into the next round because Hellraisers would have forced them back down to $1,400 on the loss bonus. So we see now a lot of cash here on the CT side. Still the Ts with a nice amount of bank are only losing 2 rounds here in a row. So they're going to be able to reinvest for 2 more rounds at least. And G2 at least having something to fall back on now if they do carry on and lose this one. We will see a triple UMP play from Hellraisers, which is very ballsy considering they do have the money to go for those AKs and AWPs, but maybe trying to do something fast, maybe trying to upset G2, and it seems like that's going to be the case. Up towards B they go. There's going to be 2 players on the other side here. Nice flashbang usage so far as Shocks is forced back, but Body, look at the aggression. 3 from him. It will be the trade coming in from Stiko, but so far G2, they're leading this round. However, maybe not for long as Stiko, he's domed the AWP and holding towards a CT spawn.
Trying to wall them off, the smoke will go through. Aware of Apex position, but look what's going on. The flank coming through. Kenny S is there, but beaten down as he backslaps him, removing him from the round. Molotov goes in as well, has to switch out, grabs the UMP, trying to take the close quarters fight towards MBK. M4 will reign supreme though. Upgrades to the AWP as well as he picks up that kill. And another round. G2 looking like they've finally got themselves back into their home territory.
Really weird from Hellraisers. I understand what they were trying to do, but Body was just on the other side and he didn't even get flashed at all. They were playing an anti-flash on the side of G2, so he was in the perfect position to just shut down everyone on the T side. So great job from him, great read from G2 as well. And Hellraisers still not on this AWP. I think they may have money for it as well. I'm really surprised by this decision considering they based their play so much around Dead Fox. But look at G2. Apex is going to feed himself down mid with the support from Kenny S as well. They won't commit to it though. Body, he's even going to be on this MP9, maybe expecting a little less money on the side of Hellraisers as he tries to farm some cash, but Shocks jumps on his head, opens things up here with the M4, and Hellraisers already losing out on a man once again.
The best way to kick these rounds off, they need to try and change these openers. Psycho will get the response frag though as he eliminates Body, not this time. Body, he's been able to get some great defense frags towards Banana in the prior rounds, but it isn't going to be going his way. You can see that map control as well has been taken towards Banana. They've pushed their way up, but they haven't committed just yet, and there is only MBK trapped towards the A site. Zero, if he tries to go for a bit of an information play here, could really help them out. But
This-
the double face.
This is so risky. If Stiko gets his first shot, it could all fall apart. But no, Kenny S, look at the AWP, he gets it. DevFox trades, but there's going to be more running in. DevFox, how is he allowed to do that? 2 kills from him, he needs a third. He needs to take down the last player on the site, and he will check it. Apex towards the back, no, turns away, and Apex gets 2. Great defense. And now Zero, last man standing, has to rotate back on in. He has a position to push in towards the archway there, but MBK is just going to safely rotate to join his teammate over on the back of the B site. And Zero, if he can get in position and grab himself a quick one-on-one duel before the rotation comes in, that could be great. But the time is ticking away. MBK's found himself over in Ruins, and there's going to be a 2-man play over towards this B site. There's surely no way Zero can do this.
The people come through, though, as he tries to take the fight. Aware of their positions, MBK will be spotted out, but unfortunately, MBK will be the one to put him into an early grave. Finds the frag, and they're still rolling out 4 rounds on the trot. Cash over on the side of Hellraisers is beginning to dwindle as well. Obviously, they have that lose bonus coming through. They will get the buyout, but this will burn a lot of their economy. The utility isn't going to be too bad. Well, a couple of players have had to skimp fairly heavily. Not a lot of smokes left to play over in this, but nevertheless, it has been more of a slow start. We haven't really seen much of an execute come out.
No, that is true. They have been playing a lot of defaults here. The only really rounds that they won early on were just G2 kind of overextending and getting picked a lot of the time. And now that G2 has started to find their confidence and actually open things up like there with Body, it's turning into their rounds a lot of the time. Hellraisers on a 4 losing streak now. They need to get back into this before they're forced to eco, because this is their last buy coming in. Even with a bomb plant, it's going to be very, very difficult to fully invest, but that would just allow them to buy up. And Apex is going to be spotted towards short. Backs off. MBK supports. And Kenny, yes, a bit of a whiff there towards long as he tries to take another kill, but does back off towards the archway, leaving just Stiko. A leg shot comes in, pistol in play, and Kenny is going to close it out. It's 5 rounds in for G2. Now the eco from Hellraisers. No bomb plant. Probably not a lot of money to buy up, and you can see just on the edge of things once again.
Investing into those Tech 9s as well, potentially just an aggressive round coming out. Might as well just throw something a little bit shock and awe into the mix, go for a flash in the plan. It's the best case scenarios. You really cannot play out these rifle rounds like they've been playing their defaults. They won't be able to get the potential picks. They don't have the range utility to find those opening frags. The aggression coming through from Kenny S, though, once again as well. Last time he couldn't find the frags. Can he do it this time? It's going to be the same old story. Went for the peek through, but just couldn't connect the shot. Kenny S not having the greatest day just yet.
No, not at all. And MBK, he's just going to relinquish a bit of control towards apartments as he backs off safely, because look at this position from G2. They've actually pushed Body all the way down Banana. That's allowed for an extra rotation from Shox as he moves back in towards Arch, and now G2 want to play passive because they know this A play is coming in, and they know that they're going to be pushing towards him. Kenny S takes the first and the second. Pistol going to be out. He spams away and connects a third. All back in play. Why not? But Zero's going to trade, and that will just be G2 completely wiping the floor with Hellraisers. Once again, what is happening to the T side here? They had a great start, a 7-0 run, and now it's just fallen apart.
Yeah, everything was going their way, and a lot of it just comes down to G2 switching up their playstyle now. They're not going for those over-aggressive faces, and Hellraisers just can't find those opening frags. It was working so well for them, but since the Tades have turned, G2 have actually started playing a lot slower CS, waiting for the burst peaks to come through. And when they do take those fights, they're actually hitting their shots now. And I mean, that's just the ultimate difference maker. Once again, though, the aggression towards that B-bomb site, they've tried this in the past, and Shox has still been able to find these frags every time. He comes in with a massive opener and doesn't allow Hellraisers to get a single thing on the board. Unfortunately, Kenny S has been struggling into this matchup, and Zero punishes, gets that opening kill as he lands the headshot, trades it back into a 4 versus 4 now. And this is going to favor the T's. They can still back off, grab that bomb, and try and take their assault somewhere else. Body will try and take the push, though, finds his way down Banana, eliminating DeadFox with an absolutely glorious opening headshot now. Once again, retakes the lead until Angel takes a bit of the pie of his own, eliminates Body, backs off, only 3 HP left. It doesn't matter too much, though, as long as he stays alive.
Yeah, I think Shox has read this already. He knows the rotation is coming through. He would have heard the footsteps and moving back in deep towards Banana, as we can see. Apex is going to be prepared for this one with MBK set up as well. They're going to have perfect trade potential, but Bondic opens things up. They line up for Apex, though. 2 for him, and Zero, last man alive. He's going to push himself quick out of the apartments. He needs to take this one-on-one before the 2 players reunite and have that ability to trade, and now they've done so. He's given up himself a free pick, and the bomb dropped in towards middle. He has to retrieve that, but utility's still in his favor. Smoke goes down. He has a couple of flashbangs to work with, but if he's going to throw down that smoke, he needs to work with it sooner rather than later. Pushes himself back towards short. Shox holding the angle, and he's going to check it, but no, the AWP's too quick. And Jackie, I think we need to put Shox on that main AWP right now, because he is just destroying.
Yeah, towards that B-bomb site, they have had no openers at all. Every time, the sickest pixel angles have been taken by Shox. He's been able to land the shots. Kenny has had a few fantastic frags of his own, but just not into the opening round. He's been going for those early round kills, trying to eliminate some of the sustain of Hellraisers, but he hasn't been able to do anything. A lot of his frags are just relying to the late round on the back line, and I don't know why he just doesn't slow down his playstyle. He keeps trying to use that aggression, but it's not working. Shox is going to take over the driving seat instead. Foot on the pedal as he works his way around. KennyS now stationed towards Banana. Will find one frag, though. Hungry for more as well. Still peeking deep, but Shox will connect one onto Dead Fox. Bondic also hitting the deck. It's just 2 men left standing at this point. The all-out aggression from every angle has been hit upon Hellraisers, and they had no idea how to deal with it.
And that's a switch up, right? Because Hellraiser's first 7 rounds where they were leading without losing one, they were holding defaults, and G2 weren't really getting too aggressive. They just got picked. Hellraisers were just playing it perfectly, at least with the trade frags. And now G2 is starting to bring the fight over to the side of the T's. It's getting far more dominant in the other way. So we're seeing 7 rounds now in a row for each team, and G2 trying to make it 8, and looking very likely so as well. Shox, he's posted towards middle, misses the shot, but he has the support of a teammate, and Apex being there to trade, going to get the kill onto Stiko. Zero will drop another, but it's still going to be just him against 3 more. He's found himself a couple of openers, so a bit done so far, but economical damage is not important. It's last round of the half. He needs to make this one work. Smoke goes out, full set of utilities to play with here, and he will be able to grab the bomb, but got to watch his back here. But there we go, Body going to come in from the rotation. He takes the kill, G2 take 8 rounds, and we're just going for a short break before the second half continues.
Wow, what a fantastic scoreline so far. A very great match, obviously. 7-8 is going to be the score. It was looking close. Hellraiser started off dominantly, but all of a sudden G2 switching up their playstyle. Hellraiser just had no answer for it, and they're also going to go through to get 8 rounds on the trot.
Yeah, really weird. Not a single economical reset, which is not something very common. We typically see games go back and forth, especially with the UMPs and the Force Bites being so OP right now with the pistols, for example. But no, 7 rounds in a row, 8 rounds in a row. That's all you need, apparently, for this matchup. And it's gone very, very well, obviously, in the side of G2. It was looking like they were going to completely fall apart during the beginning of the game, but took a quick tactical break, and it came out, perfectly for them. They brought it all the way back. So going into the second half, very, very important that we see them pick up the pistol round, obviously. Again, this is a CT-sided map inherently, so it's going to be very important that we see now G2 over on that T side take the pistol to give themselves that 3-round lead.
Yeah, you need a bit of a buffer, and that's the best way to try and kick things off. Come in there hard and fast, get that opening pistol round, get a little bit of invigoration behind your players as well. Really reset yourselves going into it, and they need that. I mean, obviously as well for G2, we saw Shock stepping up massively towards Banana. That was the real difference maker. As soon as we saw that secondary AWP setup come out, he was able to just backslap anyone that came towards Banana, warded them off, and really slowed them down. They got that early Banana control for the majority of the rounds, and their slow default was working. As soon as there was that change coming into effect, Hellraiser's no idea, and then they took up the tempo even further in that final round as well, really catch them off guard with just peeking from all angles at the same time. Hellraiser's just had no idea to deal with it.
Yeah, really weird with Kenny as well. He missed a lot of very crucial shots, a lot of early picks, but despite us picking up on that quite a lot, he's actually doing fairly well on the scoreboard. He's somewhere 3rd place, not doing too badly at all, at least individually, because we saw a couple of styling rounds, at least from him, with a couple of 3Ks, so he's actually doing fine, but at least in terms of his ability of getting those opening picks on that CT side, very, very off. But hopefully that will change as we move on to the T side. Very unlikely we're going to see a double AWP play moving on to this half, so hopefully he'll be able to at least open things up here on the T side.
It'll be interesting to see what you can actually do. Obviously, open on that T side, usually very hard. You don't see it as commonly as you do. A lot easier to go for that double AWP setup, and even just on an AWP on its own on the CT half. Nice setup being used so far from G2, which will be a burst towards mid. They've got that control set up, Apex with the smoke and flash as well, so the smoke will go through, flash bang over, take that control towards quad. Let's see if they can actually find the frags, though, as they brush their way around. Bouncing in towards the bomb site, bounding as they try and take these fights, but the crossfires are too strong right now. Hellraisers, all the frags going their way. Dead Fox with 2 of his own. There's the 3rd from Dead Fox as he just kicks off everyone. Bondic will connect one on towards Shox as well. And it was too strong. They just had the crossfires, nice positioning. Sure, you can slip your way onto the bomb site, but you just get pelted from all angles. They had no idea what they were walking into. Very heavy SMG buy coming out as well. This is what you want to see. There's UMPs in play. As long as they don't do anything too crazy, this will be another round easily picked up for Hellraisers. Obviously, you go for that UMP buy so you can still get nades out.
Yeah, very risky though, obviously, because G2, you know, one of those teams, at least with the old roster, the old EnVyUs roster, very, very confident with their force buys and with their pistols, the Tech 9 rushes, so this could be dangerous. And let's have a look at Zero. He sprays down the first, does connect the second as well with the support of Angel, and Pistol going to be pulled out as the bomb. It's dropped on the other side of the smoke, the side of the CTs. These players still going to flush and rush, but Zero gets another before eventually falling, and he's done enough damage to allow Hellraisers to be able to pick off these last two. Nade does go in, no one's going to be connecting, but KennyS with 1 HP there towards a corner on the sandbags. They should be able to clear him out. You can see Bondic not even going to check it. He's allowing them to pass. KennyS with some amazing trigger discipline, but oh no, Kenny! Bondic's going to turn around after the first shot, and Hellraisers, well, this round's definitely done and dusted, but maybe Shox can get a bomb plant.
Tiptoeing his way for apartments. Shox' apartments as he slowly works his way down. Going to peek through Boiler. Stacko is there, and of course will find the frag. Dispatches him. Upgrades to the Tech 9 as well, and they link that round together as they should. Hellraisers looking like they want to try and get all of these rounds. Really try and get them cleanly. Obviously, no casualties coming through into that one. Sorry, apart from Zero obviously getting taken down. And then G2, they need to try and pull something out of the bag. Hellraisers, they will get away with it. You'd imagine going to be getting that 10th round on the board into this one. And it just depends if they can actually step things up. They need that firepower, that ferocity that we saw into their late half on their CT side. If they can bring that to the table on T, start to go for those confidence picks, that's where we're going to see them return to form.
Yeah, this round's basically just a throwaway. We don't expect anything here from the French side, and this is just going to be a money-maker round with Hellraisers having so much, you know, effective play with these UMPs. And look at the aggression early on as well. Angel pushed all the way down towards Banana. He's playing anti-flash. He's got the support towards the top. Risky, yes, but still, we'll be able to grant him some money if G2 do decide to barrage out onto this B site. And the fact they've still got such a mid-stack, you know, they're all outside of this Banana position, waiting for the smoke to fade. Looks like they may very well push in towards this close-range B site, but Angel, first quick kill. There's $600 in the bank, and he's going to looking for a bit more. There's a second. Apex gets dropped, and this is just perfect from Angel. He's just picking up so many anti-eco frags, looking for more. There's a third. Shox is going to be going to be the last person over on the A site, and Deadbox can clear him up too. Hellraisers, great round. Don't lose a player as well, and they can even bring some of these UMPs into the buy if they want to.
Yep, as the buys start to come out, they can try and hold on to him if they want to. Obviously, there's a bit of a scouting round. You would imagine that Bondic will be the one 100% going for the upgraders. Right now, he just has that MP7 in his back pocket. Seemed like he might actually stick with it, though. So it's going to be a full scout round. Obviously, try and work their way through. If they can pick this up, would be crazy for what it would do to their economy. But should be unlikely. G2 with the AKs back in their hands. Utility as well. Only 1 HE in play, but they do have 5 smokes across the board. That will be useful when they go for their late round executes. Right now, they're just playing that default, hoping the push comes through early from Hellraisers. They do try and take a bit of banana control. There hasn't been any contact just yet.
That's the thing about these rounds, right? If you go for the bonus round and you lose it, it doesn't matter because you can fully invest into the next round. You'll have so much cash from not only the loss bonus, but also the cash you've saved from the first 3. So this is actually, you know, a viable strategy. We've been seeing it very, very commonly, and the reset potential is good if you do lose it. So let's have a look and see if they can actually pick it up. It could be a bit of an upset here as we see the AKs storm out in towards middle. We've got Angel playing a close position with Bondic, just playing the bait towards the long area, but he's going to be extended too far with the MP7. Angel, though, able to pick up the pieces, takes himself to body trades, and we're back into a 3-on-3 as G2, they are going to start to wrap back around towards the A site.
Stryko playing from pit, though, waiting for the peek to come towards him. Flashbang will go over, peek through. No one has been seen just yet. Finally spots out the players, and from the bomb site, Dead Fox starts to eliminate everyone that comes his way, throwing out punts left and right as he blow for blow takes them down. Final kill upon Shox, upgrades to the AK as well. Dead Fox single-handedly defends the bomb site there. 3K to his name. Amazing way to pick up the round. And not only that, that's so much cash going into their back pockets now as well. Not too many casualties, but an awful lot of cash.
And they don't even have to invest in the rifles as well. They just pick them all up off the bodies here of the G2 side. You know, we've got 2 AKs in play now. This is great from Hellraisers. They are just maintaining this economy so well. And now seeing G2, they have to quasi into this one. A couple of pistols, a bit of armor as well behind it, and some utility just on the back of Shox, but really not too much to really get themselves an opener into this round. Hellraisers not even picking up the AWP yet. We didn't see it once on the T side, and we haven't seen it once on the CT side yet. Very interesting, but Deadbox still going to be doing extremely well here for the CT side, so I'm interested to hear why, but Up and towards middle, we're going to see G2 Storm. Apex looking for the opener. He will get a bit of damage, but it's Body to pick up the opening kill as Bondic takes down Apex. They will be wrapping as well into the B site potentially here as we have this banana control in their hands, but these players are sitting in CT, waiting for the players to get aggressive, and Angel will. And Kenny S takes him down, and now a 3v3 in play. Only one more defender on the B site, and that will be Zero.
Falling back now, playing from coils as the push comes in. Going to reposition over towards Gardeners. He just wants to hold in the close angle by Runes. If they push in and don't clear it, he will have the drop on them. Goes for the face, takes down Kenny S, but Body with the instant response. Now they have enough time to get that bomb planted. The rotate can come over. Sure, they're left in a 2 versus 2. They have a little bit of utility left to play over as well. And those all-important kits. Meanwhile, G2, not a lot in their back pockets. They only have the one Molotov. It could be useful, though, into the late round. Shocks as well. Has to try and do some damage as the peak comes towards him. Wanted to get the opening frag upon Dead Fox, but it really will not go his way. Body is so low as well. Has to just try and use the range advantage as he spams down one after the other. Takes them both down in a spectacular fashion, linking those headshots together. And G2 bounce back into it off a huge interval play there from Body.
Yeah, great stuff there. It was looking like Hellraisers had that round with only 13 HP left on the T-side player, but still, we've talked about it before, Hellraiser's money is not having any issues at the time being. They're going to be able to fully equip, and now Dead Fox going to be on that CT AWP here. Good to see. Maybe some aggression down towards middles. He goes for the jump peek, and he's going to actually go for the spot. No one peeking there. The nade comes in, he gets tagged, but Apex not looking for the opener. Meanwhile, Bondic, look at this aggression, just pushed all the way down. Apex does not expect it, and I don't blame him. He gets picked, but Shocks is looking for the refrag, and he will succeed. It's a 4-on-4 now, and G2, they are going to be favoured into this round. But Hellraisers, at least they found a bit of damage onto the side of the French.
Yep, getting that opening kill on the board. Obviously, it has been traded back at this point, but still, it helps them as they make their approach through. G2 taking their position towards apartments, but the bomb starts to back off down second mid, showing signs that they might want to go for a rotate back towards that P-bomb site. So much control has been given to Hellraisers, though, as they've slipped their way down Banana, smoked it off, and they take that control. It's going to be so hard for them to work their way back through. Nice sanguine play from Zero as well, as he holds the high ground, hoping if that push comes through, he can peer over the top, try and spam down into them. G2 will just still play it firm, though, playing their cards very close to their chest. No reason to go in too aggressive here and throw this round away into the wind. Just keep up this slow style of CS. You've still got a minute 45 seconds left to play with into this one before they need to try it and speed it up a little bit. Mid control has once again been retaken as they tiptoe back up. Hearing audio cues towards bottom Banana as well. Body might try and take the fight, but realizes it's not worth the risk.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left, they need to hurry the hell up here. Despite that, though, Hellraisers have no utility to hold off these T's. And look at the entry from MBK, just jumping out of the apartment's ballsy, but it works out. He's got one more to find, and Stiko going to peek out for the peek. Takes the refrag, 3-on-3. And 2 players left on the B side is going to be the perfect setup here. Angel doesn't have to commit to the fight, but he does. Jumps out for the damage. He does get a kill through the smoke. As Zero, he's waiting for the bomb plant. There we go. There's just no time left. He gets one. Kenny S is jumping, but Pistol going to be pulled out, and support from Angel as he comes back in from the ruins. It will be Hellraiser's round, and G2 just leaving it too little too late. They were forced to dedicate a player to the bomb plant without even clearing the site, and that is going to be the downfall of them, and Hellraisers picking things back up and getting that reset onto the economy.
Looking very good right now. Obviously, that reset coming in, punishing them. The buys will come back out, though, but interestingly enough, they will just run the risk and go for it. The AWP will come through, passed over to Kenny S, as the rest of them just have armor and these measly upgraded pistols. A little bit of utility to work with, essentially just a sprinkle. And this all rides on Kenny being able to find those openers. He needs to do so much into the round if they're going to pick this one up. Has to get those opening picks on the board and allow his teammates to burst their way through and try and close out the round. Aggression on display as he tries to take that angle towards mid, hoping to find a pick towards that A-bomb site. His teammates just holding towards bottom Banana as well. They know Hellraiser has been getting a little bit aggressive in the prior rounds. They try and take that bottom Banana control. If they can stop that, it does help them out as Kenny gets ever closer towards top mid now. Working his way through, spotting towards quad. Isn't going to find anyone playing underneath bow because he then clears the other angle. What will he actually find though? No one's still there as his teammates slip through. They have good communication. They have this push through towards the A-bomb site, but Bondic is in a prime time angle to try and ward them off if they go for this play. Limited utility, but the flashbang should go over and then go for the angle peek. Kenny S with the contact AWP as well. Peek comes over. Smart stuff from Bondic. Will not try and run the risk. Flashbang goes in. Backs off to the bomb site now to try and aid his teammates.
And this wraparound from Apex and Kenny is going to be perfect. They're splitting onto this bomb site, but there's still 3 players left and not a lot of time. G2 need to hurry up, but Kenny, great kill there to take down Stiko early on. Looking for the second pick to enlarge the man advantage here for the T side. It's DevFox. He's positioned perfectly, waiting for the push, but Bondik on the site. One quick kill. He needs the support from DevFox, but he's already been removed from the equation by MBK. Bondik jumps up. He gets himself 2. Lots of damage. Pistol going to be out, but he gets overrun. Shocks with the running Tech 9 does drop him eventually, and 2 players will remain for Hellraisers, but the bomb, it's not been planted. They need to hurry up with that. 15 seconds left on the clock. Eventually it will go down in the hands of Shocks, but this is still a doable retake here. MBK's not even found himself a gun yet, and 2 of the players are significantly tagged up here on the G2 side. Zero is going to be looking for the opener, but both these players pushing from the same angle. Very, very risky, but at least they have that trade potential.
Kenny trying to go for the pick, but it doesn't really work out that way. But the seconds will lands it. Hungry for the third, but Angel with a nice little tap straight into the cranium. Switches out to the AK. But most likely will back off at this point. Not too much you can really achieve into the round. Hungry trying to find a secondary exit frag, but not worth the risk as he realizes it's time to just get the hell out of there. Bomb will go off. That's going to be the 10th round on the board for G2. They also save this up. You'd imagine Shock's trying to get out of the bomb radius, which he has done now. And Hellraisers, you're going to ask the question, will they be able to work their way back through and try and pick up this round, reset them once more? Or G2, is this going to be the start of them looking good? A little bit of damage has been done to the Hellraisers economy as well. You can see 2 players on 2k there. Not as healthy as you'd want them to be.
They can definitely get a buy up here, but this will be their last. It's G2 looking to equalize things up. If they pick up this one round here, this one T-side buy, Hellraiser is going to be forced to eco, and then it will be 12-12. So that could actually be really, really good for the side of G2. Hellraiser's just been reset off the back of their own reset, which is quite interesting to see. So the economy not stable for either teams right now. Both of them need to force the opposition into the eco. We are going to be seeing such a crucial round here to decide the fate of this second half. As already G2 going to be giving up all the banana control they can to Zero, just spraying into the smoke, takes down MBK. The deep smoke as well, going to allow Hellraiser to push up if need be. But after that pick, there's really no need to, right? They can just play passive. They've got the man advantage. G2 are now struggling to get themselves a refrag, and if Hellraisers go aggressive and feed one into them, it's going to be very, very difficult to come back from that. A 4v4 does favour the T's quite significantly.
That's true. They're in a good situation to try and work their way through, but they need to get that trade back, get themselves into that 4 versus 4 scenario. If they can get that opening kill, it's still all to play with. Banana control, though, has been very good so far for Hellraisers. They haven't even tried to really contest them. They've just allowed it happen in these previous rounds, as there's no point if they don't clear the Angel as well. It's going to be so hard. Angel, primetime angle, peeks out, will get the opening frag. Apex with a response, but Zero, elevated angle. He has the high ground. He knows how to use it. Beats down the opposition, leaving Shocks to try and claw them back from what essentially is already a defeat into this round. Hellraisers looking so good at this point. They have their angles covered, playing 2-2 to a site. They can just hold back. Shocks making his approach towards B, hoping he can at least find something, potentially an opener, find a 1 versus 1 to allow him to slip in, but it's going to be so hard. No reason for these CTs to peek. Nade will roll in as well, getting him even lower now, almost sub 50 HP, tagged down to 7 as well off the initial face that comes through from Bondik, and there's going to be the frag.
13 rounds of Hellraisers, very back and forth. If we look at the scoreboard, we can see neither team being able to really establish an economy here because of the rounds being so up and down. So loss bonus really is not affecting anything right now. As you can see, G2 invested all their money into the previous, leaving them on just 1,500, and they're actually just going to reinvest. Like we saw the round previously with Kenny S picking up that AWP, and the rest of them just on Tech 9s. This time it's far weaker. Just Tech 9s and a P250 on MBK. Not a great buy at all, but I don't blame them for investing here as Hellraisers. They still haven't built up their own CT side economy. And look at Bondik. He's even got to be left on a USP here. They are that weak right now. Neither team having fully bought up. And DevFox and Angel going to be limited to UMPs. Well, I say limited. Those guns are broken right now. So actually very effective. But still, G2, they're going to have to pull something magical out of the hat as they force themselves up in towards middle again. Been very aggressive on this control. Bondik going to back off here. Might have to throw down the resmoke, and he will have the utility for that, but it's Stiko to open things up over towards short. One quick kill, they're going to flush out of the apartments. He needs to be aware, has to get the reload, but he just gets a shot off with 4 bullets left. Pistol going to be pulled, and he goes for the shot, does eventually connect it onto Kenny. 2 players remaining, but it should just be the cleanup. Despite that, though, Body, he finds one more.
Push comes through over towards Pit. We'll find that headshot in the end. Taking down Stiko, upgrades to the M4 as well. He's in a good situation. 4K on the board. Hungry for the 5th as he went for the peek through, but Zero was able to take him down. Zero top fragging for the side of Hellraisers as well. He looks sublime towards that B-bomb site defense. Has not been able to give away any banana control. It was good over as well on his first T-half. Hellraisers now, they're in such a good position to try and close this game out. G2 Once again, the bite is going to be lackluster. The only rifle they have to play with is body on a measly Galil. Meanwhile, Hellraisers looking like this should be an easy one picked up to get themselves match point locked down. Aggression up second mid, though, coming through for G2. What could potentially be an apps burst or just a mid burst. This is first round. It will be the mid burst. They're trying to work their way in. Body leads the charge with that awkward bite. He does get warded off, though. Flames all around him. You can see this has really thwarted their game plan. They wanted to just try and overwhelm them, use that speed, drive by potential, but it really has not gone that way. Once again, they'll regroup him, burst through the smoke. Bondit gets the information, but unfortunately no kills to his name as he has to back off. They're starting to take a lot of map control, but Styko on the site will cause a stir. Playing from pit as he gets the 3K, ripping his way for everyone that peeks into his crosshairs, leaving just MBK to be beaten down.
Yep, this is just falling apart, and that's the thing as well. G2, usually in those kind of rounds, you need to either burst it fast or, you know, if you're going to go for a slow play, have some map control, right? Because as soon as they push their way up towards the middle, look at the reaction of Hellraisers on the minimap. They pushed aggressively down Banana, got that information, went, okay, right, Banana's clear, so they're very likely committing everyone towards EA site. As a result, they rotated Zero in from Arch to support, and Hellraisers just had the perfect setup with a continued Banana aggression. So G2, if they're not going to fast burst that and run through the Molotov or at least smoke it off, they should probably have a flank player just to hold the rotations. But either way, this is getting down to the wire now. Hellraisers about to pick up the first map, unless G2 with the third, fourth, can pick this one up, which is looking unlikely. We could be seeing the CT side actually prevail here over on Inferno, but let's not, you know, go ahead of ourselves. As we can see, aggression down Banana early on. We do have G2 once again taking control of apps, this time playing it far slower, and I like this one. The burst hasn't been working previously for them, so maybe just try and go for those picks. Howard is very likely to play aggressive after quite a few pushes down Banana so far. Good potential for G2 to grab some guns and get into an empty site.
setting themselves up right now. Still, they realize this could be the end of their lifeline if they lose this round. So they don't want to run the risk of going overly aggressive. Push comes through. Zero back in his vintage angle. Does give the game away, though. Fired off a couple of pot shots. They're going to be aware of that position as he has to fall back now. The nades roll in to force him out of that aggressive banana control. And you see G2 as well repositioning, thinking maybe this is the time we can go for that B play. We know he has had to fall back from his vantage point. Try and take the aggression. We have a lot of utility left to play with. Smoke off the angles. Molotov over as well. Use the flashbang so we can get our contact into the site and see if we can actually potentially get an opener. The Deagle on Kenny S. The Deagle and MBK could be so damaging if they can find those opening frags, if they can get an angle. The push comes through, though. Will this just be a spray down? Zero. 6 shot as he lands the headshot, but it allows you the Tech 9 to do all the damage as Body tears his way through the reserves on the site, takes down the frontline infantry. Sure, the nades start to roll in for Hellraisers, but the T's already in very good angles.
Nice Molotov, though. That should force out Shox here, and he will just go for the peak. Doesn't matter. Tech 9 going to work perfectly in that angle as he takes the head off of Bondic, and already Hellraisers are going to be throwing in the towel as they run back towards the A site, tail between their legs, and try and hold onto their guns for a next round. G2, they finally picked one up. The 3 relentless force buys, and Apex, he doesn't even want them to save any rifles. He's got nothing to lose here as he chases down these opposing CTs. He spots out Stiko. Good damage to the nade. That should dunk right on as it goes into the pit, and it will be the kill onto Stiko, leaving just Deadbox here in the pit. Apex knows it as well. He's going to start to clear it, just pre-firing. Flash goes in, perfect for Deadbox, going to be there to react. 2 kills for him, and they should just be able to overrun him. No, apparently not. Deadbox is the master of saving. The nade will rain in eventually, though. Kenny S going to be able to take him down, but still, G2, despite losing all those players at the end of the round, they managed to finally pick one up and impact the economy of the CT side.
Yep, leaving it with a nice firm dent there. They're going to have to take that one to the impound, try and get that checked out. I don't think that one's going to buff out very soon, though, as they do go for the buy. Not looking too great as they work their way through. Dead Fox as well. Not a lot of cash, and you will have to skimp on armor. Just basically upgraded pistols. Limited utility as well. Angel still has a fair bit to play with. But still, they might be able to ward off the T's, but they need to get lucky finding these opening kills, as their arsenal really does not complement them.
Not at all, but at least they'll be able to get a buy in the upcoming round here, as they've only half invested and just holding on for the time being. A bit of aggression in Apsa, triple stack over towards Banana, just changing up the setup, and that's good. Keep G2 guessing. They don't exactly know what they're going to be playing up against. Nice nade will land in there, but a counter nade just to do some damage off the edge. Not going to impact too much. Only Zero and Angel tag down a little bit. G2 just holding on towards his mid control, and Shox holding outside of the apartment. Stiko pushes a free kill for Shox to open things up. And Hellraisers already losing out on the man advantage, but it will be traded.
Dead Fox there. Getting that opening frag. Nicely done, but unfortunately the trade's coming back in. It's not really what they want on the side of Hellraisers. Apex, as he spams away with that rifle, slaying everyone in front of him. MBK as well, holding towards bottom Banana, so if the push comes out from Angel and co, he surely will find the kills, but they have a fantastic little crossfire setup. Angel playing anti-flash as well, so they can push their way in, but he will actually be, he won't be running at all, but it still doesn't matter as MBK finding his opening frags, just tears his way through everyone. Zero does respond with a Deagle from the power play position, but unfortunately Body was just able to tear his way through him. Now the cash is back in their favor, though. Still, they really need to try and work their way into it. G2 starting to get rounds on the board. This would be number 13 if they can pick it up. The buffer that Hellraisers had to try and close the game out is starting to dwindle away.
Bit by bit, G2 clawing their way back into the matchup, though. It's definitely not over either way. And Hellraisers going to try and close it out in this one, because again, if they leave it too long, G2 are going to have such a built-up economy, they could even go for this AWP in play, so they need to be very, very careful. They lose out this round, it's going to be probably 14 to 15 before they can even reinvest in a proper buy here. They should be going the next, so coming really down to the wire in this matchup, which is something, well, after the first half, I think we can agree is very, very expected with an 8-7 scoreline. But up in towards middle, G2, again, giving up all this banana control. Hellraisers is just going to be taking it every single time. No pick will come this way this time, though. But still, they are allowed to push all the way down with no reaction from the T side. They should be throwing in those nades, throwing in those mollies, and even spamming the smoke just to take down these CT-sided players. But nothing's going to be happening. Instead, they push up in towards middle. But 4 players in position here, and Hellraisers playing very, very closely on the CT side over towards Quad and Arch.
On the ground, though. Hellraisers trying to play very far back. Zero once again in this prime time angle. He's done so much damage with that aggressive banana control. Could be the difference maker if push comes through. MBK still trying to plant that seed out in their mind as they use an awful lot of utility towards that A bomb site. He's going to be holding for the late round rotate. The T's at top mid, they're the ones that need to do the damage. Oh, actually the kill's not to come through though. MBK will find the frag on towards Zero, but there's the trade back from Angel, taking him down. They will try and take that play towards the B bomb site now though, aware The Zero has been removed from such an effective angle. Angel holding back, the nade will go in, trying to ward them off as the push starts to come in. Transferring that information over. The audio cues finds the opening kill as well. That is so huge as he delays them for the right amount of time. Can't reposition round. Unfortunately, Shocks causes a stir. A flurry of bullets go landing into the corpse of Dead Fox.
A 3v3 retake going to be on here as G2 get that bomb down. Shocks his tag, but he has time to rotate back on. Hot on his heels is going to be Stiko. They're coming in through the bottom and middle, but we have two players retaking here from the CT side. Angel going to be coming in from the back of Ruins with the support of Bondic, and here we go. Shocks, he's going to face the first player. Stiko coming in, doesn't check the angle, but he still gets a kill. Shocks was so low there, it was made difficult. And Apex, he gets another one. 2 for him as he takes down Bondic and Angel. It's all down to Stiko. Nice spray, but he can't connect the second shot. And Kenny S now, last man standing, pistol going to be out. He's 3 HP, 7 bullets left in the clip, but he has to go for the fight. And Kenny S is baiting. He's just playing with his food before he takes it down. And G2, they've got themselves 13 rounds. Now Hellraiser's going to have to eco, and we could be seeing OT.
Definitely potential at this point, because obviously the economy of Hellraisers is not looking healthy. Getting pinned down and beaten up by G2. The AWP buy can come out for a Kenny S as well. He's not looked as fantastic as he normally does with a weapon, but definitely will aid them. They can use that range advantage. Only scary factor is Hellraisers go for a little bit of an aggressive play, saying potentially stock and all, just try and get this round over with. Run the risk that it might pay off. Could be overwhelmed.
Yeah, they need to switch up the stacks here. They need to go for a full site stack. Maybe only one player towards a B site, for example, because G2 have been putting so much aggression early on towards middle. If we see, a re-smoke cycle down on Banana, it could force G2 to hit in towards mid, where Hellraisers could have stacked, for example. We've not seen anything of the sort. And I think G2 are just reading Hellraisers at this point. They know exactly where they're going to be positioning, exactly their setups, and their rotations seem to be caught on guard by G2. We saw Shocks aggressively over a mid in the previous round to catch himself a free kill to equalize things up. So G2 have been doing very well in that regard. And now going into this one, Hellraiser is just rinsing and repeating the same damn setups here on the CT side. It's really catching them off guard because they are not getting anything into this half.
Smoke goes through, trying to block off towards CT. That line of sight completely removed now. You can see Dead Fox having to reposition towards the bomb site. Body, basically the only man towards B, just trying to delay, trying to get some openers and really punish them a little bit. We'll only find one frag before he's traded out. MBK is close by, holding the angle as he just taps away with that M4. Gets a lot of information, but nothing else.
The pick is still important. Goes either way though, as 30 seconds remain. They have to get themselves onto a site. MBK, if he goes down here, it's very, very dangerous. Does have to back off and reload, but he will continue to peek as he pushes in. This is going to be clear now. They know the push is coming in. The CT's yet to rotate on, but still, Angel finally going to be dropped from the site as MBK takes the opening kill. And G2, they do have the control of the B site now. Hellraiser is now left to retake, or at least catch at 6 frags. That should be what they should be focusing right now. I think just hold on with the pistols, play passive positions, and wait for G2 to walk into your crosshairs. You can grab an AK, grab some orbs. We won't be talking about impacting the economy at G2. We're more kind of helping Hellraisers get that final buyout in the last round. Because right now, with just a couple of Deagles, PT50s, and CZs, they're not exactly going to be wanting to hold on to these into the next round. They need those AKs so they can at least buy up full nades alongside them. But you can see the Ts know exactly what's going on, and they will be waiting until the last second to push out of the site. There's no way they want to lose any guns.
Yeah, no reason to throw those into the wind. Just hold back right now. Wait until time has ticked sufficiently away. Then get out of there, exit together towards Spot and Banana, and just hold it. No reason to push through in towards mid, just in case a frag does go the way of Hellraisers. Cash comes in. Sure, they have enough to get a buyout into this, but it's going to be so hard. They need to close the game down here and right now. 4 rounds on the trot have come through for G2. Will this be round number 5? Can they work their way to overtime? Or will Hellraisers actually find an answer and try and stop this reign of terror?
This is so close. To be honest, Hellraisers without the AWP, that's also a limiting factor, right? They've got the utility, but Dead Fox has been very, very good with the rifles, and even when he has picked up the AWP, that as well. So, G2, I'm expecting OT here, but let's see if Hellraisers can at least surprise me. The setup going to be, once again, the same as usual here. We do see a bit of a swap, though. Angel over towards the B site, and Bondic rotating back in towards A. G2 just taking their time for the time being, and no aggressive banana control here on the CT side. They will be going for a little bit of a peek down towards Car, but the smoke, it eventually does go deep. That allows them to push down, and G2 again forced into the same setup, likely going to be pushing up towards A as they usually do, leaving just one player, either Shocks or MBK, just to hold back for the time being. But Hellraiser's eventually going to relinquish that banana control as they've utilised all of their smokes. Actually, no, Zero still has one, but G2 has still got this aggressive mid-positioning, and Hellraiser's just holding on for the time being. At least they're playing this one passive.
Playing it smart, not giving away any free openers to the side of G2. Zero as well in the past. He's been the reason they've been able to lock down that B site so much. In the rounds he's been picked off early, that's where they've lost it. As soon as they get that control towards Banana, the rotate doesn't come in. It's a very slow rotate, as Angel doesn't want to over-rotate in terms of if it could be a fake, and things all fall apart. A contact star will be coming their way though. Zero playing far back this time around. Will not be trying to go for the aggressive face. Is this where things will change?
Fake smokes down on towards B, won't cause a rotation, but the time is low. G2 need to hurry up and get on this bomb site. They're going to make their way out in towards the middle area. Apex as well, trying to split himself through the apartments, but quick wrap down round towards the long area. Devfox needs to shut down these players. He turns back round, but too late. Shox has already found the opener. There's a second as well. MBK tapping away, but Bondic does eventually get the refrag. Body will drop another good opener so far from G2. They've got control of the site, just getting the bomb down in time. It looked like it was all over, but Hellraisers, they seem to have, well, at least lost out on far too many rounds here on the CT side. They've got 2 players remaining. They've got to go for this retake. And frankly, Jackie, I think it's going to be all over. I think we're going to OT.
Seems like it. As they make their approach through, they're going to have to do something absolutely insane if they want to try and pick this one up. Flashbang goes in to try and allow them to entry their way through, but Kenny S has dispatched Zero. Angel arrives on the scene of the crime, but will be taken down for a smoke by Apex. 15-15. They will be working their way into overtime here.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And to be honest, after that one, you know, you got to go. What's happening for Hellraisers here? They had the 15-10. They had it about to close it out, forcing G2 into eco. We saw that triple force buy in a row, and eventually it worked out with the 3rd force. But at that point, you're thinking, why are Hellraisers throwing away all these rounds? Why are they not switching up the setups? Why are they maybe not going for some aggression? We've seen a lot of passive stun, a lot of banana control, but other than that, they've not been doing anything down mid, anything down second mid, despite the economy being in their favour at multiple points. We never saw the AWP. We saw it once or twice for Devfox on the CT side. Really weird to see them kind of not switching anything up at all, and G2 completely reading that one.
Yeah, it's true. They just had no answers there, and we saw them just essentially get shut down. It was really odd as well, uncharacteristic of them, as it was a dominant performance so far. As soon as they got into that CT side, they had some good decision-making, and they were bending very easily. They were being able to reposition, things were adapting, then all of a sudden, they just had no answers. They fully broke and just didn't return to form from that point. It seemed like they just got complacent, and they had no ideas left. The playbook seemed dry towards the end of that matchup.
Yeah, that is one of the things, right, with Inferno being reintroduced. So a lot of teams don't seem to have really found their form on the map. For example, in maps that are outstanding, that the teams still play regularly, you obviously see a lot of setups, because on the CT side, they're going to be aware of what to do, and they're going to have, okay, if this doesn't work, we'll do this. But maybe on Inferno, these guys only, you know, maybe they've not put as much time into it. They're thinking, okay, let's just keep repeating the same setup. All we need is 1 round, right? 1 out of 5 until G2 bring it back. And eventually it just fell apart because they were just repeating the same thing. So hopefully when we go into OT, we'll see something different from Hellraisers. I want to see the AWP on the first round straight away from Deadfox. I want to see him go for a pick down mid. I want to see him do something with that. We never saw him play the AWP on B. Again, something very, very good that we saw really Shox in the first half on the CT side do to shut down Hellraisers. And we need to see something like that. We need to see it switch up. If they carry on with the same setup, I think G2 are just going to overrun them and take the OT.
Well, that was the thing though. A lot of it came down to Zero just being overwhelmed towards that B bomb site. He was able to ward everyone off very effectively. In the rounds they couldn't actually find that opening kill upon Zero, he was able to get the opening kills very easily and could back off, and it looked good. As soon as he started to fall, that's when the cracks started to show and everything went wrong. But anyway, let's kick it off. We're back in overtime. G2 versus Hellraisers. Let's see how this one will go down. Kenny S on the AWP. We see the Deadfox AWP coming out as well. So will we see that potential contestation stationed over towards the B bomb site? So there is potential, if they try and take that banana control, that he can be there to complement Zero and actually do some damage.
This is the issue. G2 have not even left one solo player outside of B. They're all hitting in towards A, and that's exactly the wrong decision for Hellraisers to have this triple stack on B. I think they're going to realize this sooner rather than later. Is Zero, he starts to back off towards the spawn, finally going to be committing to the rotation, but it might be too little too late. G2 have found themselves deep into the side of A, and while we will see Angel pushed all the way down banana with the support of Deadfox, might just be too late, because G2 just on the edge of taking this A site.
They do start to reconverge though. The CT's repositioning, thinking that the jig might be up, as they did take a little bit of banana control, and they haven't really got any information that would lead them to believe it is going to be a play towards that B bomb site. Angel playing close around the smoke as well. Zero is going to peek from library. Flashbang goes through. Body spots him out, trying to connect with the spam. Instead, they just have to smoke him off and try and block out that line of sight. The tag's coming in through, but Zero with a backstab goes huge. He takes down Apex and Kenny S. Styko as well, dropping Body. Still playing from pit as he's able to land another punch square into the face of Shox, taking him down, leaving just MBK to try and clutch this one out. 1 frag on the board so far, hungry for more. Is he actually going to be able to find anything? Wants to also get that bomb planted. We'll be able to need a margin. 20 seconds left to play with. Just as the bomb goes down, the push comes in together, trying to enter as a unit. All three men barrage their way upon the bomb site, tagging him from multiple angles. Angel will be the one to find the kill. Defuse will come in, and Hellraisers kick off overtime with a bang.
I love that, though. Finally going to be making a different play. We have Dead Fox, we have the triple play over towards the B site, and no, they didn't find anything, but they at least got the information, right? Because as soon as they pushed down Banana with that triple play, they went, okay, it's clear. G2 probably stacking up towards the A site. We hear footsteps over towards A, so let's rotate everyone there apart from Dead Fox. He can hold an angle with the AWP in towards Banana, allow everyone else to situate in the A site and wait for this push, and if Dead Fox does find anyone, he clicks away, gets one kill and can back off. So good setup from Hellraisers. Let's see what they do again. Are they going to repeat it? It seems to be the case as three players go once again towards the B site, and that's the thing, G2 didn't really know what setup they had. They didn't have anyone towards Banana, so Hellraisers, they have the ability to completely repeat this without anyone having a clue. So three players there, Dead Fox with the AWP. This time, are we going to see some aggression from G2?
It'll be interesting to see if they do try and take the fight themselves. Actually trying to slip through the smoke. Flashbang goes in. They just fire out a lot of CTs, but they've been able to back themselves up. Dead Fox with the opening frag as well. Hungry to try and beat them down. He's struggling, but luckily his teammates can aid him. As he goes back in, gets that sloppy seconds, and his teammates dispatching everyone else that was there. Shocks will arrive on the scene though, but it's too late. One man up against the 4 CTs that have just slain all his brethren. The bomb in an awkward location as well as he makes his way up. Does find a smoke to try and aid him on his journey, and another Molotov left to play with as well. He has a minute to try and grab that bomb and do something, but the angle very heavily covered by this crossfire. Surely he gets dispatched as soon as he peeks through the smoke, works his way around, gets the tag off, but Zero will claim the kill. Another round going the way of Hellraisers. 17 rounds on the board now.
And that's the difficult thing with MR3 OT, right? You lose the first 2 rounds, your buy in the third is going to be impacted, and we're going to see absolutely no chance of an AWP, I can imagine, here into this round. As you can see, not even Kenny's able to buy up after investing into that AWP in the first round of OT. The second, he had to stick with an AK, another third, the Tech 9, so this is the danger. You want to go 1-1 in OT, then both teams can buy up in the third round, but right now, G2 just struggling here. They've got one Tech 9, which again, not too much of a limiting factor. We prefer to see the AWP right on Kenny for an equal matchup. Either way, Dead Fox this time in middle with the AWP. We got a AAA play default setup, but obviously this is one of the first times he's brought the AWP onto this side of the map, and this is the first time he's pushed down mid again, aggressively looking for a pick. He's going to be spotted, but he backs off safely. Still not going to be getting that opening frag, but Shocks is fairly tagged up.
Yeah, knocked down below sub 50 HP very early into the round will be fairly beneficial to the side of Hellraisers. Angel this time around with the one leading the aggression towards bottom Bananas. Takes a couple of pot shots through the smoke, doesn't really connect upon anyone, but possibly could slow them down before they go for this very fast execute. They're revving their engines, banging on the doors, ready to try and break their way in as they get close to the gates of the B bomb site. Zero in the elevated angle. Angel playing over by coils as well, gets the opening kill, but he relies on his teammate now to clean up as the push comes through. He'll only be able to find one, a headshot upon MBK before he's taken down. Bondic with an easy response kill though, leaving them in a 3 versus 2. They have the man advantage now as the push starts to ward their way upon the site. They enclose their way, edging further and further upon that bomb site, taking their push through runes. Oh, the tag does come out, but they can't quite get the kill just yet. Apex is allowed to get out of there with just a measly 2 HP, but they force Shocks out, then kill him as well. Great play from Dead Fox as he pulls the trigger to get that frag back. Apex tries to do something, but it's short-lived, taken down. That is a flawless CT half coming out from Hellraisers.
Great stuff. 18 rounds, and after struggling to pick out one of the previous 5 in the last half, obviously going into this, they are kicking up a real storm. They had 7 rounds on their T side as well of this map in the first half, so looking at this now, very, very good chance they could actually lead this one and maybe take it for the win. Maybe not with allowing G2 to even pick up a single round on their CT side.
It's true. There is definitely that potential that picking that easily, if they come here hard and fast and actually get an opening frag on their T side, they will shut the game out, and that would be very scary. Obviously not really the result that G2 wants coming into this, as they clawed their way back. They had a long, hard climb. They finally got themselves into a good position, and now it could be taken away from them.
Yeah, very, very likely, and I like the fact that Hellraisers actually switched stuff off. I'm very confused as to why it took so long and why they didn't do it in the first or at least the second half before OT, because they had those 5 rounds to kind of play around with. They had buys for almost every single one, only ecoed one of the last 5, and then it takes them all the way to OT for them to actually switch up a setup and go for a triple B, go for some aggression, do something like that. But at least it works out for them. At least we see them actually leading the charge after a bit of a shaky second half. And now going into this overtime, they only need 1 round, right? They only need to bring it to 19. So G2 need, again, a flawless CT half. And while they did have a good first half on the CT side, 8 rounds, Hellraisers did pick up the first 7, right? So it's very difficult to kind of make a fair assessment of who's going to pick this one up. But again, just off of the round lead, you've got to go Hellraisers looking very, very likely.
It's true. That's the thing. They did start to come in there towards the end of the half, but early game, Hellraisers were absolutely unstoppable. Round after round, just absolute domination came out for them. And you've got to be scared if that will come into effect as well. Obviously, cash to play with here, so economy isn't going to be an issue for them. So if they want to try and go for that aggressive buy over on Dead Fox, try and get the AWP out and work that into their strategy, there's always that potential, and that's quite scary as it really does expand the playbook of Angel once again.
Yeah, not only is that good, but we've also seen them being able to do it without the AWP, right? Dead Fox didn't even take the AWP on the T side, so the fact that they've got the versatility of being able to play around the AWP and also not even bring it into their playbook is great to see. So at least when it gets down to crunch time and maybe they don't have enough cash to buy up that AWP, maybe it won't be as important as it will be for a lot of other teams. And they're actually going to go for a very vigilant buy here, a triple UMP, which is some people will be a bit confused about, but obviously that's going to mean they can fully invest for all 3 rounds and have far more cash to play with, considering they haven't fully brought up everyone down to about 5k of their 10k mark.
Pick comes out though, Kenny S this time around looking a whole lot better on his CT side. He gets the opening frag, trying to go for the no-scope as well, but can't quite connect it. The kill comes through off the Molotov, sending Kenny S to the Burns ward. He is going to be fairly crispy after that one. The rest of Hellraisers, though, rallying themselves together as they start to reposition. They're going to nope out of that, try and take that mid control, possibly go for a late round A play. They did get the 1 frag, but losing 2 members of their own isn't going to help them too much into this.
Still a good start for G2 to claw their way back, and MBK maybe a bit overzealous here. I don't think there's really any need for some aggression, but again, if he makes it work, it could really catch off these Hellraisers players. There's Dead Fox backing towards the spawn, and he's going to be posted, but not holding the right angle as Bond pushes up to second mid. That's equalized, and unnecessary for G2 to go for that kind of aggression, because now Hellraisers have an advantage and a really good chance to get back into this one. But Shox, he's still lurking. Yorp using it like a shotgun over in the apartments as he chases. He hears the footsteps from Dead Fox backing off, but I think they may have heard him push up into that second room over towards the balcony. And yeah, Bonnie's going to check it. He knows what's up. He takes the kill, and Hellraisers just off of the push of MBK and the push of Shox. They've taken the man advantage back from a 4v3. Bomb will be going down as well, and a double retake left. It looks like Hellraisers may have just made this one work.
Definitely so, as that bomb goes down there in such a fantastic position to try and close out the round. 3 versus 2. This retake is going to be so very awkward. It's going to be such a hard one for G2 to actually achieve too much. Peering through the smoke, trying to find an angle, a potential opener, as his teammate starts to rotate round as well. But there's the opening frag going in favour of Hellraisers, eliminating Apex so easily. Body as well, trying to do something else, but he's forced back, getting punished from all angles as a flurry of bullets comes his way. The headshot goes in off the back of Zero, takes him down. And G2 looked like they were so close there, and it just gets snatched away from them with what essentially was just a flawless overtime from Hellraisers.
And that's a really unfortunate as well, considering the aggression that we saw, right? You have a 4v3, you have the advantage. To round, you want to keep as many players alive in as well, because this is OT, right? Even if you win the rounds, if you're losing players, it's very difficult to still maintain that economy. You have to rebuy, and you only get 10k. So it can be difficult, right? And the fact that we saw a 4v3, MBK get aggressive, I would argue that some forms of aggression are good in that position. Say they had 2 players on Banana, 2 players on A in that 4v3, and they went for a double push down Banana, it would make sense, right? Because they're getting information, they have the ability to trade 1 for 1, and even if they both go down only maybe 1 kill their way, it's still going to be equal, right? But MBK gets aggressive down through middle on his own with no one there to trade. It's just one of those plays where if it works out, that's great, but it's unnecessary.
That's true. I mean, it was just deadly. I think we got some replays coming up from that matchup as well, because there was so many just interesting frags that worked their way through there. Obviously, into the early game as well, you can see some great moments that came out from a few of the individual players, but G2 as a whole performed not great. They struggled into the early game. That CT half took a very long time for them to actually get some energy behind them, especially when we saw Shox on the AWP towards the B bomb site. That was when the aggression really started to show, and they started to work their way back through as Hellraisers. 7 rounds on the trot was scary. And that first half, I mean, it just sort of showed that Hellraisers were dominant in the early round. They had a lot to play with on their T side. They had a lot of map control, but they sort of run out of ideas once their economy left them. Then, when we saw themselves in overtime, as soon as that wasn't an issue, I mean, the buy they even went for wasn't that great, because they wanted to try and save money, as you were saying, to have that efficient buyout into all 3 rounds, but they just had the confidence behind them.
Yeah, maybe we're giving too much love for Hellraiser's T side. When you look at it realistically, right, they picked up 7 rounds on their first T side.
Yeah.
3 of those were obviously 1 the pistol and then 2 the anti-eco. So technically they only picked up 4 proper rounds, and probably one of those 4 was going to be an eco anyway. So technically they only picked up 3 rifle rounds in their T side, which actually isn't that great. Of course, we're breaking it down from 7, but 4 of those rounds you can kind of miscount, other than the pistol, obviously. So again, Hellraisers, yes, they had a great start for the T-side half, but if they didn't get that pistol round, that could have honestly been a dominating sweep from G2, because if G2 got the start that they needed and showed the aggressive CT side that they did eventually in the second half, you never know. That really could have been a completely different matchup just based off of that first pistol round that allowed Hellraisers to pick up the long streak.
It's true. It was a massive change in playstyle as well from G2, though. They were playing very aggressive into the early round, but it wasn't really anything that was tradable. When we saw Shox going for those little more aggressive peeks towards the B bomb site, it's easily tradable. You had his teammates there to try and back him up, but at first they were just sort of taking fights they couldn't really win. Kenny as well luckily stepped off going for those overly aggressive plays towards second mid. Usually he's the one that can get those opening frags, but it just wasn't his day, and it was just a waste of time and really allowed Hellraisers to get those opening frags on the board, which was a shame.
Yeah, definitely so, but at least it shows that Hellraisers have the ability to knock out some of the titans of this event, right? G2 so inconsistent, we talked about it in the pre-game, but it's good to see that Hellraisers is still on form, and may that continue into the second map. It's very, very likely. This is a map that isn't good for G2 at all, Overpass, so good potential for a 2-0 here in the side of Hellraisers, which is something that a lot of people wouldn't expect coming into this matchup.
It's true. That will be an interesting one when we work our way through onto Overpass. Obviously going to be the second map of this series. It's looking good so far, though. G2, they need to come in with their A game, though. If they play to the style they had towards the end of that first matchup, there's definitely potential. Are you still feeling confident that this will be G2 picking up that second matchup, or is this where the cracks start to show for you?
I think I've got to go with Hellraisers now. I've got to switch my prediction, because not only did they pick up the map that I thought was going to be the one that G2 could at least stomp on, but now we move to a map that G2 just aren't good at. This isn't a map that they ever pick, and this is a map they veto commonly. So moving over, yeah, no, I think this is going to be now a 2-0 for Hellraisers, which is something I wouldn't have said coming into this one before seeing that first map.
It's true, very different to obviously what we expected. But let's find out how the second map will go as we come back from this short break. Stick around, guys, as hopefully it should be a spectacle.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Code! Two headshots in a row, and Fnatic about to bring it back now, all on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Fnatic! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive, Taco once closer, AW getting done! He's looking for a third, he's gonna get a hit by headshot again! Oh my god!
Hello everyone, welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 5. Obviously the first map has just gone down, it's all kicked off. FaZe came in, they kicked the doors down, they threw ODLC under a cupboard, and they've said that's where you stay now. Yeah, they have. They've really beaten them to a corpse. And now going into Overpass, obviously, going to be a chance for retribution. But again, still a tough task ahead of them. This is a good map for FaZe. I'd say a better map for LDLC, but still, individually, you look at FaZe as a better team. So I guess they have some kind of inherent advantage in that sense. It's true. And if you guys want to try and get inherent advantage into your playstyle, why don't you go ahead over to the ESL store and grab yourself a nice little jersey. They're a snug fit. You feel good, you play good, you look good. Get yourself a FaZe jersey. That's how Nico performs. Yeah, indeed. And, you know, what else do you need, right? Just a jersey. And obviously, you know, 5,000-6,000 hours in the game. But, you don't worry about that. Yeah. You can buy that as well. yeah, just buy a Souls team account, okay. But obviously going into this map, I'm expecting FaZe to again win it after, you know, seeing the performance in the previous one, especially with them over on the T side, very, very dominant, just storming into sites, just completely taking every single aim battle they could, and it was working out very well for them. Obviously, fairly tactical as well. We've got Karrigan on the roster, so it's not just a complete mess as we did see the old FaZe before Karrigan was. It's like an organized chaos, I guess you could put it, as the FaZe roster. And LDLC kind of being one of those underdogs, being that team that came from Mountain Dew League Premier up in from last season into Pro League now. While they are performing well, they're up against one of the overdogs of the whole event, one of the teams that we expect to see at the finals in Dallas. So really, it's a tough task. It's true. It's definitely kind of, you know, a lot to ask of a team that's sort of only just coming into it as more of a benchmark. This season of Pro League, you know, when I looked at LDLC lineup, I thought maybe we'll see some upsets, but it's more of just a benchmark of where they actually stand against the other teams that we have in Pro League. And FaZe, obviously, you know, Nico, the new addition to that team, is kind of one of the reasons why we see Mousesports at the top spot so far in the league before he changed and obviously was finally put into this lineup. So it's kind of scary to think that both of those lineups are so high up, which is essentially coming down to this one man's individual performance now of a lineup that complements him as well and has so many more players to back him up rather than him just having to be the star player himself and carry things. You've seen them really start to dominate. As you said, Karrigan as well, the mind that, you know, was the extra Stralis man. He was with them for so long before finally they brought Glaive into the lineup and started to excel even further. But he's nothing to sniff your nose up at. He's still a very effective in-game leader that has a lot of fragging power as well, and he's proven that. That first matchup as well was just an absolute bloodbath. It definitely felt like LDLC could have got a better scoreline if a few things had aligned and gone their way. But coming into Overpass, this is where you feel like they're going to show us what they're really made of. Yeah, it's a better map for them. You know, Nuke is one that they're doing fine on at the moment. I think they're 2-2, like we talked about earlier. But again, you know, 2-2, you can give and you can take, can't you? It's not the best scoreline. Whereas an Overpass, I'm not sure on the exact score, but I think they're 3-2, 3-1, something like that. So they're doing far better, and they just prefer this map as a whole, as a team as well. It gives more capability to the AWPers as well, which we've seen obviously on Twanu. He was performing fine in the previous map. Didn't get a lot of opportunity to pick up the AWP and Nuke just due to FaZe just ramping down on their economy. Really no money for the side of LDLC, but hopefully they can get a good kickstart to this. Maybe pick up the pistol round and you know, rock together some rounds to actually allow them to buy up that AWP. We could see him playing aggressively, going for those picks. Again, you can throw the AWP around anywhere on the map pretty much. You can perform for aggressive over towards B long, B short, A long, A short, is everywhere. This is one of the maps where you can literally put the AWP anywhere and be confident, whereas on certain maps, you're going to want more preference to not throw the AWP down towards the B side, for example, or the A side, for example. So this is a really versatile map for AWPers, and that's one of the things LDLC base their team around, their AWPing power. Yeah, with Twanu, that's the thing, obviously, as well. You can kind of focus on him a little bit more. It's a little bit more fluid. And that's the thing. There is so many more potential angles he can take the fight towards that really allow him to get those openers. More so on Nuke, we really saw him only stationed towards outside. He wasn't able to do too much because the economy didn't allow him to really get the AWP out that many rounds. Really at all on his CT side, so we didn't really see too much of his star potential that he has. He is that prolific fragger that 9 times out of 10, if he's not popping off, LDLC do start to struggle in their matchups. Yeah. And Nico was the one single-handedly just stopping him and thwarting anything he brought to the table. He was able to cut him down in any plays he wanted to go for, and it was just a big shame. So obviously, in Overpass, a little bit more you can bring to the table. You've got to wonder, will that sort of stop them from being able to punish it so easily? Possibly now Twanu get those openers, be a bit more dynamic in his style of play. Yeah, and the positive side, at least for LDLC, is, which is weirdly enough, them starting on the T side, because when you see FaZe start on their T side, while the map is CT sided, only just really, you see FaZe control the pace of the game. Now that FaZe are over on CT, you're going to see LDLC control the pace of the game, meaning that they have more chance to at least control their engagements, hopefully not, you know, get completely just ramshacked as they get rushed by FaZe. But talking about rushing, we're actually seeing already some aggression from the CT side. Rain and Alu with the double play up towards the A side, as well as Karrigan picking off Alex down towards B. Yep, they go for this all-out aggression style FCS, and it's working off so far. Rain as well, trying to keep this level of hit up. as they charge their way through into playground. That's not very fun. I don't think that's safe as they start to kick this one off. Karrigan as well going to take down Twanu. Maniac the last man to go down. And Rain is going to be the one to wash him away. So you have it, FaZe kicking off the opener. Once again, a pistol round that so easily gets put in their basket and quickly taken through checkout.
Dear, oh dear. Flawless pistol. That's just unfortunate. And buying up into this round, 4 UMPs, 1 M4 on the FaZe side. Looking good to go for this buy. And LDLC, they are going to be up with a plethora of pistols, some utility as well. And Alex based around him. And Twanu even investing. So maybe, you know, well, he's not got the armor, obviously, but... Oh, no, sorry, he has got the armor. So maybe not thinking about picking up the AWP early on into this matchup, at least. It is harder on the T side as well to rack together that money when you're, you know, getting just shut down, because, while you can get the opportunity to get bomb plants, it's very difficult on a map like Overpass, where you can't really rush into the sites as easily as you can, for example, Cash. So, either way, not really going too well on this eco for them. They're just getting 1 kill on terrain. The rest of them will just be shut down by FaZe and silenced.
Yep, completely obliterated. Not really much of an answer. You don't expect too much from them, though, on what is essentially just an eco. They forced up a little bit in terms of utility, but really nothing goes their way. Nico as well getting 2 frags on the board with these SMGs. One of the kills going to Karrigan with that M4, so he's not getting much of a cash injection off the back of it, but still, Buy comes back in for Rain, just going to opt to go for the MP9, so we can still go for that aggressive style of play and just rack up some more money, as LDLC obviously don't really have too much to try and invest. They're going to have to wait out for the following round. A Deagle does come into play, though, 1 P250 over on Twanu as well, so it'll be interesting to see if those have any overarching effects. But once again, we probably just imagine this will be a quick round. Yeah, more than likely here, unless the Deagle can get something done, which I'm not too confident on. But either way, we do have these SMGs, right? So the Deagle, obviously, being better long range, but still, FaZe are great aimers, so I'm not holding my breath. As we can see, range is going to be holding down towards the underpass. There's 1 player down there, but actually going back up the ladder here. Karrigan's going to be opening things up. Existence goes down, and Ali repositioning towards long. Just spots the players, I think. Yep, he's seen them. And now Rain reactively going to push in from behind. He should be able to hunt down these guys as he spots Twanu. There's 1 free kill. Rain going to be forced in. Alu does the damage as well. He will eventually get blocked by Alex, but there's going to be a refrag, so no gun grabbed here for the side of LDLC. And FaZe, a clean 3-0, losing 1 player that round. No issue for them at all. LDLC going for the buy, but they won't have the AWP just due to Twanu forcing up in that second round. Yep, clean and easy. Calm and collective as they work their way through. All 3 rounds now being snatched by them. And the buy comes out as well. Alu going to be donning the AWP. The weapon that he is PCAP. And that's where he becomes the apex predator. And he can roam his way around and try and get those opening frags. Interesting to see where he is actually going to attempt to do with that as he goes for the push with Rain, trying to take that long control. Karrigan, though, the first point of contact over towards mid as LDLC do take the fight through. Playing close by the smoke here as well. If Karrigan plays around it, though, could get some fantastic opening frags. Alu now arriving close by as well, trying to spot out Alex. Will do so, but unfortunately doesn't connect the shot. Existence also overpowers Karrigan. Rain fires back upon Alex, but there's already a deficit. They've burnt through some of the numbers in FaZe, and they work their way through towards that A-bomb site now as well. Nico is trying to ward them off as he plays close over by Truck. Frag comes out, you'd imagine, doesn't actually go his way. Existence taking him down. Rain trying to respond, but Maniac connects the headshot. Kiyoshima in the rear with the gear as he eliminates Twanu, and the bomb has dropped. That's the worst case scenario. The bomb now left in the open. He can just hold it. He can fall back. He knows it's going to take them a while before they can even attempt to plant. Misdow hears all of the audio cue, the pitter-patter of his footsteps as he does his best impression of an elephant, runs up from behind, and Misdow will capitalise.
Yeah, great round from LDLC there, winning every single aim battle it seemed, and well, FaZe, well quick on the trigger to try and trade. It was LDLC always playing that buddy system, always being able to, 2 for 1, and as a result, they are going to be able to pick it up, but can they continue? FaZe still able to buy. They've actually got the double AWP in. This is big. I can imagine both Karrigan and Alu picking that up, but actually Nico getting it, so not really a surprise. That is a versatile player there, but he's actually, he's going to throw it over to Karrigan. That makes far more sense. Obviously, the previous was once the AWPer, but Alu is at least going to be peeking out. Trying to find this kill onto Twanu. Will spot him out. No kill coming off as he backs off here safely. Doesn't want to get overrun as they do take that playground control. Could have easily split onto him here. Karrigan looking for something down towards a B site. Going to be caught out in the open. Misto, nice entry there. Going to be able to take him down. Looking for more, and he lands it. Second headshot coming out onto Nico. That's a huge double opener. He's going to look for a third, but Kiyoshima is too close in the wings. Takes him down. And LDLC, while they do still have that player advantage, it's going to be a 4-on-3, and with FaZe Kiyoshima very tagged up, LDLC have a good chance for an opener to not get reset into this round.
Kiyoshima trying to reposition around though, keeping his ears open. Alex as well on the aggression towards long. So close to Alu. Alu's so unaware of the angle, peeks it, will spot him out and finds an easy frag upon him, leaving them in a 3 versus 3. Aggression towards the B bomb site has come out. They've breached their way upon the bomb site, but Rain is there trying to ward them back, and kioShiMa playing around the smoke as well. It's just a matter of time before he executes his way through, opening up with 1 frag and another as well. But the team nade comes in from Alu, blowing him out the server, leaving them down just 1 versus 1. This could be so awkward if Maniac was to pick this round up, which he does as he rips his way through Alu. Oh, there is going to be a little bit of an argument going on there.
That is so unfortunate. That's just... they lost the round due to a team name. What can you say? I mean, they should have picked up the round just inherently having that man advantage, but even so, it came down very close to the wire, and FaZe kind of got to be pretty upset after that one. They are going to be forcing as a result, so maybe a bit of tilt there. Rain obviously didn't even have armor in that rifle round, which is a bit of a surprise. I'm not too sure why not. Maybe due to economical restraints and maybe a bit of a misbuy as well, but either way, he's going to be left on a Deagle with armor this time, so at least he's actually brought in the Kevlar to town. As you can see, LDLC going to be storming their way up long early on. We have a couple of players here. Again, this trade buddy system in order as Existence and Alex work their way up towards EA site. Bit of connect control as well, but FaZe Clan still have a few players in position there as well. Nico going to be rotating back in towards A as they've realised they've given up all this A site control. Because if you look at the positions, they have 2 down towards B, 2 in connector, and no one on the site. So right now, they know that LDLC could have completely taken control of long and pushed them all the way up towards the A site. So that's where the rotation's coming in, and they're going to work it out in just a second. There we go. Alex opens things up. Nico gets dropped, and Maniac and Twanu going to follow up as well. These AKs are well surpassing the Deagles on the side of FaZe. It seems like this round's going to be the going to the French side.
kioShiMa, the last one left standing, as LDLC, as you said, just tear their way through everything that is thrown in front of them. They were primed and ready. They have shown all the signs they needed of being able to close this one out. They will find the frag in the end, eliminating kioShiMa. Bomb plant will go down as well, so they get that extra bit of cash off the back of it. They will be very happy with that one. Meanwhile, FaZe, 3-3, but no cash to play with. This will be the 4th round picked up by LDLC, you would imagine, unless a huge mistake comes out on their behalf.
Yeah, they've been doing fairly well at crushing these rifle rounds and even the forces, so anti-eco should just be fairly easy for them. The issue is, obviously, on these kind of rounds, you just play silly, you just play aggressive, you look for picks, you go for rushes, and this is a perfect example. All of them barreling into the courtyard here, looking for an opener. It's going to be Alex to try and hold it off, but he's fully blind, does peek out into a face of players here. There's a team kill in the midst of all things, and Twanu does get one, but he has to run away here as a man advantage is still in the favour of FaZe, despite his pick. 2 guns have been grabbed, but at least reactively, LDLC can rush on into the B site. They had the bomb under control the whole time, so Twanu can get that plant and leave FaZe in a retake. Now, they have the options of saving these guns, yes, but in a 4-on-3, I'm not expecting a save. It's very likely they may actually just fully commit to this one, just due to the fact that they have this advantage. That being said, though, no armor on anyone, no utility, really, and no kit. LDLC are still very favored into this.
They just hold their angles right now, waiting to see if there will be any potential aggression coming out from the CTs, if they'll try and mount some kind of retake. As it actually seems like they will try and go for it as well. Missed now. He's in a prime time angle to just peek out and strike, but Rain actually connects the Deagle shot onto him. Twanu as well, getting pushed from all angles. He will claim a free K into the round, but that's all he's going to be able to get away with before Maniac has to try and do the unthinkable and close it out. He will get 1 frag, but Alu will be able to do so much more. Jumps in the bomb now as well, and I think he gets it with just a bare second remaining. No. Time is ticked away. No kit there. He is forced to just fall back. Obviously, it's too far gone.
Still, good damage, right? Considering they had really nothing into the round. As I said, it was one of those rounds that you just had to get aggressive on, do something crazy, upset the, or surprise the opposing team, and they did do so. They take all 5 kills. Despite losing the round, that's going to hurt the economy of LDLC. And look at their money now. Despite winning the round and buying up fully, it's impacted. They could be forced into eco just by losing this one buy, whereas if they kept all their players in the previous round, they could have had a bit of a buffer to play with, but that's not going to be the case. As the AWP comes in for Alu, much alike on Twanu as well. And 4 rifles here for FaZe. They're not really holding back on too many expenses. They've got 2 kits in play as well, so fairly decent buy coming out for the CT side. But LDLC, very fast connector control. They're reading this perfectly. Maniac has pushed all the way up. Rain holding for the peek on long. He spots them, but Alu's in support from the back.
Alu wait for the right moment to strike as well as the nades start to roll in to try and blind him, force him to reposition, but his teammate in Rain is still doing the damage, takes Existence down. The peek comes back through, but Alex looks so on point right now as he executes with the AK. Oh, the follow-up as well from Twanu as he at the sideline is able to sideswipe Rain. kioShiMa also going to hit the deck. Everyone is getting beaten to a shred right now as Nico also going to go down from the back of Maniac, leaving just Karrigan to attempt a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, and he's on the wrong side of the map as well, just pushing in towards B as the bomb is planted on A. And look at this from Misto. He's holding the angle. He's aware, and he's gonna have the drop as well as he takes down Karrigan. Stops him from getting anything into that round in LDLC. 5-3. I did say this is a map they could definitely come back on, and so far they've proven me to be correct. I think it's very lucky they started here on the T side, because otherwise it could have been a bit dangerous. But either way, they do obviously have a bit of a force up against them. And LDLC so far haven't really been picking up those MAC-10s or those UMPs and money farming guns that we expect to see from a lot of teams, mainly just due to them being the underdogs, not wanting to risk throwing away rounds just simply because they went for a light buy to catch some money up. But even so, it's lucky they didn't, because FaZe Clan have actually invested a fair bit into this quality. They've got Deagles, they've got armor, and they've got a Mag-7. But Rain, he's already down and out.
Executing Rain on that opener is so huge right now. Really puts them into a good situation as they start to set themselves up as well. Grouping. Alex will try and take the fight round though. Molotov going in as he peeks over on towards Kiyoshima, trying to get the headshot, but he can't quite take him down just yet. Struggling to find these opening frags, which he eventually will do so. Existence getting the opening pick on Kiyoshima, forcing these players to fall back as well. They just don't really have any effective angles they can play from as LDFC start to take so much map control. It's just looking a little bit awkward for FaZe Clan right now.
Yeah, with these Mag-7s as well, it's not going to be great down in the connector, considering all these Ts are playing from long ranges, not bringing it close and personal, expecting the potential of a shotgun there as Nico, now last man standing. He's an insane player with a deagle, but I'm not expecting a 1v5 right now. A minute left on the clock. Bomb going to be rotating. He can't catch it out just yet, though, because it's already down towards B. The only person he can catch out is Alex. Going to be hunting for him. Spams. Gets it. That's one player dropped. An AK on the floor for him to play with, but he's still got a huge task ahead of him. The bomb's down. He doesn't realise there's a player right behind him as well, and I feel like he's making too many footsteps for his own good. He's being chased from behind. You can see Existence going to be pushing in, willing to strike. And Nico just clearing the A site to see if there's anyone to get an exit frag on. Misto is rotating in through, and LDLC are hunting, but it is a risky hunt.
Oh, and the headshot comes through as well. Existence will be the one to take him down as he eliminates Nico. Awkward stuff there. The buy can finally once again come back out for FaZe Clan, though, as they have money to play with, investing that in what they choose. Alu is going to go for the AWP. Glass cannon, though. And this is the thing. They just feel like it's not really FaZe Clan right now. They're trying to go for these aggressive plays, but it's just not really working out in the same style it used to. LDFC have finally started to get some momentum behind them. They're looking confident in the fights they're going for, and they're just outskilling their opponents. FaZe Clan into this one. Is this where they start to change things around? Once again, aggressive style being utilized by LDFC as they charge their way towards the B-bomb site. Maniac with a spectacular opener as he slays Karrigan, bursting their way into the bomb site. Existence as well, a follow-up frag up on Rain. Kiyoshima gets low, but isn't taken down as he's able to stay alive and kicking over by Short. Nico, elevated angle in use as well, raining down, but he can't find the opening kills. Alu arrives on the scene, luckily, but he's trapped on his lonesome, glides his way out, but unfortunately Maniac was ready to strike.
Oh, and they even get the AWP as well. It just falls down from the heavens, and they can actually pick that up and shut that out to Tuanu, so saving themselves $5,000 there as LDLC pick up a 7th round on the board. This is a great T-side so far, a real resurgence here of the European side. I called them French earlier, but I realised there's too many Belgians and Swiss and English. This isn't not a French team. As anyway, FaZe Clan, they have a lot of Deagles again. The thing is as well, we haven't really been seeing too much Deagle prowess from FaZe. This is a team that we look at and we go, okay, they have great aimers, therefore they have great Deagle players, but really nothing to be talking about here. Nico and Rain, the players specifically to look at, haven't really been performing so far this map. So right now, LDLC are just exploiting it every way they can. Karrigan is also going to be on a 5-7, spotted out towards Short. Aggression from Rain, but it gets caught out and leaves Nico again. Another 1v5 with the Deagle, a very similar situation. Deja Vu is in play to full effect, but LDLC, once again, they do have the round under their bag.
Tags coming out on towards Maniac, getting him very low, but no kill will go his way. LDLC pick up another round. It's just looking dominant right now. FaZe have no answer for any of the plays they're going for. Absolutely spectacular stuff has been coming out from them so far on their T side of Overpass. They just have so much knowledge. They know how to counter FaZe very easily. If they can keep this up until the second half, God help them.
Yeah, this could be really, really scary. Obviously, it's not over till it's over. We've seen some interesting comebacks so far, so obviously FaZe just need a few to play with, switch over that T side, the really home side for this AIM team, as we can see. But obviously, they're only on 3 right now. Alu is posted up towards Short. There's a player exiting connector, so he might be able to get himself a quick pick, but the flash goes out, allows Maniac to peek in through, and Alu somehow flicks onto him without even getting taken down, gets the kill. We'll back off after that pick, I hope. There's no need to play any more aggressive. They've got that man advantage. Rain's still situated close, but he's got a smoke to at least ward him into this position. Existence spamming it, not going to be able to connect. And Rain just waiting for the right time to peek. Nothing's going to come through. Aloe also hunting, but they've really got no long control, so they've got to be a little bit wary here of the ability for LDLC to push all the way up long and sneak into their behinds. I mean, Nico's a player that does that himself, so be a bit aware that these Ts could as well.
Alex trying to take control of toilets right now will surely be spotted out by Rain, which he is, and none executed as well. Leaving just Existence and Missed Out to try and work together here to achieve something. Sure, they're close by, they can link up if need be and try and wolfpack it, but they're just not in a great situation overall. Missed Out will upgrade to the AWP though, trying to hopefully use that weapon with the added range advantage to overpower the CTs on site. Looks to try and find an angle on towards the A bomb site, but no one is going to be so silly to reposition. Alu holding the angle as well, so if Missed Out peeks out, he should easily find that frag. Unfortunately, he's able to reposition, and Rain didn't go for the execute either. Didn't want to try and throw away anything.
As long as FaZe don't overextend and get picked, this should be a done deal. I mean, 15 seconds left as well. It's not looking likely with 3 players on the A side. I'm surprised LDLC even committing to this, but Misto, he's going to get an open and kill. Rain still playing close. He's on the other side of the wall, turns back around. Somehow they're getting taken down. What is happening here? They've actually got 3 entries. It's a 2-on-2. The bomb has just got enough time to plant. It will go down with the last second remaining, and Kiroshima's tagged up as well. What's happening? This is just falling apart. LDLC are bringing it back from a 2v5, and it's all on the shoulders of Karrigan. A 1v2. He has a kit. But Misto's holding the angle. He's got to get the drop on him. Does spot out Existence. Doesn't know Misto's close, but he's on the other side of the truck. Great angle. Peeks out. There's a quick kill. He knows where Existence is. He just spotted him exiting towards long. Jumps on the bomb, but Existence peeks, and he gets the kill as well. LDLC, they somehow pick up a 2v5. And FaZe, I said it, they can't afford to overextend with 15 seconds left, and they've only gone and done it.
So awkward right now from FaZe. Definitely not the FaZe we expected to see on display, as it's so different even from what we saw just moments ago over on Nuke, where they just had so much individual potential. They were tearing their way for everything that came their way. LDLC could not stop them. Now the shoe is on the other foot. LDLC look unstoppable. Everyone popping off. Great teamwork on display as they're able to come back from these crazy deficits and pull rounds out of thin air.
It is insane. I mean, the fact that FaZe completely threw away a free round, there's no reason that should be happening. That was their chance to get back into the match, to start to build up their cash, and obviously to pick up a few more rounds here on the CT side before they switch. But now we're getting into the latter stages, and LDLC are only extending their lead tenfold. Twanu looking for the opening towards short. Nothing will be displayed, but FaZe don't really have a great buy anyway. They've got to be playing passive with these UMPs, going for the close range positions, not peeking these long range angles where AWPs could be in play, and Ali will be doing that, playing passive, waiting for Alex to peek, and he will, but Alex gets the drop.
Alex with frag upon Alu once again. Every round, it just seems like LDLC are able to get those opening kills, and they just don't light up. They never give up into these rounds, and they're just doing so much work on their T side as they make their approach towards the A-bomb site. Rain fairly low as well. Nico trying to reposition. If Nico can have a moment of individual greatness, it would be absolutely huge, as it's so needed right now. He's trying to achieve something, but he can't really do anything. Goes in with a fight. Maniac will connect the headshot. Mistow's already dispatched Rain in the meantime as well, as the push unfolds towards the A-bomb site. Karrigan is there though, and he has a flashbang to play with, hiding in the shroud of the smoke as he will pop the flash and then try and execute, but he's caught off guard once again by Existence. And Kiyoshima just going to try and fall back, lurk in the shadows, and save his M4.
Needs up for the next round, as they won't have any money to play with aside from the loss bonus. They spent all that cash to go for the buy, so 3,400 will be transferred into their accounts, but it's not really enough to fully commit to anything. They could go for some kind of force or a quasi, but you can see they've got nothing remaining in their savings here, so really not too much. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because you go, do you go for the quasi here and try and save a bit of money, then go for the buy in the next round, or do you go for the full buy? Because if they fully invest, it gives them a chance to win the round more so than a quasi. The issue is, it means if they lose it, they eco the next one, or again, quasi the next one. But if they quasi this one, then it's giving another free round away from LDLC. You know, they've already got 10. It's a really hard one to justify, because if FaZe want 5, they have to buy now.
This is the call we made to go for the buy at this point in time. Let's just try and lock things down, as they need something. They need more of a lifeline right now, as LDLC are looking so dominant. Awesome to see them really start to step up. These players going huge round after round of complete annihilation coming out from them, and it's pretty brutal to see them being able to overpower FaZe like this.
Yeah, it's crazy. And very important that Kiyoshi saved that rifle in the previous round, because if he didn't, they wouldn't have been able to afford such a great buy. This is far better than I was expecting. Obviously, the scout is going to be good for Rain. Not even on Alu here. as he's dumping a UMP over towards that A site. Just holding on for the time being here for FaZe. As LDLC, they're going to make their way slowly up towards A. I like this methodical style as well here from the T side. They're not getting too aggressive despite being on the better scoreline. Again, they know who they're up against. And they can't be willing to throw away this game. Rain going to be spotted over towards Long. Doesn't get the tag off, but will repeat with a flashbang still. That's 2 shots missed. This is crucial. He needs to eventually hit something because they are getting closer and closer towards his position. He'll eventually take down Existence, but he is being hunted. He's got to be wary of that because Alex is just on the other side of the wall.
Alex just holding his ground for the meantime as the pushes have begun to unfold. Now tries to use his mind as he wants to strike towards the A-bomb site. Now's reposition. Misdown, meanwhile, will find the opening frag upon Karrigan. Kiyoshima is there to try and ward them back over at B as well. Will go for the peak, finds the frag upon Misdown, and leaves them in a 3 versus 4. Still an awkward situation for LDLC as they try to make it better. Alex not clearing his angles effectively, though, as he just waddles off the site with his pants down. Will be punished, capitalized because of this. Twanu comes in, aggressive play already. Unfortunately for him, though, wanted to try and get a better angle. Gets himself up there, but gets taken down because of this. FaZe finally get a round back. 10 rounds on the trot for LDLC, and they find a round. That is going to be a 4 to 10 half so far. 1 round remains. Can they actually lock this down here? Or LDLC go through with 11 rounds in their back pocket?
Oh, again, it'd be the switch up from the previous game, right? FaZe got 11 rounds in their first half, so it's looking like a similar story here, but in reverse. Definitely doable for 5 rounds, though. And it's lucky that they actually brought up in the previous one, especially so. So that's given them a little bit more to work with, as we can see. LDLC going to be setting up towards B this time. No aggression up towards playground early on Nico. He's actually going to open things up finally, making a bit of a mark. He's been slow this game, but he's going to be able to at least open things up. And so will Misto, apparently. Quick onto B he goes. 2 quick kills. Nico again, a second one this round, tapping away, but it's Misto to land himself a 3rd. Great stuff onto this B site. As Alu rotates in, he's finally going to catch him off guard. Caught changing weapons, and Alu looking to take the man advantage away. Peeking the angle. Twanu gets caught. So much damage. He needs a couple more shots, and he lands them. Orb going to be picked up for the Orb of the team as well, as Alex is last man standing. He rotates back towards A. I think the footsteps should be heard from Rain, so he might actually rotate, but the bomb plant, it should be free from Alex. He's on the other side of the box.
Brushes his way up, and Rain spots him out, trying to use his rifle skills, which he will. Overpowers him. That is going to be a 5 to 10 half. FaZe finally get a little bit to play with towards the end of that, but we're going to have to see if they can keep it up or if LDLC are going to close it out after the break. Welcome back, everyone. An exciting first half there on Overpass. It was interesting to see LDLC seeming like they had an undefeated streak at that point. 10 rounds on the trot. No signs of slowing down until finally FaZe tried to find a chink in the armor, did a little bit of damage and made them crack and slowed them down. But is it even enough at that point? Because that was an unstoppable first half coming out there from LDLC.
Again, this is FaZe moving to a T side, so I think it's definitely possible. But yeah, it's looking really, really good here for the LDLC guys, because obviously it was looking like if it ended up 12-3, which is how it was looking, at least with a 10-round streak, I think it would have been almost impossible to pull that one back, because again, you've got to worry about if you pick up the pistol when you've got 12 rounds, that's 15 more than likely given to you unless they win a force buy. And once you're up against 15 rounds, I'd almost, the majority of the time, call it GG. So yeah, really, really good stuff for FaZe to actually bring back the last 2 rounds, but obviously LDLC really leading this charge. If FaZe can pick up the pistol, it's 8 rounds to 10. That actually doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot they can try and bring to the table there, but they just need to get some momentum back behind them over on that T half, as they were struggling a little bit on their CT half. We didn't really see too much sort of FaZe play coming out from FaZe. It took a while before we saw anything really fantastic to talk about.
Yeah, that's the thing. Nico and Rain both stepped up in the previous map. They both dominated it over on Nuke, and then looking at this one, they're quite quiet. I didn't really see any kind of crazy frags from them. I think it was mainly Kiyoshima and Karrigan doing all the work here for the for the CT side. So yeah, looking at Nico and Rain, the two stars of the team, I would say, in my opinion, not really having the performance you'd like to see in such an important matchup for them as well, considering they just took away the first map, looking to 2-0 this one to get them up to the top of that board so they can qualify for the finals. And yeah, being a bit slow, but maybe it was the CT side, right? Moving on to the T side, hopefully far better. But again, this is LDLC's one of their best maps. So you look at that and you go, these guys are obviously going to be prepared on the map. They're going to have the setups on the CT side. And while FaZe are definitely not bad at Overpass by any means, this is a good map for LDLC, and this is a good one for them to at least try and take away from the FaZe crew.
It's true, if they can try and assert their dominance and get something on the board there, obviously it's going to help them out in the overall rankings, and then also just in terms of showing how well they're playing. Obviously they were able to take 9 rounds on Nuke, which was our first map. Coming into Overpass, they had a fairly dominant streak there, getting 10 rounds back-to-back. But that was the only rounds they were able to achieve, obviously, off the back of that reset then. Couldn't really find their legs once again. FaZe closed out the final 2 rounds of the half and went through with a 5-round buffer. But they really need to bring their A game on their T side. If LDLC come in here hot straight away and strike early, it could be quite scary to see how this one will go.
Yeah, very, very possible that we could just be seeing them close it out without even FaZe picking up a round. I mean, based off of that pistol. Let's have a look, though. Existence, he's got a lot to do. Has to hold down against a plethora of players as they rush into the connector here. He spams away. Him, Misto, and Tuanu all pick up a kill each. Alex supporting towards Shorb, just taps out Karrigan. And in fact, this pistol round is falling apart for FaZe as it's all onto Alu, left to the Finnish god himself.
What can he actually achieve here as he works his way around, trying to represent Winland, as he will get the opening frag, taking down Alex there. Just spamming as well, hoping a repeat will come his way. Going to stick to the old faithful as he keeps the Glock in his hands, as he just knifes the air as well. You can see a little bit angry as his teammates have been completely obliterated. The peak will come through from Mistal, will take him down. No chance for Ali to achieve anything into that round. And LDLC kick things off with an absolute bang. They're in a good situation now, can try and work their way through. And they will go for what essentially is just a buy where they don't want to run the risk of throwing anything away. They're going to go for these M4s. They are going to skimp a little bit on utility. Most likely just play those far back angles, hold crossfires, not run the risk of overextending at all, as they've only gone for 2 SMG investments into this round. Meanwhile, FaZe, they've whipped out the Deagles on their T-half. They can be very aggressive with these weapons. So we need to watch out just in case they pull anything crazy out the back.
Yeah, let's see if these Deagles, at least Nico and Rain, can go on fire, as we didn't really see in the previous half, but hoping maybe they have a bit of resurgence switching over to the T side. Up towards long will be Alu, from supporting as well, as it works their way up very, very fast here, forcing back these players on the LDLC side. Mistel's very tagged up, Existence spotting them towards short. Nico, though, there we go. There's the Deagle we talked about. He gets the opener. Alu as well follows up, and still with Mistel alive, but tagged up. This is good opening so far from FaZe. They have to continue, but Alex denying too. He needs to find himself a third. He's down to 16 HP, looking for more, and he lands it. Quick burst. Maniac supporting, all onto Keo, and he's cornered over towards long. Alex has been pulling his teammates in through this match by the back of their hair, and Mistel's going to clean it up as LDLC pick up 12 rounds.
Wow, that's great. As you said, you're absolutely right. I mean, Alex has just been single-handedly dispatching so many players. When it comes down to those impact frag moments, he's been way up there. Might not be top fragging on the board. Missed obviously 18 frags right now, but Alex has had so many impact frags tied to him. Very vital in those late round situations. So good to see him being able to step up like that. It'd be cool as well if obviously the economy would allow it, if Tuanu can get that AWP out to see what he can bring to the table. As we know there's still so much firepower that hasn't really been on display just yet from LDLC. FaZe, though, nothing really to play with in the back burner. They're only going to have these pistols. One pistol buy will come out. That's over on Nico for a P250. But this should be a fairly clean round for LDLC, as they have so much range advantage to play with. They have no reason to play on these close angles. Should just be easy pickings.
Yeah, no Deagles is going to be a limiting factor to FaZe. So it's expected to going to be 13, and that is a very, very good scoreline for LDLC. I don't think we're picking up on it as much because we're not hoping, but expecting FaZe to have a chance to bring it back on their rifles. But after that hasn't happened, after they haven't picked up the pistol round, I feel like now we need to notice the fact that LDLC are about to close out this map unless the rifle round goes the way of FaZe. If it doesn't, it's all going to be over. A Maniac racking up some ADR there, getting some RWS on ESEA. As LDLC, they pick up 13-5. So now this is the make or break. This is where FaZe have to win. If they lose this round, it's game over. It's going to be the map going to LDLC.
Tearing their way through round after round of domination coming out. Now, They need to try and keep it up, though. Coming into this, obviously, the buy has gone through for Twanu. The AWP has been donned. There is no AWP in play for FaZe, but obviously this could complement their aggressive style of play if they want to just try and go for a very early sight burst, try and attack it with all 5 members, charging with those AKs. This time around, they're playing a little bit spread out. More of what could potentially be a late round pincer play, as they just try and encroach and take map control slowly but steadily.
Map control they do take towards short. Alu looks, but nothing will be found. Potential boost could be coming out, but the issue is, look at this aggression towards short. LDLC have pushed 2 players up, Misto being one of them, and he's going to take the first kill. And the second, Nico trades, but it's too little too late, as the man advantage has been safely secured in the hands of LDLC. A lot of the utility on the side of FaZe has been gone, and they are so hungry for kills. Alex even pushing up, maybe a bit overzealous, but I can barely blame him with the scoreline. Issue is, they could turn the tides. As FaZe now have a really good chance to pick up this round, considering they have the advantage with the 3v3 rather than the 4-on-3 in the favour of LDLC. And they are just playing this one slowly still, but if they can find themselves one more kill, they have a really good chance to pick up this map, or pick up this round, sorry. And Nico nades go into the B site. It's going to be a fake. He's on there on his own as the rest of the players push up towards A with the bomb. He's trying to force rotations, trying to bait LDLC to pulling these players back towards the B site, and Twanu still situated towards A, but that kill may change as his existence goes down. We will see Twanu start to rotate, but I think they're going to work this out, that this is all a fake. As he moves back in towards the A site, no commitment has been had from FaZe, and the smoke going over towards A.
Playing over by Truck, the push comes through. Can he find these kills? Will claim one, but doesn't realise the person had already got past him. Kiyoshima brushed against him and has been able to find the headshot as well. Bomb will go down. Maniac left in a 1 versus 2. He's always last alive in these situations, but will it be this time he can actually close it out? Or once again, will he just be eliminated after getting the opening frag? 1 flashbang to play with. He has that all-important kit as well, and a bit of time left on the clock as he makes his approach through up towards the bomb spike. Spots out Kiyoshima, but looking around, focusing on the floor.
I think he wanted utility or something.
Yeah, a bit confused and a bit lost at that point, as he will be taken down. And FaZe come back into it just when they needed to. You can see the economy isn't too healthy either for LDLC.
Not going to lie, I feel like that push from Alex over towards Long really flipped that over. It was a 4v3. They seemed to have it fairly safely in the bag, considering the utility left on FaZe, but it was just Nico taking him down. I think it was Karrigan actually taking him down, and then Nico just faking onto B to force that rotation, so they had the A site under control. Very unfortunate, but yeah, a bit of a misplay from Alex to go so aggressive there when they really had no need to. Twanu now pushed up towards Long. He's got himself an AWP. Pulled it out of the jumble sail, but Alu, he's going to be there. Kiyoshima as well. Wallbang headshot just comes in through the corner as he spots the barrel of the rifle, takes him down, but Existence looking to refrag things as he pushes up himself in towards the courtyard. Karrigan is expecting this, though. He is holding back, but he needs to clear this close angle, and he won't. Turns around, Existence takes the kill, drops the bomb as well, but he's got players pushing in from his flank. Kyo is there. Second kill of the round for him. And LDLC now left on 3.
Very awkward round so far, as they are left with 3 players, as you said. Trying to gain that map control as they push out a little bit. Nico will be the one to try and ward them off. Fires off a couple of pot shots over towards Mistal, but can't really take him down just yet. Maniac as well, holding close under. If the push comes through, Mistal repositioning. They are going to go for the elevated angle push, but they've given themselves away as well. Trying to go for that boost. He's going to hear that audio cues out. They are just going to be backing off, though. Not going to try and run the risk. If he goes for a flash peek here, there is potential we can do some damage. As they won't actually be blind. Nico as well, connecting the headshot. Now they're in such a good situation to try and clean up this round.
Yeah, that was a good potential peek there. If he could have got himself a kill or two, that could have been great, but unfortunately not going to go his way. And Alex rotating back in. He's going to have to use his pistol. Does not work out. Gets taken down, and follow up from Kiyoshima. He picks himself 4 that round. Great T-side. And they don't even take the double up. They stick with a single one. They know what they want. And that is just Alu picking up those kills. So LDLC now going to be down on Nico. And this is what I said. If FaZe pick up the pistol, obviously that didn't happen, but they picked up the first buy, sorry. If they pick up the first buy, they could pull themselves back into the game, and they are doing that. Obviously, there's a long road ahead of them, but they are making it work at least, forcing LDLC now down to just a P250 and a flashbang. And they are going to be equipped for this one. Karrigan back on that Mac 10, and this is El Clasico FaZe looking for some cash.
It's true. Hoping they can rack up an extra bit of Wonga into this round as they take their fight towards that B-bomb site. Karrigan will be the one trying to spark the first bit of combat, as obviously he has that Mac 10 in his back pocket. Sprints his way through now, hoping to spot them out. We'll get the opening headshot, follow-up frag on Maniac as well. Nico also doing some damage as he dispatches Existence. There's Karrigan for a hat-trick. A flurry of kills comes out, as he will also claim the quad kill. An abundance of money has been wired into his bank account now.
Yeah, looking like an international arms smuggler right now, as he does have the bank for FaZe. 8 rounds in for the T side, and LDLC, they are going to be going for the buy once again. No AWP in play though. Tuanu is just relegated down to an M4 or whatever he can really afford here. The issue is money's quite low, so no utility will be alongside that. But that's the same for most of the players here on the CT side, whereas FaZe are looking very good cash-wise. But let's see if they can continue. Again, it's just coming down to each buy round. One buy, then probably 2 anti-ecos. Or well, now that we reached a max loss bonus, only 1 anti-eco. Maybe even that being a quasi, as LDLC will reach $3,500 in the bank per loss soon. To Existence holding on towards Connector. Nice quick kill. Rain goes down. Karrigan tries to trade, but Existence just tries to stay alive. And even if he goes down, Alex is there to support. Nades will continue to fly in, but Alex, he's going to get aggressive once again. This time it won't work as Karrigan drops him, and Existence does follow up for the trade, meaning that's positive for ODLC. But still, that could have gone very, very south there.
It's true, it could have been awkward. But so far, it's looking like there is potential for ODLC to work their way back through this. 1 minute and 11 left on the clock as Existence will try and get the drop. And whoever will be working their way over towards the connector. Alu is there, just holding it though, watching by ladder in case they do try and take the fight towards him. Existence Smart though had backed off at this point. They have the manpower left to play with into this round. They have time as well. They can get another frag here, especially onto Kiyoshima, who is close by toilets. There is definitely a lot of potential into the round. Kiyoshima though spotting out Existence. He will take the fight towards him. Existence not watching the angle as he was backtracking. Unfortunately gets picked off.
Nice refrag there. 3 on 3. Only 30 seconds remaining, so they need to hit the site. But look at A, it's completely unprotected. There's one player pushed up towards long, which is good. At least they're going to have retake potential. But still, with now Tuanu backing off, if they commit this bomb to the A site, it's only on Misto. And he has to reposition. He has to go back towards that site because they cannot play retake with no site control, with no defense, no kits and no nades. But it's going to be lucky because they're running into B where we got this double stack in play anyway. Maniac holding on from the low as he spots out the first. There's a kill. But Nico, look at the entries. He's found himself 2 headshots and Misto now left on the rotation. He has to go for this one. He has to try and make it work or they're going to be back into Eco as he pushes his way through the spawn and Keo says no. It's FaZe again, a 9th round on the board and forcing LDLC to a bit of a low cash situation.
Yep, no real economy left to play with as they are essentially broken at this point. 3.5k is the max they have, sitting around 3k as an average. FaZe though, they are looking healthy. They're as snug as a bug in a rug as the buy comes out. Everyone absolutely loving life at this point. Karrigan as well, going to go for the smart play, get the max 10 out. No, he can tear his way through the opposition very easily, rack up some extra cash to play with, as they once again just try and take that fast style of Counter-Strike and overwhelm / overpower their opposition. Molotov down on Karrigan, will ward him off from that B-bomb site just for the meantime as he waits for his teammates to arrive on the scene. Maniac getting beheaded now as he tried to fire back towards short, and the B-bomb site completely open as well. If they clear it, there is a welcome mat there, then go back, grab that bomb, and already get the bomb down in just a few measly seconds into the round.
LDLC already having to play for the exits here, try and grab themselves on guns and get out, but FaZe Clan going to play this one right, I assume. If they get this bomb down, they should be exiting altogether. And even if their kills do come out, they'll be traded. So I don't imagine pistol play will come in to be too much effect. Either way, bomb goes down. LDLC may attempt some kind of retake. I mean, either way, they're getting the $3,400 loss bonus after this round, so they'll have plenty of cash about regardless. But still, maybe exit is a safer option because realistically on a retake, they're not going to get too much done as FaZe are going to start to hunt them down from lower. You can see one player pushing up. That's Karrigan here. He's still got the Mac 10, so really nothing to lose. If he goes down here, it doesn't really give anything. LDLC is still going to buy a rifle in replacement for that gun next round. But Alex, he's holding the angle. He knows the potential. And Karrigan walking in. Doesn't even matter. Hits the shot, puts into 1 HP, and then takes down the second as well. Nice kills on the exits. All down to Tuanu. No armor to support it even so. And Rain, I think he's got a bit of an inkling. I think he knows he might be there.
Right. As he drops into his crosshairs, finds another frag on the board, will eliminate Tuanu. And this is the thing, FaZe at this point, 10 rounds on the board, showing no signs of slowing down, and they have so much money as well, so why would they? They don't need to take their foot off the pedal. They've just been tearing their way through so easily. They can try and keep this up, but LDFC with the favor as well. It will be an equal fight. And they need to try and switch things up now. They have to bring something else to the board, try and lock it down, as they are so close to being able to close the game out. But the buffer they have, the edge over FaZe, is just ticking away round after round. It's starting to get quite scary at this point. Definitely a daunting task.
The AWP is going to be important, I think. If Tuanu can open things up, that could completely change this match and put it back into the favour of LDLC. Because right now, despite the scoreline, I still feel like this is a favourable match for FaZe. They pick up this one single round, it's going to go up to 12-13 without a doubt. Maybe even 13-13. You never know. Alu peeking up towards long. There's existence on the other side. No AWP for him, so he's got to be careful. Can't afford to peek, or over-peeked at least. So Alu, he's quick on the trigger with that gun. Tuanu, in the meantime, is backing off more so towards long, but still supporting existence from behind. So I'm also playing the anti-flash as he waits for the push to come up. If Alu peeks and tries to take the kill, existence will be there close. And there we go. Tuanu spots him out. Existence is still going to be close to at least get the kill if Tuanu cannot. And Kiyoshima, he's actually repositioning to try and get this frag, but the smoke will go down towards long, so they won't at least be able to take him down. It will all be onto the shoulders of existence to deny these players up towards long, as you can see. Nico opening things up on the other side of the map. And existence, aggression comes in, he gets a kill onto Kyo.
As they work their way through this very dominant so far, left into this awkward situation as it is a 4 versus 4, holding their angles. Karrigan will slowly rev his engine, getting ready to try and make his approach towards short. You can see Maniac, though, edging ever closer to actually trying to take the fight. Could be awkward if he peeks wide and gets taken down as the push starts to come towards the B-bomb site. Molotov floods over. Alexel trying to complement Maniac as well as they hold the angle. Maniac will find the opening kill upon Karrigan, but the last two men that work their way round, can Alex warp them off? The AWP is there over on Alu. Nico will fall. Alu as well goes down. Alex goes huge as he tears his way through them. Can grab that AWP and try and hold it into the next round. Meanwhile, Rain, he was the distraction. He was supposed to be the backstab from the A-bomb site. Instead, he's trapped.
Yeah, and he can't afford to peek, even though Tuanu's so low and he wants to take that gun off of him. He can't afford to chase him down, because if he goes down, he gets no loss bonus, and that will screw him over. No gun to save as well, but at least he gets away with it this time. That being said, LDLC are one step closer to picking up this map. Finally, they get a CT round after a long streak for FaZe. The loss bonus is now gone, so now we have to worry about FaZe potentially picking this one up, resetting the economy and screwing them over for the last few rounds. If we see that, could be quite scary here for the CT side, but Kyo, very fast play into B. I like this. The counter nades do come out, though. That will do some good damage. Rain is extremely tagged up, and Kyo, entry onto Misto, not sure where through, but some kind of wall as he gets the opening kill. Alex repositioning down lower. His existence to spam away through the smoke, almost catching out Rain, but Maniac, he's still alive and kicking 2 quick kills. This is good for LDLC. They need to carry on, though, and existence will do so as another player dropped. The bomb is retrieved, but they've got a 2-man disadvantage. It's too much to come back from, surely, as Alu, he's the last man standing with only an AK to his name.
An awkward situation to be in. Obviously, Alu right now. Potential we can maybe pull something out, but it's going to be so hard. He'd have to create these 1 versus 1 and get the drop on the opposition that are stacked one to a site, as they have divided themselves, spread thin. Well, obviously, it makes the most sense as he starts to reposition. We'll take the fight towards the A-bomb site at this point. 50 seconds left to play with as he sprints his way up long, running all the way. Now, Alu, can he actually achieve something here? Can he bring something to the table? Or is he going to get picked off? Will slowly make his approach through. If he makes any noise here, that Molotov getting chucked out as well will alert them that he has gone for the full rotate, and they can attempt to retake together as he slowly brushes his way on, clearing all of his angles, getting himself ready as the plant will go down and then fall back either towards long or toilets and try and play for the bomb here at this point. As the CTs with an abundance of utility to play with will attempt to retake this as they slowly approach round.
They've got so much. This should be perfect here for the CT side. They shouldn't have an issue at all. Alu has a molly for the bomb, but he has to expose himself to throw that down, and they're typically going to just be playing together as a double setup. One will be on the bomb, one will be holding it. Probably the AWP holding the angle, but even so, they have a kit on either player, so not too much fuss. Smoke will go down, they're just going to jump right on that. Maniac getting shot through the smoke. Alu, one more to find. He goes for it. Bit of damage onto Tuanu, not the kill. The nade comes through, it's a flashbang. It blinds him. He's sticking the bomb. Alu, do it for Winland. The pistol's out. He's spraying away, but no. The defuse comes in, and Tuanu, he's going to clutch it out. LDLC, they pull it back to 15, and they're getting closer and closer to closing out this second map.
So close yet so far, as they are 1 round away. They are able to pick that one up. Such a close affair as well. Alu going to be kicking themselves off the back of that one. Really gave it his all, but couldn't quite get it over the finishing line. The buy comes out once again as well. Both of these teams 0-0 in terms of economy. They're both really bringing everything to the table right now. And LDLC, if they can close it out here, will shut it down with a 1-1 scoreline in the series, but it's going to be interesting to see if that's how it will go. Nade rolls over, transfers an awful lot of damage upon Nico into the early round as well. Nade going in once again, trying to ward these players off. You can see Alu so vastly low as well. That Molotov burnt into a crisp. He had to fall back. The T's really aren't able to get too overly aggressive at all. They're just getting punished if they try and take the fight to any of these angles. Missed out. Peak goes through, rattles off a couple of pop shots on towards Alu, but doesn't take anything too serious at this point, as Maniac also going to be playing close by Monster. They're trying to take the fight towards that B bomb site, but will they try and switch things up at this point, as they haven't been able to find a single crack in the armor just yet?
Slow. They know what they're up against. They don't want to risk losing a player early on. They'd rather just go for a full take or wait for LDLC to expose himself. That doesn't seem to be happening though. A passive CT hold, and I like that. No need to overextend, no need to go for any kind of double pushes. Even with the buddy system, it's just not worth it. Wind down the time, and time is of the essence right now for FaZe. They are missing out on quite a lot. So it ticks away, 40 seconds now left on the clock, and still utility remains here for the LDLC side just to delay the push furthermore. But Twanu finally going to poke out for some aggression. He's hungry. He's going for the kill. He's going to push his way up short. In the meantime, there's still some aggression down towards B, but Twanu flashed out. Now we're going to see the rotation, and here comes the B play.
Flooding their way in towards the B bomb site. Alu with the opening, Nico as well. Another headshot looking fantastic, but Alex with the defense. He needed to go big there for his team. He's been the man that's been stepping up quite a lot with his impact frags, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to be one of those times. Molotov goes in, but Rain had already planted at this point, so the Molotov will not burn him off of the site. Existence and Twanu linked together. The boost will come out. Flashbang goes over as well to try and allow them to peek. Can they find these kills? Nico playing by the smoke. They realize it's far too risky. They begin to back off. They allow another round to go into the bank of FaZe, and they're going to wait and try and close it out into the following round.
Can we see the money at least? I'm interested to see what this is going to be for LDLC if we have a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, this is awkward. This is really awkward because it's not quite a reset, right? But it's just off the back of an almost reset in the sense that they only picked up 2 rounds. They didn't save many players either, so this money is really difficult. They might even have to just eco around these 2 rifles here. If they lost another player, that would have been it. But yeah, I maybe buy it because they have low money and the loss bonus not built up either. But to be honest, a save would make more sense because you're unlikely going to pick up this round. They're going to buy. Yeah, it's a hard one, right? Because they only have 1,400 on 2 of the players, so a buy is justified by both Misto and Maniac, and Alex may as well invest, right, if they're going to 4-man buy. So, yeah, it's awkward for LDLC now, because they can allow a couple of rounds to FaZe Clan, but they can't let this go 15-14, because if this goes to OT, ooh, scary, scary moment, possibly.
That's true. Not a good situation to be in. LDLC going for what could be a bit of a risky buy. We never know if it might actually pay off. They've had a few good moments of individual brilliance. Technically, if Twanu could start to pop off and pull something out of the bag, you never know if it would go in their favor. FaZe, once again, they're playing this slow split and pick. The default that's been working very well for them. They've been able to get opening frags countless times off the back of this, and it's going to be interesting to see if that will go their way once more. Aggression on display, though, from LDLC as they start to push out to try and gain map control. Nico will be the one to strike as soon as they peek in. 2 easy frags go his way, and a lot of the chance they had into this round has already been taken away from them. Existence and Rionu, the last 2 men left standing. You wouldn't be surprised if you saw them just try and hold on to those weapons at this point.
Yeah, maybe the double save again. To be honest, yeah, they can't buy up next round, right? So at this point, you can chase. I feel like you can at least attempt something, but even so, I feel like the AWP, it's more important being held onto, but Twanu at least hold it onto for a little bit longer as he takes down Kiyoshima. Doesn't realize the player flanking around behind him on long. It's going to be Alu. Should be able to get the drop on him. Is he going to go for the knife, though? Oh, no, here we go, Alu. No, he just shoots him in the back of the head. Boring. I would have loved the knife there, but it's just existence now, and yeah, I mean, saving it, not saving it won't really make a difference. He'll just be at least trying to go for the fight here, but FaZe are clawing their way back in. 11 now, 12 rounds to 15, and Existence holding onto the gun for the time being, it seems.
Yep. And you've got to wonder as well if this is the point where they try and go for this for the pause, try and work out what they can actually do, because they've had so much of a buffer, they've built themselves into that 15th round, but they keep getting shut down. Obviously forced into the eco in this round as well, as their economy has been very unstable. It's going to be interesting to see what they actually bring to the table.
Yeah, and the money is the main issue right now, right? Because it's so close. And LDLC not being able to buy is going to allow FaZe to get closer and closer to the scoreline. That will bring it to OT eventually, if that ever does happen. But yeah, I mean, really good stuff so far from LDLC to actually get to 15. Obviously, great stuff for FaZe to bring it back from such a horrible first half, a 10-5 against them, and now they picked up 7 rounds so far this half, and looking like they have no signs of stopping. Overtime is very possible here.
It's true. It's really on the cards at this point, and they're looking good. You know, they had a bit of a shaky start, definitely so. LDLC had a very dominant first half where they looked like they were setting themselves up for an early victory as they went through also to pick up the pistol round, but then things start to hit a bit of a hitch. They haven't really been able to get too much on the board off that point, and they're in the driving seat though. They've got rounds played, obviously still a lot of a buffer left before things get too far gone and FaZe can try and close it out. It's just the fact they've got quite a few throwaway rounds that they basically have to give away for free at this point before they have economy to try and lock the game down.
Yeah, so it's 15-12. They have an eco. They have 2K in the bank now. They're going to have $2,900 loss bonus, I think, or $2,400 loss bonus. So they'll have a buy next round. So that will be 13-15, and they'll have 1 buy. Say they lose that, it's 14-15, and they only have the loss bonus and nothing in the bank as well. So yeah, they are going to be right on the edge. They have 1 buy to make it work, and then they have a force for the last round. They're going to have 20. They're going to have 4,400 on their next buy, and then they're going to have 2,900 for the last buy. So really, not a good situation in terms of money, but they have 1 buy to make it work out of the next 3 rounds.
That's the thing. They need to try and close it down as soon as possible, really, because it already is too far gone at this point in terms of their economy and how far the game has gone on. So obviously, once we jump back in there and see how it is going to unfold, it will be an interesting matchup, because if LDLC actually claim this, there's a lot on the line for them. It would be a fantastic result. Obviously, overpowering FaZe like this on a map where they feel dominant on is great, not only for the standings, but also them individually as a team to prove they can lock down these tier 1 teams right now. Yeah. Obviously, the save will come out, though, into this round before they have enough money to play with into the following ones. That 13th round will, you'd assume, be locked down for FaZe.
Looking very likely here. Already a P250 on the ODLC side. I mean, we've seen some crazy kills today, and we've actually got a triple boost over towards B as well, which is quite interesting, but I don't think that'll make too much of a difference. That's so unfortunate as well. The one round they try and do something a little bit, you know, to catch FaZe off guard. They go for 5 players on A. The 5-man A stack. How unfortunate can LDLC get here? That's just unlucky.
They are pushing their way through, though, taking this toilet's control very easily as they brush their way up towards that A bomb site. Twinoo with the first point of contact. Obviously, he'll spot them out, but most likely he will get picked off. Even then, if his teammates rotate in, they're not really going to be able to achieve too much, as these weapons are just far superior than anything they have on the side of LDLC. They will be aware that most likely this is a full play towards A as well, as they haven't seen anything off the back of the triple boost they did towards that B bomb site. The nades start to roll in. Twinoo now relaying this information, so the vast rotate will come in immediately off the back of this.
Yeah, this is just going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. And with the USPs, not great potential here. P250 got to be good up close, but other than that, don't see a lot of hope here. Utility is at least expended for FaZe. No Molotovs or HEs just to do some more damage. So it will just be the aim battles now, but I know who I'm favouring in this one. It's Karrigan. He lines him up and knocks him down. 2 quick kills. Eventually, there we go. They come in. Twinoo now last man standing, and it's all over. FaZe Clan, they've got themselves 13 rounds here to the 15 on LDLC. We finally see this buy. This is the $2,400 loss bonus coming in with a combined save for the previous round. If they lose this, they'll be up to $2,900 plus whatever they save / get kills in this round. So $200 is the most they have saved. So yeah, they're going to have no cash next round if they lose this. This is the round they need to win.
Yep, this has to be it. It's do or die essentially at this point as the buy does come out. This rifle, been playing everyone. And then the AWP over on Twinoo. It's going to be interesting to see how much of an impact he's going to have. He really does need to sort of be the star man behind them to get those opening important frags. Aggression has come out over towards Long, where he's taken a quite far up stance, trying to see if anyone will peek into him there and he'll get those opening frags. But right now, just wolf packing up. FaZe Clan attempt to take their aggression once again towards mid as they brush their way through, getting ever closer towards toilets. And taking that control over at mid as they slowly make their approach towards A. The CT's repositioning now as well. Twinoo has fallen back as he didn't want to play from that aggressive angle this late into the round. Now just playing from the site, so when the push comes in from toilets, he's still going to be the key man to try and ward them off. They actually group up though. Seem like they want to spend those players over by Long now.
They can't be left on a retake though with no kit. That will be so difficult. So they need to at least get this early man advantage, or have enough players to stop this bomb from going down the site. It will be very difficult. Twinoo going to look for that man advantage as he pushes down, gets the first kill. Rain does fall. Twanu looking for a little bit more. Karrigan's close. There's the second. Twanu going big. Alu trades, but this is a man advantage. He's good. Alex just needs to stay alive here, and he does. No, he doesn't. Alu gets him with the no-scope up close, and Keo will follow up as well. This is good for FaZe. Now left on a 2-on-3 retake. As I said, with no kit from earlier, this is going to be almost impossible from LDLC.
It's going to be so very hard, but if they can find the frags, it'll be so much easier for them as Maniac gets the opener. Thirsty for more as well. Maniac with a 2K as he tears his way through. All of their defense at this point has the backup of Mist now. The smoke will go down on the bomb to allow him to jump straight on it. Has to find the frag. Maniac does the unthinkable as he tears his way through. A hat trick for Maniac, shutting down the game. Maniac was the problem as he clears everything through. Fantastic stuff there.
Maniac just won in the match, 100%. If that round was lost, it would have been the Quasi for the or the Force Fire for the last round, and we would have gone to OT. And to be honest, just off of the momentum itself, I think FaZe would have taken that. So Maniac single-handedly just won LDLC that match. Such an important play in one of the most crucial rounds ever as well.
It's true, so important he had to pull his way through there. No kit on them, they were in such an awkward situation around, they didn't have much of a stake in on that retake if, as you were saying, working their way into it, but he just goes huge. A hat trick comes out from such an unexpected player as well. Maniac, usually quite somber, but in today's games, performed very well, especially right down to the final moment there, coming out with that huge star clutch. A hat trick that was needed.
And that's a huge win from LDLC as well, right? They're up against one of the biggest teams in the world, FaZe, arguably one of the top contenders so far in the Pro League. They made it to the finals of IEM Katowice, just falling short to Astralis with 4 days practice with the new roster, recently adding in Nico, one of the craziest players in the world individually as well. So the fact that LDLC just went split maps 1-1 with them is phenomenal. So great performance across the board.
Sure, and let's take a look at some of the highlights from that series as well, as it was fantastic to see LDLC somehow work their way through and actually pick that up. I mean, LDLC, such a dominant opening half. They looked crazy good when they first kicked things off. They teared their way through. A great scoreline to kick the game off. Then once again, we saw FaZe start to get that second win that they seem to have. Started to work their way through, got a load of frags on the board, and then all of a sudden LDLC towards the end there, just picking up rounds they never should have won.
Yeah, really, really good. I'm actually very impressed by these guys as well. I did think Overpass would be better, but I didn't by any means think they'd win it, and especially with the comeback from FaZe, it was looking like they may be able to bring this to OT and eventually likely close it out. So I'm impressed by the guys over at LDLC actually to have the resilience to come back from a bit of a shaky first map, considering, remember the opener to Nuke, right? It was something like ridiculous when FaZe were on that T side just storming in and winning every single duel, and now LDLC come back and had the resilience to pick up that second map. Really, really impressive.
It's true. It's a whole different, we've seen two different sides of either of these teams today, really, when we look at it. FaZe, they looked spectacular on Nuke, a map that, it might not be the best, but LDLC have definitely got a lot of work on there. They have a lot of groundwork. It's a map that Existence definitely likes to play and utilizes teams on. So it was interesting to see them obviously picking up 9 rounds there. There was potential for them to actually get more as well. Could have been a better scoreline. And then coming into this one on Overpass, actually winning it 16-13. So close there off of Maniac's huge play at the end. Spectacular to see LDLC definitely feeling confident after that.
Yeah, very impressed. And if I were you, I would go pick up my LDLC jersey over on the ESL store right now, to be honest.
I think everyone would. You guys definitely should get on that. LDLC played spectacularly. Why wouldn't you represent that, as it was absolutely awesome? But let's take a look at all of the match results that went on today, obviously on our stream and over on the main stream. So you can see that, obviously, FaZe not having the best day to kick things off. Over on the main stream, they actually lost twice to Na'Vi as they got torn apart on Train, and then even worse of a scoreline on Mirage. Na'Vi, spectacular stuff there. Must have been some awesome plays going through. Nip as well, actually getting another win on the board, this time against Fnatic. Nip, their 3rd win now so far throughout Pro League. Interesting to see that's actually occurred.
Clearly to see the addition of Draken actually somehow helping out. Everyone was kind of like, oh, typical Nip, scapegoating the 5th player, getting rid of Pith as well. All they do is just switch out this 5th, but for a change, maybe it was a good idea right now, because taking out Fnatic, of course Fnatic are shaky themselves after rebuilding this roster, but that's 16-7. That is a dominant win.
It's true, and then obviously their second match still being played as well, and all the results that went down on our mashups here as well on the B stream. But why don't we check out the standings as well, see where everything patterns out after today's games, as it was actually quite an interesting day in terms of upsets. If we have our look through now. Hugo, why don't you just tell me the key things that stick out, obviously, after today's results for you?
G2 still at the very bottom, 1-8 right now. That is really, really weak from the quote-unquote super team, the French side. And obviously LDLC doing fairly well after that win as well. We do see, obviously, FaZe up there, they're called North apparently, but up there in 4th place, which is impressive. So good to see those guys kicking ahead despite that loss there we just saw to LDRC.
Roster changes, eh?
This Org changes.
I know, absolute nightmare. But there you have it. Also a spectacular day overall. I think we've seen some pretty great stuff going through. Obviously, none of this would be possible without our sponsors as well. So it's good to see all that support coming together and the support of the fans at home as well. Shout out to you guys for sticking around and watching spectacular games today. But Hugo, any final thoughts as we work our way through that?
No, great games. I think it's going to be an interesting week. We'll obviously be back tomorrow and the day after here at the ESL Pro League for Season 5. So good games ahead.
Yep, it was pretty awesome to see as we worked our way through. Obviously, great results across the board. And any moments that stick out for you as a big play, obviously, apart from the Maniac clutch.
Well, you've stolen it. Maniac clutch.
Yeah.
Well, not clutch, but yeah, Maniac 3K. Yeah, no, I'm going with that. Biggest play of the night.
Yeah, it was actually pretty huge to see. Everyone popped off. Everyone went crazy. And I hope you guys at home enjoyed all the content we dished out to you today. We're sliding it through. Me and Hugo, the boys in blue over here on the desk. But do stick around. We'll be back tomorrow with more action here of ESL Pro League Season 5.
Opens up the plant potential. Watch Kenny's off down. It ticks his stuff. 1v1 spotted up. Oh, Kenny! Once again, very quickly, they tried it before. Then it shut down time after time again. Automatic. This AWP got two. Goes for a shot. That's smart. Does get Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
Welcome back, everyone. A very exciting first series has just gone down, but now we're coming into what hopefully should be also just as interesting. I'm joined once again by Hugo. It is, of course, going to be LDLC, the team that worked their way all the way through ESEA Premier. They caused a stir, they looked good. Obviously, Big Kev Existence is there, dragging them by the hills, trying to get things to work together. And they're going up against the newly formed FaZe that has the addition of Nico. Obviously, that is quite a scary fact. FaZe, obviously, they were so dominant. You added Nico into that lineup, and now things have just looked a whole lot better. What do you got to say about this one?
FaZe obviously on their own gone through a lot of different, kind of roster changes. At least they started with the original kind of aim factor. They had a lot of great individual aimers, but no IGL to kind of carry them through. They didn't really have many results. We then saw, Alu kind of come in. He did very well with the AWP, and then we saw Karrigan, the addition of him previously from Astralis, and he kind of gave the IGL style that allowed them to now be where they are now, right? Very, very consistent results. And then with the addition of Nico, bringing them all the way up to the grand finals of IEM Katowice with only 4 or 5 days practice with him. They've been doing very, very well, obviously, and that's been showing in Pro League as well. So good performance from FaZe. Obviously, LDC, as you say, came in from Mountain Dew League, Premier, whatever you want to call it, and obviously, only just made it in, but still, they've been really tearing it up so far in Pro League.
It's true, they've had some good results. And guys, if you want to try and get something good on you, why don't you go ahead and pick up one of their jerseys? You can grab them from the store. Obviously, it might not make you play as good, but you might look as good. Almost.
That's more important. Anyway.
It's hard to look as good as Big Kev, obviously. Existence, one of the great in-game leaders and fantastic players actually of Counter-Strike Source in terms of history. He was an amazing player, obviously, in CSGO. Never really reached his peak as a fragger, but was still quite a smart in-game leader. And then all of a sudden, sort of finally the French team was like, you know what, we've had enough. Existence sort of took a drop back. And now with this new lineup, people that have been listening to him, and you can see some of sort of, his ingenuity sprinkled upon them, have definitely started to rise through the ranks and now finally finding themselves once again in Pro League. It's cool to see Existence there. It just depends. Do you feel like this is a roster that potentially can do a lot of damage? Obviously, bringing players over from the older LDLC white lineup that definitely was sort of spoke about as kind of the upcoming French talent. He's finally got them together along with Alex as well, so they've been causing a stir.
Yeah, I feel like they have such a great, fragging factor. We have Twanu as well on the roster, who's a really good AWPer as well, a player to look out for on the LDLC side, so definitely someone that we got to keep our eye on in this match. But we're going straight into Nuke. Okay, Twanu, just as I talk about him, he's going to open things up. Nico, there is a new Nico here, and it's Twanu. Going to get one tapped out of the server. Entries onto the A site, though, from Alu and Rain, and already this round is falling apart from LDLC. They had a great start, but apparently not going to be good enough. FaZe have got the openers, they've got the bomb down, and it's in a 2-on-3 post-plant retake.
Yep, this is where things start to get a little bit sour. Rain actually executed by Existence himself. Maniac, a follow-up prag upon Alu, leaving just Karrigan left. In-game leader up against Maniac, trying to take him down. Will he have the drop on him? Peeks the angle, spots him out. Still chasing as he just toys with Maniac right now. Time ticking away. He doesn't have that all-important kit as well, so things have to start to happen fast. Still just playing with him as they play Ring Around the Rosies. The peak will now come out from Karrigan as well. Maniac unable to connect the shots. Basically just has to commit or get out of there at this point as the ship has sailed. Karrigan will take the fight once more. Still, he eventually finds the frag, but it's far too late at that point. LDLC unable to get the opening round on their CT half as well. Coming into this, Nuke being that opening map, it's always awesome to see because teams of Existence they've always had a lot of strategy and a lot of thought process over on Nukes. It's been one of his favourite maps in sort of both iteration of Counter-Strike that he's played into a very high pedigree. So it's going to be interesting to see what they actually bring to the table. Obviously, the last time we saw them play Nuke, I believe they also had a very effective affair. Meanwhile, FaZe, a team that just has so much talent in that roster. As long as you were saying Karrigan, the extra Astralis man, the in-game leader that was also a huge powerhouse in terms of his fire potential. This should be an interesting matchup, but obviously, FaZe, you've just got to wonder how hard they're going to come in here.
Yeah, that's the thing. The good thing about this series as well, which wasn't in the previous series, is that both these maps are good for both of the teams. They have a similar map pool in the center. LDLC's map pool isn't as big, but they both have Nuke and Overpass in it, which is good to see. So going into this series, there's a very good chance that we could be seeing a very, very close affair, even with FaZe being good overdogs into this one. But we're into the second round. The opening kill has come out, but it is after retaliation, after we see Maniac take things down onto Alu. So a 4-on-4 in play. FaZe have control of the B site. There's Alex falls down in here and Toxic are just on the outside of the doors, and they aren't going to check it. They run right past. He drops the bomb. He needs to check to his right angle. There's a player up on the silo. Alex, he still gets it. The UK has been saved as he drops the second player here. The bomb is still in his control, but Nico's causing havoc over on the B site with 2 kills of his own. Oh, look at the burst onto Alex. The pistol going to be pulled out. He's chasing Existence, hunting him like a dog, and Nico does it. He steps up for FaZe, and 4 kills is going to pick up them the second round.
Wow, great individual skill coming out from Nico. What we need to see, you know, those moments of individual brilliance that made him that #1 player that everyone always spoke about. He is the star fragger. He's your one-man army in your lineup. But the scary factor is as well, 4 casualties were taken for FaZe in that matchup. You know, into that round, LDLC did a great job of utilizing just their prowess and being able to pick one up. You've got to worry, obviously, FaZe. They need to start to lock these rounds down a lot better, as they can't afford to have casualties like that into the full buy rounds.
Not at all. That's really going to hurt the economy. But the MAC-10 should at least retrieve something back into their favour as they're up against full pistols here. A risky buy considering LDLC could have invested into this one, knowing FaZe's economy would be weak. But even so, they're going to get lucky at least with the MAC-10s, getting these kills, racking up that $600 kill bonus as well, and not allowing LDLC to pick up any guns. That's going to be important. If FaZe Clan can keep all 5 players alive, then they can go for that bonus round and fight up with these MAC-10s up against rifles, which is definitely doable if you take it into close range engagements like Ramp, for example. But let's just see if LDLC can get any kills. So far, it's proving to be unsuccessful. The round is not over just yet. Alex does get one. There's a quick kill with the Deagle. Peeks in for more, but Rain trades and he'll go double as well. Gets himself 2. FaZe have got 3 rounds in a row, and now we see the buy from LDLC. No AWP in play, though.
Yeah, not enough cash to actually don that weapon, and that's going to be a shame as well, as Twanu station him towards the outside area, getting play over by Garage. He is going to be so huge at actually slowing them down if they want to try and take that outside control. Obviously, that's the thing as well. As soon as you have that range advantage when you have weapons in your back pocket, you want to try and gain that outside control. Nuke is a map where outside is essentially the mid of other maps. You gain your outside control, slip your way down, you can either take your assault towards the A bomb site, or go down secret, lock down towards that below site as well. Early aggression coming out towards the A-bomb site, though. Kiyoshima through the vent drop as he finds his way in very easily. His teammates now taking that control towards outside as well. The CTs are going to be a little bit confused here. Station up towards ramp. Twanu has to try and ward them off. There's potential for a huge backstab to come out, though, if he's not aware of this situation. Nico as well, getting the opener towards outside, eliminating missed out. Twanu fires back with 1 frag of his own, hungry to try and double it up, but it cannot go that way.
Nice openers. FaZe have made their way down in towards B, but there's still Maniac in position to try and stop them here in towards the back of the door. The smoke does go out. He can't peek around through it, though. If he wants to go for a risky play, he needs to do it now, but the bomb is already down. He finally peeks out, but Karrigan, he's got his gun back in his hands, and he's alive and kicking. Takes the kill to Maniac, retrieves the rifle as well in existence. He's still smoked off. Does push through it, but a bit too ballsy without a flashbang there to help him. Karrigan's going to drop him for his second so far, and while Alex will spray into the smoke, that's going to give away his position, and with not enough ammo in his mag, Karrigan will triple it down. It's 3 kills to the man himself, and FaZe a 4th round on the board, forcing LDLC back into an eco.
Yep, completely busting their way through their economy, leaving them with nothing really to work with. A horrible situation to be in. Alu as well, smart play, keep that MAC-10 in your hands, and you know you can just rack up an abundance of cash on what should be a very simple round. They have the range advantage as well, so they can try and just take a slow round into this, allow Alu to be a bit more of a scout, station him somewhere, hope he can rack up a ridiculous amount of money. If he dies, it doesn't really matter too much. Taking that outside control as well, complementing the range advantage they have with the rifles in their hands as they slowly work their way through. Could this Deagle reign supreme? Actually, Twanu will kick it off as he executes Alu. No bonus cash for you, he says, as he does one better as well. Another headshot comes through as he takes down Karrigan. Nico and Rain, though, start to fire themselves up as they connect these AK shots, leaving just Maniac and Alex left. Maniac, Deagle reigns supreme, though, as he executes Nico.
2v2. FaZe Clan do still have that outside control, but Alex worming himself in, the snake in the grass coming in from behind. If he can execute one quick player and take this into a 2-on-1, there's such a good potential for LDLC to not only pick up this round, but also screw over the economy of FaZe on this eco, and he does come in from the back, sprays away, not going to be able to connect enough though. He's down to 22, but he will be hounded by Maniac, pushing in from the CT spawn. They have him cornered, that's great, but that's going to allow Kiyoshima to wrap himself in to at least support his team, and he will do so. Alex has been dropped, they've given up their prime opportunity to get themselves back into the round, but Maniac does drop Rain. Still no gun, has been picked up, he's left on the Deagle, but he hears the footsteps. Kyo grabs himself the bomb, and he can just back off safely, playing this one in towards a site for the plant, but that will allow Maniac to wrap him back round, get himself a gun to play with, and Kiyoshima to drop it in down towards the B site. Maniac has to be fast on this one. He doesn't have a kit to play with, but he is going to know exactly where Kyo is.
Playing from the vents as he slowly brushes his way around. Kiyoshima, though, had the drop on him, clears the angle. Sure, he gets knocked down to 10 HP, but he finds a simple frag. They work their way through. So much money in their bank already now as they've just been dominating round after round. LDLC on a 5-loss deficit. The buy will come out. Finally, they have enough money to complement Twanu. He can get that AWP out, and this is where things need to change now. Aggression has to be displayed a little bit. LDLC have to switch up their playstyle to try and get an opener on the board. Twanu can be the man to change things single-handedly, though. So effective with a weapon. So aggressive as well as he plays towards outside. Let's see if he can actually land some of these shots. Nico will be the one trying to take the fight towards him. Twanu just holding the angle right now, hoping the peak will come in. as he slowly clears up her as well. Looking around, meanwhile missed out over towards the A-bomb site. He's just able to tear his way through everyone that comes his way. No chance for you to push through Squeaky right now. Alex as well doing work. And it just falls onto Nico. Sure, he tries to take that outside control, but he's taken too long. He's been left on his lonesome, and Twanu should be the one to put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, if he can peek in the right timing, Nico has his knife out as well. Does switch back to the AK-47, but while he does have the time on his hands, he's not going to have the knowledge, and Twanu will just be holding the angle. It's LDLC to finally get themselves on the board, and it's long overdue as well. 2 ecos, they brought it down to a 1-on-1. So good stuff, at least in terms of damage, hurting FaZe Clan's economy, but finally they're going to make it work with a round. But this is where FaZe Clan definitely buy up, right? Because now they have the potential to get a reset on the board. If they can pick up this one round, it would force LDLC into eco, or at least a low buy at that. So loss bonus is not going to be, a longer standing here for the CT side. And we will be seeing a plentiful buy on the FaZe Clan side. Only 1 UMP on Karrigan, not really much of a limiting factor as we see full nades come out on the majority of the players. And the AWP back in the hands of Alu as well. He's not going to spot out Twanu outside though, just peeking in towards the main position, switching up his angle at least. So FaZe Clan smoking outside, however not committing fully with it. They do have the silo control, but still very good potential. They could go and burst in towards the A site with the support from the main control, as these players do push themselves and wrapping outside. But look at Twanu.
Taking the aggressive angle. Really does catch them off guard, especially when you get the bomb given to you as a present as well, as he gets the opening frag upon Kiyoshima, clearing all his angles now as well. The drop down comes in, Karrigan, as he glides from above. The agility on display as they start to overwhelm and claim the A-bomb site existence. A fantastic headshot comes through, but it's short-lived. Only 1 kill will go his way. The backstab from Maniac, though, into the backline as he tears his way through, opting to stick with his M4 as well. Tries to get a follow-up kill, will do so upon Karrigan, but unfortunately Nico was in such a prime time position, had the drop, and was able to get another kill.
Yeah, and that's the money as well for LDLC, really beaten down. They can still afford a buy here, luckily, just due to all those kills that they got on the ecos, right? If they didn't get all those eco kills, they wouldn't have been able to fully invest into this one, but it's going to be their last one, and it's a low one at that. No utility aside from a Misto, and obviously no kit or AWP back in play for Twanu. FaZe Clan in the driving seat so far, but Alu, he's still sticking with a rifle for the time being. They should be expecting what kind of buy is coming up from LDLC just due to the damage that they've done. I think the utility usage on the CT side is going to make it far more obvious as well, as Molotovs rain over towards the A site in Squeaky and in Hut. Going to delay FaZe Clan from pushing in aggressively, but look at the aggressive push on the CT side. Flashes go in, they're going to be up close and personal. Maniac looking for the kill, but Alu takes him down. Twanu spraying, 2 for him, that's massive. He needs to back off though, he's so low, and he could be hounded here as Kiyoshima, he's looking for that frag. In the meantime, Existence pushes up just on the back, and while he doesn't have bomb control, if Kiyoshima tries to back in, it's very unlikely he'll expect this position.
It's true. Bit of an awkward off angle, as they just hold their ground though. Still a minute left to play with Nico. A lot of this round relies on him. He has to try and create some space. The peek come through, low existence connection, headshot upon Kiyoshima, taking him down. Nico trying to retaliate as he fires out this flurry of bullets, hoping that he can get the frag up on the CT, create these 1 versus 1s to try and close out the round, as there's 50 seconds left to play with. Grabs the bomb, sure, but still has to do so much more into the round. Goes back towards Hunt, trying to peek the angle. This widened peak, making it a little bit easier and to take the fight. The headshot comes through as well. Dispatches existence, and it's just Twanu left, but he's at a different bomb site.
Going to be making his way up the ladder, but that's the worst place to get caught out from. And Nico, classic again, his second clutch of the map. We're only 8 rounds in, he's already on fire. Going 10-4 right now. This is the style that we expect. We were hoping that when he moved into FaZe Clan, he wouldn't kind of be overshadowed by the aimers that he had on his team. Obviously, he performed phenomenally on Mouse, but people were expecting that because his team weren't really on the same level as him. But he's still continuing this star performance despite being on a team of great individual prowess. Players like Rain, players like Alu, and consistent players like Kiyoshima, all ready to frag, but Nico is still above and beyond. A double Mac 10 buy into this one. LDLC only with pistols, and these SMGs are going to be rounding up a lot of cash here for the T side as they storm on into the A site.
Molotov goes up now towards Crows, trying to burn these CTs out of position before they even try and get into position. Alex will kick things off though as he finds the shot onto Alu, taking him down with that P250. It's going to be short-lived at this point though, as the bomb's down, they're in good afterplants. Surely they can't really achieve too much. They flood them their way in, they're just going in towards the meat grinder. Kiyoshima to try and dispatch them with a Mac 10, racking up cash galore as he tears his way through 2 members. Goes back for the third as well now, as he just wants to try and take the fight. Nico just hammering away with that AK, hoping to find a frag up upon Twanu. Doesn't really want to allow them to save those weapons. Twanu obviously has grabbed that Mac 10, so they are trying to quite aggressively take him down, but it's more so Misdown they need to worry about. He's the one that has gotten away with the Kalashnikov, hiding in T-spawn. Surely they don't find him here, and that will help out LDFC into the following round.
Indeed it will. Not enough though. FaZe Clan really are in the driving seat. This is so dominant. We went into this match going, okay, it's a good map for both teams. Obviously, this isn't, Overpass is going to be better, at least for LDLC. This map they're currently 2-2 on, with wins also in EPL against, I think, Hellraisers and Miles. Miles currently at the top of the scoreboard, at least in EPL, so doing well in that regard. But still, it's not a bad map by any means for LDLC out of their small map pool. So looking into this one, this should have been one that they could at least contest on. But so far, considering it's very CT-sided and FaZe at 8-1 up, it's looking very, very good for the T side.
Yep, FaZe have been able to tear their way through. Obviously on the T side, they've been looking good. Just essentially being able to get the picks very easily, even those late round scenarios as well. It's just more individual skill that's been displayed. And there is a lot of talent over on the LDLC lineup, but it's just a lot younger and hasn't been nurtured as much as you see coming out with the side of FaZe. They know they can perform well. They know they're superstars, and you can see that just in their confidence of the plays they're going for. Yeah,
and as well, we haven't really seen that AWP as well. And Twanu, he's constantly the person that you want to watch out for. If he has that AWP in his hands, he can single-handedly turn around rounds, much like any good AWPer can, okay? So the fact that he's only picked up the AWP once so far this match, because of FaZe just battling down the economy, it's really difficult. And now looking at the money as well, no one has even enough to drop it over to him, let alone him even going for a glass cannon. He's $100 short, so they won't even be able to bring it up into the next round. This is just so difficult here. If you don't have the AWP on your star AWPer, you're going to be limited.
It's true, and that's the thing. Outside control usually is that heavy point of contention as well, but really it's only kind of been Nico just going for a lurk towards outside and toying with Twanu. We've seen more aggression with just burst plays towards the A bomb site and then ramp control, where they've just had no answer to it. They have been overwhelmed more so than anything. They're just walking their way in. We haven't even really seen sort of standard nuke play coming out on that T side of FaZe. There's been no site takes towards upper. We've seen no use of skylights. Nothing really utilized in terms of aiding them get these takes. It literally has just been raw confidence and just excelling when it comes to these 1v1 fights.
But that's what FaZe is, right? Just a lot of insane aimers packed together in a team with a great IGL and a great AWPer. What else do you need? As we see, again, another storming battle over towards the A site. They want to bring the hurt, but this time Alex denies them. Existent follows up as well onto Alu, and 3 kills already in the way of the CT side. The confidence has flipped back over, and Maniac, he's looking in for more as he pushes up towards the ramp, hounding him from behind. There's 2 players remaining. Misto finds another, and Rain going to be last man standing. He does refrag onto Misto and drops in towards the B site, where he can get that bomb plant to give FaZe a little bit more cash to work with, but it's still a 1v4, looking undoable.
It's true. Maybe this pause has paid off for them. Rain, last man left standing, will be overpowered as well. Maniac there is going to find the frag with the rest of the AK. EnVyUs comes in. 2 rounds on the board now for LDLC. Finally, they've been able to get something else to work with on their CT side, but they still need so much more, as there's only that potential, if things do align and they get the best case scenario, to have a 7-8 half. They still need to just try and achieve as many rounds as possible at this point, as they are not in a good situation. The economy is taking a little bit of a hit for FaZe, but an easy buy will still be coming out for them. Nothing really to write home about, as they will invest every last dime into this one.
No AWP on the T side either, but not too much of an issue, I don't think. Still potential for a reset. And LDLC, let's see if they can make Twanu do some damage here as he pushes in towards a ramp. This time a different position here with the AWP as he posts up, but there's no one there on the T side to fight him. In the meantime, FaZe are putting a lot of aggression towards outside, and Rain just bursting with his AK, going to take down 2 quick players. It's almost like his anti-eco, Jackie, because he is just entering like crazy. Alex does refrag over on the A site, and he has a lot of players to deal with as they start funneling in towards his position. He's getting peeked for 2 at once, but he still takes a quick kill. He needs to flick back round. He does! Alex is going big, and he's looking for more, but Karrigan eventually going to trade him out towards the back of the site. It's all on Maniac, a 1v2 ahead, and the bomb is just going down for FaZe Clan.
Maniac making a slow approach towards the bomb site. He's always left in these awkward situations where you think finally he might be able to close something out, but Maniac unable to do anything. Once again picked off. Alex going absolutely huge here though on this replay as he just teared his way through. Fantastic frags coming out, and this is what we need from LDLC, just these moments of brilliance. If a couple more players start to pop off, then they have a chance. Right now though, it's just kind of a one-man fight. It's essentially only really been Alex and Twanu that have been doing too much at all.
Yeah, and Alu's back on the AWP as well here for the T side. LDLC trying to force things up as obviously economy does get reset again from FaZe Clan. 2nd time this map so far, so at least going for this AWP may be able to surprise them, but Twanu, he's going to get surprised himself. Picks off Kiyoshima as he exits through Squeaky, gets shot in the face as Nico chases outside. Alu as well, looking for the kill, does manage to land it. And this is just turning into such a one-sided affair in the favour of FaZe Clan. Again, 2 pistols and an M4, not looking good for LDLC. They need to get into good positions now, and Alu wrapping in through the heavens. It may be good for Maniac. He is up close, and Alu, oh, I think he just spotted him there. That flash goes in perfectly. Alu looking for him. He knows he's there, and he's going to get the kill. He needs to check upper, and he will, but Alex takes him down as Nico gets the refrag onto Misto over in main. It's all onto Alex once again. He had a great performance, but this time he's going to need a 4K.
Alex making his approach down towards that B bomb site. Smokes go through the trail, ward him off. Looks like he might actually go for the play through it. They're not aware. Karrigan holding the angle. Easy kill as he just rips his way into him. FaZe instantly bouncing back. The damage done as well to the economy of LDLC is horrific, leaving them around. Most money they possibly have over on Alex there. Really, really awkward stuff. The Mat 10 coming out once more. This time Kiyoshima will be the one trying to get that bonus ball, trying to tear his way for everyone in front of him. Looking like FaZe are going to go on to at least have an 11-round half on their T side.
Yeah, and it's just showing how well FaZe are reading this. In the previous round, after resetting, they didn't go for this Mac 10 because they knew that the force was going to come through from LDLC. And now going into this round, they know they're going to reach it. They're always on top of the economy. They know what's happening. And it's not like FaZe need money right now. It's more of a just kind of a safe option, right? This Mac 10 is so good. Not only is it good at making money, it's also good at getting frags against anti-eco players. So right now, FaZe are just dominating. And Rain and Alu, they are going to continue said performance. Alex and Maniac dropped early on, and Alu looking for a second as well. He's going to land it onto existence. Just Twanu and Misto left alive here for the LDLC side. And FaZe Clan again taking this control of the A site. We're going to be seeing these two players left on the retake. Misto over towards Heaven, and Twanu, he's stuck outside, already being chased down by Nico.
Being hunted at this point. Kiyoshima as well, if he finds that Mistel, there will be an easy frag for him to pick up. Karrigan over towards outside has now become aware of their positions as he gets these sick headshots, just tapping away with the AK. Easy stuff as Karrigan comes out to play.
This is just horrible. This is really hard to see for LDLC. Such an unfortunate matchup because FaZe Clan are just so good at, you know, just taking aim battles, right? Just every single aim battle they're going to win, and when you can't afford this AWP to at least switch things up, the couple of times we've seen him pull it in, he's been getting a couple of opening kills, but he's always traded very quick from FaZe Clan, so which is really good team play at least, and really good setups to allow this trade potential. So going into this one, Again, rifles across the board for LDLC, but the utility going to be extremely stinted, as well as a lack of kits. Maybe holding them back to this regard, but they've got to buy up. They can't afford to eco anymore because it's already 11-2 and they've got 2 rounds left of the half to try and make something happen here on the CT side. And again, this is the favoured side for those wondering, so not exactly going well for them, but let's see how this works. Existence is pushed up outside early on. Got mostly passive positioning from the LDLC team, but FaZe Clan are going to be angled very, very well to hold off onto this one. They know the buy's coming in. There's no reason throwing it away when they could have a fairly simple 13-2 half, so they're just playing passive, aside from Nico, who's just one-tapping Existence outside.
So easy for Nico as he just roams around the map, getting these openers consistently. And they have no way of stopping him. It looks like they're getting toyed with at this point as the push does start to once again unfold towards the A-bomb site. Missed now with the opener upon Rain. kioShiMa with a fire back. kioShiMa does one better as well as he doubles it up. Maniac raining hellfire from above though. He's in the elevated angle, has the back of his teammate Twanu as well, who has finally punished kioShiMa. Karrigan also going to fall now, just leaving Nico, the star fragger, the one-man army to try and close it out. Gets the opening headshot upon Maniac. That's 2 headshots into this round. Will he find the third, get the hat trick and close this one down? Getting another round on the board for FaZe Clan. Can Twanu beat him down as the approach comes through? You can see him biding his time. Peak comes in towards the A-bomb site. Head pops up, struggling to connect it. Twanu actually overpowers him as well. This man didn't need an AWP as he's comfortable with that M4. Rattles him down, punishes Nico and gets the third round on the board for LDLC. A lifeline because at this point it's even still possible, but if FaZe get that opening pistol round in the second half, LDLC will basically be game over.
Yeah, but it's not all just all aim, no brain from Nico. You could see he was so aware of the position up towards Heaven where Twanu could have been situated. He was bait peeking it for so long, and the fact that Twanu was just not peeking was just lucky timing from the LDLC player. So really, Nico knew what was up there. It's just getting unfortunate with the aim not going his way. But let's see if LDLC can at least close this out with 4 rounds as we go into the last one of the half. Maniac over towards Ramp, situated alone as a lot of players will rush into his crosshairs. 2 for 1 is going to be good for the CT side, but can they convert it? It seems like to be the case as Misto follows up. Existence towards B, drops a bomb, respray, and there we go. Alu gets taken down. Nice control there. It's LDLC to finally pull it back for a 4th round, but let's see what happens in the second half after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. Obviously, we just had a short break there in between that first half. A first half that essentially was just the FaZe show. There was nothing going on for LDLC.
Or the Nico show.
Yeah, it's true. Single-handedly, just towards outside, he was able to get so much map control and just shut down anyone that tried to really counter them and gain map control. There was nothing going on for them there. And FaZe just dominantly worked their way through. Luckily, we saw a couple of moments of individual brilliance coming out there. Obviously, Existence towards the end, cutting a couple of frags to close down the final round, giving them a 4-11 scoreline, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and even Alex as well doing very, very well individually, being able to hold down the bomb sites. We saw that second round force buy that he did to at least secure them around, but other than that, really just, as you said, a dominant performance from FaZe, and I think it's very likely it's going to continue. Again, LDLC, pistol potential, they can pick that one up on the T side, they can get the ball rolling, pick up those 3 rounds for free, hopefully, assuming FaZe don't eco them, which is also a likely possibility. We know what some of these pistol players are like, for example, Nico with a deal, need I say more? So yeah, I mean, assuming they pick up the pistol, definitely a road to come back.
It's scary though, because obviously talking about pistol players, you're looking at FaZe, they have an abundance of impact fraggers coming into this. You're not surprised if really FaZe just lock it down immediately, get that opening pistol round on the board, and those 3 rounds, essentially they only need 1 rifle round to close it out.
Exactly. I don't see LDLC coming back from this one. I'm expecting FaZe to close it out, but obviously this is one of FaZe's better maps, right? You've got to look at this, and it's kind of snuck up on us. FaZe have been doing very, very well over on Nuke, and it's kind of one that you expect them to do well now, seeing their recent performances. So yeah, it's looking good, but obviously that was T-side. That was where you can control the pace, where you couldn't decide if you want to go fast and aggressive. Now we switch over to CT side. While obviously there are chances to get aggressive over on the CT side, it's still less kind of your choice. It's more the terrorists that control the pace of the game. So it's the CTs having to hold more passively. Maybe that will favour LDLC in the sense that the aimers will be, now having to hold angles rather than chase down players, and Pika's advantage is no longer going to be a thing.
It's true. Nico not really able to backstab as much as possible. There definitely is potential for some cool stuff to come out. We're going to have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Obviously, this first pistol round is the main point of talking, as it's so vital for LDLC to get this on the board. If they achieve this, they start to get themselves a bit of a lifeline. They can rack up a couple of rounds. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they lock it down here. That's when it will quickly be taken away from them, and the entire game could be shut down. Karrigan as well with the contact play will be working his way through towards Radio, struggling to get the opening frags though. Existence actually taking him down. Nade rolls in off the back of Alo though, trying to litter some damage across, but Twanu looking on point with his pistol as he picks off one player. There's Rain though with a retaliation play. Nico as well, naughty stuff towards that B-bomb site as he picks people off as they flood their way down though. Get up below him, so the awkward angle, he can't really fire down accurately. He gets picked off. Rain has arrived, but still has to do so much more.
1v2 here. They could easily back off towards that A side as well with the position of the bomb if it makes its way towards the door. And I think Reigns realised that he's actually backed off. Existence is still in towards B. He had the potential to rotate, but he's not done so just yet. He could easily just get this bomb down behind the sideline. That's a safe option as well. You can get that post plant for 2 positions, but Rain just runs back in for another. He takes down Alex, looking for a final kill just to close out this round. A 4th headshot is all he needs, but Existence takes him down. Rain still committing to the peak despite reloading. Maybe just for information there. And LDLC, 5 rounds. We said it. They needed that pistol round. I think you could see from the scoreline, and they are going to do it. But can these Deagles and these forces reign supreme from FaZe? It's looking possible.
It's true. Getting that opening pistol round is absolutely huge, but the scary factor is the deco comes out for FaZe Clan, and that is always a really, really horrific sight. You look at it and you realise, hey, they might not have any money to play with, but they can still definitely pick up this round as they just have so much potential when they have these Deagles in play. Let's see if that is going to come into effect, though. Unfortunately, not for Nico, the man that's usually the star player with the weapon. Gets taken down by Existence. Maniac as well, going to be slaying Karrigan. Alu struggling to wield his one, but he does get 2 frags in the end, taking down Maniac and Twanu over towards ramp. Rain arriving on the scene as well as he just pelts the trigger, trying to cause some kind of effect, hoping he can ward off the T's that are battling their way down ramp, but he's struggling to beat them. Really cannot correct this as he eventually gets picked off as well. Kirishima with a sneaky peek upon Mistal, but blinded by the smoke, unable to find the frag. Repeat from Vent as well, surely gets taken down here.
Yeah, you'd assume so with so many players hunting him as well. It's going to be difficult, but if he can get any kind of damage onto the side of LDLC, that would be positive, because if you keep 3 players alive, you build up your bank. But if you only keep 2 or less, you lose cash. So Keo, 1 quick kill. AK got to be grabbed, but Existence does trade. And LDLC, 6 rounds in at this point. Good. They only keep 2 players alive, but that's good considering FaZe Clan are very effective with the Deagles. Fact of the matter is, Nico went down early on, removing one of the key players for this CT side. But actually, looking at the scoreboard, Rain is doing phenomenally as well. He's 18 and 11, above Nico. That's the thing about FaZe. They have all these players that can individually step up, and you can't just look at one player and go, oh, he is going to be the top fragger, because it can change every single map.
It's true, 7 assists on him as well, doing a great job of aiding his teammates and some of the kills they've been able to pick up throughout the game. Kirishima on the aggression will try and cash off the T's that are holding their angles though. Luckily, Maniac aware of this, just holding above Hut with the backup of Mistal. They're able to get these easy frags. Rain though, another one going his way as he dispatches Twanu so easily there, leaving them in a 4 versus 4 into this matchup.
This is doable here for the CT side, but the issue is a USP is not going to be as well equipped on Nico. He's going to have an issue with that one. He will get chased from Alex. Now the A site is under control of LDLC. A good play from them just to quickly push out onto the site while FaZe Clan were out of position. They knew that Rain was towards ramp. They knew that there was a player outside, so at least hitting towards A when there's only a max of 2, if that. There was only 1, and now there's none. Maniac goes big, finishes off the final players, and LDLC 7 rounds to 11 here. We are going to be seeing FaZe go into their buy. No AWP going to be found on Alu, but they've got the rifles to work with, and this is where they can make it work. This is where they can keep this streak going for the side of LDLC. Well, they don't have an AWP to play against, they have an AWP to play with. So good potential for them to actually start to bring it back here on the unfavoured side.
The buy's coming out as well. Twanu back once again on the AWP. It's going to be interesting to see if he can get some sick openers into this. Karrigan once again trying to defend ramp as the push comes through. Alex with the potential opener actually isn't going to go his way as he gets torn to shreds by this UMP. The SMG reigning supreme as Karrigan just glides his way around. Meanwhile, his teammates as well tearing their way through the backline of LDLC, eliminating anyone that they could find, leaving them in a 4 versus 3 very early into this round. Not a great situation to be in. Mistal and Maniac as well have been tagged fairly heavily. Maniac below 50 HP, Mistal sitting there on 59. Neither of them looking too healthy at this point.
But if they can equalise things back up to a 3-on-3, it could be doable. That is still a hard task to do, but with the position of Mistal pushed up towards ramp, he's got a good angle to at least exploit something. It could easily split into another site, but the issue is, with all the players in the same position, it's still fairly difficult for RDLC. They haven't really got split potential right now. They will just be walking down in towards B, where Karrigan remains. The windows aren't broken as well, so he has a bit of an element of surprise here that they may not expect as he repositions back in towards the corner of the radio room, waiting for them to walk past. And this is great as well, because it allows them to get towards a site, but once they've committed to the actual site and they're exposed in the open, he takes a kill. He doesn't allow them to peek and jiggle peek and back off. He makes them actually commit to the battle, and that's going to be at least a free kill for him, you'd assume. Maniac going to walk past. Nice entry, though. He just turns back on, takes down Karrigan. Bomb should be going down. The Molotov event to deny any kind of rotation, but Rain comes in from the back to drop Twanu. Maniac still alive and kicking into the face of Rain with a refrag. It's a 2-on-2 now, and FaZe have to retake this with no kit.
Sick stuff from Maniac coming out as he tears his way through. Absolutely dominant. 2K on the board, hungry for more as well. Mistal, what can he actually achieve as he plays from over by Dark? Maniac trying to complement him as well up on rafters. Maniac still doing work as he tears his way through everyone. Kiyoshima will find the headshot in the end, but Mistal's position hasn't been given away just yet as he plays underneath Dark. Going to tuck him behind the boxes as well. If Kiyoshima doesn't clear this, this should be an easy frag for Mistal, which it will be. And LDLC on their T-half starting to look like they have a lot left in them.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they only keep one player alive, but they take out a full buy from FaZe, aside from the lack of the AWP, and that will force them into an eco or a quasi situation once again. The loss bonus is going to be maxed out now, so they can actually invest down to 1.5k at very most, preferably down to 2k, though, so they can allow some utility, obviously, being on the CT side. And LDLC, full AK buy into this one. They know what they're up against. They're actually not going to go for any kind of money burners, because they know the potential of FaZe actually forcing up, and bringing in a Mac 10 against such great Deagle players is so difficult. But maybe bringing in AK isn't going to be successful either, as Nico just spams away, damage onto existence. We will see a repeat from Alexo taking the position of his teammate for the kill. And now 2 entries. Team LDLC going to be splitting onto this A site. It'll be very, very easy for them to take control.
Yes, they barrage their way through. Mistal just tearing his way through everyone in front of him. 9 rounds on the board now as well for LDLC as they start to look fairly dominant. They've actually got some wind underneath their wings. Not the result we actually expected to come through. We didn't really count LDLC out, but we thought they didn't have much of a chance to get this back into the game this quickly. Alu, though, the AWP coming out, glass cannon, you've got to see if that will come back to negatively affect him throughout this round. There is that potential.
Yeah, FaZe Clan need to get back into this one, because if they allow LDLC to pick this up, it will be another eco for the CT side, and then that'll be 11-11, more than likely. So very, very important here for the CT side to actually pick up this one, so they don't allow the lead to turn around. But look at the flank. Existence just runs outside. They don't even expect him. Takes down Ali straight away. Nico trades for 2, and Kyo repositions as well. He's going to run right past them inside of the lobby as well. Even if they get control of the A site, he's going to be in such a great pincer spot. Mistal now alive and alone as Karrigan comes in from the heavens to finish him off. And that was such a weird round. Existence just gets all the way into main without anyone spotting him. Alu's too focused over towards Squeaky, and he gets shot in the back. But at least Nico is there to pick up the pieces. It's FaZe Clan to finally make their style over on the CT side. Their first round on the board.
Great way to kick it off as they work their way through. Looking mean. Trying to keep the other team keen as they bring their A game. But LDLC at this point, they need to try and bounce back immediately. Obviously, you have the AWP on Twanu, a lot of utility left to play over as well. Keep up that level of aggression they were displaying before, that confident style of CS, as it seemed to be working up against FaZe. Maniac with the opener as well, taking down Alu. That is a great way to kick the round off, really leaves them in a bit of a deficit. Karrigan also looking fairly low at this point. Still a lot of potential left in this round for LDLC. Rain trying to defend over from Garage, taking hits left, right, and center. Forced to try and fall back as they just overwhelm him. Surely that should be another kill going the way of LDLC very shortly.
Very likely. Rain just isolated. Alex almost spotted him there, but still we have Existence pushed up, and with the flashbang, Rain is going to be so cornered here. Nico and Keo, though, somehow they pick up the pieces, a kill each. Tuanu going to trade onto Karrigan, and Rain's still caught outside. He may be able to catch that Existence. He spots a Molotov. He knows where he's coming from, but they're not going to be pushing him. Alex is still just above him. He just needs to peek a little bit more. If he wants to spot out his head, he will finally commit to it, and he doesn't even see him. Rain finally walks, but Alex will spot him as he moves himself into the open. Nico repositions towards main. Gets himself a better angle. This is a great headshot position. Tuanu may not expect it, but he has the AWP. Going to be clearing the angle methodically as Nico just holds for the push. He knows that they're splitting in towards the A site. They have control coming in as well. And Keo is in position to at least support his teammate if in case he does fall to his demise. It's a slow round so far from Team LDLC, but it's made clear what they want to do. And Nico does drop the split. Tuanu's dead. Two players coming in from heaven. Now they know where he is, but they don't know Kiyoshima is also in the wings, waiting for the peak. Existence will fall, and Alex now has a 1v2 with 15 seconds left. Is there even time for him to get the B plant?
So far away, I don't think he's actually got time to brush his way on site. It's going to be so close, especially if he even slightly gets delayed by the CTs arriving on the site. That's all they have to do. They find the easy frag as well. Alex, unfortunately, going to get picked off. He barely would have made it, but there's still no chance when Nico's there, warding you back, stopping you from making your approach up on the bomb site. And it just looks unfortunate as these frags coming in thick and fast. But a pause has come in just at the last second there. LDLC will be going for a bit of a tactical one. They want to try and work out what exactly has gone wrong and try and fix it as they started to look back on point.
Yeah, it's weird as well. They pick up the first 5 rounds, very good stuff, and then FaZe Clan suddenly come in. And now we see, because FaZe Clan had such a dominant first half, they only need to pick up 2 to be very, very close to closing out the map. So LDLC have got to start to be worried at least, because they know it's 13-9, and now they're going for this buy. They need to win this one, because if they lose this, it's 14-9 and they're on eco. So that's either a forced buy to try and contest the 15th, or to allow FaZe to actually get to map point, which is very dangerous in and of itself. So yeah, this is the buy. If they don't win this one, FaZe Clan are going to be looking very, very good to close out this first map.
It's true. It's quite scary as well, because that's the thing, getting themselves in that 13th round already. LDLC, they still need so much more to bring to the table. They're getting rounds here and there, and they are actually linking them together, but they just don't have much breathing room. That's the thing. Sure, if there was sort of been a slightly altered scoreline, say with FaZe only having around 10 on the board, or even just 11 at that point, they would have been able to play a little bit more loose style of Counter-Strike, but they can't actually adapt too much. They're not able to try anything different because they don't have the breathing room to run the risk. It has to be a win every time.
Exactly. And a UMP on either side this time. LDLC just sending Existence outside with his AK to try and hunt for anything, but again, they've got to be careful. The potential of an AWP is in play for FaZe, but it doesn't even matter because Nico is just dominating. One quick kill, make that almost 2. His missiles now put down to 1 HP. The nade will make it 2 as that goes flying in, dunks right onto him as 2 remain for LDLC, and that pause clearly has done nothing because despite them not even being able to execute, they're just getting picked off one by one. Existence and Maniac now both dead too.
Getting picked off there. Really awkward stuff as Nico connects that headshot, taking them down. Obviously, they went for the pause. They wanted to try and do something different if possible, something that would reinvigorate them, allow them to get around on the board, get their 10th claimed, but unfortunately, all they did was give away another round to FaZe. Now, 14 rounds on the board, looking absolutely unstoppable. RDLC, they've got some measly Tech 9s, they've got 2 UMPs to play with, and a abundance of nades that are mixed mashed together, but what can they actually achieve? Can they even really find another round on the board at this point?
It's not looking likely, but let's have a look. Kiyoshima spamming on early. Maniac's going to get tagged down, and we talked about the CT aggression, about FaZe, how they like to control the pace of the game, how they like to control the engagements, and they are doing so by pushing into these positions. Keo again flashed in. There's 2, there's 3, and Keo classic as he pulls out the pistol to go for another one. It's Alex to try and contest, but it's only going to be resulting in his demise. Existence eventually picks one up too, but look at the health, 40 combined for these 2 players. It's going to be so difficult. 30, sorry. Quick maths on the spot, not going well, but it's going to be Existent to drop towards ramp. Karrigan finds him, and Alex looking for the trade. It doesn't look possible. Karrigan's just hungry for this kill. He knows what he's up against, and he's going to be able to just dominate it. Headshot comes in, 15 rounds for FaZe Clan, and 1 more till the victory.
1 away from closing things out. And LDLC, it's not even like they have a lifeline in terms of their economy as well. They're pretty much lacklusterly broken at this point. 3.6k is the most they have over on Alex. Everyone else sitting there over around 3k, and it's just not good enough. The buy will come in a little bit better in terms of utility than what I actually expected, but 2 players without rifles. There's going to be 2 SMGs in play as well. Alex, the only one with an AK. He's going to need to go fairly huge to actually get a couple of openers to help out his teammates into this round. It'll be interesting to see what they bring to the table here, as this could be good night for them over on the first map.
Indeed. Again, there is still overpass for them to have some bit of retribution, but they'd be liking to get this first map if they could in their pocket. However, FaZe Clan obviously going to be the overdogs into this one. As you can see, LDLC situated in towards lobby. The majority of the players here. FaZe again putting some hate in towards this squeaky door. They have so much control. They always open that up or nade it out, and then we just see FaZe Clan just holding it. You typically see CTs playing so passive towards that position, not wanting to get picked off, but Nico is the complete opposite. He holds it on the CT side. He allows them to peek because he knows he can win that fight. But let's see if he can do it again as these players fast push out of the hut here as Kiyoshima above, raining in death from above as Rain picks up 3 quick kills there with the M4. It's all onto existence, and frankly, it's over. Nico holds it from the second vent, and the CTs are going to pick it up. It's FaZe to win the map, 16 rounds to 9.
Wow. I mean, that is just crazy stuff there. They pick it up so easily. It just looked like there was nothing left at that point. What can you do? LDLC, they tried their hardest. You can see them really putting their all into that. They had a bit of a momentarily comeback over on that second half, but it was so short-lived, and FaZe, as soon as they got that energy behind them once again, just looked dominant, and there was no answers there.
That's the thing, right? Because obviously as soon as LDLC got back into the map, they got 5 rounds in a row. FaZe eventually are going to have the money for the AWP, and then they're going to have all the money for the nades, for everything, and all it takes is one big individual performance. We talk about this a lot, at least in CS. There's so much potential for one player just to go big and completely flip over the script, and in FaZe, having all those aimers put together, there's more chance that you're going to have that big individual performance that we saw, at least to flip the script and take it back into the favour of FaZe, and that's exactly what we saw.
It's true. Those star plays coming out. Why don't we have a look at some of those replays as well of just the impact frags that we saw going through? I know Kiyoshima had a couple to his name, Nico especially towards that first half. We saw a few moments of greatness from LDLC where it looked like, yeah, they've got the firepower, they have that potential to close it out, but every time it was just short-lived. It never really went the whole hog, which was such a shame to see, as there was a lot of potential shown there. 9 rounds on the board up against FaZe, definitely not the worst result, but still, you think there could have been more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's so unfortunate when you go on the first half and you get completely ramsacked, right? So going into the second half, you're not going to have as much confidence. If maybe they started on the other half, they could have had something different. But putting FaZe on the T side against underdogs, what do you expect? They're going to bring the fight. We saw the aggression from FaZe, just rushing outside every round. Nico, even when they were going for slow, calculated rounds, Nico would just be pushing up, getting kills, and just dominating. So really, when you have FaZe on the T side, on a map that they love to play, what do you expect?
It's true. That dominant style where, it's their playground at that point. They're just going to roam around. They'll take the fights because they feel confident they're going to win them. And confidence is a big factor as well. As we saw a few moments where actually it seemed like there was that sort of momentarily of, right, we can take the fight, we'll go for it. Whereas a lot of those rounds, it was just sort of slow decision making from DLC, where it seemed like Existence didn't want to allow them off the leash too much, was worried that overconfidence could come back to bite them, whereas FaZe, they were just swanning around taking whatever fights they wanted to, seeming very carefree in their style of play.
Definitely, and I mean, going into the second map as well on Overpass, I expect to see a little bit more for LDLC in terms of rounds. I feel like this is the one they could really make a mark on. Nuke, they're okay at, but it's never really been a top map for them, whereas moving to Overpass, this is one of their better maps, one of the maps they want to be playing. So I'd like to hopefully see them have a little bit more effect onto FaZe, but again, you really can't predict too much because FaZe are that dominant team. They have been doing very well, and with the addition of Nico and all the practice and time they've been putting into this roster, I'm expecting a 2-0.
It's true. So there is that 2-0 potential coming out, but you never know. There is always these moments with LDLC start to step things up. We're gonna
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Pro League North American Division match day number, I don't know, because it's kind of like a catch-up match day. It's not really technically match day, is it? So what we do have, though, obviously, is Complexity and Winterfox coming in here. So we missed that a couple of weeks ago, or maybe about a week ago, but now we're back. We're here to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, and, well, both teams looking to try to get a couple of points on the board. Unfortunately, languishing near the bottom. It's not looking particularly good for their chances going on towards the next season. So now is, I would say, actually a must-win. We haven't really hit the halfway point of the league, but if you can't take these victories against lower-tier teams, then it's going to be a serious problem.
Yeah, definitely. I think Complexity's having a little bit better of a time than Winterfox at the moment, but definitely they will want to get some wins on the board here, try and start to move their way up. Winterfox, of course, you know, we've obviously been following them quite heavily here on the B stream, and they have really not been impressing us too much. They've picked up a couple of wins, but aside from that, it's really nothing great to speak of.
I think it's actually going on towards this match, they're kind of going in a better upwards trend. So even though they're not picking up the matches, we see them losing a lot of matches. At the very least, they're getting a couple of close rounds. I mean, they were up against Immortals, I believe, last week. 16, or the last match, should I say, which was last week, coincidentally. But 16-11, 16-14.
Yeah.
That's not a bad result.
No,
obviously, you wanted the victory, but once again, you have these small signs that they're improving as a team will lead eventually towards victories.
Alrighty, well, to give you guys a bit of context as to how these two teams are sort of ranking up in the standings, we can see Complexity, well, they're 1-9 as well, actually. I thought they were doing a little bit better than that.
Minus 55 as well,
yeah.
so both equal.
Exactly the same sort of a scoreline. I honestly thought Complexity had a little bit more going for them than that, but so maybe that sort of makes my earlier statement about thinking they were doing a bit better than Winterfox a bit irrelevant. But they're both sitting on the same sort of thing there, so should be a good match, really, considering how closely matched they should on paper be.
Well, Complexity managed to get a couple of victories, say, against Misfits as well as the like over the last month, but on the side of Winterfox, been really, really difficult for them. Only being able to take a victory, I think, against Rush earlier on. That's their only victory of the Pro League. And then also taking one against Premier Rejects, and I think that was at a different competition. And that was it. That was their only maps that they won. And it's just, I don't know, it's just really strange because you can see Winterfox last season, they were 9-17. They weren't the worst team, but not the middle of the pack. Now it's just they're languishing at the bottom.
I definitely think they had a better time last season. At least that's what it feels like to me. I don't really see them at this point getting up to a scoreline like 9-17 because they're just not getting the wins on the board. 1-9 at the moment. It's really leaving a little bit to be desired. And I think these guys are obviously for themselves going to be a little bit disappointed with how things are going. And hopefully they can turn things around. But it is going to be a difficult task, I think, for them going into the late stages now of the ESL Pro League. Having a look at our schedule for today, as we said, it's just Winterfox and Complexity on our stream. We don't have a second match tonight, so it is just going to be that single first best of two. Over on the main stream, though, they do have their two matches, NRG and CLG, and then Optic Gaming up against Rush. NRG, CLG, that should be a good one.
That's going to be really, really fun to watch, actually, especially with CLG's form. And a lot of people were looking towards Ricky to see how to slot in, and that's pretty much a big statement to make. First match that you go against or first match in a while, you're up against Renegades, your former team, and then you not only ace them, but you drop 20s, I think, in both games.
And he got 2 Zeus kills as well, did he not?
Yeah, I think he got one in the Stilo, so rubbing, I guess, salt into the wounds for Renegades. I mean, Renegades, I think that was just more of a little bit of a slump performance compared to what they were doing the last 2 weeks. They've been playing so well in the last 2 weeks. I think CLG just playing a little bit better that one. So it'll be good going against NRG, who's one of those teams we've been talking about them the entire season where we go, hey, these guys are suddenly stepping up and looking to break it towards near the top. They're at the top of the middle at the moment. They meant, I think, 1-1 against either Cloud9 or Liquid, I think.
They got They got a 1-1 against Optic. Maybe that's
They get a 1-1.
Yeah.
No, actually they 2-0'd Optic.
Did they? Oh yeah, they did.
They 2-0'd Optic, and they went I think 1-1 apiece alongside with the other top tier teams.
Yeah, well, so they're getting
sitting up there,
wins on the board against some of the top tier teams. Definitely looking like a prospective team that could really challenge here. And you know, maybe some of your favorite players are in maybe some of those top teams. If you're wanting to vote for them, you can go over to proleague.com/fanvote. Drop your vote in for your favorite player there, and hopefully they can win the amazing prize. Don't know what the prize is, but they win.
It should be good.
They win.
They just get a win. I mean, I'd just be happy winning. It's
Yeah,
just
like, wouldn't you feel good? Like everyone says, "Oh, you're my favorite player." Like that'd be pretty. I'd feel pretty good.
Exactly.
It's never going to happen for me though.
Oh, you're my favorite caster, so
thanks,
there you are. You can win that award.
Well,
you can win the Kratz award.
We can
for
win.
favorite
We can
caster.
win everything now and then. You know, we get a little bit for ourselves at least.
Absolutely, absolutely. But going back towards Winterfox and Complexity, speaking about winning, well, they do actually need to pick this one up. Especially, we were talking about both of them sitting at 1-9 apiece. It's just not. It's not good enough heading towards, I guess, the final stages of the season. Looking at terms of their matchups, I feel like Complexity, they've both had a good mix-up against these easy as well as more difficult teams. I feel like, though, Complexity have had to verse more of the difficult opponents as opposed towards Winterfox.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking about the final stages of the competition, there is, of course, our finals coming up in June later on this year. It is over on proleague.com/Dallas. If you want to go in there, grab your tickets, grab some more information, just check out that link and do your thing. So maybe
Flights, accommodation.
Yeah, I don't know. Buy some stuff. Make sure you're there. Yeah, it should be a good time. EU, NA, Australia, technically, Brazil.
Australia only. If
Well, actually,
Renegades
no. But
get in.
Renegades, yeah. Well, we'll see.
I would like to say Winterfox could get in, but that would be very optimistic.
I think that's a little bit far-fetched.
Yeah, that would be
Brazil, definitely.
Yes, absolutely.
Who else is? There's a lot of different nations in the Pro League.
Brazil's in contention to
It's like
probably
the World
get 2
League.
teams, I think, in towards it. Not maybe even 3, depending on how
Potentially.
Luminosity goes.
Yeah.
So it's once again still half of the season left to go, and all the Brazilian teams looking on the up and up. Renegades also looking on the up and up as well. So that's good for any Australian fans. Winterfox, I mean, this is their time to show that they're building in the hard yards. They've been saying, you know, look, it's going to take some time for this roster to gel together, and we're grinding it out. They need to start proving, though, that grinding is one part of it. Also, proving that they've got the results for it is the second part.
I think that's the real thing at the moment. You know, this is a team which, when we sort of looked at them, we said, okay, they have a lot of potential. We think Raz is a great AWPer here domestically. Obviously, we know these guys from last season, or the majority of that roster last season, had a pretty good starting season, but they wanted to build on it this season. I don't think that they have built on it this season. In fact, I feel as though they have probably gone backwards a little bit. And that, like what you said, you can probably give them that little bit of a leeway, I suppose, because they brought in the new player. But now is the time to start showing results. You know, if you can't get the results on the board, then questions do have to be asked.
Yeah, it's been about maybe 2 months now, and especially losing matches against teams where you shouldn't be dropping in the Tier 2 against the Tier 2 American teams is really, or North American should I say, is really, I guess, indicative of Winterfox's performance earlier on. That's not to say how they'll develop as a team, though, because even though they've dropped matches early on against these weaker teams, we would perceive weaker teams, they've also taken close matches against teams like Immortal, 16-14, 16-11, which is something that kind of goes, you don't take 16-14, 16-11s against the second best Brazilian team if you're not a decent team and you're not knowing what you're doing. And especially on execution-based maps and aim-based maps like Cobble as well as Overpass. Pushing a great team towards the edge shows that maybe, just maybe, they're finding something that clicks for them, maybe it's working out, and hopefully can get a couple of victories.
Well, they're up against Complexity today, who obviously throughout this season haven't necessarily been having an excellent time. Very similar to Winterfox. They are struggling. They need some points on the board. So would you say you think that Winterfox has a good chance of 2-0ing this, or do you think it maybe go the other way and 2-0 for Complexity? Or
I think both teams
a balance.
I think both teams do need to 2-0. I think on the side of Complexity, they lose 2-0 against Luminosity Gaming I think for the last match for the ESL Pro League, which, you know, we saw Luminosity Gaming, they played really, really well in a team structure. 16-14 on the first map, which was Cache, which is one of their preferred maps, and then 16-2 on Overpass. So it speaks to me that today depends how Winterfox show up on Cache. They like playing Cache as well. They're not as good as Complexity, I feel like, so the Complexity will most likely pick up Cache. The second map, I believe it will be Winterfox's pick. They should take that one. Yeah. Especially if it's, say, Overpass or Cobble, they should have what it takes, a deeper lineup against Complexity, and it looks like Complexity actually using Jason R, actually, so...
Yeah, that's a bit of a difference there for them. But one thing I do want to note here for Winterfox is sort of last time that I casted them, and I think that might have been the last time they were on this stream, we had Raz here, and obviously in this statistics thing, and he was down about 0.6 for the KD and roughly similar to what he is right now for the ADR. But it seems like he's pushed that up a little bit so far in this season. So maybe that's a bit of a good sign for WinterFox. Things are starting to get a little bit rolling, but I think across the board it is sort of still 50-50 there. I mean, Android X23, he's up a little bit higher than the other guys across the board, but both teams seem to have fairly similar sort of statistics, and really, I think that goes to show how sort of closely matched they are.
Yeah, I mean, both as well sitting on 1 victory as well as 9 defeats. I was about to say 9 deaths, but 9 defeats.
Might as well be.
Yeah. I mean, 9 defeats, it's gonna be very, very harsh in the statistics, and it shows that, you know, they can do the damage. They're putting in the hard yards, and it's at the very least starting to improve, especially for Raz. We were talking about him earlier on. You know, he was getting completely wrecked, which is, I guess, welcome towards NA.
Yeah.
The harshest way
Big
possible.
step up.
But at the same time, you know, you've got to put in the hours. He knows that he can probably compete at this level, so he's sunk in the hours. He just needs to be able to show it now against Complexity as well.
Yeah, need to see him really getting sort of fired up sort of thing, because to me he was always a very momentum-based player, and he obviously, I don't know, he hasn't really been having the greatest momentum this season. If you can take anything from those 9 defeats, it's quite obvious that, you know, maybe things aren't feeling so great within the mentality side of things there for WinterFox or for Complexity. But for a player like Raz, he needs to just, if he's on, he's going to be a real handful to deal with.
Yeah, and we're talking about, I guess, the confidence game. I guess for Complexity, it's not going to be as great for them. You know, 16-14 on their own. They lost 16-14 on their own map pick. Probably a couple of rounds going in the favor of Luminosity, which should have been swung towards Complexity. That's going to be hurting them. At the same time, they dropped 16-2.
Yeah.
16-2 on Overpass, which is a map which WinterFox do like playing.
Yeah.
WinterFox like playing execution-based maps. They haven't shown themselves to be adept at it this season, but at the very least, they're trying to match it toe-to-toe against teams like Immortals, which are, you know, have that much experience, have, I guess, the depth of aim, gameplay, and whatnot. And to take them to 16-14, 16-11 means that I believe, and this may be a little bit of the, you know, oceanic bias coming through, but I think just based off these results, it's showing that WinterFox at the very least are starting to recover a little bit. And I'm hoping they recover, because it'd be a great disappointment for this lineup, for, I guess, the second Oceanic team to go towards NA, to, I guess, flop like this in the second season.
Yeah.
At the very least, a late resurgence, something similar towards Renegades. We're seeing at Renegades at the moment. Something's clicked, you know. There was talk about Renegades' practice schedule not working out. You know, a lot of the NA teams were commenting, it's like, Renegades don't have any idea how to practice. Then about 2 weeks later, we see Renegades go absolutely on fire and start taking these victories. You know, against Complexity, it was a quick 2-0, and then starting to win in the other leagues, you know, demolishing all the other opposition, and then taking the 2-0 against Liquid last week. A 16-8 on Cobblestone, which is really the telling sign.
Yeah.
It was a 12-3 half.
It was super surprising to see them being able to take that 2-0. I thought best case scenario for Renegades, it was going to be a 1-1. I thought if there was a 2-0, it would be on the side of on the side of Liquid.
Yes.
But Renegades were able to pick it up. So yeah, like you said, maybe WinterFox can do similar, but maybe Complexity can do the same as well. I mean,
looking towards Complexity and how they're playing so far, it's just more of, yeah, they'll be able to get a couple of good victories in there. You know, they chimed in against victories against Misfits, Immortals, Splice, and Liquid. But that's been so long ago now with just the constant shuffles. You know, I feel like they change members every 3 weeks. That every single 4 match days, we just go, yep, back to Complexity, and they've changed another member out. It's like Rush. They've changed, I think Complexity has changed out 3 members so far. Rush have changed out 2 members so far since the start of the season. And yeah, they're trying to change it to try to make them line up work, but at the same time, the dynamic does get affected.
Yep.
And it's just so difficult, you know, now Jason R, I mean, he's been floating around the NA scene for a while, but how's he going to go? He's not really, I guess, the insane top-tier talent. He's good, but not like, you know, somewhere you just go, yeah, he's going to instantly make an impact, like a Breezy, for example.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I guess today is where Complexity has to start. Similar for WinterFox, they basically have to start here, so it's a very, very important matchup for both these teams. Going on to Cage first map, you think maybe that does favor Complexity a little bit. It'll be good for them to start off on a favored map.
Absolutely. They need to take this one on their map. They came very, very close last time against Luminosity. Now up against WinterFox, arguably a weaker opponent. They need to take this one. Well, WinterFox, they're going to choose to start on the CT side. We're going to see Offnu get quite aggressive, and, well, he's down towards 1 HP, ready for his troubles. He's going to try to sprint very, very fast away. Did have the assistance of Raz to protect him, but Complexity doing the damage on the board, they're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, they'd love the kill, but you know, Ofnu is almost basically a kill. If they walk into the bomb site that he's at, he should go down very, very quickly, and would be surprising to see him get too much more done this round. Though, you know, he does have a USP in his hands, and we know how deadly that weapon can be on these pistol rounds. Complexity, though, they've played it a little bit slowly here. Just deciding to not take too much off that early advantage and try and work the map a little bit.
Yeah, just making sure that all the close corners are cleared before they move through. They don't want Winterfox sussing out where they're going, and they are going towards the B site. And Ofnu is the low HP member. The rest of Winterfox have stacked towards A. So Ofnu, if he can get a single kill, that's probably more than I guess they can expect right now. That he's going to communicate the Complexity are coming onto the site. And you can see he's going to take the deal. He's instantly going to take down Def just like that. He's going to be traded out, though. At the very least, a 1-for-1. And Winterfox do give up control, but Emag's got the 2 flashbangs.
Yep. It's going to be key, those flashbangs, really, right now, because if he can get a good flash onto someone, or if Raz can win this duel, then that could have been so big as well. But Raz forcing Surreal back, and he's going to have to go for the duel. Though APOC looks like he's going to go one better, does take down that player. And now it is just 3 versus 3 as we see another one drop for Winterfox, and just entering in towards the bomb site. Trades across the board here. APOC now on his own, and he will be taken down by Desi. Jason R as well, finding 2 kills in that one. Good round for Complexity. Quite comfortable in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they were just able to get onto the site. I mean, Ofnu did go for 1-for-1, and on 1 HP, that was a lot better than we could already expect. And the Complexity, after taking control of the site, just able to hold down the lines, a double kill, helping out in the hands of Desi as well as Jason R. So Jason R, great start in towards the Pro League for Complexity. As, well, Winterfox have to just kind of debate whether they want to force up or just go for pistols.
I think at this point,
basic pistols, get body armor, maybe.
What do you think Winterfox will do here? Because to me, they're not a team that necessarily always ecos or always forces. It just changes depending on the situation.
I think, well, they want to prioritize that AWP and Raz. So Raz is going to stay with whatever basic pistol he has. Unless he wants a rifle, then he'll force up maybe body armor as well as maybe a 5.7. For the rest of Winterfox, maybe a couple of pistols, maybe even Desert Eagles.
Yeah,
I like to see some body armor and Desert Eagles on the other members to, just at the very least, make Complexity feel a little bit uncomfortable. Try to take a few AK-47s out of their hands and make Complexity work for the round. These pistols can do serious damage, and there you have it. APOC's gone for the head armor as well as a Desert Eagle. He was able to get a couple of kills in the previous round, which is why he can afford the head armor and the deagle. Normally, you can't really do that if you haven't picked up a kill in the pistol. And he's going to swindle his way through smoke immediately. Def, HE grenading forward, but APOC, if he jumps up, might be able to catch ahead of Def. And there's one. He's also spotted out Surreal, tagging him down low, but won't be able to get the kill. Surreal gets the trade immediately afterwards, but he's down towards 10 HP.
Yeah, just needed one more person to get a little bit of a shot there into Surreal, and he would have been down. He will trade out his Bison for a UMP, which is obviously a good decision, but it's still not the weapon that he would want in his hands. He'd love to have an AK here. Still only 2 of them for Complexity at this point. If they can take those 2 AKs and maybe 1 UMP through to the next round, they will be obviously quite happy with how things have gone here. But Zuzi has managed to acquire himself that Bison. Emag was in a good spot there to get some damage done, but won't do all that much, and he will fall. And now Ofnu and Zuzi, the only 2 remaining here. Bison and the Deagle. What can they do? What more damage are they going to be able to get out here? Because they really do need to get maybe just 1 more kill in this round to feel probably pretty happy.
Well, Zuzi does tag Jason R a little bit, but Jason R just completely turns on him, gets the headshot, and Complexity, well, they lose the initial member from a great shot from APOC, but they clean up things very promptly afterwards. Jason R with 3 kills of the UMP. And, well, Complexity racing towards a 2-0 lead, as well as, I guess, an economical lead as well. Def has to be dropped that UMP, as on the side of Winterfox, this should be a full eco coming out. And Raz will have barely enough cash to force up a AWP in the next round. Otherwise, the rest of Winterfox will also have a lot of utility going to the first true buy round as well. So they have, in terms of just going for basic pistols, maybe or not APOC, but that's okay. You get APOC with a rifle and you try to support him as he goes for the kills. He loves playing aggressive and he can get those kills working out for him. At the same time, Complexity, it looks like that they're working in tandem quite well. Getting the first aim deals working in their favor. Jason are already racing towards a 5-0. Sure, it was, you know, anti-eco, but at the same time, picking up some impressive UMP kills.
Yeah, it'd be nice for him here to just get the ball rolling pretty early on in the piece, not feel under too much pressure to frag, which it seems, I think, like is what is happening right now. Now, the question for me is, for Winterfox, sort of where do they go from here? Because right now, obviously, they're not too bothered by how this is going. They've just lost the pistol round. That's not really too big of a deal. But if they lose the first gun round, obviously they'll probably have that AWP in the hands of Raz. Then does the option become, do we take the double AWP out? Can they even take double AWP, really, with this roster? I mean, to me, none of those other players are amazing AWPers. I think Zuzi's picked up the AWP every now and then.
pick up the AWP as well.
They could all pick up the AWP, but to me, I don't think, like, there are certainly some stronger double AWP setups around the place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think going on towards this one, it'd be mainly in the hands of APOC, I think, dictating the play.
Right.
APOC in the buy round, he's going to go, all right, I'm going to pick up an M4, I'm going to play aggressive towards, this position. And I think they're going to try and get Winterfox love taking the early B main control. Jason R is actually blinded out this time, but APOC can't find the headshot, which means Jason R, easy double kill. Well, he does eventually get taken out. Gets a single kill only, but Android's there, ready to trade him out, and Ofnu now pressuring Android as well. Tag down even lower, but he gets shut down. And Raz, picking up a UMP. Surreal is so low, but Zuzi's around from all sides with only a UMP. Can't do anything, and Android will clean up Raz eventually with another AK-47. Complexity, 3-0. Feels like the break's even longer than, I guess, the Complexity round so far, but otherwise on the side of Winterfox, it's just easy. Well, this is the round where they have to make things change up.
Yeah.
With the AWP, let's see where Raz goes with it. Maybe they'll push APOC somewhere as well. A lot of utility for them to use on the riflers, but not on Raz, obviously, trying to force up the sniper rifle. Surreal also has picked up the AWP as well, so hopefully he can make an impact in terms of Complexity. It's a good start. I mean, positive signs coming out from Android as well as Jason R. Those are the players that you kind of want to see the impact now coming out from.
There's been some pretty sort of successful anti-ecos here for Complexity. You could see how much money they had left at the start of this round, and they've already got basically what is a perfect buy into this one. So they will have definitely another buy into the next round here, even if Winterfox does win this one. But Winterfox, they have got a difficult round ahead of them, They don't have that many utilities. They've got really only flashbangs and one smoke left here to delay those Ts. So Complexity in with a good shot at this one, I think. And if they do manage to kill all those Winterfox players, do manage to take them all out, it'll basically just force Winterfox back onto the eco and struggle street further and further ahead for them.
Well, Desi is just behind the crisscross of smokes that have been deployed by Complexity, but they are going to be stacking their way towards the A site. But all the members of Winterfox are primarily around the A site. You can see Raz just still holding truck. There begins the attack on the side in earnest. Zuzi, though, great to get the opening frag, but APOC's also supporting him as well. Android will drop the bomb as well after APOC does the damage. And, well, Complexity losing a couple early members. Raz will get an AWP pick as well from Truck and Desi, slowly sneaking his way up Highway. Needs to be able to do the damage. There's a Molotov just to block off a little bit of vision. I think they'll suspect that there's one towards Highway, and Desi's going to make first contact, but loses the aim deal against Ofnu, I believe it was. And it's all up to Jason R on 29 HP. 1 on 3. He's going to find Ofnu immediately. He was already low, and now dancing around the side. Also spotting out Raz, but EMAG will be able to clean things up just like that. And, well, all the members of Winterfox actually getting a kill apiece, so all chiming in and having a bit of fun.
Yeah, I mean, Winterfox there, they probably could have denied the bomb plan if they had have had an extra Molotov, an extra grenade, something like that. But because of the fact that they didn't have that much money to invest into this round, they weren't able to do that. Does give Complexity just a little bit more money to play with here. Of course, they're going to be basically fully investing into this round, and they may even have a buy next round by the looks of things. Depends how low we get. Yeah, maybe. But another important round here on the board for Winterfox. They need to pick this one up. They really need to start making some inroads into this first half, because the more rounds they lose early on the piece, the more difficult it is going to be to come back for it. And we know how quickly it can be for that T-side economy to just start to build up and balloon out and become such a massive problem for the CTs.
Absolutely, in Complexity, if they can keep as many of these AKs as well, even if they lose this round, as long as they do the damage and try to force Winterfox in towards these, these poor weapons like the UMP and the FAMAS, it just makes Winterfox's life a little bit more difficult to try to hold onto the bomb sites, whereas for Complexity, they can kind of work, with the Tech 9s, maybe even force up one AK-47 so far. Jason R, he was the only person been making impact frags in the previous round. He needs the rest of his team to step up, especially Surreal with the AWP. If Surreal doesn't really work out, I believe Desi also can pick up the AWP, and he's been doing quite well, so I'd like to see that happening on the CT side, or maybe even the T side later on in the rounds.
Yeah, I think Cage, though, as well, is one of those maps where you can just go 5 rifle setup and charge into the bomb sites, and it works out quite nicely. It's not like you necessarily always need those picks from the AWPs and Complexity here. We'll see whether or not they do decide to do that. Obviously not this round, as they do have the AWP in the hands of Surreal, but they've gained control of mid relatively easily, now making their way over towards the B bomb site, a couple through B halls. Does seem like a couple are going to head in through vent, but they do have Def here on the lurk, up through A short. And he could definitely take down a rotator right now.
Yeah, but EMAG, back of checkers, had to do so much work, didn't really work out, and Jason R is going to be taken out by the... but Surreal, that's a lot better. Getting the 1-for-1 trade now, opting to hold it on the side. There's a flashbang, and the headshot on towards Desi, but Susie trying to peek out from heaven with the UMP. It's not going to work out. APOC now on the flank as the rest of Complexity just locking down the bomb site. And while Afternoon's going to be taken out eventually, they just had to play safe and sound. You can see Def eventually coming around behind. Through heaven he goes. He's not here, guys. There's only one position he can be, and there's going to be flank if the bomb ever does go down. And Surreal may have just been spotted out by APOC. He's going to use a molly. This should be Surreal dying. Has to be. No! He does die, but he still gets the option towards APOC.
Yeah, that's no good for Winterfox. It seemed like every time they were getting a kill, every time they had or had the chance to equalize and then maybe overtake Complexity in terms of favor in that round, Complexity would just bite back with one kill at the most crucial of times, and that's really, really bad now for Winterfox. Their economy's reset. Complexity know it. They've got that Mac 10 on Desi, and well, this is probably going to be 5-1, which is really starting to become a problem for Winterfox. They need to get more rounds on the board right now.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to potentially counter-boost mid, but you can see Def already coming very, very early on. APOC's going to be tagged down low. There's a Molotov. That should seal APOC's fate. No, he's going to be taken out, and well, Raz is going to take a bit more damage from the Molotov. I think Andrew is going to suspect this. He's going to push in and clear out the close angles as Jason R takes down EMAG. And well, Zuzi nearly gets the kill. Dinks him out, but Jason R cleaning up towards the B site quite easily. Complexity, very, very quick anti-eco once again. They're just rolling ahead with these easy rounds and they're slowing down the buy rounds and making it work in their favor. Winterfox can't force up in this one. They're going to have to buy pistols once again.
Yeah, it's really, really becoming a tough situation now for Winterfox. They're basically going to need to win out the half from here, or maybe drop one more round after this for them to have, much to play with in the second half. But Complexity, you said that they were going to be probably favoured a little bit here on Cache. It's certainly seeming like it's going to be that way, and their T side so far has really looked almost flawless.
Yeah, just some... I mean, they're anti-ecos. Just the fact that they don't drop many weapons, that they're taking the aim deals, is just working in their favour. And Death, great crossfire, but it's not going to work out this time. EMAG's only able to get one before Jason R goes for the double kill. Spots out some early information. Surreal, though, loses his life, as well as the AK-47, and you can just see Zuzi's got a lot of work to do trying to lock down the A site. Desi's out on it, though, and APOC, if he finds his kill, means that all of a sudden, 2-on-2, Jason R with 3 kills by himself. B side's cracked open, but Winterfox now with a real chance to, at the very least, try to win this eco.
Yeah, they have 2 AKs in their hands, and a real chance is something that they need to convert right now, because 1-5 down, they definitely need to be getting better than that so far on the CT side, and this is a chance that you need to take, right? This is not something that's given to you very often, and when it is, and you're down 1-5, it's absolutely something that needs to go the way of Winterfox right now if they're to come back into the first half. Admittedly, I know it would be an eco round win, but to be able to get that sort of swing of momentum going in your favour, it would be so great for Winterfox, but Complexity do close it out. Admittedly, Winterfox there taking 4 guns out of the hands of Complexity, but what they need right now is rounds. They don't need good eco rounds. So.
It's just difficult at the moment, where Android and Jason are going 15 kills and 11 kills already after 7 rounds. That's just ridiculous. Jason R, like, he's come in, and we just go, no, we're not expecting too much out of Jason R. I know he's good, but I never expect him to just go, yep, I'm just going to tap heads, 1, 2, 3, 4, kill everyone, I'm untouchable. So that's just really, I guess, great to see from Complexity. Maybe this is what they needed in terms of their overall lineup for their roster. Raz getting a little bit aggressive. This is what we wanted to see from Winterfox. At the very least, trying to change things up with the AWP. He also gets out alive without taking a single point of damage. And Complexity already losing Desi. And there's a flashbang. Means APOC can try to get a little bit aggressive. But Def was ready for it behind the A main box, which means it's a 1-for-1 trade ultimately. And Winterfox, none the better for it.
Oh, overall, though, things now starting to slightly favor Complexity, as we do see Jason R picking up Imagine. And the other good thing here for Complexity is that Winterfox haven't been able to afford too many utilities in this round. You can see now they're just down to that single Molotov and flash on Ofnu, and Complexity should have a relatively easy time of just getting into these bomb sites. I mean, they've got a couple of Molotovs. They can sort of restrict the movement of the CTs a little bit. They've got some flashbangs to work with here as well. But Winterfox, they just don't have anything to counter that.
Oh, there's a cross smoke towards Forklift. There is Zuzi, though, playing close Forklift. And only one person out, but Dev still gets the kill. Raz, so much work for him to do with the AWP. He knows that potentially it's only one out, and Dev spotted him out. Pressure now placed on towards Raz, trying to stay alive, but the bomb makes its way towards B-side. Ofnu, he might be able to go huge here. We'll spot out Jason R. That's one headshot. Android coming across for the trade. He's a little bit sharper. Also gets the counter return. Well, Raz just might need to save this AWP. Just needs to sprint away.
Yeah, I think this is too little too late, really, for him to do much about it. And the way that Winterfox's economy is looking, it's obviously going to be super, super helpful to have an AWP in the hands next round. Although, in saying that, I don't think that the AWP has been particularly effective here for Winterfox. Raz has got maybe like 2 or 3 frags with it.
Well, he was able to get the first entry kill. Pushing Squeaky, getting the first entry. It looked good, but then Winterfox lost control of B-side. Imagine tried to take, off-timing duel against Jason R, but Jason R's just on fire at the moment, able to just make the first one-on-ones work in his favor. Now, spotting for information, Raz is at the very least able to take down Android. They know where he is, so Complexity want to throw bodies at this. They want to take this gun off Raz. They don't want the AWP to be saved. It looks like Surreal not going to risk it. No point for him risking it.
Yeah, Def wasn't anywhere nearby, so that was the problem. Raz, that might have been a bit risky if there was someone watching that angle, but he survives, and Winterfox are going to force up behind that AWP.
They have to make this turnaround, so they need to... They do have an M4 to work with on APOC, but we saw him going aggressive, not working out. Complexity just able to hold the aggression and then slowly make their way into a site. So maybe Winterfox just have to play patient. Just have to play the 2-on-2. Don't give up any opportunities, as the AWP is just training its line down towards B main. And well, Zeus coming close alongside with Ofnu. A couple of UMPs maybe pushing in towards mid, but Android's actually coming out alongside with Def. They just instantly get the kills mid. It's gone a little bit wrong for Winterfox already. It just feels like there is nothing that Complexity...
Wow.
Oh, I was going to say, it just feels like there is nothing that Complexity can do wrong. Jason R just knowing what's happening. Well, Raz trying his best to hold on to the B side, but unfortunately, there's only one of him and too many of Complexity. APOC, though, at the very least, a 1-for-1. They know where he is, but it is still a clutchable situation. No more, though.
Not anymore. Surreal playing that one very, very well, making sure that APOC couldn't peek the Molotov line and just watching the other one. Easy peasy.
Complexity just storming ahead towards an 8-1 lead. Well, I was saying that I was feeling like it was a 1-1, but I thought Winterfox would be playing a lot better than this. They're just getting outclassed at the moment, out-dominated. Complexity just winning the aim deals easy like that. Coming together in crossfires, just working together as a unit, and it's paying dividends for them. You can see Jason R, he just comes out, just one taps towards that close position, gets a headshot, and he just strolls forward. Why not? Surreal goes on towards Boost. Raz just caught in the open with his pants down. Easy kill. APOC towards A main. Boost is going to be spotted out. Surreal's not going to miss
He's used that already once or twice this half, so Complexity very, very well aware of it. It did work out the first time, but this time, not quite.
It's just a stroll in the park at the moment for Complexity.
It is.
Just walking in.
Surreal's just having a good time. He's like, okay, I see player, I shoot player, we win round.
Yeah, often at the very least, getting one. Caught in the open, though. Can't get any more. And imagine, well, only with the UMP, was playing close towards B main, but now he's stuck really in the middle of nowhere, trying to find something, anything. But when you're stuck all the way down a tree and trying to shoot downtown with a UMP, it's not going to work out. And a pause being called. Surely this one's got to be a tactical pause for Winterfox to figure out what's going wrong.
Yeah, you would have to think so, and I hear the music, so I am suspecting that my suspicions may be proved correct. But yeah, look, Winterfox, it is basically time for them to maybe have a bit of a timeout, as we can see here, and think about what do we need to change, or do we even need to change anything, or we just need to hit our shots a little bit better? Maybe it's just the aim duels that are going the way of the T's.
Yeah, I think it's that as well. Complexity has shown they're more than comfortable to go, all right, we're already up 9-1. We've got Jason R and Android who's just going, yeah, let's just go in and just book people left, right, and center. They're just getting these headshots, and now Surreal's also chiming in with the AWP. They're just gaining confidence. They just go, hang on, we're just going anywhere we want, and Winter Fox aren't punishing it. Let's just keep doing it. Yep. Winter Fox, you can see that they're desperately trying to hold on, but they're trying to play too aggressive and trying to hold on to the information as well as the bomb sites, and it's not working out for them. They're getting punished for playing aggressive, and even when they try to play defensively, it's just... Already they've played aggressive, they have too little members, and they just get taken out afterwards. Too many lines to watch, too little people.
Well, I think the economic situation as well is not really favouring Winter Fox here. It's quite obvious to say that, but part of the reason I think that they have been playing so aggressively throughout this CT side is that they've basically only had maybe one round that I can think of where they've actually had almost full utility. So they haven't been able to sit in those bomb sites and smoke off the chokes and Molotov off the chokes and counter flash the T's when they've come in. So they have had to make those plays. And so far, you know, it's really not worked out all that much. One round on the board for Winter Fox on the CT side of Cache. It's nowhere near enough. And it seems as though they are going to force back into this one. Triple UMP, double Deagle.
Yeah, this is what I don't like seeing. I mean, Zuzi, sure, he'll be able to afford a basic M4, but if your buy rounds aren't really working out, you might as well try to opt to get as much utility as possible. Not try to go for, all right, let's just get, you know, UMPs with body armor, flashbang, even a kit. It just feels like they're maybe not on the same page. APOC and Raz, I mean, they're just going, let's go for Deagles. I want the AWP. I want to make sure I have the M4 as well as utility. For the others, is kind of going, hang on, what's going on? Zuzi, why do you only have 950 compared to the rest of them? They've already lost so many rounds.
Yep.
If they're lacking utility and losing rounds, why are they forcing up and trying to win these rounds where it just feels like Complexity should be able to take another easy victory? It just feels like it once again, because the Complexity so far has just been like, yo, just walk in.
Well, they haven't had any problems with the rifle, so why are they going to have problems with the UMPs and Deagles?
Exactly.
Like, not to mention, Winter Fox can't really do anything to hold them off here, apart from shoot them.
Yeah, well, even Complexity just go, yeah, I mean, we know that Winter Fox may be pushing us, so we'll just fall back out of territory. And Desi, well, he's going to be caught with his pants down just a little bit, so now Complexity coming out of mid. Maybe this is a round that Winter Fox can turn around, because they got the first pick, and they are slowly coming towards Raz, who's spotted out. Oh, unfortunately, Android's got his crosshairs trained on the line, and APOC gets one with a Desert Eagle, but Android just, you know, ducks down and goes, you can't really transfer your shot on towards my head like that.
Yeah.
And so it's up to Offnu and EMAG to try to retake the A bomb site. Imagine with the UMP, Offnu also with the UMP and a flashbang, and Molotov close already. But Offnu charging straight forward, Complexity ready and waiting, which is something I think we didn't see yesterday. There was a match on Cache where I think one of the members just charged in with a UMP and just got 2 kills. No one was watching the line. So good to see Complexity at the very least. They're playing basic, solid Counter-Strike. Protect your bomb carrier, make sure that the CTs can't play aggressive. And here's where the change-up has to happen. A double up for Winter Fox, but Complexity already hit double digits.
That was obviously going to be a difficult round there for Winter Fox, but it makes sense now that you can see that double AWP setup coming out. They obviously ecoed a little bit more on Raz and APOC. The other guys taking the UMPs, and they would have loved to have won the round, but with the loss, it still affords them enough to buy the double AWP setup. But do you feel as though this maybe is a little bit too late? Like, I know they haven't had the economy, but even if they win out from here, it's still only 10-5.
Oh, at least it's more serviceable rounds. If Complexity take this, well, then it's effectively over. Because Winter Fox then, with double AWP, hasn't worked out. With buy rounds, it hasn't worked out.
Yep.
So Winter Fox need rounds not only in terms of buffering space, they need it for confidence, as well as just the knowledge that they go, okay, we can go toe-to-toe. Complexity can be, you know, cooled down a little bit, and we can take these victories. But now Complexity just stacking over towards the B site. There is the AWP in the hands of Raz. He's sitting towards headshot. Offnu has the defensive utility as well in his hands, ready to, I guess, use them as soon as Raz makes contact. And you can see Offnu going for a pick, but he's going to be punished for it. It's off to Raz to try to hold this off now. He doesn't have any HE grenades on Molotov. Gets the first one to Desi. Molotov forcing it out of position, taking a little bit more damage. And what a shot on towards them. He's so low. Finally traded out by Surreal, but he's done, at the very least, equalize the situation. Zuzi also sneaking close through smoke grenade. Might be able to fan Android. So now 2-on-3. Surreal coming a little bit late. Jason R now finally getting the bomb plant down. Surreal's just trapped in the middle of no man's land, really. So it's Jason R to do the majority of the work. And, well, they can't even do it. Much better from Winter Fox getting the kills in their favor.
Yeah, that did look a little bit smoother for them. I was going to say that was a round which, again, they needed to win because they've been granted the opportunity. And they do this time manage to consolidate on it and pull it through. So it's still 2 rounds on the board now for WinterFox. It's not much, but at least it's something to perhaps build off. They will be able to take the double ult setup through to this round as well. Dropped over to Raz, of course. And the rebuys coming out from a couple of those players. Complexity, I think they'll be pretty pleased with how this has gone so far. Anyway, if they can get one more round, then excellent.
If they take one more round on this round, then effectively they've won the half. There is no money on the side of WinterFox to buy up. So Complexity, I think they know that the double op setup has come out, so they have to go for the smoke site, executes. WinterFox, they show the tendency to kind of go, all right, we'll try to find the timing and try to see if we can grab a easy pick. Surreal dodges a grenade that was thrown towards him and boosts. He's still trying to lock down the lines. APOC, what a tight line to be holding at A main. But that's a great line to be holding as well. If any members from Complexity peek into it, he's a dead man for sure. And Surreal gonna be flashing himself in. As well, defensive utility, as well as the aggressive utility, I could say, from Complexity, slowly being burnt out. But a lot of smoke still to work with on both sides. A lot of Molotovs and incendiary grenades being worked with on both sides as well. Raz just trying to stop this mid aggression by himself.
And maybe not the greatest of ideas, because if he does go down, there's no one really to trade him out. But he's going to fall back up into the A-bomb site. That's probably the right idea. And Complexity, they're given mid for free, but at least there's some information there for Raz. He'll know that they're in mid.
Yeah, EMAC, though, just playing back checkers, I really don't like seeing this out of Imagine because he's been caught here before and he's been unable to make the aim deals work in his favor. A little bit of early damage towards Highway. Great HE grenades as well as now a couple of flashbangs and smokes. Def will be caught off guard, and a little bit of noise means Apoc's just going to use his incendiary grenade to stop the progression. But they are coming towards the B side instead. EMAC, like I said, playing towards back and checkers will be punished. Complexity have been using these Molotovs to clear up the lines. Raz overstepping his mark. They lose on the offs, and APOC does manage to get the trade, but they crack their way onto towards the B site. Zuzi and APOC just need a save right now. There is, unless they can get the first pick, and that's a big if. APOC switch out to the AK-47. Well, that's the first one. That's a critical one. If he finds this on the Jason R, could bring a chance, but down towards 3 HP. He won't be able to. Jason R just playing behind default. Rest of Complexity. They'll breathe a sigh of relief. They will try to reset the rest of the WinterFox economy, but I think APOC and Zuzi will back off. They should back off.
Are they going to, though? Zuzi seems keen. The flashbang's coming into the side as well, and, well, that's the full HP player being taken down easily by Android. APOC will take an AWP into his hands, and he just has to save this now. At least he got one trade, but it's never going to be enough, really, for a retake there.
Yeah, and it just, if he was able to get, he found the timing on towards Surreal. That was great. If he was also able to get a kill on Jason R, it would have mean the difference. I was about to say the deference, but he's still alive. But that would have been the difference between the two teams, and unfortunately was just unable to find the opportunity. We'll be able to take the AWP at the very least into the next round. I think Complexity will be able to call, you know, he saved the AWP.
Yeah.
But Complexity still forcing WinterFox into a terrible situation. They're forcing up behind this once again. They've got the AWP in the hands of Raz, but it's not worked out for them before. And even if they take this one, Complexity is still with the advantage. Android and Jason are both looking to drop 20s in the first half. That's ridiculous. 2 people trying to drop 20s.
Yeah, well, they're well
in
on their way.
15 rounds.
They're well on their way to doing it, but only a couple rounds left to do it in. Complexity, they've looked so good here on Cache. WinterFox just have had nothing, really. Like, they've had that one round with the double AWP, which looked okay, and then, honestly, I can't even remember where the other round sprang from. That was the first gun round, I think, from memory, which wouldn't have been an excellent buy from Complexity. They would have had a UMP or something. But again, we're just going to be seeing Complexity walk out onto a bomb site, get kills, and get the bomb down. Now, I know WinterFox here haven't got a good buy, but they just need to be getting more kills. Like, they need to be at least looking like they've got something in this one.
Oh, Android are missing the spray a little bit on Raz. Raz able to get the second kill, but EMAC, last man left standing. He's a B-side anchor, so it means that he's going to be slowly rotating his way across. In Complexity, just popping heads left, right, center. Android, the first member on his team to drop a 20. 21 kills on his T half. Jason R, he wants to drop the 20 as well. Rest of Complexity also chiming in with their cameo moments. I mean, Desi, Def, and Surreal, not, I guess, exceeding expectations like Android and Jason R have. But at the same time, doing work and slowly putting in the man hours.
Well, WinterFox is their last chance to get around here. 3 rounds would be not good. Would be better than 2, though. I mean, we've seen 5.7s and pistols work before, so let's not count them out too early here, but definitely the way that Complexity have been looking, it's really just basically over already.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking dominating, and even with this flashbang being used, and as well as smoke maybe for APOC to sneak through, he tries this every single time, and well, Complexity, they're waiting for this. APOC, I think, tried the same thing about 4 times by now. And Complexity just go, no, it's not going to work out. Why are you trying again? No, it's not going to work out.
Nope.
And it's just easy aim deals afterwards. Complexity 13-2 half.
I feel like a broken record at this stage every time I say a Complexity kill or a Complexity is coming into the round, getting tons of frags. It's not even trades at this point. They're just taking down Winterfox one by one. No worries at all. 13 on the board there to start off the first half for Complexity. I'm sure they're going to be able to close out the second half very, very soon, but we will find out after the ad break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
And straight back into the second half here. Things are, well, I think it's fair to say, very, very tough right now for Winterfox to come back into this. Complexity, basically all they need is the pistol round, and then they win the match. 13-2. You can't ask for much more heading into the second half of Cache.
Oh, you could have. You could ask for 15-0.
Well, yeah.
Could
it's
have
much
asked.
of a muchness, though, really.
Yeah, true that.
It's always going to end with the same result. Complexity should win this run from here. I mean, it would be a fantastic comeback from Winterfox if they were able to do that. But
so many rounds they have to grind out.
They're going to have to, they're going to have to hope they've got something up their sleeve on the T side, because the CT side, it didn't seem to be something that they were particularly comfortable on.
Yeah, and well, Complexity, they do have, I guess, the kit play already dinked down towards 15. That's surreal. He was, I believe, peaking highway. You can see his blood splatters all across the white box. And now Jason are also taking a little bit of damage. A tit for tat, really, between the two of them. But Winterfox having members now slowly crawl over towards B side. There is Desi as well as Android on the bomb, on the crossfire as well, should I say. So rest of Complexity just maneuvering their players around, not really committing anywhere. Neither are Winterfox as time is ticking away. Bomb has been left underneath boost. And well, Offner is probably just a lurk bait at the stage. If he's able to get a kill, this would be crucial. But if he isn't, well, that's pretty much going to be it.
I mean, he's already over towards this B site with, well, one player in the connector, I suppose, isn't really counted towards B site, but it is still a rotation for Complexity, but he won't get anything done. Doesn't look like there's going to be a rotate for Complexity there. In fact, it's actually going to be the wrong one, really, for Winterfox here. So they're going to get up to the A-bomb site very, very quickly, and Imagine gets dropped by Jason R, who's having a cracker of a game so far. Now APOC under pressure as well. Will go down to Android. Raz and Zuzi, though, able to trade back. 2 versus 3. Now 3 versus 1, sorry, is Zuzi the only one left alive. He will be able to pick up Def, but I think that's all said and done really here for Winterfox. I mean, they're going to need something of an amazing sort of a force buy. I guess they have to go this round. They can't really afford to allow it to go to the tiebreaker. They need to pick it up in this one, I think.
Yeah, that's really just the pressure at the moment that Complexity have applied all the way through to TFR. I was going to make a pun and just go, Complexity, sure, Complex might be in their name, but they haven't pulled out something amazing on the T side. It was just clinical Counter-Strike. It was just, all right, let's just trade each other out. Let's just go and get the kills working in their favor. It wasn't like they just went, all right, we're going to do these 6 smoke and flashbangs.
Early on, it was kind of just, all right, we're going to trade out. Like, you could see Winterfox was getting some kills in those rounds. It wasn't always very close, but they were getting, 2 or 3 frags, and then Complexity was taking control. But towards the end of the half, it was just Complexity. Once they'd warmed up, once everything was flowing nicely, they were walking in bomb sites. Maybe once Winterfox was a little bit demoralized, everything just went the way of Complexity probably for the last maybe 3 or 4 rounds of that half. And it seems it's gone that way as well so far. In the second half, Jason are finding 2, Def finding 1 as well. It's just the same old story here. Complexity just wiping the floor, really, with Winterfox.
Well, I mean, Winterfox APOC has struck back. He's quite low, though. Wow, completely blinded out. Raz does manage to get the 1-for-1 trade afterwards, but he's by himself and stuck towards quad. And you can see 2 very hungry Complexity players just pushing him right now. Smoke does go out, or flashbang, and Android just pushes it. They don't really care even if they die.
Yeah.
It's 15-2 now. They're looking to end it 16-2.
And that would be a very, very convincing score.
I was expecting a much closer match.
So was I.
I think Winterfox just dropped the ball on the CT side, not able to get their trades working. Some positive signs of some of their players, but it's just not good enough overall. Just playing too aggressive, it just fed towards Complexity, who were more than happy to take the aim deals. And now match point, Complexity look in dominating position to close this out.
All right. Complexity, again, fairly similar setup to what they've been running. 2-1-2, obviously pretty standard. Winterfox as well, it's pretty much what they've been running. I mean, they've got a player over towards B who maybe was going to try and get something done, but it does look like now APOC starting to rotate back into Warehouse.
When you just get killed,
what are you going to do, Like, what are you going to do?
What can you do is you're trying to set up for an execute. You're now coming in dry. And Def just goes, okay, Zuzi does manage to get the first kill on Jason up, but they're just coming in dry. And Def does turn away from the flashbang just a little bit too early, so Emag's allowed to push in and get the kill. So Winterfox 2-on-3. Bomb hasn't crossed to the site. APOC still trying to find this kill as both the Complexity members are rotating behind, as a matter of fact. APOC, he's taking the bomb back into them and taking the duel. He gets 1, but can't get the second. And it's all to Emag now. He shuts down Surreal. But the bomb has been lost towards A main. Android knows this. Has spotted out Emag, and they're going for the 1-on-1. Emag gets the headshot. A bit of a lifeline for Winterfox.
Yeah.
But still.
Wasn't convincing at all, though. Like, I'm not really counting my chickens before they hatch here for Winterfox. Yes, it's 1 round on the board, but it seems as though Complexity's keen to just buy back into this one. I mean, it's not going to be a good buy. They've just got 1 AWP and a bunch of basically rubbish across the board there. But, like, you still feel as though they might even have a good chance at this one. Android with the AWP this time, interestingly enough. Given that Surreal was having such a good time with it on the first half, you would have thought maybe you put it in his hands. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. And now Winterfox, they're going to try and take advantage of this poor weapon buy, really, from Complexity. They have overrun Desi. He's dropped a UMP there. Now Jason are under pressure as well. And so far, Winterfox haven't lost a player as the kills keep flowing over to the T side.
Yeah, it's all to Android now. He's got the AWP. What? Oh, they just line up for him. He gets one, but he won't be getting any more, surely. Afternoon does shut it off. But Winterfox getting a couple of late rounds, really just consolidation rounds. If they do manage to come back from this, it'd be a severe misplay coming out from Complexity.
For sure.
Or Winterfox has to play amazingly.
Yeah.
And so far, they have not shown that tendency yet.
No. Complexity, they will eco this one out. They have a lot of rounds to play with. They might even double eco just to 100% get everything that they could ever want. Maybe even double AWP set up. I don't know. Utilities across the board, everything. But it just feels as though it's a matter of time, really, for Complexity, and Winterfox is delaying the inevitable right now.
Raz does manage to get the pick on towards Jason up, and Android pushing ever so closely up, trying to find this headshot on towards APOC. He is very, very low, and he knows this, and, well, Desi, they've got the surround, so APOC loses his life without barely doing any damage. They're actually coming back towards B main, but with the smoke that APOC threw earlier, it actually helps Complexity get out alive with an AK-47, so it's going to be a little bit disastrous. They are trying to go back towards B side, but with an AK there, this could just spell a little bit of a disaster.
Yeah, Desi, he can be the key man here for Complexity. Doesn't have any armor, so can't really afford to take a duel. He just needs to get that one-shot headshot or a spray down maybe from behind, something like that. But it's still something that Winterfox do need to be careful of, because an AK can be the difference here between a win and a loss for Complexity.
Oh, Desi's still dancing around. They know they're coming on towards the B side. Andrew's going to make contact, and Desi just waiting Waiting. He does manage to take down one. Zuzi does well to trade him out, though, so the AK now lost for the CT. So 3-on-3. Zuzi's been tagged down to 43, and Surreal, he's thinking about pushing through the smoke, decides not to. Waiting for the rest of his teammates to stack up, and I think they're all going to push in at the same time to try to catch the Tears off guard. Hopefully Winterfox have the guns ready and trained on the common lines, ready for anything to occur.
Oh.
But Zuzi already loses his life, and Offno on the site has a lot of work to do, and he will be able to do it. Much better from Winterfox, but it's still
It was only against
scary.
Nico, right? So can't really draw too many conclusions there for Winterfox. At least they're able to get a fairly decent anti-eco out of the way, but now the real work is going to begin because Complexity have got full rifles. They've got decent amount of grenades there as well. Winterfox, they don't have any rounds to play with. Like, if they lose this one, it's over. You can't even take that small little note of hope, like, oh, you know, Winterfox, they have one rounds to play with here. They might be able to get something done, but that's not the case for them. And Complexity, they're going to have to deal with this, what looks to be an execute from Winterfox.
Yeah, already boosting one member immediately up. That's going to be Jason R on the boost, and Def not making any noise coming back down. There's the execute for getting Def. Makes noise towards Forklift, but still, there's no way Winterfox can come out yet. There is potentially a couple of members boosted out towards mid. You can see they're actually just pinching off Highway as well. So now Jason R in a lot of danger. Def just caught between two minds. He hears this, and Jason R's going to die immediately, and Def under so much pressure. Surely he can't live for any longer. Surrounded from both sides, eventually collapsed upon, but Surreal will be able to drop the bomb as well as
Oh, the bomb's in an awful spot there for Winterfox. Just dropped down in the middle of no man's land, but they do just sneak around the corner there. I think it was Zuzi that picked up the bomb. Great stuff from him, so quick on that. And now all down to Desi, 1 versus 3. The bomb down for Winterfox. Those guys on the A site, they really just needed to get 1 or 2 more frags there, and this would have been a round for Complexity, but not the case. They weren't able to hold it. It was a good execute from Winterfox. The split, it definitely worked. Raz with 3K in that round as well. So,
Winterfox showing some sign of life, which is good. This is going to be, before, if Complexity was able to shut this out 16-2, it would have just been, all right, Winterfox have nothing to work with, no momentum. They're going to be heavily demoralized. Now at the very least, starting to pick up rounds. They can start feeling a little bit better about themselves, going, look, we lost really early on, but now going on to our own map pick, we're going to make sure that we come firing, guns are blazing. And so far, Raz now starting to pick up the AWP kills. You know, Winterfox are making these rifle trades working out. That's good to see. But they have to be careful because now the aggression coming out from the members of the CT side, they've actually got this fast control and depth. Oh my goodness. Depth won't go for the knife kill.
I wonder, like, how this would have turned out if Winterfox had have started off on the T side. Because it's definitely looking a little bit more comfortable for them here on the T side than the CT side. Now, admittedly, they may actually lose this eco now, or this anti-eco, because they've given up a player. They've got a gun in the hands of Complexity, but it's not the gun that they would have wanted. Android, though,
what a shot.
Does take down Offnu, so now 2-player advantage. Surreal finding another one, and another! And it looks like Winterfox, well, they're going to be dropping out there. Complexity sealing the deal on an eco round, and that is just another nail in the coffin for Winterfox. They really should have been able to get that round, but look, we did say it could be a 1-1, so Complexity, they've sealed their end of the deal. Now it's time for Winterfox to come back here in the second map and really put some pressure on Complexity, because if Complexity can 2-0 this, well, Winterfox, like, where do they go from there, really?
Yeah, it'll be devastating for Winterfox, especially after coming off such a tight match against Immortals. But that was on Cache. That was a map which we expected Complexity to perform well on. When they lost, I think, Cache against Renegades, that was not for lack of trying. That was more of the JKS show, who was just completely styling on them. I think in that entire series, JKS both dropped a 2 rating in both matches. So now you can see that against a team which didn't really have as many players firing up. You know, we saw a couple of good rounds from Raz. We saw a couple of good rounds from APOC, but it wasn't good enough to string together. And ultimately, they didn't have enough CT rounds, and that's what cost them.
Yeah, definitely.
If they had maybe even the 5 we were talking about,
Yeah.
we could have seen a different storyline coming through here. Maybe
Well-
maybe a lot closer. I'd still reckon it'd be a Complexity win, but it may have been a 16-11, 16-12. A lot more for us to talk about Winterfox. But for now, Winterfox going to the next map without even any confidence. That's the scary thing, is just they have maybe 2 rounds to go off where, yeah, we played well. We're happy with that. They don't have any much more to go on, and that's just so hard to do. It's going to require so much composure. I think with the experience on board, they can do it, especially going to their own map pick. They can try to wipe that off the slate. But at the same time, it's difficult. It is difficult.
Definitely. It's going to be a big task here for Winterfox in the second map. We will head to a quick break, but we'll be back very, very shortly with Complexity and Winterfox on Map.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL 1 is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division Season 5. Currently halfway between the two maps of Winterfox and Complexity. And, well, Complexity are definitely off on the right foot.
Yeah, I mean, taking a 16-6 victory on Cache, their own map pick, are they going to be happy with that rolling forward, especially with the eco win as well? I mean,
yeah,
why wouldn't you be happy with that?
Exactly. I mean, what was it, 13-2 in the first half, or 12-3, something like that?
15-2 at one stage.
15-2. It was just a complete and utter drubbing, essentially, there of Winterfox. They did claw back a couple of rounds towards the end, but it always felt as though they were just delaying the inevitable. There was never really much of a chance they were going to come back into it. And now we have to set our sights forward here onto Overpass, our next map. I believe that is Winterfox's pick. It certainly should favour Winterfox a little bit more than Cache did.
Yeah, they're able to... I think they played Overpass a couple of times now, so I think they took a victory against Rush last week. Complexity, though, it's just scary because even if it's their own map pick, Complexity is starting the CT side, and with that aim, if they just bring it forward, they can take another 13-2 half. It doesn't really matter how much execution you need because you just go, all right, we're just throwing towards a B site. Jason, Aaron, Android, just do your stuff.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look and see how things are going across the board here. It is looking like it's going okay for NRG over on the mainstream up against CLG, but that one definitely not over just yet. Could come back there for CLG. We'll have to find out later on in the piece. As we mentioned there for Keish on our first one, 16-6 the way of Complexity. And, well, some real work to do in this second map for Winterfox.
Absolutely. They need to take this. This is, I would argue, if they lose this, they may end up alongside with Selfless at the bottom. They will end up actually Selfless at the bottom of the ESL Pro League, and that's not somewhere you want to be at, especially with Matchday number 13. Sure, this is kind of a catch-up match for them, but still don't want to be at the bottom. If you're at the bottom, it means that you could be relegated towards, you know, you could be relegated out of the Pro League, and no one wants to do that.
Yeah.
No one wants to drop down.
No one wants that. I mean, like, what happens then for either of these teams if they do get dropped out of Pro League? I mean,
I think they go back to.
I think they disband, really.
With Winterfox, yeah, pretty much. It's unfortunate to say
well,
that.
Well, maybe they don't disband. Maybe they just come back here to Australia and compete here. And they certainly would be a team which I think could compete. I don't know if they necessarily would be up the top, but
I would argue probably not. I mean, we saw pretty much, once again, maybe a bit of Australian bias, but I would say that the Australian teams that, like, say, for example, Tainted, as well as even Chiefs, Immunity, Darksided, all these guys will actually give Winterfox a run for their money. They play, you know, from what we saw last night, they played really solid.
Yep.
And I'd like to see Winterfox come back and Renegades come back and see how they do against the local talent these days, because it looks like...
Well, Renegades are going to be coming to IEM Sydney.
Exactly.
So we may or may not see them up against some of the Australian teams while they're here. I don't think Winterfox said they were able to attend the qualifiers, so they aren't necessarily coming to IEM Sydney, but I agree. I would love to see them coming through to back to Australia and New Zealand and seeing how they can compete. But something that maybe we are going to have to wait a little bit longer for. And yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, they need to basically really knuckle down now in the NA Pro League and start to get some wins on the board, because maybe if they don't sort of compete here, and if they don't manage to re-qualify for next season of NA Pro League, maybe their return to Australia is going to be a little bit sooner than they would have liked.
Yeah, and this is where I guess this is a must-win. That's what we're talking about. This is a must-win. When you sign up with an organization as prestigious as Winterfox, it doesn't become a, look, you can drop these many rounds before you're given a second chance. If you get dropped out of the Pro League, it's kind of like, well,
oh, you're gone.
Why would Winterfox sign up a roster that is doing worse than the previous roster? There were arguments for it in 2016. You know, the previous season where they went 9-17 for the Pro League, we can kind of argue, look, Winterfox, all right.
It was their first season.
You know, it's the first time, you know, a lot of the time for the teams to actually go overseas, you know, trying to get into the rhythm of working it out in a team house, rhythm of practicing against NA, learning the meta. But this season, going now 1-10, which is, they have, I don't know how many maps to make a turnaround. I don't think it's enough. Especially given how they're playing. It looked positive for almost, and then they just get absolutely stomped by Complexity. And that's just, it's just harsh. Especially also losing against the ex-Winterfox lineup. I think it was Denial.
Yeah.
Losing 2-0 like that, it's just...
Yeah, it's not great. But Complexity, things are looking a little bit better for them. Still not great, is probably how I would classify it at 2-9. But doing a little bit better now than they were before. And if they can pull this one off on Overpass, which is a possibility, then definitely they are going to be starting to feel a little bit more pleased with themselves. But that does, of course, require them to win this one.
Yeah, especially if they're starting on the CT side, does make their job a lot easier. And we saw already, you know, they've taken both pistol rounds so far on both sides. So it's not like they'll easily go, all right, we've been struggling with pistol so far. Winterfox have lost both of theirs. Complexity getting a couple of multi-kills, and Def just going to be spotting out for early information, but really no damage exchanged. He just spots, yeah, Winterfox are towards A site. Could still be a fake. Just Complexity will just rally their forces around and about. And you can see Def already locking down the long A line. You have Desi on the site, making sure that no one can sneak their way in toilets.
There's a few utilities there on Winterfox, courtesy of Offnu. He's got a smoke, a couple of flashbangs, so they have something to get them into this A-bomb site. The first flash is going to go out into bathrooms, not really affecting anything too much there for Complexity at this point. Or was that actually, no, that was a decoy. I thought it was a flash.
Yeah, well,
am I going crazy? I swear I saw a flash. But anyway,
there was a flashbang maybe thrown, but well, Offnu, they're charging straight up towards Long and Def. He's just in an awkward position. He's charging straight towards toilets and won't be able to achieve anything. You can't really charge it towards toilets with no control. Now this is much better from Winterfox, collapsing on towards the A site, getting the kills working in their favor. Now up to Jason R and Android to try to, I guess, capitalize and
and try to bring it back because the bomb has not been planted yet. There it is. Winterfox with a good secure or surround on the site, but Android now wrapping around. He can do some damage, but if Jason gets taken out, this could be all over. He's able to get one headshot, and now Android on a 1-3.
Yeah, difficult task here for Android, really. He doesn't have too much time to work with. I don't even know where the kit would be for the CT side, if there is even one on this bomb site. Maybe Jason had it in bank, but even now, like, I think it's just too little too late. Best case scenario is he probably gets a knife kill onto Emag or something like that, just for that little bit of extra cash, but there you go. He takes down Emag, and he's got the kit.
He's got no time. So able to get the kills, though.
Pretty nice.
And that's a little bit poor from Winterfox.
Yeah.
Just allowing Android just to go big like that and just get kill after kill after kill. Well, Winterfox still will be able to get the bomb plant down. They'll be able to force up in this, but Complexity looking to try to take it back. They'll be forcing up pistols on depth. Android has a lot of cash to work with, and he's going to go for the scout. This can do serious work if he's able to find a couple of clean headshots, maybe get some of the UMPs and rifles and give it towards his teammates. Still not over for Winterfox yet, even after the pistol. It just feels like it's a struggle. Even they get the opening kill, it's just like, yeah, they got a favorable position. 5-on-2, and they still all die.
Yeah.
Sure, they take the round, but they still all die. And it's once again Jason R and Android.
Well, it's another difficult round for them coming out here. I mean, like, even though they have got the guns, it's a buy from Complexity, and I feel as though the scout buy is actually quite potent, because there you go, we've seen Zuzi now drop to 11 HP, the pistol, easy clean up onto that. So this has to be a well-played round by Winterfox. It's by no means just a sure thing.
Yeah, you can see that Surreal just dancing around. They've got this positioning in toilets where that they can get the information, and Android's allowed to kind of float around with the scout. They are coming back towards the B site. They suspect that Complexity are stacking towards A, but look what Complexity do. Let's go. All right, let's go back towards B. We don't really have to play aggressive anymore, because I don't think Winterfox, if they wanted to attack toilets, they have to use more utility. They've dropped Android down towards Heaven with the scout. You can see that he's just, looking to do some more damage and help his teammates on the ground with that fire support. Looking towards short. There are smoke grenades for Winterfox to work with, so at the very least they should be able to blanket this out. There's the flashbangs. There's a flash for Def, but Def actually pushes towards short instead to see if he can catch someone off guard. Does think out Emag. A lot of damage done, but unfortunately it's not enough to get a kill yet on the side of Complexity. All of them are so low. Emag on 4, Apok on 30, and Zuzi on 11. My goodness. And Desi, I believe, has spotted out Imagine as well. Android will be able to get the kill, trying to transfer it on towards Apok as Desi does clean up Imagine. At the very least, Offnu does get the trade, and Apok is going to be found out in the middle of the open. And Winterfox are stuck towards short, and all of Complexity know it.
Trouble is, though, that this bomb is planted quite nicely for short, though Raz goes down, and that may be it. Offnu, he's got a big job to do here, and he's being covered off. Did the player stick the defuse? No. Looks like Jason R has jumped off it, and now he's going to have to try and chase down Offnu. He might be able to get him here. Does he just have enough time, actually, to get this bomb defused?
I don't think
so. No, unless he finds a kit. Doesn't look like it.
Kit.
That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate for Complexity, but at least he'll get out of there with the scout. They'll have something to take through to the next round. He's got a bit of head armor there as well as a 5-7, so he can probably drop the scout over to maybe Android, maybe Def, Surreal. All of them been picking up the long-range sniper rifles. Looks like he's just going to drop the pistol, the 5-7 over to Def.
That's just really the scary thing. Is just
yeah, but again, like, these 2 rounds on the board there, as you say, for Winterfox, they get rounds on the board, but they almost look as if the rounds should be going the way of the CTs.
Yeah, Winterfox able to, at the very least, clutch out those 1-on-1s, 1-on-2s, which in the end do make it work in their favor, especially Offnu just rotating around. So even though he loses his life, at the very least, able to get the victory once again. And Desi coming across, gets the first pick on Raz. Sure, it's only a Mac 10. Still able to get out with his life is just, it should never happen.
Yeah, exactly. And Winterfox, they've got some work to do in this round. At least they have 3 AKs, so in theory they should be able to take down these unarmored opponents very, very easily. But if they drop one of the AKs, if they drop a couple of the AKs, like they've already dropped a lot in both of these first 2 rounds, they just can't afford to keep losing guns and giving Complexity chances.
Yeah, they only lost a max 10th though, so for Winterfox equalizing after Desi was caught out in the open trying to find a cheeky P250 headshot on one of the members at Unders. Didn't work out. Offnu able to clean up that kill with the assistance of Imagine, and well, once again, a slow round coming out from Winterfox. They don't want to be running into a stack. They're slowly carrying out the lines together. This is good to see. Much better, I guess, consolidation as they go back towards the A site. 2 members there, only with I think a 5-7 and a P250, maybe even Surreal actually just with the USP. So this is going to be A-side attack. Jason R still has a scout. But They are coming towards A side. I think Surreal has spotted a couple out long A. Needs to be cautious.
Molotov off onto the A-bomb site here. Complexity not going to be too affected by that. Surreal back in towards bank. Where's Jason R with that scout? I think he was in the bank there as well. Looks like it. Yeah, he is, but smoked off now. There's not much of a chance that Complexity is able to do anything here. It seems like they've lost a little bit too much. So maybe this will be the first real convincing round for Winterfox we've seen so far on Overpass. There you go. 3 on the board now. Winterfox finally going to be having to deal with what is going to be a buy from Complexity. And this may be where things go bottom up, though. Like, Winterfox, yeah, it's looking better, but that was off the back of the pistol and the anti-ecos. So we've actually yet to see them against the full buy.
If they play discipline like they did just then, slowly take map control, try to go in pairs and try to hunt down the members of Complexity, take the AWP of Surreal, then they can reset Complexity's CT economy and try to inflict at least the pain that Complexity did on Cache. It's still a really big possibility, even though Overpass is arguably a lot more CT biased compared towards Cache.
I don't know if that's necessarily arguably. I think it is. Really.
Strong arguments for.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. But there's a glass cannon AWP for Surreal, so that is, as you mentioned, the sort of the weak point really here for Complexity. If Winterfox is able to take him down, you know, utilize that advantage they may have over him, then that's their way into this round.
Bag is slowly going to be clearing out unders by himself. This allows the rest of Winterfox to slowly push up towards toilets as well as long A. A couple of flashbangs should secure the lines. They got a lot of smoke grenades to work with. There is the smokes and flashbangs being used. Molotovs to make sure boosts aren't being used by the CTs as well. Sussing just now for basic information. Gonna take control of toilets before they decide where to execute. This is pretty much the standard, how we see a lot of the teams work. Take control of toilets, and as soon as they got the control of the toilets area, they're able to go anywhere they want. And Surreal spotted out Zuzi's head. And legs Raz! He's down to 17, and Desi close range. Zuzi leading the charge. Needs to get this entry kill, but still a 1-for-1. Surreal.
I think that's favorable for Complexity at this point. It allows a lot of time for those CTs to rotate up towards the A-bomb side, and Winterfox now are going to have to deal with those 4 players. Great shot from Raz, but immediately traded out. 3 versus 3 now as Imagine tries to make entries, and he does just that, finding 2. Winterfox have really broken their way onto the A-bomb site this time, and that, to me, is probably the most convincing round that we've seen coming out from them tonight.
This is much better, and this is off the back of, I think, Imagine has had a last couple of games, it's been rough for him.
Yeah.
It has been really rough as Ofnu cleans up there. He's been going, 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills in an entire game. Now he's suddenly sitting at 7 kills, getting the entry frags, getting some confidence back into him. Winterfox, they'll be able to feed off this as well. Ofnu, now on 8 kills as well with a couple of clutches. Short Apok, Raz, and Zuzi. A little bit quiet so far, but Raz was able to get the entry kill on Jason R on 17 HP. He was legged out, remember?
Yeah.
So he was a 1-tag away and is still able to convert it for a 1-for-1.
That's worthwhile, really, for Winterfox at this point, and Complexity,
Absolutely.
despite all that success that they had on Cache, here now are down 4-0 after having lost the first gun round. They'll be down 5-0 after this one, assuming Winterfox doesn't bugger it up somehow. And, well, Complexity, it's just looking like a different team to what we saw on Cache. They definitely don't seem as comfortable on, well, generally on the CT side, because we saw them on the T side of Cache more so, looking good, but they dropped a few rounds on the CT side, but also just on Overpass in general, though. Jason R is able to take down Apok. He will be traded out again straight away by Winterfox. That's what we didn't always see really on Cache from Winterfox, is that when they did lose a player, they didn't always trade him out.
Yeah, and, well, that's it on the same side. On the CT side, Winterfox can't really dictate the terms on how Complexity play. They have to kind of go, all right, well, we'll try to play aggressive. And you can see Apok towards the A side on Cache. He was trying to get flashed in, he was trying to push through and try to get information working in his favor. This time around, at least the Desert Eagles, the threat of the Desert Eagles shut down. 1-for-1 trades. Still, this doesn't favor Winterfox.
No.
But at the very least, they're getting the 1-for-1s. And it's better than not trading out, as we can just see the Desert Eagles from Complexity
they need to be doing better than this. They can't be allowing this many kills to go away on an anti-eco. Imagine, and Raz now with a big job to do, an Android all the way around behind. This is a big crossfire set up for Complexity. Raz at least does have the bomb, but he doesn't have any time to rotate. He has to commit to this A-bomb site, which essentially means he's going to have to take out 3 players. One goes down to the Molotov, but he just has no time to work with, and he has to rush into Surreal, who's going to dance around the truck, now baiting him into Android X, but the bomb, the fake plant, Android going to be baited out by it, and now Raz is a 1 shot from death.
Yeah, Android also has an AK-47, barely spots out Raz's head. Raz, 3 seconds left to work with. Android takes him out. Complexity, once again, winning a round on the back of a pistol. Just when you thought that Winterfox were looking good, Complexity pull out some nutty deagle shots.
Well, is this going to be the turnaround, really, where Complexity now just buries Winterfox?
potentially, but at the same time, Winterfox, if they win this, they can reset Complexity's economy completely.
How much good is that going to do them, though, if they can't win an anti-eco?
Winterfox, they've been taking a couple of them. It's just been looking uncomfortable.
Yeah.
The final anti-eco was looking a lot better, and the buy rounds have been looking a little bit, a little bit crisper. At the same time, it's just, those rounds are so painful. I'd also say that it's because Complexity's Deagle aim is really good.
Yeah, definitely. It has been across the board. Even on Cache, they were looking pretty impressive with the Deagle. And it has been causing some headaches for Winterfox, but it's still not really an excuse. Like, Winterfox should be still winning those rounds more often than not. And so far, they haven't really been particularly successful. We saw them drop that one on Cache. They've dropped this one now on Overpass. And if you drop anti-ecos like that continually, you're not going to win the game. It's just as simple as that.
Absolutely. So Winterfox going to be going back towards their default strategy. APOC lurking towards B, and the rest of the members thinking about taking towards control. They're actually going to back out this time around and going to stack towards the B site. There is Imagine just locking down the unders line, and this is going to be critical because if Complexity are unable to read where they are, Winterfox can really seize B site control very, very rapidly before Complexity can rotate the members across. And you can see Def just jump spotting it. I think he spotted a couple of members and decides to back off. Wise decision. They've got the Molotovs and Smokes to work with to make sure they block off even more information and territory Winterfox can gain. We are heading towards a late round, and Winterfox, the execute begins.
See how it is going to end in 30 seconds. So Complexity, they don't have to hold this one off for too long. Winterfox desperately needing frags early on. The bomb being dropped, that's not too good there for Complexity. Def has a little bit more time to work with now, but he is going to be taken down by Ofnu, who's pushed him. It's now 3 versus 3, but I don't think that Complexity can deny this bomb plant. They do have a grenade and a Molotov on Desi, but it's just going to come in a little bit too late. And the bomb will be planted. 2 versus 2 now, though, as Desi is going to push in towards the bomb site. Does take down APOC, and the bomb site control is there for the CTs, but what they really need is to be able to take down these 2 remaining Ts. They don't have too much time to work with.
And they don't know where Imagine is as well. I mean, Imagine is going to be isolated out, but he just charges straight through the Molotov and gets the kill on Desi anyway, and Raz just peeking out from short. That's some good play coming out from Winterfox, especially the entry kills from Ofnu. This is where, I guess this is the Winterfox we wanted to see on Cache, where all of a sudden, Imagine's starting to get kills. This is Imagine that we haven't seen in a while.
What is this buy from Complexity? They didn't
it's
save
a force.
the gun.
It's because Surreal, I think, was able to take the AWP from the previous round. Oh no, Android was able to take the AWP.
Yeah.
And Surreal was dropped by Android, so Surreal had 3.2k in the previous round.
Yeah.
So that's why the M4 could be forced up. So they're still looking to take it back to Winterfox. They know they're on the double eco regardless.
Right.
They know their economy is completely tanked and reset, so that's why there's a force coming through.
Okay, so Surreal, we'll see what he can do with this M4. It is a somewhat scary prospect for Winterfox, but still, again, another round here where Winterfox should be able to win it. And as you said, because they won that round, they've reset the economy here of Complexity, and they're in with a really, really good chance of actually starting to turn this, or they really already have started to turn this first half into a good first half. But if they can get 7 on the board, then they can really put the pressure on. And Susie going down there, he was just on the lurk on his own, so no trade. And they do drop the Mac 10 over. It's not a big deal for Winterfox, but would have liked to have seen Susie do a little bit more work.
Def now coming towards short, trying to find that headshot angle towards Dirty Water. And Winterfox will come out. They need to check close sandbags, and Ebac might be caught off guard. Looks like there was a couple of shots made at him, but Def misses those, and he decides, well, no, let's not chance it. He's going to run back to the site. All Complexity, I believe, are stacked on the B site. They've got an M4 as well to work with. Molotov's now flanking Water. Android still will push through it, though. APOC punishing me, and rightfully so. This rest of Complexity, how stacked? They're just waiting around. Desi will be able to get another kill on towards Ofnu. That's with the back 10, but APOC coming through, shutting them down. Throw the M4, though. This force buy might just work out for Complexity once again, but it's EMAG as well as Raz, the 2 heroes from the previous round. They want to continue their heroics. Now it's off to Raz as EMAG going to be dropped down to Raz. Nothing he can do. Winterfox drop the anti-eco and give Complexity the lifeline they needed.
Yeah, once again. That's the second time we've seen Winterfox losing to essentially a subpar buy from Complexity. It wasn't really an anti-eco because there was a force buy from Complexity, but a round that Winterfox should have been able to convert, and they should be on 6-1 now. As opposed to that, they've actually had their own economy reset by the looks of things. They're just going to go away with the pistols, maybe a little bit of armor there on EMAG and APOC, but Complexity now, they're in the driver's seat, and they can get this one started to swing back in their favor.
Still early days, though. Complexity, 2 rounds. They've been looking good so far, but Winterfox arguably just grinding out the rounds a little bit better. And Android is going to start things on towards APOC, who is trying to get some position at short. Not going to work out for him this round. No damage done towards the members of Complexity, as the rest of Winterfox are going to be crawling their way in towards toilets.
the scorelines is just so tight still. I don't believe the scoreline should be 5-2. It just feels like it should be a 4-3 scoreline in the favor of Complexity, judging on how they're playing. But Winterfox able to grind it out towards the end and making it work out in their favor.
Yeah, so Winterfox, I mean, if they could bite back in this round, we can sort of start to forgive them for the last one, the last couple, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case as Complexity. Wow, definitely not going to be the case. Jason R finding 2, the Orpa Surreal finding another one. He's been having a really, really good night. And so is Jason R, but again, it's just Winterfox faltering when they had the advantage, when they had the chance to be able to sort of really put the pressure on Complexity. They've given Complexity another into the game, and now it's Winterfox themselves who are under pressure.
That's a severe misbuy coming out from APOC. He bought up the AK-47 without looking at his teammates' cash, and as a result, you can see the rest of his teammates. I think Zuzi and Brands only had 3.1 and 3.2k. They've just gone body armor as well as Deagles. APOC's the only one that's like fully invested in this. It's kind of like I guess the pig as well as the chicken analogy. One's fully committed to the breakfast, the other one's just, I guess, contributing. APOC is fully committed.
I have honestly never ever heard that analogy.
Haven't you heard that?
No.
Really?
No, never.
Oh, maybe it's not an analogy. Maybe it's something else.
Is it something you made up?
No, it's actually something real. It's the pig is fully committed towards the breakfast, but the chicken is only contributing.
I don't understand. Oh, right, okay, I get it.
Now you get it. He gets it now, but Def, he's getting a little bit more. He's getting kills on the board alongside the rest of his team.
All right, so let me get this straight. It's because the pig's dead already.
Well, he's contributing the bacon.
And you're eating the bacon, right? But
yes.
the chicken's only giving you eggs, so it's not dead. Okay, so I get that, right.
So APOC is fully
But I've never actually heard that before.
You really actually?
No.
Okay. It is the same.
Makes sense though.
It's an ancient saying.
Ah.
I think it's an ancient saying.
I don't know.
It's something I picked up somewhere along the lines.
Sure, it's not just an ancient Karath proverb.
I don't think so. Ancient Karath proverbs don't really make much sense.
Well, that didn't make much sense to me
It
initially.
did.
Well, it does.
It does make sense. It wasn't made up
I
by
will
me.
give you that. I will give you that.
Winterfox,
Anyway,
they drop it.
Yeah, like there wasn't much to really talk about for that round anyway. Like Winterfox didn't do much. They ran into the B site. They all died. Complexity again going to be going up against what is almost a full buy, barring that pistol from APOC, which is unfortunate because he was the one that bought last round, and that's why he's the one with the pistol in this round. Emag, though, he knows that that door just didn't open on its own. The spooky ghosts are waiting outside.
Yeah, you can see Emag is just on tenterhooks at the moment, but it's open for a great angle for Surreal, but Emag hasn't really peeked his head across yet. But there's a flashbang, and Emag, he might be able to get this kill. No, he misses a couple of easy shots. Will decide to back out, though. Not risking his life, not chancing it. He knows that there was an AWP and potentially a support player there as well. And now Winterfox get control of toilets. Complexity doing the hard yard so far to try to regain control of their own half, but it just still feels like if Winterfox can grab a couple of rounds, they'll win the T half.
Definitely. It's already a pretty decent T half. It needs a little bit more maybe for Winterfox to feel hugely comfortable going into the second half, but they've got enough rounds on the board here that they can play with when they get onto the CT side. So it's not all doom and gloom right now for Winterfox. And like you said, if they can get 2 more, I'd say, that's going to be an excellent first half. 1 more, pretty good.
Yeah,
And Def just playing close toilets. Zero grenades, just trying to stop them from coming across. But Zuzi and Ofnu opening things up. But Desi staying alive on the site, able to get 2 for himself before being cleaned up. Now it's just, imagine, I think, just lurking around. No, it looks like he's on the site. Gets the bomb plant down. Raz is thinking about pushing towards Bank after the smoke fades. He's playing very close, and Jason R with the M4 and 90 HP. He's trying to spam through to find this kill, but Raz has moved away. And I think Complexity will try to save the M4s and AK-47s to the next round. There's really feasibly not any way for them to win this round. Surely Winterfox have got this in the bag.
Now that they've given up so much time, you'd have to think that there's not, but they still seem to be hanging around here in the A-bomb site, and that's not worked out too nicely for them as Jason R does go down. Surely now we see Android X sort of hightailing it out of there.
Yeah, all teams will be hightailing out of there. I think maybe Android just want to do a little bit more damage. Complexity should just barely have enough cash to buy up, but that's the danger. Winterfox play really disciplined so far. I'd like to see them change it up. With this AWP, it's going to be harder to push really quickly in, but I'd like to see Winterfox go, let's not play control this round. Let's just barrel down a position and just shut down Complexity before they can get a good read on what's happening. Because on the rounds where Winterfox are playing control in the anti-eco, Complexity push up one member early on and they gamble correctly and just go, there's no one here. We can just stack the B side. We saw Winterfox lose the anti-eco because all the Complexity after killing Zuzi were on the B side.
Oh, the grenade out into water. Not going to do too much.
Buy around from both sides, though.
Yeah.
Complexity, this is it.
Both
sides.
This is their time to sort of start to come back into this one because they can't really allow much more to go over to Winterfox without it becoming too big of a task on the second half.
At the same time, Winterfox, this is their time to seize the opportunity and attack. If they can take this one, they know that Complexity are on the eco once again. They've just played a solid anti-eco, and before you know it, they've cleaned up, 8-9 rounds on the T half for overpass. They're going to be happy with that going on to their own CT half, and they should be able to shut it off from there.
Yeah.
Still early days, though. They've got to grind out the hard yards. And so far, what Winterfox have shown on overpass that they didn't show on Cache was the ability to grind out these rounds. Yep. Arguably, they didn't have enough on the T side for a full demonstration of executing their defensive side. You can see they were just trying to get the map territory. It never worked out for them. Complexity were on fire, able to shut it down 1, 2, 3.
Well, Complexity not quite on fire in this second map. Desi, though, he's been looking okay. Surreal will take down Raz. Might have been better for Desi there not to fire and give away his position, but of course he wasn't to know Surreal was going to get the kill anyway. Obviously, Offnoop taking use of that information does take down Desi. Did Def hear that player on short?
I don't think so, because Apok gets a headshot, and well, Winterfox coming back towards the B side. Android has a lot of work to do. He's going to make his way towards graffiti, and well, he has no work to do whatsoever because his brains are going to be splattered across the graffiti. And it's going to be harder for, I guess, the council to clean that up. Complexity looking to save these rifles. Once again, surely they are not allowed a way in. I don't know why Jason R is actually staying the line. It's just, he's just giving an easy opportunity for Winterfox to grab these weapons off. It's Surreal trying to save his weapon, but you see, Imagine's already on the hunt, sprinting the long way around, going to be walking toilets afterwards. They're going to be pintering him off and not allowing him an exit opportunity.
I don't think that he gets out of here unless he can actually take down a few of those Ts and maybe force them back, but at this point, it's not looking too likely. Zuzi, all he has to do is check this angle, and he does look like he will. We'll go down. Maybe that's actually going to buy him enough time here. Who's running in towards him? It's Apok.
It will buy him enough time, actually.
Yeah, Apok's not going to get there.
I don't think they were expecting him to play close bank. They were expecting him to, come out towards long A.
Yeah.
You can see that we're like, he's actually not here. And Surreal's just like, I was just where I was the entire time.
Yep. But is that going to be enough, really, for Complexity saving that AWP through to this round?
At least they can try building it. You see a couple of Desert Eagles picked up, which is a very scary prospect if you're a Winterfox fan. Because Complexity so far have just been getting the picks with the Desert Eagle, just getting crisp headshots. 1, 2, 3. And Winterfox changing things around. They're just going straight towards the B site. Def might push this in. No, looks like he won't push it. The rest of Winterfox coming through Monster will be able to get control of the B site. And Raz just watching the lurk angle. All the Complexity know it's a B side. Execute. But Winterfox playing this much better this time around.
Good shot by Raz. Opening things up pretty nicely on a Def, but not the kill that they would have wanted. They want to get Surreal here. He's the danger man, and he will go down to Imagine. The bomb is well planted very, very early on in the piece here for Winterfox. This one is surely all said and done for Complexity.
Yeah, this is much better. An anti-eco where they just kind of go, hey, let's just go in together, and Zuzi decides to give up his life by trying to contest the wall bang. Jason are able to take him out, so a little bit awkward. They lose a player that they probably shouldn't have. Android just chancing with death, trying to take down Raz through the edge of the smoke. All Complexity want to do is just seal off any exit opportunities for Winterfox, but after Imagine was able to get the kill on towards Surreal, Fedor's backing out together towards CT. Jason are just dancing around. Imagine's just going to lock down the line. We'll be able to get the kill as well. All of Winterfox should be able to live.
Oof. Easily, though. Easily. Winterfox 8 on the T side. Much, much better than what we saw from them coming out on Cache.
And they can continue this as well. There is a potential to make this into a double-digit half. Not as impressive as Complexity T-side Cache, but Overpass is a much harder map to grind out rounds as a T-side. So to get 8 rounds is really showing, Complexity have really cooled off since their Cache game.
Yeah.
Their CT aim not working out for them. And at the same flip side, Winterfox doing so much better on their executes. They're able to get this territory, working together, slowly, I guess, showing some of the glimpses of the potential, and the reason why they went toe-to-toe with Immortals.
Yeah.
The CT half, though, is going to be worrying.
And it's not even like it's working out too badly for Winterfox in the grand scheme of things, because now they can even build on this. Like 8 rounds is really, really good, but they can even do better. They could take this through to 11, or unlikely as it is to take it to 11-4. I would say like 9-6, sort of 10-5. That's more realistic here right now for Winterfox. And if they can do that, in my eyes, they've all but won, basically.
Well, aggressive positioning from Complexity towards long A as well as Party. Whereas is going to tag down Jason. Oh, he's going to finish off the job with a P250 as well. Surreal. Well, overstaying his welcome at Party for too long. He gate crashed and Zuzi goes, "You're not welcome here." And he's going to bounce him right out of there. And Imagine, this is Winterfox doing what Complexity did. Just headshots across the board. But Complexity is still getting the trades. Now 3-on-2. They know that one is toward toilet, so Winterfox coming back towards the B side. They know at most only one's going to be there, and APOC is spotting him out.
Yeah, still favourable situation here for Winterfox, especially given that information that they've got. APOC just denying Android the chance to really do much here. He has to hold this line, because if APOC pokes out, Android goes down. The bomb being planted by Zuzi. Now, that smoke does allow Android a little bit more room to maneuver, and he can move a little bit closer to the bomb site now, but Winterfox have got that bomb down. They've got their post-plant positions fine, and this should be another round on the board for them, really. Complexity are going to have to pull something out of the hat if they're to close this one out.
Well, Raz is already taken down very low. Android unable to get the flick. Raz, 2 kills on the round, and APOC able to get the final one. Winterfox will force Complexity into another anti-eco, and they're looking in a dominant position to actually close out this half in double digits.
Yeah, it's very, very likely right now that they should be able to get to 10 rounds. Though, admittedly, we have seen them drop a couple of anti-ecos so far on Overpass, so it's not like this is a foregone conclusion right now. But Winterfox, if they can get 10, next buy for Complexity, obviously, you know, they may not be able to get 11, but 10 is already enough, really.
Absolutely, and you're going to see Winterfox going to be scattering across, not doing the same strategy they did in their previous anti-eco. They are just scattering out a little bit more, but they're still stacking towards the B site. They're gambling on the fact that Complexity wants to push and gain information. You see Imagine just locking down the unders line. He's going to be under pressure. He's been performing much, much better on Overpass. And he's coming across now. He's going to be challenging. He's going to take the first kill towards Desi. And the rest of Winterfox coming towards B site, cleaning up 1, 2, and 3. Now challenging Imagine, but he's taking down one more. And it's all up to Surreal now.
Oh, the flick from Raz.
Doing the damage.
Doing the damage, but Zuzi getting the kill there. So only one more round left in this half. Winterfox looking very, very good on 10 rounds. But Complexity are going to have a full buy here. So at least for Complexity, right, going through to the second half, like unlike what Winterfox had on Cache, Complexity have 1 or 2 rounds which they can lose and still be able to stay in the game. And it wasn't an option really for Winterfox. They just had to win the half out. This time, Complexity in a bit of a better situation, but they are moving over to the T side on Overpass, which one could maybe argue is going to be a little bit more difficult than Winterfox moving over to the T side on Cache. Anyway, we'll see how Complexity go here in this final round. They would desperately want to take it through to 5.
Absolutely, and Winterfox take that dirty water control. There is no one lurking towards A site. Look at this push coming through from the CTs. Complexity have complete control of long A and Def. Oh, he's been spotted out. APOC can't land the headshot, which means, well, Def is just given a little bit of a breather in life space, and Imagine is coming across. What a flick from Jason R to get the dink.
Yeah, I think that might have been like, you know how sometimes when you get scared and like you sort of jump? That almost felt like that's what it was, because he didn't even fire off any more than just a single shot. So, it does work out pretty nicely there for Complexity as well, because Desi and Surreal find a couple. Imagine getting finished off by the grenade, actually. And I think this is going to be around here for Complexity. And as we do see just Apoc left alive on 5 HP, he will be able to take down Android, but Jeff cleans him up. So overall, a pretty good sort of first half there from Winterfox, 10 on the board. We'll see how the second half goes in just a second.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor. You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back to the second half between Winterfox and Complexity. This time, a bit of a different story in the second map. Winterfox, the ones with the advantage heading into the second half, and a significant advantage indeed. 10-5. Moving on to the CT side, it is really everything that Winterfox probably could have hoped for here, and they need to be able to convert this into a map win.
If Apoc actually pushes forward, he might be caught off guard because there are a lot of the members on the side of Complexity now barreling down at him, and he's not even looking at them. Jason R, very easy kill, and Winterfox, a lot of work to do to try to find these headshots to stave off the attack. Often is fallen, but Zuzi, at the very least, able to get another headshot. Imagine just staying alive with a P250, dancing around, needs to get a couple more, finds another pick on towards Surreal, but Android 23 pushing through will be able to get that. So 2-on-2, but Raz is down towards 10 HP, and I don't think there is actually a kit on the site. Zuzi, if he landed that one time, would have been absolutely ridiculous. He spotted out Death's head a little bit more. Raz trying to find this damage, but he knows it's on 10 HP. But Zuzi gets a headshot towards Death. Now Android on a 1-on-2, dancing around, trying to find the 1-on-1s, working in his favor. Raz, he knows he's low, and will be able to get that kill. And Zuzi has not progressed any further towards Catwalk. Done a little bit more damage. Zuzi will be reloading and making his way up, but Android ducks across towards short, and you have a feeling that Zuzi has to push for information and the kill.
Yeah, he has to push very, very hard right now. He does have a kit, though, so he can potentially stick this defuse. Looks like he's faked out Android, but Android is going to get the kill, and that means Complexity do pick up the pistol round. A very, very close one. Winterfox, they would have loved that, because they could have just really closed out this this second map, sorry. But that's a bit of another breathing room for Complexity. Another sneak into this one. Winterfox have been giving them a few. They've lost a couple of anti-ecos. And now they've lost that pistol round, which admittedly you can't really fault them for, but...
And Complexity, if they just do what they did on the T side of Cache, just work out the lines, allow Winterfox to come towards them, get the first early couple of picks, it could be over for Winterfox. They've done the hard yards in the T side, but Complexity just seems so dominant with the AK-47s in comparison towards the M4s. Instantly, Zuzi is going to be taken out just like that. And, well, this should be just another standard anti-eco from Winterfox. They didn't really challenge Complexity on their anti-ecos as compared towards Complexity, so...
Complexity should just be a matter of cleaning things up. But Imagine, I thought it was Imagine that actually got the kill, but it was actually APOC who cleaned up. He's going to dart across towards short water, still trying to find more picks. Actually, Ofnu finds one on towards Surreal, and APOC still staying alive. Not much longer though. 2 kills going onto the side of Winterfox, but 4 towards Complexity. Ofnu trying to find more kills now with the Desert Eagle. That's all he can hope for.
Yeah, well, he's looking for one. He's actually hitting it. Wow, a few nice shots.
To Android.
But not enough. Complexity to pick up the round. They take 2 AKs through, so not too bad for Complexity there. Winterfox again, just going to be on the eco here, as you'd expect. Ecoing out those 2 rounds post pistol.
Oh, there is just basic, once again, just basic pistols, not really force buys, as you were saying. APOC, I think, was the only one that really invests in these rounds, where he buys maybe armor as well as P250, if he can. Complexity just be looking to clean things up. Raz actually dinks one out immediately. Jason Hart down towards 28 HP. He's going to be feeling a little bit more sore after that. Ofnu, though. MP7. That's actually the first time in a long time I've seen the MP7 being used. In a while, actually.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
And there's a reason for that, because Imagine just instantly kills him in, well, MP7 given towards Winterfox.
Yeah. But how effective is that really going to be here for Winterfox? Like, Complexity basically all full armor, all head armor. Not a huge deal by the looks of things. APOC, though, see what he can do. EMAG takes down Jason. 2 versus 2, though the bomb plant was down very, very early, and that makes the job much easier for Complexity and much more difficult for Winterfox, as APOC now having to push through, take out 2.
Oh, he spotted out Surreal if he can hit the timing
Oh, the bomb
on
wasn't
the bomb
planted.
planter.
I thought the bomb was planted.
So he takes out the bomb planter, and he knows where the other one is. He spotted out Desi crossing close, and he knows that there's only one line that Desi could be in. Oh my goodness, APOC, all he has to do is check this. And a clutch going the way of Winterfox.
Yeah, really nicely played there by APOC. I don't know what I was talking about. They must have fake planted the bomb or something, and
They
I just
fake
thought,
planted, but
oh, they got
because,
the bomb down.
No, so what happened is that Surreal had the bomb and was going for the plant, but EMAG charges out towards CT, gets the first kill and forces Surreal to back off.
Right.
Even though they get the trade afterwards, it allows APOC to get in an advanced position with close bank at the APC with the MP7. They cross back towards the site, and Desi does not spot the cross through the edge of the smoke. And APOC spots him out and realizes he's got to be close toilets or close here. He's just making sure the lines are clear. Just spraying a little bit just to make Desi think, oh yeah, he doesn't know where I am. I'm just going to play sneaky beaky here. And APOC goes, mate, you're not being
G'day,
sneaky.
mate.
I know exactly where you are. And an anti-eco win. And that also gives Winterfox so much money.
Yeah.
Complexity will force up, and they're going to charge straight towards the B side, but the short water control has been nullified from them. APOC is going to get one, continuing that good form. Knows where Desi is pushing forward, trying to get more. They're lining up for him. He only does more damage. And Jason actually gained that entry kill towards Ofnu as well. EMAG now stuck towards water, the only
big
original
grenades.
holder of the B site. And he needs to be cautious because he's very, very low, trying to sneak his way forward. Spotting out Surreal, but won't be able to flick on. And Surreal actually transferring the Tech 9 on towards 2.
Wow.
Winterfox dropping an anti-eco immediately after picking one up. Complexity.
It's been really messy for Winterfox on those anti-ecos. On Cache, now that's 3 here on Overpass that they've lost. That wasn't really an anti-eco. It was sort of it was a buy, really, from Complexity. Let's give them that.
It was a forced buy, but at the same time, just giving up so much territory, just collapsing underneath Tech 9s is not good enough for Winterfox. Especially, they knew that they should have taken that one, forced another eco.
Yep.
And they should have been up 13-7. Now it's 11-8. They're back on the double eco. Complexity know this, and they're just going to hammer in the hurts. Coming straight back towards the B side.
Wow.
Match. He's been doing so much work with the pistol. 1-for-1 this time only, though. And while Complexity will be able to clean the rest of them up. Imagine's having such a good game now on Overpass. This is a complete turnaround from the previous Overpass game that we saw him play.
Yep.
He was like 5 kills in about 30 rounds. Now he's sitting, I believe, comfortably at 19 kills.
Rightio. Well, sitting pretty. But as you said, Eco, APOC. No, he's just getting his money in line. I thought he was going to invest a little bit more there, but he's okay. So
That's a lot better.
Winterfox have a little bit of money to play with here in this round. The UMP, bit of armor, some utilities. It's not much, but it's something to give them, maybe 2-3% more chance of being able to win this round.
Yeah, and just try to do some damage. Maybe get a couple of AK-47s, and then try to roll their advantage forward from there. Complexity going towards A site this time around. Going to be testing out the waters. Going to be sussing out how dirty toilets actually is, if it's been cleaned regularly or not. That's a good question. Do you think those toilets are cleaned regularly or not?
Well, if there's terrorists running around, probably not. Would you go clean those toilets?
Probably not, actually. No.
There's a lot of graffiti on them too, but there's graffiti on all toilets.
There's a lot of graffiti in Overpass just in general. It's
It's meant to be a tourist site. I can understand that. Maybe even a a birthday party site. I think there is, because there's a sign saying, you are here.
Oh, yeah. What is
there
that?
it is. I think you'd be able to read that a little bit better than me, Jordan.
I can't really read it very well right now because that guy's jumping around too much.
It's German, I think.
Yeah, I think it said Schöne, which is nice. Something nice. Park nice or something like that.
Nice park.
Something like that.
Well, Apox actually on the work, but Complexity now coming towards the A site. Going to be testing out exactly how nice the A site hold's going to be. And EnVyUs and Zuzi going to be able to get maybe just one between the two of them. Not anymore, though. And Afternoon just coming in through the edge of the smoke. It's not going to work out. And well, Apox trying to lurk around the other side. Didn't catch anyone off guard. So Complexity taking 4 AK-47s. Winterfox, they've dropped the ball a little bit. They need to take this one now.
They do, because really, have a look at that economy for Complexity. Like, even if they do take this one, they're going to have a lot of trouble ahead of them because the T economy has just built up so rapidly, and Winterfox are so low on money. Like, it's not even going to be too bad of a situation here if Complexity do lose, because then they've got an opportunity to reset Winterfox once more. They can get more rounds on the board, and we probably find ourselves at something like 13-12, the way of Complexity, after everything's all done. And well, Complexity just really storming home here on the T side, but just as of yet, not being able to overtake Winterfox, and that's the crucial takeaway here for Winterfox, is that they still have that one-round advantage. They've still got a bit to play with, and they still need to close out this one so that they can get at least their 1-1 result.
Winterfox stacking towards the A site. They're going to be gambling a little bit more. That Complexity want to come towards toilets, want to come towards long A. You got Raz at party. You have 2 riflers towards long A. That's going to be Zuzi and Ofnu, but only Apoc to try to anchor this off. And Raz going to miss the first orb shot, means that Def gets a very easy pick, and Ofnu now trying to push. Makes a lot of noise, and Jason is able to get the kill with Zuzi at least. Once again, alongside with Imagine, trying to tie it up a piece, but they're just going to go straight towards B side instead.
Yeah, there's no one covering that B site for Winterfox right now. EMAG, I guess one could argue probably close, but Desi says nope and takes him down. So that's another kill here for Complexity. Another player advantage. Apoc pushing through that Molotov.
He's got good position though, so Complexity may have heard maybe 1 damage tick, so they know that 1 is there, but he's just snuck up. Complexity don't know this.
And Apoc knows Surreal is there as well. He would have heard that orb tick, but not able to convert the kill, and Surreal taking him down. This should be going back to 11-11. Although, Zuzi, he's still alive. Not for much longer, though. Surreal, very, very nice round from him in that post plant.
Yeah, and Complexity have tied it up a piece, and Winterfox taking a 10-5 lead from their T-half, winning the pistol. And just, nearly winning the pistol. But they've just dropped everything afterwards ever since. So, only winning that 1 anti-eco off the back of Apoc as well as Imagine. It's not looking good for them now. Back on towards an eco. Complexity, momentum back in their train. Looking to steamroll and take down Winterfox 2-0.
Could be.
Early unders control coming out from Desi once again. Rest of Complexity. Just playing anti-eco default this time around, not charging in. A lot of the time before, we saw Complexity kind of just move aggressively forward, and Zuzi drops down. He was trying to just peer over the edge of the smoke. It's not going to work out because Desi does spot him out. Gets a very easy kill, but he's down towards 34 HP. Raz also gets tagged by 1 straight bullet as Jason now coming towards unders. There's also Apoc and Imagine. Apoc making a little bit of a noise, which means that, actually, Apoc with the MP9 getting the kill. Won't be able to exit, though. Def shuts him down and goes, you can close the door on your way out as well, mate. Thanks for that. Imagine, though, pushing all the way close unders. Might be able to get a sneaky kill. He's got so much map control right now by himself. If he picks the right direction, might be able to get 2 at the close range with the P250. But Complexity, moving the bomb back towards the B site. Imagine might be able to catch them off guard right now if he pushes through unders. He may just be able to. With this crossfire from Raz, they might be able to take 2 guns and at the very least force it towards the 3-on-2. Especially Surreal. He's trying to straight forward. Imagine just found himself an AK-47. He's taking out the AWP and he just back straight out.
Needs to get this kill here onto Def as well if Winterfox have a chance to win this round, and he will be able to do that. So now, Winterfox in with a real chance, though the bomb will go down for Complexity pretty early on in the piece. Android getting very, very far forward. A nice post plant for him. He might be able to catch someone off guard there. And 2 of those Winterfox players coming from short here. Raz with the AWP. That's what you want to see. But no armor on him, no armor on Ofnu. This should be an easy kill for Android. And that's going to give him some really, really nice map control up towards the sniper's nest. Molotov coming in. Nope. It's just the flashbang. Android does get the kill. Not enough, though, as Raz. There for the trade. The bomb defuser is going to come across here for Winterfox. So, again, backwards and forwards we go.
Big rounds coming out. That was a round once again. Imagine and Raz. Imagine just able to get in those positions, now able to get the kills. This is something, once again, I have to emphasize that we haven't seen Winter Fox. Rest of them now have to capitalize on this and win the buy round. They cannot drop another buy round. You can't just go, all right, let's just win the anti-ecos and just lose our buy rounds immediately afterwards. Complexity is just going to roll you over and over again. They're just going to give a lot of respect towards Imagine and just go, all right, let's just avoid unders, let's avoid B side, just keep hitting A.
Well, looks like they're actually going towards the B-bomb site here, but perhaps a little bit slowly. They've got an AWP in the hands of Surreal there, so they're going to just have a peek down Monster and see if they can see anything. As of yet, though, not having spotted much out. Def contesting water, but only just having a look in. I wouldn't even really say contesting. He's just looking.
Yeah, and Imagine if he times this in correctly, does well to spot out the information, so he's going to back out. But Def is very, very fast up short. But what an HE grenade, tagging Jason R down to 47 and Def at 62. But they still get the first opening pick on towards Opnu. Imagine caught in the middle of nowhere, means he'll go down. But A-Bucket Barrels gets 3 kills on his own, whips out the USB. It might not even be needed because Zuzi does manage to get the 1-for-1, and Zuzi gets 2 as well on that round. A much better hold coming out from Winter Fox. Complexity unable to trade out the Barrels player quickly enough. Means that Winter Fox, they should have been here at 13-7 in my opinion, but at the very least they're up ahead again. And Complexity dropping for their teammates, but this is their final buy potentially. Complexity, they need to take this one.
Yeah, it really came down to that jump peak, I think, from EMAG. Getting the information so early allowed the A players to rotate down to B very quickly. That's why we saw so many kills coming over from the window area, and just so much pressure on Complexity. Even though they got in, they got the entries, Winter Fox able to trade it out quite easily. And as you said, now Complexity, this is a real important round for them. They are in danger of actually losing control here, or even losing that little thread that they're hanging onto in this map.
Well, Winter Fox, they need to make sure that the nail is about halfway driven in. They just got to keep hammering it in right now to take this map victory. It's not over yet because Complexity, at any time, if you give them just a little bit of respect, a little bit of leeway, they can instantly seize it, get a couple of headshots, and turn the tide of battle.
Yep.
And well, it looks like B-site's going to be the call of plan of attack once again.
Didn't work for them last time.
Oh my goodness, what an entry kill coming up from Android, and EMAG won't be able to hold off this time. Only gets a 1, and Desi coming in from short, able to take him out. There's so much position gained from Complexity. Offnu playing from heaven. He's going to be smoked off, does not know where the bomb planter is, and Zuzi has no idea that one has made his way towards Graffiti. Def does manage to get the bomb plant down. Offnu finds him through the edge of the smoke, traces him out, but Desi hiding at Graffiti. Zuzi, I think, has some idea this is happening.
It's a good post plan for
through the
Complexity.
same way, and Desi gets 1. Going to be mollied off, trying to find the timing on towards Raz. Not going to work out this time round. 2 on 2. Raz pushing fast up catwalk. And, well, Android getting another headshot and cleaning up. That's just too sharp, and that is the danger that you need to respect Complexity for. Android at any time, he's now hitting 30 kills.
Yep. Really pulling Complexity through at the moment. Desi doing a pretty good job as well. But Winter Fox this time, they are going to be back on the eco. They've got a couple of players that maybe could have afforded a buy, but One or two of them just a little bit too low there, so it will be the eco. It will be 13-13 after this, one would think. Complexity, though, they know the dangers of anti-ecos. Whether or not Winterfox is going to be able to take advantage of some of these pistols that they've decided to buy is still remaining to be seen. Generally speaking, it's been Complexity that's been a little bit better with those pistols, with the ecos, than what Winterfox has been.
At the same time, Winterfox have been able to take 2 anti-ecos in this half, so it's not over by a long shot. Complexity, if they drop a couple of silly weapons, lose control of the bomb and give an AK-47 towards a danger player on the side of Winterfox, well, it could just spell disaster, and once again, Winterfox would be back in the lead. And Raz just spotting out for information right now. He's playing it safe, doesn't want to be risking it, using one of the few smoke grenades in the hands of Winterfox to just block off some vision. Complexity, still a lot of time to work with, they're not going to be too phased about it.
Not particularly. They've gained map control as well. They've got control of bathrooms. They've got control of the underpass. Now Winterfox is getting a little bit restless. You can see them pushing up long, pushing up towards bathrooms as well. And it's going to just feed some kills over to Complexity, making the round really, really easy here for them. No worries at all. They don't even lose a single player just yet. It's all down to Raz, though. No, you're going to get one. And no, he won't. They didn't even lose any. They didn't lose any HP.
Yeah,
that's a perfect round for Complexity.
Oh, this money from Winterfox is not looking good.
Nope. Do they double eco?
Do they have the luxury to double eco? That's the real question.
Well, 14 rounds.
They could buy an AWP in the hands of Raz, so they are going to force up. UMPs in their hands, Complexity. I think they may suspect that there's a force buy if they've read the situation correctly. If they go in together, might be just able to do some damage. Raz needs to be able to hit this AWP shot on towards Desi. This is critical.
Kind of just pre-fired that, but didn't get a whole lot done, and he takes 53 damage from that grenade for his troubles. Winterfox, it's not an excellent start, though they get a little bit of information, I suppose, that there is someone in the underpass.
Well, Raz is completely backed off, and he's going to be lit quite heavily, so... Otherwise, Complexity, very, very quick long A control this time around. Just taking Toilers through the sideway round. And, well, Zuzi might be in trouble if there's a flashbang coming at him. Molotov's also coming through to make sure Complexity are safe and sound as they push slowly in. Depth. Dancing with depth right now. If he only knew that Zuzi was there. And Zuzi, oh my goodness.
Zuzi, if he gets the timing right here.
Oh,
and he has got it right.
He's going to be lurking right behind them. He's going to be spotting out all of them. He's coming straight behind them. Complexity barreling on towards the B side, but haven't spotted out Zuzi. He's going to take that Surreal, but Jason R and Desi getting the first entry kills. EMAG, he could go huge right now. He gets 2. Complexity caught with their guns, not out.
I don't know.
Imagine dancing around. He's already done his job, because now it's a 2-on-2. After they relinquish the B side, Zuzi hasn't changed weapons just yet, though, which means Complexity got the bomb plant down, still a chance. AK now being switched out. Raz with the AWP. Zuzi wide peeking, takes down Def. All to Android, who's been legged down. 19 HP. Now dancing around, trying to find the one-on-ones. He will be able to take down Zuzi. Raz with a pistol. No! He switches towards a rifle and gets caught out. Android with a 1-on-2.
Wow.
What a round coming out from both sides. Complexity, though, coming out on top, and this may just be it for Winterfox.
That is really a big, big nail in the coffin for Winterfox. Maybe it's not the coffin just yet, but it certainly looks like it is, because this is an eco for Winterfox. It's going to allow Complexity through to 15 rounds. They secure at least overtime, if not more. And that was a round that Winterfox really could have won.
Absolutely. It came so close. You know, you had so many members of Winterfox trying to equalize the situation, but unfortunately could not. And so close because Android was tagged down to 19, but good job from Android. Once again, the danger player for Complexity, able to clutch out another round. Now the execute on the B side commences. Is that the real ESL pro tips flashbang that we're coming out? That's coming out from Complexity. Allows them to get up Monster and rush into the B side.
Yeah, Android 2 very, very easy entries there. Onto the B side. Raz not going to get much done, nor is really anyone else on Winterfox by the looks of things, because Apoc's watching water, which maybe he can get an exit frag here. Jason, though, does take down Zuzi, and you'd have to think Complexity probably exit towards the A site now, given that they know it's free.
Well, if Apoc can find himself a rifle, it'd be, you know, a bit of consolidation, but otherwise Complexity now match point. They've completely turned this match over on its head. They're looking to close it out 2-0 tonight. Winterfox, they're desperately going to try and struggle to keep their hopes alive, to bring it into overtime.
Yeah, but they need to get 2 rounds on the board, and Complexity have more than enough money to buy into the next round if they do lose this one. So 2 full buys that they're going to have to go up against. And Winterfox, like, there have been so many times in this map where they've had a round, they've had an anti-eco, or they had a 2v1 or an X situation where they probably on paper should have won that, and Complexity are able to pull it away. And that's been the difference between the two teams. Just that little bit extra that Complexity have got, it seems, is enough to deal with Winterfox.
Well, there is a B stack this time from Winterfox, but Complexity, I don't think they want to be testing out the B site this round. Judging by how their numbers are maneuvering around, they may want to take A site control. Okay, no, they've just gone out towards Playground. They had a bit of a swing around, relived their childhood before they go back towards B site, because so far B site's really been working for them quite well. It's just, well, Winterfox this time, they're trying to bank at the fact that Complexity will be coming to them. They've stacked here. Offner's been boosted up on top of, I believe, Imagine's head. But if Desi peeks out at unders at the right time and trades his crosshair, he might be able to find a very easy headshot.
So yeah, he's just holding in that unders, and it does look like the boost has been cancelled by Winterfox.
Oh my goodness, Desi just destroys Uzi.
Through the wall, and that's the icing on the cake really for Complexity. Now all they need to do is just get into this bomb site. They've already got that player advantage. They need to trade it out, but the bomb has been dropped, and Winterfox now, they may have an easier time of holding things. Offnu and APOC getting one apiece. The flashbang out there as well from EMAG allows Offnu to find one. Surreal with a nice jump around the corner does take down one, but now Android X, he's gonna have to clutch out another 2 versus 1.
Well, if there's ever a man that you want to be clutching the situation out, it'd be this man himself, as you can see him slowly working across through the edge of the smoke. I think Raz has sussed this out, but Raz will be able to get the headshot. Winterfox, we're going on to the final round once again. These two teams just not being giving up until the very end. Winterfox do have to force up a UMP. Complete buy coming out from Complexity. Bit of a misplay coming out from Complexity, in my opinion. Able to get the first pick, and they're just going 1 by 1.
Yeah.
Basic errors of Counter-Strike.
Through smoke as well.
Basic errors. You can't go out 1 by 1. If you charge it all together, do it on the back of a flashbang. Don't give Winterfox the opportunity of the luck or the luxury, of just shooting you. Because that's just what happened.
Yep, not very good for Complexity there, but they still at least have a chance here to be able to close it out 16-14. And wouldn't hurt them too much if they were able to do that. But if they allow this one to go through to the overtime, Winterfox again going to be in with a sniff. Are they going to be able to capitalize on it? Are they even going to win this round? That's really the important question right now for Winterfox. They have to take it 1 round at a time. They can't be thinking about overtime just yet because they haven't even secured that. Complexity this time deciding not to go towards the B-bomb side, at least not initially.
This is such an intense round. You can see that they're opting to go back and try to take control together. And Winterfox as well. Not trying to give up any opportunities this time. Going to be playing 3 towards the B site, 2 towards A, playing safe, using their smoke grenades early, using their incendiary grenades early, not trying to give an opportunity towards Surreal's or towards any of the AKs on the side of Complexity. Flash is now coming through, and Surreal is actually to take down Raz.
They only have one more player here to deal with on the A-bomb site. That's Zeusy. He's not even on the A site. But if they can get rid of him, the A site's essentially free, though. APOC will take one. Android trading it back. It's 4 versus 3. Offnu towards the A site. What's he going to be able to do? He needs to hold off. He needs to find another one here, and he won't. Android will take him down. 3 versus 2 now in the favor of Complexity, and the trouble for Winterfox is APOC's a one-shot pretty much to any of these guys.
And the HE grenade as well in the hands of Android. If he throws in the right position, might be able to do a lot of damage. All have to imagine now, on 1-on-3, he's got the A4, but that's it. Complexity have the better post plant. There is the kit. He's got no grenades to work with. He's waiting for the smoke to fade before he pushes out. But he has to find all the one-on-ones correctly. There's one on towards Desi. Now dancing across, trying to find Surreal on the site. But Surreal, he's danced around this perfectly. And he's going to get the Tech 9 kill. Complexity at the very end, taking a 16-14 victory. That's devastating for Winterfox.
Imagine was playing so well there on Overpass, but so well is maybe not good enough to deal with the 3 versus 1 post-plant situation there for Complexity. And the 2-0 for Complexity comes out. As you've said, it's been a really good performance from them tonight up against Winterfox. Yeah, that was very, very close. But the first map, a huge deficit for Winterfox, and they didn't even really come back into it when they started getting some rounds on the board. So overall, a very successful night for Complexity. Their first 2-0 of this season. I mean, they haven't had a 2-0 really. They've only got 1 round. So this is just miles better than what they've been doing throughout the entire season. And to be able to pull out the 2-0 right now when it really matters, excellent stuff.
I think ultimately what cost Winterfox a lot is just their CT side hold. We saw that not only on Cage, but now on Overpass as well. Overpass is meant to be that CT bias map. It's meant to be an easier job for the defensive team to hold on towards. And I think just I think there were a bit of signs early on from Complexity on Cage where maybe their CT side would be a little bit weak on Overpass. They dropped a couple of rounds, and while Winterfox looked a lot better on the T side than they ever did on the CT side. Same for Complexity. It looked a lot better on the T side than it did on the CT side, and I think that's probably why both teams are more closer towards the bottom of the league as opposed to the top.
Yeah.
Just simply because their CT holds are not good enough compared to the other teams.
Yeah, definitely not. But let's have a look here and see how things have gone throughout the day. For us and for the other stream, 16-6 to Complexity and then 16-14 to Complexity. Both of our matches are now done. And over the other side, NRG was able to close out the win over CLG, but the second map's still going in the favor of NRG slightly, but doesn't necessarily mean it's over just yet.
Still Optic as well as Rush later on. If Rush can, maybe take a 1-1 against Optic, who have lost. I think Hiko was filling in for them. He's not filling in anymore, so I'm not sure who their fifth is.
Yeah.
If they're able to consolidate,
I think it was Freakazoid. I saw on Twitter.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm not 100% sure. Don't take that for gospel. Could have been just something that I missed. But definitely looking like an interesting matchup to go over there. We'll see how it goes. Having a look at tomorrow, though, there's not going to be a B stream, so no us, sadly. Maybe gladly for a lot of people, we'll see. But on the main stream, it is going to be CLG and Liquid, and then Cloud9 and Complexity. I think CLG Liquid could be a relatively close one, but Cloud9 Complexity is, I would say, fairly comfortable there for Cloud9.
Yeah, even if they're using a sub for Cloud9, should be a comfortable shot out. They're not versing, maybe a middle tier team or a top tier team. They're versing one of the teams which, are struggling against another lower tier team.
Definitely.
And mainly just based on their CT hold. It's just their CT holds are not good enough.
Yeah, and even there for both of those teams, they were losing a couple of anti-ecos, probably more than you can excuse. You could say, okay, one anti-eco, you lose that, fair enough. But if you lose 2, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 4, 4 spies, or against 4 spies, you really need to be locking those rounds down. And that's, again, something that we didn't really see coming out from both of these teams tonight.
Yeah, it was endemic. Both of them were dropping anti-ecos left, right, and center. So not really much that you can do there otherwise. They just need to tighten up their play. I guess in terms of their T side, you can see they had better control of the map. On the CT side, it just felt to me they were stumbling around, trying to gather control, but not understanding how to.
Yeah, and definitely Surreal and Uber looked pretty decent tonight. Surreal, particularly on Cache. Android looking pretty... Sorry, I meant Android. Android looking a lot better there on Overpass. I think that, there's some takeaways at least there for Complexity. Some of their players are stepping up, getting some frags, and that's good to see. Android has always been the one that we've really looked at here to be stepping up.
I think Android went huge on both maps. So.
Yeah, but good to see Surreal as well, sort of getting in there with the AWP.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also a big shout out towards Jason R as well. I mean, it's very difficult on your sub, first time you're coming in towards the team to try to perform well. In Case, I think he exceeded our expectations. I was expecting him, to put in work, but not like, dropping 19 kills in the first half, which is absolutely insane, especially giving Complexity the lead they needed in the earlier stages of the match.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been a good night here for Complexity tonight, getting the 2-0 over Winterfox. That is going to mark the end of our broadcast, though. We don't have another match coming up. You can, of course, jump over to the main stream. They've still got 2.5 maps to go. But until next time, we're going to have to say goodnight. Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Code!
2 headshots in a row, and Fnatic about to bring it back now, all on Hiko. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Hiko, oh no, Fnatic!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive, Taco once closer, AW getting done!
He's looking for a third, he's gonna get a hit by headshot again! Oh my god!
Welcome everybody to another night of ESL Pro League, and boy do we have a show for you tonight. We've got good games, we've got the new NIP lineup playing again with Draken in there. We've also got a new segment that we're going to preview during the second set of games. Fair Dinkum they call it. It's going to be a nice introduction to IEM Sydney, which is coming up. Joining me on the desk to kick it all off, I've got Sponge, I've got Henry G. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Doing all right. Looking forward to the Australian segment. I assume it's an Australian-based one with that name.
Yeah, it is.
Bloody oath, Cobber.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, one of those.
He knows the game.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah, cool.
Is this the
Nah,
saying?
yeah.
Okay, I had it backwards. Yeah, speaking of backwards, we can let's just check out the standings right now. We'll start with NA.
Let's do it.
Has nothing to do with being backwards, but we've got SK on top, Liquid's up there as well, despite some interesting things going on with them, bringing in Stanislaw this season. NRG making an appearance. They're strong. Cloud9 and Optic are going to round out Misfits, excuse me, going to round out the top 6. Optic with some lineup struggles.
Yes, indeed. We've recently heard that Freakazoid is joining the lineup.
The Freak is back.
The Freak is back, and he goes left, which kind of makes sense at this point, right? Obviously, lacking leadership, his roles seem not really to be defined right now. He's playing pretty badly for them. I think it makes sense for both parties for him to depart at this point, right?
You mean Hiko departing?
Yes.
Yeah. So Hiko obviously playing in. It was a stand-in kind of idea when that swap came in him for Stanislaw, and that didn't appear to be working in Vegas. Also, some other big news out of North America. Oh, we'll just go right to the European ones. This is the European standings we have going on. Mousesport's still up there, Navi as well. G2 and NIP still towards the bottom, same with Envy. But, I mean, the real story here is that all of these teams, NIP played themselves back into contention last night with 2 big wins. But, I mean, look at that. From 13th to, 5th, there's just 2 games separate in that. So even towards 6th. So you can get in the playoffs. I mean, the 13th place team is only 1 game behind the playoffs.
Yeah, still definitely have a chance there, which is kind of nuts to consider. Like yesterday, I think G2 are pretty out of it by now at this point, which is strange to see. Like the worst performing French team. Like we get to see LDLC tonight, who are actually the best performing. Like that's kind of nuts going into this Pro League. Who would have thought that would be happening?
Existence is back again.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting. Is it? This is what we're going to have on the schedule today. LDLC taking on NIP. I mentioned that new lineup was going to be back in action again. We've got Fnatic taking on Envy. That'll be the second game. And over on the second stream, we've got Navi taking on North, and then Virtus Pro and Hellraisers going at it. So some good action across both streams today. I think it's just exciting to see Draken.
Navi looking good.
Yeah, they look good yesterday.
Last night they were exciting.
Yeah.
The Draken thread, yeah, that's an interesting one. We've seen a bit of an NIP resurgence.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have to get stuck on it. We can get into that later.
You get into that later?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I know Mitch is standing by, so we'll head over to him and see what he has to say. Maybe not. What's going on, boys? So, let's get actually into, we'll just go straight back into what we were going to talk about earlier.
Yeah, do you want to get into
smooth transition.
The new lineup?
Which one? Which new lineup?
NIP. Is that where we're going?
Yeah, you can talk on that thread now. I didn't know if you meant the Optic lineup.
Well, I know that Henry's super excited they've got some wins on the board. As one of the biggest NIP fans in this office.
In this world, I reckon.
Probably the world.
Hey, I think Mitch is now ready. He's concluded his business in the bathroom. He is over there ready for us, so we'll send it over.
Thank you very much, guys. And as always, I urge you to keep an eye over on our social media channels at facebook.com/ESLCS and at Twitter @ESLCS. But let's kick off tonight by having a look at last night's matches. The first match on the main stream was FaZe going up against Na'Vi, and it ultimately turned out to be a very strong victory for Na'Vi. But FaZe, as you can see, we're not done there. They had 2 more games to play later on. But in the meantime, G2 lost out to Hellraisers, another worrying sign for the French super team. But then LDLC against FaZe was a 1-1 affair. They lost their first map and they won it out on Nuke in general. So 3 out of 4 losses for FaZe in the night. Not ideal when they're still trying to chase the title, or at least the chance to be in the playoffs. And this brought us to a very important matchup for NIP, going up against Fnatic. Could they gain a solid footing off their previous 2 wins and climb out from the bottom of the leaderboard? Well, as you can see, it turns out that they could. NIP was able to win out against Fnatic on both Cash and Inferno. And these victories put the Ninjas in a position where they very could possibly make it to Dallas. These were some great matches to start off the week, and we'd like to hear you on who has performed best as the month progresses. So head over to paysafecard.com/fanvote and pick your favorite player of the month. We have a few to choose from. I'm sure you'll find one that sticks with you. Hot off their 4-game winning streak, NIP will be going up against LDLC next. But before heading to the desk, we have some of the best plays from IEM Oakland, which NIP were victorious at, for your perusal.
FNX is going to be in a prime position to just go rushing in. Scream going to be looking the wrong way here, and Fallen drawing attention to himself. And goes, he mows them down. Quad kill for Fallen.
They haven't made their way into the site. This could be dangerous. There it is. Oh no, he can't get the kill. He's got to fall back, but Get Right's ready. Kerrigan now with the scout, 2 big kills. He's only got 1 left inside of the site, and now he knows it.
Carrigan left in the 1v1 up against Pit. Pit needs to get that bomb, and oh my god, the timing. Carrigan going back in. Spot! He gets it!
That's where those upsets come from, because early on they did play, the opponents were being that passive style, but now you can see Scream doesn't care anymore. Scream's doing the no respect. 4 quick headshots and the ace. That's beautifully done.
That's a perfect smoke, but a little late in terms of covering off on IP's entry, so Kia would have had all the information. They're walking in, they don't even see him, and he's able to tap down 4 players.
Yeah, I was going to say, but Rain is also pushed up, and he's going to grab 2 kills, so he's still a meta. He's pushed all the way up outside.
Alu just jump peeking it, gonna spot it out. Taco finds him. That's, I guess, a step in the right direction, but there's going to be a lot more steps here on what might be a mountain, but there's Elite.
He's actually going to come out towards...
Is he?
Oh, no, he's not. He's baiting it out. This so smart. He's got 4 kills. He has to go for the ace here. He's got to get all 5.
Did he spot him?
I don't know if he spotted him, but either way, he's making the right read. He knows he has the smoke down lower, so Taku's showing off all the skills right now in a one-on-one with Kerrigan.
This could be huge. This is what you need, but it's still Carrigan. This man is certainly aware of what could be coming his way, so every single position he checks, every angle contains a threat. But would you predict Taco to take a fight here? Confidence aplenty, and we'll see if it pays off, and he gets it! That's a sick ace from Taco.
Yes, brilliant nostalgia out of Oakland, which took place at the end of last year. Some really, really good Counter-Strike taking on there. We'll see a lot of that, plenty of events coming up in the future, but for now, we're going to focus. The first matchup of the evening, LDLC taking on NIP. We alluded to it talking about the European standings. Is it possible that somehow Existence has put together the best French team?
Too early to tell at this point, I would say. Like, on paper, definitely not. He hasn't got the best firepower available to him. In terms of what he's done so far in Pro League, which is probably what we're going to see from them in the next few months in terms of lands and stuff like that. But they're doing much better than the other 2 guys. So yeah, right now, I guess the answer is yes, Jason. I guess if that's what you wanted to get at.
Just thought it'd be interesting. I mean, we have talked about in-game leaders right now at all-time premium. Existence has always been kind of left out of those shuffles, but he seems to be having this team performing better and better.
I think that everyone in the French scene is performing equally as bad.
Okay.
Even
the eternal optimist.
Yeah.
Well, in terms of, what to expect out of a once powerhouse region, we're not getting a lot, right? Existence has done a lot with very little. He had the leftovers of the leftovers, right?
Yep.
Envy took who they wanted from his team. Obviously, G2 took who they wanted from Envy. And then now he got a couple of his players taken, and he got left with the scraps. And then he brings back Maniac, who's been actually one of the better players. He's been performing quite well.
Yeah.
This team has more strategies, I would say, in terms of the way that they approach the game compared to both Envy and G2. So in that regard, they're probably the best strategic team in the French scene. In terms of firepower, they're not there. Or results, I wouldn't say they're the best either.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say to a degree that while Envy and G2 are all disappointed in the level they're showing, it's a surprise that LDLC isn't, just kind of like a bottom feeding squad right now.
Until we see these teams on LAN, I'm not going to comment too much on it. Like, it's only so much we can take from online play, and G2 and Envy are still kind of calibrating themselves and working out what's going to be the best sort of approach to their tactical game and stuff like that. So it's still very, very early days for that.
Yeah, and they've got a big test tonight, taking on NIP, who we saw last night against Fnatic, looking good. Draken coming in there had some very, very good playmaking, which is something that we've always liked when NIP's had Michael for that exact reason. Someone who can be dynamic, someone who can make plays when they're needed. He certainly did that despite some mistakes, but overall, he's put him back in playoff contention with the help of Get Right.
He did make some interesting decisions.
In what way?
A few risks or a few, like that one on Inferno where he went to watch quad side, where he threw the bomb to exist to plant, and then he just left mid open and both players flanked it, and it was just like, what?
I guess the headline has to be, though, that NIP as a core are playing much better CS now with the addition of him, which is classic NIP, right? As soon as they bring one new player in, they seem to be much better overall as a unit.
Certainly part of that's got to be Get Right.
For sure. I would say that's fair. He's actually been looking very good the last couple of weeks. He was in a massive slump, I think that's fair to say, the last few events, but now, at least in Pro League, last couple of weeks, he's actually looked very good.
With the clip here is the debut of NIP. They played Kingwin in the Pro League, right? This was one of their first maps trained. You can see here that Get Right's the only one who saved an AK. The rest of his team all have like a few upgraded pistols and very low utility. This is a round, right, 9-1. They're down and out in this regard, and this is what Get Right, the star power of this player, can do. You're about to see him tear through Kinguin on his own on this inner bomb site. Exist even tries to molly his own teammate here. He's like, here you go, Get Right. Just take a little tick of that molly. Have that one. He's just going to go, oh, you were dead. Going to push out, grab another frag. Meanwhile, his teammates are basically swarming the bomb site, doing nothing. And from this position, right, Get Right showing pure skill, taking duels, and then after he's done that, he's opened up the site. He starts to play smart from this point. You can see what this one round win for NIP is going to do. We have another clip coming after this one where it sets them up and it gives them a chance in this actual map, and they do come back and win it from this point. So, you know, the star power of Get Right is something which you can never count out.
Absolutely. That's why, even when it's saving one weapon, I always make quite a big deal of it when I'm casting that. You give it to a player like Get Right, or you give an AWP to someone like Guardian, they're the sort of players that can make something happen with one weapon. As long as you get an entry to a bomb site, give an opportunity to find shots, he's the sort of player that can make it happen. And he just completely ran away with this round by himself.
It's super important, right? Once you have that weapon, as the teammate to only have pistols to allow your player to do whatever he needs to do to make those frags. He just ran in Rambo mode and got it done then. But in other occasions, if you save an AWP, you want to stay alive with the pistols, find that information, and give your AWPer a chance. And then the AWPer of this team, we have another clip right now, and this is what, from the same game, this is what Get Right winning that one round enabled. Okay, now they've got full money up. They've broken the economy of Kinguin. They're very low buy. They don't have a lot of utility. And you're going to see Drake in here. He's got this AWP up, and we're going to see the explosive side of him come out really early. There's a strategy that's going to be based off of, this shows how good it is once NIP get a pick. He's going to bust out here, grab this sick opening frag, and now we're going to bring up the map overview where you can just see the rest of NIP taking map control, NIP babysitting team mid. Draken now knows it's highly unlikely anyone's going to push into pop. I'll just watch inside. The other three players are all posturing over towards Ivy, you know, wasting utility. The attack will come in first here on Ivy. And you're about to see that happen with Exist and Freiburg. And what that means is Draken can then come back down Pop Dog. So here's my lovely drawing.
Is this you or is this Rush?
This is me. I did this earlier today. So you can see the attack coming in first here at Ivy. And then what's going to happen is it's going to draw the attention of the two players outside near E-Boxer and Pop Dog Train. And Forest is just waiting in mid. He can also pounce out late. So the two players who are circled at the end there, which is Draken and Forest, they pounce out late. You see the attack's about to come in on Ivy. Hopefully sometime soon. My clip is quite long. I'm sorry, everybody. Here comes the attack. They're about to make a frag. Off of this frag, everybody's now looking at Ivy from the Kinguin side, and then Draken just pops out, says hello, my little friends, and basically seals the deal right here with these two lovely AWP frags.
Not bad at all.
So that's just strangling them out, right? And then, you know, the opening pick did come from Pop, but then he was one of the last people to attack that bomb site after they had made Ivy present. So that's what you want to do. You want to keep the CTs confused. Smoke and mirrors.
Smoke and mirrors.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah, that is pretty good.
One thing I will say for NIP as well, overall, the headline for me with this lineup change coming in with Draken joining, now they're not forcing players onto AWP roles. They have a set AWPer on the T side and CT side. Before, it was Forrest on the T side, who was actually not so much forced. He is a good AWPer himself, but he's actually one of the world's best riflers, so why would you want to get him off that role? He can be good with the AWP, but he's better with a rifle. So now we've got Draken, who can AWP on the T side and the CT side. When Pitt was part of the lineup on the CT side, he was AWPing, and I would say that was lackluster, to be fair. That was actually quite poor to watch, and it felt a very forced role. They're just making him do it. He wasn't known to be a top AWP or anything like that. He was actually better on the rifle himself, and it just felt like it was every map was a struggle for them overall. So it's nice to see they've actually got defined roles now.
To build on that, I think that it also allows their team to be more dynamic, because Forrest can pick up the AWP when he feels like or feels the need for it, and he can be, you know, he can entry with the rifle, he can lurk with it, he can be like a second in, he can do everything, and I think that adds to the depth of the overall NIP squad.
Now, the conversation on NIP, because they've always had Get Right and Force, and despite some decreased performance of Get Right recently, the story about them has always been these two star players are going to get what they want, Force and Get Right. But are the role players around that enough? Now that we have Get Right coming back into shape, because it's not just that train game, we just have a monster performance against Fnatic on Cash. Are there enough pieces around these two guys?
I think so. We're talking CT sides. I think the partnership of Exist and Freiburg is actually very good across all maps. I think as long as they're both informed, they're actually very good at holding down particular areas of the map by themselves. It opens up Get Right and Forest to be more dynamic, like you said. And then obviously we have the AWPer as well, kind of slotting into that mix. I think it's actually a nice overall package now. It makes a lot more sense than what it did before.
One thing you guys mentioned when we were talking about LDLC just a little bit ago was Maniac coming back. And you know, because I remember before the last French Shuffle happened, he was actually performing very well. Like right when he was with Titan, I think it was towards the end of Titan. that long ago.
Yeah.
That beautiful team. And Maniac was actually like one of the players always under fire, and then during the last month, he really stepped it up.
Sure.
Like this is a player now who's got a lot of experience. So all of a sudden, they've got a little bit left in there.
The thing with Maniac as well, he's never been considered like one of the superstars of France. He's just like a safe pair of hands. He's always going to do okay for 1 or 2 frags, and he'll hold his own. He was actually in Rogue for a little bit as well. He actually got cut from that lineup.
Yeah, with Cadian and stuff, right?
And like the Bulgarian guys, I believe, as well. But like he was cut. I'm not sure why. Maybe down to poor performances. They weren't getting very good results. And then he got picked up at LDLC more out of necessity and more than anything. Obviously, they lost their player to EnVyUs. Right. And then the Maniac came in, and I was expecting, at least I thought Maniac should have quit ages ago, but he actually proving himself to be very good still.
He spent time with us on the desk in San Jose.
I said to him, I said, just do
listen,
this full time. This is the easy life.
Come hang out with us. Yeah.
This is the easy life. It's much more fun.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's a lot less stressful.
Yeah.
But he's actually playing very well. So fair play to him, sticking at it, and actually looking pretty decent right now.
Yeah. Okay. So the map is going to be Train. I mean, this is now a lot of experience with these NIP guys on Train. We just saw Draken with the AWP. Is this going to be a good map for them, considering the team? We just saw them on, against King when they struggled. They were down 9-1 at that one point in the clips that we watched.
Famously, it's always been an okay NIP map. It's never been their best. They've always been able to play it, but never really get good results on it. They've always got like close to winning games on it. But I like it. It's a lot more tantalizing now, the fact they have a set AWP. It's a very AWP-centric map. Obviously, Train, CT side and T side. So I think they'll feel more comfortable with that being defined now, who they can play with. They did bring a lot of set pieces into their game once Threat joined the line as well. They always have that in their back pocket. Maybe not using them so much anymore, but the fact they have those, I think it's always going to be a decent map. And this sort of particular matchup against LDLC, I think they just outskill them across the board, player for player. So I feel like they'll be feeling pretty confident going into this one.
And LDLC's track record on this map with this 5, they've only played it once against a team called Quantum Bellator Fire.
They're one of my favorites.
They're really good.
A Russian team in some Starladder Season 3 qualifier of some variety, and they lost 16-14. So that's not really a promising sign. That's the only game that we can base their train performances off of. But it was some time ago now, so you would assume they would have put work into it. I think with an AWP like Tonu, anything can happen because he can be exciting. I mean, he has a game where he's on fire, and he can always find those openings to get those really good timings for those picks. He can wreak a lot of havoc. In terms of across the board, I agree with Henry. Skill for skill, NIP, you'd say every day of the week. Even in this like slightly dilapidated coming back form, which is like a limbo period for them.
Should we talk about the NIP honeymoon period, what that actually means?
You have 10 seconds to talk about the NIP honeymoon period.
It's every time a new player joins, they look amazing for about 2 or 3 weeks. They'll go to an event, win it, and then at that point, it will start to go downhill quite rapidly. And they'll go to the next event, then the next one, drop out of groups, and then give it 6 months. They'll drop
14 seconds.
That's yeah.
And then this
points away from Henry. Well, we're going to send it over to Pansy and Uber to take us away on Trade.
It's okay, Moses. I think Hufflepuff has enough points as it is. It's going to be LDLC versus NIP in our first match of the day. Honeymoon period, I mean, he brought it up briefly as well. We kind of talked about it last night, really briefly, in that it can also mean that oppositions don't know what to expect from this team in the honeymoon period. And Draken definitely seems to be bringing some new flavour to NIP.
Yeah, certainly. I think the highlight for me was hearing NIP being spoken about by their biggest fan, Henry, there. It's nice that he's getting excited about it again.
He was a NIP fan.
All of us are deep down, At one point in our lives, we've all had hope for them and been shattered parlously by...
We've all had bad fringes and really dark black hair at some point in our life, Lauren. Doesn't make it a good thing.
Still living that life, just with less of a fringe and less black hair. But the point being, at this point for them, it is that honeymoon period. But I guess the one benefit is Get Right mechanically looks outstanding. It looks like he's got the fire lit beneath him and he's actually bringing a bit of an A game. Draken as well, showing that he's got a lot of potential here. 2 actually very new to the scene AWPers going head-to-head. Going to be quite interesting to watch Twanu up against Draken here.
If you were giving Draken a report card for last night, what grade would you have given him on that performance overall? Cash and Inferno.
I'd go a B+.
All right.
Give me a B+.
That's pretty solid. That's what you want coming into a team like NIP. But now it's time to start the game, ladies and gentlemen. On the CT side, it will be LDLC. NIP starting on that T side to bring us in. No utility for NIP, with the exception of one little decoy, and Maniac's just gifted the kill to Forest there in Ivy.
Yeah, Alex is under a little bit of pressure over by B, and I say a little, it might be a lot now. Get Right what is this fight? It's horrible. Oh,
Knife?
God.
Burst fire to the face,
I was like, mechanically, Get Right sick right now, and then he just does that against Alex. Like, oh, okay, maybe not. At least he gets the frag, though. That's, I guess, the important factor here. NIP losing no one, 5 alive still. LDLC down to 3, and it's time to try and condense forces, pull everyone to somewhere they can do something with. Existence is so isolated on B, he can't really do much, and he might be just trying to read into this and make a bit of a gamble here as Mistu and Swanu on A are going to have to deal with possibly 4 players, if not 5 if Get Right goes down pop.
How much early control do you want to give NIP in a map like this? That's the question. Already Maniac and Alex having fallen in those previous encounters, and Mistu definitely would be a little bit nervous about the fact that he has to commandeer that Ivy section of the map. There's 2 players there. He sees the peek from Exist, not from Forest though. NIP finally go for the double peek, and that's the headshot towards Mistu. Now it's going to get a bit rough for Twanu over here on that bomb cart. Having to back away towards Connector. Freiburg pressuring from the top of the train. Does find a headshot. Existence has already fallen off screen, so it is just Twanu up against 4. And Forest, and Get Right, should I say. So he's going to kill for the round. Forest with 2, and was Freiburg to get the final one.
A little sloppy then from LDRC on the, I guess, just the 1v1s. You saw the fights they took, very aggressive. Just didn't work out for them.
Single peek to Brown Halls.
Yep.
Single peek in towards Ivy Alley against 2. Pretty in fact, both of those individual peeks are actually up against Man Advantages 1v2.
Did someone drop Twanu the scout? I think they did. So I don't see, how much did he invest in this round? Or how much did he have left
Existence,
over?
maybe, if anyone? Well, it's hard to say. Twanu did get that sole kill in the round.
Oh, no, he did buy it in the end. He did.
Yeah.
It was still
'Cause he's got
showing
no
it still showed that he had over $1,000 on my screen, so I was wondering if he'd actually done that. But he has upgraded to the Scout, and we've got the Deagle UMP combo here. The Scout Deagles are great, though. Tag, and then you can get the frag on either of the follow-up. A bit of a 4-1 play. Maniac very solo on B, and at the moment, NIP taking their time, and you can't blame them after the aggression we saw coming out. The probably double cross here from NIP works out so well. Drake with the drive-by with that UMP in hand makes it very, very easy for them to find the first in this. He's just going to pick up the scout, does no damage, has to back away now, gets incredibly worried about the rest of the map as NIP could be applying the pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, and Mistu has to cede a bit of control while that Molotov burns. Fortunately, NIP not going to push over the top of it or anything weird this round, so he'll be able to wrap back through. Alex and Pop, that grenade just lobbed in there. He's going to find its mark. And he's just going to knock out a couple windows here. Can do this as well to make CTs a little bit nervous about a potential A play or a little setup. NIP don't seem to be inclined that way just yet.
NIP showing so much caution, such slow pacing, but they're going to go for it. Smoke comes in, and already the trades come out. Alex can find Freiburg, but the smokes are going, so that does encourage him to make the hit now finally from NIP. Exists, smoke down to the old bomb train, and he's not going to be the one finding the kill. It was actually Forest to claim that. Now it's down to this 2v2. You've still got the scout on Mistu, you've still got Maniac alive. He was over by B, so he's pulled himself over towards A at this point, and where's that bomb going? Not A.
Straight up top. Yeah, yep. Absolutely. Maniac was dug in up on the upper side of that A site, so it's for him quite a longer rotation, and Mistu's going to have to come back through spawn. So it has to be the retake here for LDRC. Going to have a crack with the scout there, but doesn't quite connect, and the bomb is down. Mistu will be looking for another opportunity, but for NIP, it's a matter of just digging in for the moment, try and gain information on that second player.
Mistu is just trying to keep them, contained to the bomb site so Maniac can play back into this. He's got himself the UMP as well, swings out, finds Exist, and it's Forest to go as well. Maniac, a nice bit of play coming back in, a man that was highlighted on the desk, and again has provided us with a bit of a swing here now at 1-1. A very, it looked like an NIP round from that very start. As soon as Twanu just gets completely decked by Drake and taking the swing, Forest finding 2 quick kills to follow not too far afterwards. It looked like, okay, it's back into this sort of mode, but they got really ground down, didn't they? And then swinging over towards B in those last couple of seconds just didn't work out.
There's 4 kills in that round as well by pure swing outs with the UMP. You can see the mobility it gives a player, the ability to really take one another by surprise, but it actually pays off for LDRC and they win the force. Now they can come back in and buy some tasty guns.
Look at this buy though from NIP. We wanted to see that, we were discussing this before on the desk as well, the kind of hero-ish rifles coming out, but they've been brought up roughly around. Draken's got the Deagle, you got Forrest on the Deagle as well, but Maniac and Alex this time, 3 players pushing for that B information. Get Right, one of the only players from NIP to have the full rifle alongside Exist, is on the other side holding the passive angle. So Alex needs to be well aware this can be a possibility. Certainly noticing it now, 3 players heading over that way. But Exist finding a frag over by Ivy might just force LDLC to kind of scrap that approach just purely because they don't have numbers on A right now.
Yeah, 3 rounds from 3, LDLC have lost that first player in Ivy just from a pure 2v1 situation or NIP setting something up. So they're navigating that part of the map well. Get Right on Alex, again, that UMP. The dastardly weapon from last round, we saw it again. It finds its mark.
And Alex, I'm surprised they didn't bring up on the desk. He's actually been one of the standout players alongside Maniac for this team. Now, we'll see how well he holds up here under pressure from Freiburg. He's going to do just fine. Didn't outstay his welcome there either, but look at Maniac. Not staying calm. Considering going up the ladder, that could have been interesting. You got 4 players now converging on that very particular area. Exist keeps it in mind that there could be a player there, but the hit's already going to start to begin. You've still got the smokes, you've still got everything with NIP. Don't have much on Drake and Forest, but they can at least set up the other 2.
Maniac again, as with the previous round, can shoot straight up Pop Dog in the event that there is a hit on towards his B site, can set himself up, even from upper would be nice. Freiberg's going to drop in first, doesn't see anything straight away. Alex going to throw the Molotov to give away his position, and Forrest is going to push heavily on his left. The UMP doesn't find the mark. It was Freiberg, the second line, to find the kill, but Maniac again being the menace, now in Brown Halls, with a good position to strike from above.
Great flanking position, but the problem is Exist and Twanu have fallen, so he has nothing to work off, and Freiberg, the mobile turret. 4 kills then. He picked up that rifle considering his existing get right at the start who had them, and he's gone to town with it. So this could be big things. 2 rounds now turned pretty much on their heads. You saw the 2 rifles coming out for NIP. They've worked. Now they can buy back into this. We've got the AWP coming in for Draken. Keep eyes towards that one. Alex this time going to go on the full investment. He's got at least a rifle. Everyone else going towards the pistols with armor. So none of these teams want to back down. They know how fragile the money's going to be between each of them.
Yeah, and this is the time to strike if you're behind the money, but that's Draken. He gets that early pick again. We saw that in some of the clips that Sponge showed us. What a great way to crack open a site and put pressure on LDLC.
I do like this player when he gets confident. He's got flair to it. He seemed a little hesitant at first when we saw the first couple of games from him. That first appearance he had on, I think it was Cash. It was a little quiet, but the one we saw not too long ago, just yesterday, looked good, and now this could be a good display of what's to come. However, Alex has found a reply back. Now, he's the only one with a rifle, so he has to be incredibly relevant, but Mister on top of the trains, not being challenged, not being checked, jumps down, and Freiberg's going to happily welcome that, but the push has been halted from him, NIP. They don't really have much step into this. Now, losing so much control here, you can see Alex trying to push up, and he's going to do it, but Draken still alive. He's got a 1v2 here.
And Alex finds the final kill with the USP. There is a situation where Freiberg would again have to potentially bail NIP out of a losing round, and it's back and forth. Both teams forcing into this. And this was Freiberg from the prior round, if I'm not mistaken. Great little position there, Smoke. Oh, okay, last bullet towards Maniac, nicely done. But as it stands, both these two teams have been forcing in towards pistols if they can get them. And again, NIP are going to have to do the same.
Back and forth we go. Now we're going to see LDLC with the AWP and everything. Well, to a degree, actually. Mystery doesn't even have armor on a rifle. That's kind of strange. No money, so is what it is. But on the other side, NIP very bare in the form of what they've got to work with. This time, Get Right not going to have the rifle either. It's Draken and Freiberg to run those. So maybe just how they're feeling in this round. And there's the step out to Twanu this time. Not going to get caught out like he was with the Scout not too long ago. But now goes back in.
Wow.
Very, very brave. Got to be careful of that, Twanu. Known for being one of the most stable AWPers. You know, a lot of people, put him up there with a couple of the others who started to rise from the French scene. I know a lot of people rate him as, quite a flashy AWPer, but he seemed to have calmed down against Tier 1 teams. You can't get away with it all. And it looks like he's trying to bait LDLC into believing this full-on B hit's coming in thick and fast, and it's not. That quick flash coming over a couple of smokes. No big hit, though. But the other players are joining. They could certainly join in now and make this actually convincing.
It may at this stage even be a bit of a staggered or delayed hit towards a site. There's still 3 LDLC players happily dug in on A. But unbeknownst to them, the majority of the Swedes are grouping up here in Brown Halls. Draken will be bringing up the rear here. NIP committed most of the big firepower towards Ivy early in the round. And Existence won't see the push down. Maniac's dropped on top of the second player. Will find him. Exist gets it done with a deagle. And Existence holds the fort. 2 kills with the Famis now. 2 plays for NIP up on that site. Forrest wins out that duel. A lot of damage going back and forth between these two teams. A smoke out and a bomb plant here for Nip.
Problem is the Mister has no armor, so he really can't take direct fights. He's got to find a bit of an angle, find something he can work with. He's gone for the upper plate, just going across, but he can't make it actually count. Draken's down to 10 HP, but still stands, and Forrest is keeping it safe. And now Twanu, the 1v2, might just be a little out of his reach, but Eagle to hand, tries to bait out Forrest, nothing there, and I think it's time to try and back away. Draken would love that AWP in hand, and he's not going to get it. So it seems that each team that has the slightly shoddier buy is winning these rounds. Every single time it's going backward and forward. This time it's NIP coming out on top with their 3rd now finally falling on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Draken, one of only 2 players on NIP that had a rifle to start that round with and didn't find anything with it. Forrest completely outplaying Mistu earlier on, though. That was pretty nasty. Twanu's going to find Draken, though, now forced into a bit of a compromising position. That's the AWP for Draken.
Looking at the money on LDLC, 1.4k on Alex. Twanu incredibly low. It's double eco territory. You might as well buy into it.
Yeah, but that money has been slowly getting slimmer and slimmer as these forces have gone back and forth. Now this is ugly.
Yeah, it's not a pretty time. Freiberg well aware of it. Onto the UMP, going to be looking to try and get some money, build it up for themselves. NIP looking like this could be a bit of a different pace here. Maybe going for that B hit.
Holding the smoke for now.
Yeah, Maniac wants to put a quick one towards that ramp so he can focus elsewhere. Pulls back off it now. puts himself towards site and goes over. Both him and Existence are focusing towards this, making a bit of an assumption NIP won't just walk through that smoke. I hope they won't, but Exist doesn't need it. He's going to find the scalp of Existence very quickly, and we're down to 4.
Yeah, it's pretty sharp from Exist there. Knew he'd be facing down a Desert Eagle or something similar, so he had to play it pretty safely. Smoke's on lower and upper right now. That's the flash, and NIP have got to go. Smoke's going to come down, but it's probably not going to stop them here. Maniac, again, needs to produce a nice little 2-piece or more from this position. It's only going to be the one for him for now. 2v2 though, Alex finds Get Right, the bomb goes loose. Draken wants to scoop it up, and he finally does, but definitely needs to be careful. There's the Desert Eagle, and UMP still going, and Twanu finds Draken.
Forrest, what do you have for us, apart from being absolutely scared, witless by Alex being in that sort of position? And again, he's done wonders. He got 4 kills before. He got 3 this round. He recovers the AWP and keeps LDLC in this. Every single time we see a team on that lesser buy, they're turning it around. If there's any case of CSGO being questionable with Deagles and UMPs...
This is the weirdest
well, I say
game.
Deagles. I don't know about Deagles. Deagles, I think, are pretty nice. I think just pistols in general is UMPs, and we're back on this sort of thing with the Galil coming out for Get Right. Force against force against force. Both teams just completely relentless at going back into this. They want to get into some controlling position, but it's kind of tough right now. But let's see if Twanu can get himself in. Nice little flash actually comes through to allow him to go for this, but staying out here is pretty dangerous, and now he backs away. He was a little bit paranoid that maybe Exist was going to peek out with him. He didn't in the time, but does recover the gun from his fallen teammate.
NIP on the precipice of maybe having to tap out of the economic race, the arms race, as it were, at this stage. 3 Desert Eagles and a Galil to their name, and again, double eco territory is a very real prospect for them here. T-side economy is a little bit easier to build up, though. But NIP need to get that bomb down. A bit of extra cash in the pocket. I mean, given the way the last few rounds have gone, they can be hoping for more. But again, how long can this continue? How long can these two teams sustain such a slap fest between weakened economies?
Well, if it goes true to trend, easy round for NIP. Shouldn't be, though.
I really, yeah.
Is this
I'd like to think there's some sense in the world of CS sometimes.
Well, you'd like to, wouldn't you? And then someone goes and does something crazy, but no one watching Ivy at the moment. Twanu's going to turn her...
Ooh.
I'm a little worried that no one's watching this. What? Why was no one considering that?
He has Alex on the bomb card.
Yeah, this is a loud room. Forrest with the AWP doesn't get to use it. Draken's still alive as well, and he's desperate to get that into his hands, but the Deagle's doing just fine for now. This dude falls, and they seem unaware as to where he could be, but he's going to get the AWP, and now he has 3 players to get past, a bomb to plant at some point, and 15 seconds. How long are you going to go for this? There we go. Just flicks the switch, gets out of there. LDLC weren't giving him much. They hit away quite carefully, and he wants to keep hold of that AWP, clutching it close to his chest.
And this time we'll probably be able to keep it here. Alex might, oh, hello, he might produce himself. Draken hoping for a little bit more. This is risky play given the economic situation that NIP we're in, but Draken will be able to get through the round and hold that AWP, and the money is not good at all, Lauren. Maximum of 2.2k on the side of NIP. Again, it's Glocks out, boys. Plus a flash there for Draken.
Yep.
That'll do.
Yeah, they finally kind of relented. It's gone so far.
Tapped out.
Yep, about 2k left. They can probably buy next round no matter what, apart from maybe Draken being in a bit of trouble if he doesn't go out with some goodies. We'll see. Oh my god, that's a disaster. Maniac using the smoke so well. And now Exist not exactly known for his AWPing, going to be given that beautiful challenge, but what a shame to see that happen straight away. Draken just not given any chance to get off the starting blocks.
NIP look to be converging, questioning where they want to converge at this stage. 2 down pop and a couple that want to go in towards a connector, so this may well be the play now. Still a minute or so left in the round, but again, very limited utility to orchestrate any sort of anything over on this A site, as it were. I think there's not going to be seeing a lot of information there. It's all smoke and windows for him. And Alex now just behind the bomb cart. Well, he's watching last round. Twanu doesn't need to check this. Exist misses that first shot.
It's basically just give time for Exist to try and do something. He's been taken down pretty low already. But Freiburg slipped through, but doesn't matter at the moment. Alex now being pressured from the right side does eventually get overwhelmed. But now the AWP's fallen, and as does Get Right. It's been kept in check by LDLC. They're going to recover the AWP if required. If they need it, and they have, that's back into the hands of Twanu. So all is good for now. But now NIP can buy. Finally, they get that big gun round coming in with everything they need in theory. Sadly for Draken, as highlighted at the start, he could be light for money, and he is. Down to 2.7k. So He's going to probably just get a deagle, bit of armor, some utility, try and set up a piece for them and just kind of suffer through while the others will have it all. But the double up comes out for LDLC. Twanu and Existence going to be rocking those.
And actually a little bit of aggressive positioning here for LDLC at this stage. Alex has already got himself just down below Pop Dog, and Maniac's waiting very up close. So with NIP pushing on towards B by the looks of things, they probably won't see a lot of action for now, but Maniac can again pull that late round flank that he's actually had 2 successful retakes from.
Yeah, they've got 1 smoke and it's on Get Right, so pick your place and make the hit count. Every player's ready on that jump-off point. Existence is the only man here now. Contact's been made. NIP push. You've got 3, 4 players coming out of the lower ramp here, and Existence is just not hitting anything here. This is not a good display from him at the moment. He can make up for it though, but now the molly comes in, he pushes it. There we go, finds 1, but just the molly spreads and catches him out. Drake with a smart play, pushing forward, and finds 2 for that brave position he goes for. But the problem now being, it's retake time for LDOC, and they merely have 2 men standing.
But Maniac does have that flanking position again in this round. He's going to have to use it damn well, because Draken finds Mistu up on the high ground. He has an AWP back in his clutches. And Maniac realizes perhaps the heat's just too hot in the kitchen, time to back away and deliberate on the approach for the next round. And NIP have gotten themselves back in, finally get themselves some weapons. But Draken had 3 kills, and 2 of them with the deagle he brought into the round. LDLC just grouped up and put themselves into the meat grinder there. A lot of lives cheaply lost on the side of LDLC in that round.
Existence had to hit a couple of those. Just pressured. The shot on Forest was good, but, you know, all for nothing at that point. Already bomb planted everyone on the site, but yeah, not expecting Draken to hit those 2 shots either. It is what it is, but it's turned around again. NFP, once they finally get that big buy, they get themselves in a good position. They've got the AWP already as well, ready for Draken to pick up, so he's set. We've got NIP in a good spot here. On the other side, not so much so. Existence down to just a 5/7 armor with a bit of utility to kind of supplement it. UMP on Mistu. The rest are okay, but now there it is. That little bit of a spicy star here. Draken to find Alex, and that's a big scout to claim as well. Alex has been an impact player so far for LDLC. This time he's removed, and it's time for NIP to just really sink into this round.
If I'm not mistaken, that was a vertical shot down pop as well. Alex is quite often setting himself up there for a bit of a flank. So Draken must have just had a little bit of a peek and found his prize. It's 1 player at B right now for LDLC, and the rest are actually quite a long way away from being able to rotate there quickly. This could be an issue. Existence doesn't hear a whole lot from this positioning. He's really hoping that someone from NIP shows up close. Maniac will be pretty vulnerable if this side is pushed early on. He's in a standard spot.
I'm pretty sure Existence should have been able to hear Freiburg jumping then up the stairs, so I'm surprised if a call hasn't been made that they're going towards this, but LDLC are not moving. It's just Maniac against 5 at the moment. I'm hoping LDLC get an idea of this or something. Maybe Maniac still feels okay, but here come the flashes. NLP don't instantly hit though. Now the rotate comes in. Now the rest of the utility gets put into play. They're already down on the ramp. So Mistu and Twanu are walking into a bit of a trap here. Maniac can't particularly help either. He tries to take a fight and actually wins it, but instantly traded out. And there we go. NLP pushes straight up again. Position very similar to what Draken was holding before, but they get right in their faces and LDLC straight on the save.
Yeah, and honestly, that's their fault in that round. Those 3 players over towards A, they were very, very slow to rotate. Granted, perhaps they didn't get a lot of information about whether NIP were going to hit A that hard or in what timing. But again, even if you are rotating as NIP hit the site or any T-sided team, they're going to molly connector. You're not going to be able to help that player in the site. You need to get into the site before they hit. Or at least be able to be in the position to rotate through your own spawn to get there in a timely fashion. Twani finds Freiburg, who goes hunting for him. The rest of NIP want none of it. They're happy enough just to take the round win.
Yeah, both French sides tonight having a bit of a tough game. If you already look over the EnVyUs game that's going on for the, I think it's the qualifier, and this is a big game for the EnVyUs boys.
Start out of season 3, isn't it?
It's 5-4 to them between them and Hellraiser. You've already seen the Hellraisers, no joke at the moment. For some reason, they'd be able to destroy a lot of the French sides. They did it just yesterday, RERUN my fantasy team, so TY. But outside of that, we're at 5-5 now. So back and forth has seemed to settle a little bit, and the pause comes in. Technical or tactical? That's the dream.
It's always the question, Lauren.
There it is, tactical, yay. It might not be half an hour waiting.
Again, for LDLC, it's probably a matter of, okay, we've actually tried to hold quite aggressively on this A site. We've really tried to push up in towards Connector, towards Pop Dog, even towards Ivy. In a lot of cases, that has caused loss of life on the side of LDLC in a few of these previous rounds. NIP have become accustomed and comfortable in hitting this B site, and to be fair, they were able to at least get a bomb plant in many of these rounds. That last round was forced a 3-gun save from LDLC because they were so far off the tempo of the round.
But to be fair, if you look as well, NIP have had, if not 4, maybe 5 alive every time they get the bomb down at B. They're rarely losing out on people making that hit. Whoever isn't holding it, whether it's Existence with the AWP, made almost no damage. Maniac then got overwhelmed super quickly.
I mean, he can probably trade at most, especially up against the buy that NIP had. Can't expect too much from him.
Just seem a little bit dull at the moment. They don't have that sharpness to them to be able to get to those sites to actually make impact when they need to. And it's a little bit quiet from Maniac in that aspect. When he was playing back into B on those rotates on the flank, he was fine, but need to find a way. They need to find an answer to it for
He
now.
gets like this A spawn and sets himself up to flank via Connector.
Yep.
I think one player that wouldn't be terrible to take a leaf out of the book of, I mean, it's not a team in a great spot right now, but Apex and Shox play the B side really nicely, especially Apex, who often has to play first contact on that side. And what I really enjoy watching about him is that he can usually actually secure more than just a man-for-man trade in that position, especially when he has to face down a lot of utility where there's Molotov thrown into his position playing on that first bomb train on the B side. On the first cart, anyway.
Yeah, and you look at LDOC, their money hasn't fully stabilized yet either. They've had these kind of thrown together buys that are always missing something in the mix, and at the moment they're missing the full weaponry, right? They're on the UMPs, which they're still okay, but you're still not 100% on them. They do have the full utility, but NIP going to switch the pace. I really like this. Coming out of a pause where they're probably considering things, mulling things over, but they need to make it count now, NIP. They've just walked into LDLC's den. And it's not gone well at all. Draken, though, still alive, going to try and bring a bit of a fight here, and he misses the shot on Alex, switches to the Deagle, he gets it done with that, but now surrounded all fronts, not going to get away. Maniac catches him out, and, well, LDLC suffer through.
Yeah, NIP really splintering there on LDLC, trying to pressure forward. The utility was there, that's all well and good, but the execution clearly lacking. Even Draken himself there may not have realised it, but he probably had an opportunity to go for a quick little scope in there. These are very little things, mind you, and the round was already in struggle town, as it were. But they still have some guns to buy in with. Freiburg's going to have to go with the Deagle here, and LDLC supplements their buy with a UMP and an M4 to go.
And this time, look at Twanu's positioning. I like this. A little bit aggressive, trying to get some sort of dominance across the map. They finally get a bit of a first pick coming through, where NIP weren't just hitting those sort of sites, but Get Right reading the play well. Alex has been pushing towards Pop quite consistently. We saw before it was Draken to punish it with a shot straight down the ladder almost. This time Get Right just out-positions him on it. So not going to get that one back. So now down to the 4v4. Let's see where NIP decide to take themselves. It does look like a bit of a play down Ivy for now, but NIP could back away from it still. Could try and get a bit of a pinch towards outer.
Draken previously accompanied by Freiburg here in Ivy. It looks like LDLC aren't really up for challenging that position too heavily. You can see Twanu actually playing quite back of it. Obviously, he's been around the world in this particular round, was obviously peeking in towards brown holes earlier to find that first kill. And a bit of that is good. A bit of that sprinkled on of these rounds for LDLC will prove beneficial. That's the kind of stuff that's going to prevent NIP hitting that B site with 5 players still standing. Need to take a risk sometimes, especially on a CT side where not only can you get kills with that risk, but also valuable information.
Okay, smoke goes in, cuts off Twanu, quick molly to the right side, and NIP do have Ivy control. Now you can see the pinch building in from Forest, and then probably eventually Get Right. That's a nice shot from Freiburg finding Mistu. That's going to open up vast amounts of opportunities, and Freiburg's not done either. A second to follow, and Twanu can't find a response. 9 seconds remain, and NIP seem to have the bomb down.
Twanu now just being forced to take pot shots at this bomb train. Maniac's found Forest though from the backside, but he eventually does fall. 1v2, hit the shot, Twanu. Freiburg probably just going to wait on this one. He actually has Draken holding the off angle, and he finds the kill. LDLC actually set up to give away a free kill in that round in many cases, because Mistu was sitting in a spot sort of at the side of that A site watching Connector or the push out of Ivy, but there was no one covering him. There's nowhere to have a crossfire after Twanu gives up Ivy control with the smoke and Molotov thrown down. So big turnaround there for Nip.
Mistu has the gun.
What is the
Observers
Bison doing?
Get to the Bison. It's not a French gun either, but I like to say it that way. It's just so beautiful. Look at it. Here we go.
It's not beautiful.
Absolutely awful gun.
64 bullets a clip.
Thank you,
great.
Right. Thank you very much for taking that away.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Maniac's going to find one. That's good. A couple of guns now loose, but what are you going to do with them? Alex, not going to be going full NA, walking through that smoke, having any luck with it either. Draken waits patiently on the other side, and the A site is there.
To be fair, I think, was it Fetish or Dupree really loved to do that. Like they had a name for themselves as constantly just pushing smokes and getting kills. It was probably a couple of years ago now. It might have been Fetish. Either way, sometimes it's better to have a flash if you want to make that kind of play. Still, LDLC take a couple risks in this round, and they at least get themselves a weapon for Maniac, a little bit of economic damage. When neither team has really gotten their money-wise, you can see the NIP still really are just floating on very bare margins. So it could be a lot worse, especially given the margin being as slim score-wise as it will be. But NIP are going to get the noses back out in front yet again. You can actually see how back and forth those rounds were earlier on in the game via the scoreboard. Maniac would love to hold on to this weapon. The money is going to be bad. Very bad, Lauren, next round for LDLC.
Yeah, times are getting rougher. But you look at the scoreline right now, this still isn't bad from LDLC, considering they came into this as, one of the newer teams that people wouldn't be looking at instantly to turn heads, but they have actually made a bit of an impact throughout this. They did split the series 1-1 last night, so they certainly have a little bit of something to them, but NIP looked good in their last game as well. So, you weigh it up if you want to take it from that perspective. LDLC are having a decent game, but NIP's T side is looking pretty robust at the moment with 7 rounds beside them, considering how back and forth the initial rounds were. They've stabilized to a degree at the moment, and they've broken the back of LDLC, who are down to a very shoddy bye here. So, again, it's about weathering the storm at this point, and NIP is certainly in charge of this.
When you give a team like NIP the chance to dictate the flow and place of a round or even the game if they get that far ahead, it can be quite scary. That's when you really start to see the shine on this team. Gerard's checking that corner, sees nothing, no shadow, no outline. Obviously, Existence in this unenviable position to get dropped on. Maniac's anti-flash looking up high at the moment, but he's going to have to respond to this pretty quickly. I thought it was late, but it might work out. 3 kills, the spray down is there for Maniac, but he goes for the switch, and Exist is going to be there to punish. I don't know how he gets away with that, I really don't. I guess he was obscure behind the spools, and now Alex trying to challenge down Draken with the 5-7. 9 HP and AWP and a dream for Draken is all that remains. The bomb is loose over on the B site.
Let's see what you got, Draken. Mistu should be able to get that first bit of contact. Both are so desperately low. Who sees each other first? It's Mistu with the shot, but it's all Maniac that round. Existence kind of played him in almost. You know, Existence going down. They didn't expect a second player to be over at the Spools area, so he kind of just found a little bit of room of wiggle to get the job done, and he does just that. Delivers quite handily at this sort of point, considering the scoreline. Match is paused. Maybe a time to discuss for NIP. Have a little bit of a think of how they want to approach it. Same can be said for LDLC. They've just bucked the trend more than anything. So, again, they at least can get a decent buy here, but far from perfect in a couple of aspects. But we'll see. We'll see what they can actually pull through at this point. 7-7, though, is a good scoreline. If you look at it in a weird way for both teams, if you want to look classically at this map, I guess NIP having a good T-side, that's good to see. You know, Draken's playing well. Forest mechanically doing decent. You could argue maybe they want a couple more, but LDLC coming into this is arguably one of the brand new teams to the Pro League. You know, they have a very weird roster in that aspect. You wouldn't be looking at them as like the leading French side, right, out of the G2 and Envy shuffle. But so far they're keeping, you know, toe-to-toe with NIP. So if they get that good, clean start in the second half, maybe we could see a very, very competitive matchup here between these two. But for now, 7-7 is the scoreline. We have to wait and see what they bring back in a moment's time. Oh, here it is again.
One reason why I like this position, not only are you able to watch upper, but you're also anti-flash for the lower push. Now, I actually think that Maniac was maybe half a second to a second late with the receiving of communication and maybe even the input delay of understanding that he had to about face and actually get the spray down. But NIP weren't ready for the 2 players to be stuck there. And God bless him, he had the rifle in hand and was able to deal death. So, you know, if Alex had the rifle to face with, it probably would have been a far different story. It's little things that matter in rounds like that.
Oh, and we've got an additional item coming out for LDLC here. Something that actually didn't go very well last time we saw it. It was actually Existence on the AWP, which we're about to see now. So he was holding B before with that one. He had a couple of missed shots, which kind of allowed the site cross quite cleanly, but he's here now, and he's going to be there with Maniac. So the 2 classic duo as such, if you want to look at the names out of this team who've probably been there, done it, and got the T-shirt. But LDLC trying a bit of a different look here. And Draken doesn't like it. He's going to find out Twanu instantly. But Mistu hasn't played this position yet, so maybe something they won't be keeping in mind.
Could be a powerful spot to be. Problem is Mistu doesn't get out of here without a smoke if he wants to leave. I think Maniac is covering him, so okay, that's the smoke. The smoke doesn't allow Mistu to get out, though. That's the problem.
But they're trying to play him into it. That's the thing. He's trying to bait them in, and oh no, Mistu, the timing on that switch is appalling. Maybe you didn't expect 2 there? I don't know. It was just a poor read. But basically, Maniac smoke kind of baited him in. It's like, oh, why wouldn't you smoke deeper?
Sure.
It kind of allows him to have a bit of play, but that just backfired parlously on them.
Honestly, the idea behind that's fine by me. It's just then Mistu is in a do-or-die situation facing 1v2. He does have the advantage and perhaps the element of surprise, but NIP were able to react to that quick enough. Draken did take a bit of damage, but if there's anyone that you don't mind getting banged up a little bit on the side of NIP, given current weaponry, it's him. Couple of smokes loosed on towards his A site, but NIP are moving towards Ivy.
Look at this. LDLC are reading it as a B hit or a complete fake because Alex is pushed up towards main, so he's going to be relaying the information no one's here. But there's 3 down Ivy. Now the smokes come back in, and now LDLC have to come all the way back around again, out of position now, out of sorts. And Alex is the only one who can really save much here for them. And Draken's going to be checking on that. Oh, good timing for Alex, though. But there's the instant
That always
refrag.
had to happen, yeah.
Instant.
If Draken doesn't go for the peak there, he's not done his job. So NIP, that's what map control gives you. There's multiple angles, especially when you're a man ahead. You just trade out for the rest of the round, you're going to take it. Now it's Existence with the AWP. You found that first kill earlier on. His way forward is blocked, though. Doesn't really matter, because Draken wanted to present himself anyway. We talk about a bit of flashiness from the young Swede. That's what we're talking about. But halftime comes up, and NIP have given themselves a 1-round buffer in this one. Train shaping up to be quite a stash, Lauren. We'll see how it all goes after the break. Well, we're back. It's Train, and it's been pretty spicy so far. After a very weird few rounds back and forth with both teams forced in one, things finally started to settle. Half-time, it is a one-round lead to Ninjas in Pyjamas. And now they'll be going on to that CT side, Lauren.
I feel there's a lot to be seen between these two teams so far. A nice first kind of foray into what we're going to see this game, but longevity is the key here. NIP showing they do have a little bit of fire left in them here, even after yesterday's games where they really did bring a bit of a matchup. So let's see if LDLC can keep going toe-to-toe. At the moment, NIP do have the lead by 1 round. But NIP, you know, it wasn't smooth sailing. Those first couple of rounds were backward and forward every single time, changing hands of who was in control. Not sure if that's going to be the same this time. We're going to find out any second now, though, as we're about to get underway into the pistol round. And it'll be NIP, of course, on the CT side this time, and LDLC to have to define how this half goes on the T side.
Yeah, but a lot hinges on this round, much in the same way that NIP didn't buy any utility. It's going to be LDLC going for the same. Contact play with Glocks. Apparently, just Alex on the A side. He carries the bomb here. So he's the first line with the bomb, so it's just as well he's gotten that far, really. But NIP managing to put this under wraps to a degree. Maniac sees Exist, gets the drop on him. That's pretty big. Now the 2v2.
I don't know how they're being able to kind of sneak between the trains so easily.
They focused Ivy, I believe. NIP had a lot of eyes trained towards there, where Alex just walked in through T-Con.
And now it's going to double up LDLC here. Get right. Going to be negated at this point. He's probably heard the steps, if anything. Draken's pretty far away, though. That's a bit of a problem here. So they might be able to get a bomb plant without any challenge. Draken's still not 100% sure on this. Neither is Get Right. So, yeah, LDLC have safe passage. And Maniac's even picked up a smoke, so they can cut off one of these areas of rotate if they feel like it at any singular point. They don't want to give away the game just yet, but they will have to soon. Alex, find the bomb site. There it is. No worries, mate. He's got the job done. And Maniac. What are you up to, Maniac? Why are you just out there like this? I don't know what he's reading NIP were doing. I'm not sure what his thought pattern was, but I can tell you now it wasn't right.
We got confused. There's no doubt about it. But Draken actually, to make that first shot there, even after not spotting him initially, well, LDLC had a real option there, a real opening, Lauren. Maniac wasn't sure, though, whether he should be watching Connector or worrying about Brown Hall's aggression. The thing is, with LDLC managing to give NIP the slip, they consequently didn't really have much of a read on where the Ninjas will be coming from themselves.
Maybe just don't stand out in the open. That'd be all right. That's one way to approach it, I guess. I genuinely don't understand what his theory was then. I'd love to see it from his perspective if there was something that maybe he saw or read into. I don't know. But what I do know is, did I see an AK being dropped? Yeah, okay, so we've got the rifle. Out of that whole team, you give the rifle to Existence.
Yeah, it depends where he's playing, I guess, as well.
Yeah, we'll see. So far, Alex has been a bit of a fiery character, but very, very low on money at this point. Just the Deagle in hand. Maniac as well down to the Deagle. Tech 9, and okay, Existence going to find it, but he loses a lot of HP for this.
Yeah,
might be time to swatch that out, yeah. Twanu is on the Tech 9, so he can give Existence that, and they can work off the back of it if they feel like, but Draken's already starting to push up as well. Going to smoke out behind him, so they maybe don't believe he's this far in. Oh, he wouldn't push through that, why would he? But now you're going to find out. There it is, easily picked up, and now Twanu's going to pick up the rifle and have to pick up the mantle. That's where Existence left off. But 3 remain for LDLC, still a bit of firepower with them, but NIP stand large and in charge at the moment.
Draken's done well to get himself in this position in this round. I dare say it eventuated from just to push through brown holes and found himself here. However, the bomb's been recovered and Draken had to back away, so he doesn't really have information on it. But he knows there's only one place really that LDLC could have gone. And really only one route they could have taken to get there. So now Existent Forest will be lying in wait over in this B site. Molotov thrown in. This will slow things up. Misty's going to walk over the top of it, though. He's flashed out, and Forest is there to receive. It's a trade, though. Twanu responds. Nice grenade drop there by Draken. And Exist will clean things up there. Draken really...
As well, especially on the UMP, gets a bit of extra money into the pocket, so he can be eyeing up an AWP nice and quickly if he fancies it. Going to stick back in on the SMG because he knows that LDLC's money is even worse, so he can stabilize, get even more bank. and he can start really getting some longevity in the game through his economy. However, outside of that, let's look at the rest of NIP. Forest can be given over that UMP, so he can be running that one. Other three have full-on rifles, and this is your clean eco. One flash on existence, maybe just to get out at B, try and get a bomb plant, and that is all you've got.
LDLC hoping to jump back on the Force train after that previous, or at that previous round, but no. They've got to tap out a lot earlier. There's a flash available on existence. The Draken's got the flank here. It's going to be pretty nasty. MP9 in hand. It's an unarmored crew for LDLC. If they are too slow, if they don't make any decisive plays, then Draken is going to be all over them. We see the drop down, though. Look at this receive. It is very comfortable for NIP now. Push from LDLC came through. Draken a little bit slow to get the flank kills, but NIP were ready for that anyway. Comfortable.
Yeah, he's up to 7k now, so he's very happy about this one. Everyone else on the NIP side, good for money as well. Perfectly fine, well set. Doesn't want to allow him to get the MP9. Good thinking, Drake can hide it away.
He's got his 2 knives, one for each side. Sanj and Yasha, brilliant. That's a reference to another Vidya.
Vidya James.
Vidya Games, yeah. I haven't played it though.
No? So LDLC though, no orcs to be seen, limited amounts to kind of support them and bring them into this round, but careful existence. Don't burn alive too early on. But let's look at the difference with NIP, the way they're holding this as well. You've already got 2 players, not necessarily dedicated towards B, but they're certainly over there. Get right playing towards the other side of the connector, but Draken's going to find existence, and now you can see the hit coming in, and actually, well, Exist not going to be holding that get right spot as well as this man will. Goes down, not even finding one. Oh, Get right, gonna go through the smoke, turns the flash, goes in towards the side, tries to get Mr. off it, but there's a player right behind him, and the bomb doesn't even go down. Good work from Get Right to buy more time. Looks confident on the site as well to continue on, and it's down to Alex and Twanu to find anything in this that might remain towards their favour.
That's daylight robbery from Get Right. Alex had pulled back in towards Brown Halls. He wasn't there to trade that one out. Fortune favours the bold, and this time it's Get Right. He gets it done. 12-7 here for NIP. A very slow start to the half for LDLC, and again, money-wise, not good at all. That force earlier on has cost them and will delay them to bring the game back under control.
Yeah, this is a little rough for LDLC. They had a couple of moments where it looked like, okay, maybe there's a bit of a shot here for them, but it feels that maybe their T side doesn't quite keep up to scratch with NIP so far. But we'll see what they can do once they get into maybe a bye after this round. Hopefully for them they can salvage something. Definitely needing it now, because here we go, the hit comes in, Molly goes down. Freiburg though completely overwhelmed in the end. And there we go, Forest 2. This is getting a little bit worrying now. 3v3, but Get Right still here. Timing could be everything, and he does just spray into that smoke, finding Alex. And it's down to Existence and Mistu, and they don't have armor. They do. Actually, tell a lie, Mistu does have armor, and he's going to get the bomb down. No one can stop it at the moment. They can come back into this, but now they've got to be careful, and Draken's making an absolute meal of it. And Existence, I don't expect you to win this, but if you do, I will eat my hat.
I mean, if you win this, I'm done, to be honest. Especially with the double face there. There could have been a bit of a tickle on the bomb defuse to, you know, make him push that one. Didn't happen anyway. They pushed in towards him. And this is now the lead, really starting to extend. LDLC were a pretty solid CT side. The half was 8-7, but they haven't found anything on this T side, and it may well be their undoing. But it's time to buy it. It's time to spend some money. It's time to get some decent weapons in those hot hands. Like hot little hands, Lauren, it's a term used all the time. Hot little hands.
You just think they're hot.
Well, to be fair, Maynak's pretty cute.
He just dresses so well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's what it was about the Swiss and good style, but
There's
they got
something
it.
about it, yeah. And something about this side at the moment is they are trailing round 7 now. Is all they've got against 13 for NIP Drake, and they're going to be doing the deep flash down towards the back of Ivy. No one's actually there. Well, Existence was, but way closer, so he wouldn't be affected by that anyway. He did take the swing out towards it, but showing presence, going to keep Existence on his toes, and LDLC aren't really committing anywhere. Look at the minimap. They are across the board, just waiting this out, seeing what they can get done, showing presence, keeping NIP from being able to read into this so far, but Drake had taken an aggressive stance here. Goes for a bit of a cheeky play, and Molly doesn't quite go to the extent he'd want, but it will hold back anyone else. And look at Twanu being toyed with here. Slithers of pixels being shown, and he just gets outdone. Draken, that's confidence, and I like it.
It's just, I mean, it's so frustrating to play from that position as well for Twanu, because you just don't know where Draken could come from. When you see him jump across, you think, okay, he's out. But no, he was really getting a better position just to pick him off. 2 picks for NIP, completely snowballing this one out of control now. LDLC have a limited number of players to work with, and Exist is on the lurk. That's going to hurt. Existence was not ready for that.
And Get Right now has a good idea that there's going to be players coming his way. He doesn't know where from, But he's going to isolate Maniac out, and that's just fine. This dude now is the only man left with that LDLC tag beside him to try and get this round in their pocket. But you're in a 1v4, and these guys are looking good so far. There it is. Forest to deny anything to build a bomb plant, and that's about it, alongside a kill. But that initial flare by Draken was lovely.
Yeah, and despite Get Right actually only getting the 1-for-1 in that situation, he played it really smart. When he started training his rifle over towards the top side, he backed away so he couldn't be put in a 2v1 directly. Very clever from him. Just the little things, again, that we like to look at here. NIP now, I mean, this is bad. This is definitely bad times now as the pause comes out for LDLC because they need to come up with an answer. The bonus is they got a bomb plant in that last round, and their round loss bonus has billowed out quite nicely, so they will be able to buy pretty much everything they need in this round. Twine, the only one that's maybe got a little bit less money because he's buying that AWP or perhaps just extra stuff. 14-7, though. This has definitely started to blossom out of proportion a bit.
Checking in with the Hellraisers Envy game as well, just quickly. It's 10-10 at the moment between those two. So, yeah, that's going to be very tough for EnVyUs coming up in the next couple of games for them if they do actually lose out in that. They need to bounce back from being knocked out of being able to go to a tournament. So
they can't afford more losses this season.
No, exactly. I wonder if that's going to change things for them going on. But for now, back to this game. It does feel as though LDLC's T side just lacks a little something on this. There's been limited moments of firepower shown. You know, where's been the star power for them? You've looked on the CT side. You had Maniac doing pretty big on the flanks there. He had a good start to the game, and then Alex having a couple of moments, but it seemed to have all just kind of quietened down since then.
Maniac was 15-8, I think, and now he's 17-15. So a very tough few rounds for him. LDLC haven't found an in, unfortunately, and NIP were able to find a lot of easy kills earlier on in the piece. And that last round, I mean, it was a 3-man LDLC, make it 2 actually, as Exist was flanking around before they could even really access a bomb site. It's not what you want.
Yeah, and again, I hate to harp on about it, but Draken's been doing very well.
26-8.
Yeah, exactly. This guy, I was a little curious at the start of his tenure at NIP, but he's seeming to start to really get... You're seeing a little bit more confidence, a little bit of style to it, a little bit of flair. Because when people first saw him, they're like, is he actually going to provide much? But you're seeing he's certainly up to the challenge. He brings that explosive nature that maybe you can't quite go to the extremes of Michael Ailey yet. Maybe you wouldn't say he's quite that sort of player. But so far, he's fitting a really good role for NIP here.
Well, yeah, I think Michael Ailey's definitely one of the extremes on that spectrum. I think Draken actually might be a little bit more risk-averse than Michael Ailey, and that probably serves him well.
Yep.
Finding that balance is really hard to do, and especially depends what team you're playing against. But so far, he's managed to hit the mark pretty nicely in this game. Those early picks as a CT are just so good to have. Twine's taken a lot of damage here early in the round. 2 players from NIP actually pushed up towards the lower ramp, spray down through smoke, and Twine now can't really peek again.
No, he's in a bit of a spot of bother because, let's bear in mind, NIP still have a fair amount of utility left to put into play this round, so if he just walks the wrong way, he's going to get in trouble with that. But at the moment, LDLC is still considering their options. NIP haven't been really pushing anywhere as such. They're just holding this incredibly well. So now a little bit of pressure down by Ivy, going to force Freiburg to be a little bit more cautious about it, but he's got support there. The smoke does come in, but no one really willing to make the play off the back of it. And at this point, Twanu going to be doing the smoke down towards the left side of things. And we'll see where LDLC decide to eventually hit. They're slowly but surely running out of utility as well to be able to try and make that final approach towards one of these 2 sites.
Freiburg respecting whatever may be coming towards him via Ivy at the moment. He backs away and just takes up that one-and-done position on the immediate right as you push out. Twine will be able to pick that fairly directly. We'll see who wins that out. Freiburg's not going anywhere for now.
No, and it's a really hard read for NIP as well at the moment. They don't know quite where things are, but Twanu's going to see his teammates going through down by Pop, but now he knows he needs to be careful in this one as well, because Get Right waits so carefully in towards Connector. Draken's there as well. They start to come back around. Existence does find him, but where's the rest? Down to 9 seconds now. Bomb needs to be planted. You've got 4 players to get past. You are surrounded left, right, and center. And it doesn't matter which one gets you in the end. It will be NIP pushing themselves even further in this half, and LDLC, even though they look decent on their CT side, yet to get off the starting blocks here on their T.
No, and that's the problem with some of these teams that actually find themselves towards the lower end of the ladder at the moment, Lauren. We've actually seen that multiple times. And even from Team LDLC, actually, their Inferno play, CT side was pretty darn good. T side, not great, which is even not consistent with what we see from other teams. Usually it's the other way around. But that's the thing. There's a huge gulf between their performances across halves, and it's not something you can afford to do, especially how this game has a tendency to get away from you very quickly if you're losing consistent rounds and blowing money. But they've got AKs to work with. The last investment, potentially, and Exist doesn't really seem to care too much about this. Smokey pushes ahead of it. This could be so nasty.
See if Draken can get the cross as well. This is even better. He'll just play an Exist if he actually goes for it. They both peek out at the same time. Draken finds one, plays an Exist. They're playing so nicely, bounding off each other. But now the problems arise. There's been a player sneaking through, which is Alex. Is he going to go towards upper? Is he not? Draken's still just holding that angle, but there's pressure now applying towards the outer bomb site. Forest is up to the challenge. Those spots out Existence, but it's a 3v2, and the numbers still favor NIP now even further.
Yeah, Alex now, well, very short-lived attempt from him to try and bring things back for LDLC. What a convincing performance from NIP. Not dropping around in the second half. Their CT side was almost unbreakable. In fact, it was in this instance. We'll see if that carries over towards the next map. If it'll be the same story. But for now, let's head back over the desk to talk us through this match.
Yes, thank you, Mitch. Very strong performance out of NIP. This is now 3 in a row that they have won. Even more impressive from Draken, who continues to be a very effective force. He had a phenomenal game on Train. Guys, we thought it was going to be interesting in the first half. There was that economic war of attrition, as you like to put it.
That's good, isn't it?
And then they just get blanked. Goose egg in the second half.
Yeah, it didn't really arrive on the T half whatsoever. NIP, though, what we talked about it in the pre-game, right? I love the idea now they have the dedicated AWP. You can see how it's strengthened them as a whole. One thing I wanted to compare it to as well, if you look at a team like Fnatic, right, and they have no set AWP, and they actually have a different player every single round. You can see how they struggle sometimes, not really having that defined role as such. They're happy to throw it around every single time. I love it. I've always kind of vanilla CS, having a dedicated AWP. You're not changing each half. You have one guy who's running that role. And it really seems to be working really nicely for them. Draken, another great performance by him. I think he finishes on, what, 25 frags in total?
Bit more, 27, I think.
27.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Bit of a hammer.
Yeah, it's not too shabby.
But yeah, the game opened up quite nicely. It looked like it was going to be an interesting one. There were 7 rounds in our first half, but
well, we have a, I don't know which one of you wants to take this way. We have an interesting round. Is this a Hank G round?
Is this the Maniac one?
Yeah, I believe so.
Let's have a look at it.
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
This is the old bait and switch. This is when Existence was with Maniac there behind the Spools area. Why that's so good is, obviously that's a position is quite famously more like a one and done sort of frag position, and if you have one player there and he gets a kill, you're normally not going to check anything more than that, right?
Yeah.
So the fact they had Maniac there, the rifle, Existence with the 5-7, he's more than willing to face quite a wide angle there to just suggest, okay, I'm playing this position, I'm trying to catch one of you off guard. He dies straight away, Maniac comes in, he's the one of the few rifle players as well, 3-man spray down. I just wanted to point it out because it's actually quite a prevalent tactic through the years of CS. Like, I'm thinking like back to Inferno, right? You had the back right corner on the B-bomb site, play 2 players there in a clutch situation, you kill one of them, you're never going to check it again. So it's quite a common CS strategy, but quite a cool one when it pulls off, and Maniac did a great job there. Maniac played very well in the first half.
Yeah, and a few more things, you know, to be positive with LDLC Existence still. I assume it was him who made the call. NIP were pressuring that inner bomb site, you know, when things started to stabilize. And at that point, as the CTs, you're like, well, maybe we need to cheat a player over early and we need to play 2 inside from the get-go, because NIP were executing like mid/early round on that inner bomb site. But they stuck to their guns. Existence just kept them with that 4 outside thing. NIP threw in the smart mix-up, which was a fast outside play, and there was 4 CTs greeting them, and they were able to take that round. So that's like good decision-making, you know, being 1 step ahead or maybe just being a bit stubborn, but it paid off for them in that regard. And then from NIP, it just looked like it looked really easy. To build on Henry's dedicated AWPer thing, Draken seems like he can just AWP on his own to find picks. He doesn't look like he needs the other players to like flash for him or smoke for him to give him room. He's just finding them on his own. And because he's quite flashy, we've seen these flicks come out of him, you know, so far. We saw it on Inferno yesterday. I saw like a couple of in the clips earlier on Train. He's able to get those more aggressive JW style fights early.
Is that a style that's going to work against the best teams in the world, against the Astralises, against the Virtus Pros?
It might catch them off guard. The thing that I think is cool, and this is what I like with Makaleli in the team, was Makaleli would kind of be that explosive guy, and then the rest of NIP would have the structure and be able to fix the issues if, say, he didn't get a pick or he got one and just died instantly, and then they were able to capitalize. If they can do that with Drake, and I think, you know, the chemistry and what's been built up in this other 4 NIP roster over all these years will really get to shine in those, you know, 4v4 or late round situations.
Well, all things aside, we are seeing that style work initially with Draken in this lineup. They've rattled off 3 straight, putting himself back in the playoff position. When we return from break, they're going to have one more map against LDLC. That'll be on Cobblestone. We'll see if LDLC can come back, so stay tuned.
opens up the plant potential. Watch Kenny drop down. Hit 6 hits up. 1v1 spotted up. Oh, Kenny! Once again, very quickly, they try to score. Then it's shut down time after time again. Automatic. This AWP got 2, goes for a shot. That's smart. Does gets Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
We talked about LDLC exceeding low expectations coming into this season so far, but NIP still proving too much for them to handle. With just that one win, you saw on the break screen, NIP has jumped 4 spots to number 9. So all of a sudden, very much back in the playoff picture with this new recruit, Draken. And Henry, I know as a fanboy, you must be just grinning inside.
Sort of, yeah.
Certainly not doing it outside.
It's certainly better than it was. It's getting better from going from like almost dead last to kind of, if they win this map, they'll be like 6th place, actually automatically in the bracket there to actually mid
That'd be
final.
good stuff.
That'd
be very, very good stuff, yeah. And Chad, I know, we talked a lot, man for man, you and Henry both agree that NIP just outskills this roster, but one thing they do have is existence. One of the most legendary, one of the most storied and game leaders in CSGO history. I know you have a little bit of a clip to kind of outline the strategies of this team.
Oh, this came a bit earlier than expected, Jason.
Oh, we can wait.
No, that's fine. Let's do the clip. Anyway, they don't have the skill, but they have the strategies. This is an aggressive CT move that you can do, and I thought it was quite unique the way they did it. This is a one-way smoke right here that Existence is about to throw. So just highlighting that they're playing 3 players towards the A bomb site, which is unusual, and 2 players towards the B bomb site. The 2 players towards the B bomb site are actually going to play retake. Smoke comes in. Existence is going to push out to the right side of the smoke while Maniac goes to the left and uses the one-way. He pushes through and he checks the most common spot, which is this window. Grabs a nice cheeky little frag there. And now we're going to highlight where Maniac is. I think I quick change over to him. Let's see how good I am. And this is a one-way smoke that you can use,
really?
right? Yeah, and you can just kind of, he can check, he can clear to make sure no one's going over towards the A bomb site. At this point now, they have a pretty good idea that it's going to be a B hit. And Mouse Sports, in this case, they just do that B execute that they were going to do regardless. You can see that where the 2 players are playing, they're just covering drop and they're just spotting for B platform information. B execute is going to come in any minute now, and the way the LDLC do it is the 2 players at that B site just sit back, let them execute onto the site, let them go into their post-plant positions, use all their utility. They have the number advantage and they're keen for the retake. So this is the strat based off this. Toyna using the rock to get a nice little kill over the smoke there. The rest of the teammates are all coming in. And this is a pre-planned thing, right? The fact that they're going to do this B retakes. They all know, let's wait for the smokes to dissipate. Now let's go in together. Existence going to find nice 2 frags here. They do their best to lose it to Spitty. He grabs 3 frags, but Toyna is able to finish him off here in the end. But basically, they're using, an aggressive CT move on that first gun round to really catch Mouse Sports off guard. And that's one of the things that LDLC have in their arsenal that a lot of other teams don't have. You look at a Fnatic, they don't really have that CT kind of, not aggression, they definitely have aggression, but the plan isn't there. That's something predetermined, that's something that they've worked on, that's a strat that Existence has come up with and they've dry run, and they all know how the parts work.
Well, that's when we talk about theoretical Counter-Strike on the desk, that's where that comes into play, where you say, we're going to do this. If X happens, this is how we respond over here.
Exactly.
And that's what a lot of teams do. That's what Existence brings to the table.
Yeah.
Is there anything now on Cobble that we can see that LDLC is going to be able to... Did you see anything on Train that makes you a believer that they're going to have what it takes here?
I saw Maniac. He was looking very good, to be fair to him. Like, he's one of the players we discussed going into this one, and he actually was going above and beyond in that first half. So, in terms of... I haven't really watched many of the Cobble games. It's difficult to give you that much
We saw your boy Alex from the UK.
What about him?
The
he's not really from the UK. Yeah, I guess he kind of is.
We've determined, Jason, you might have missed this. He's fake.
Oh. Okay.
He's a fake Brit.
All right.
I think he was born there, so I think it counts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a
You've got a British passport yourself, so
I'm fake.
Yeah.
I just don't see, the firepower's the issue here, whereas you can look at this map for them. You don't have to be as aggressive on the CT side like we just saw them do.
Yeah.
You can maybe have Toyna being that turret on the B site with the AWP in Coop or on Statue, but once he gets found out, which NIP are going to be very good at doing, they're going to have a rough time. I think for LDLC going into this, if you're expecting them just to do the same old NIP jump smoke fakes, then you're going to have a rough time, because I think the way that they're adjusting here is they look like they're searching for more picks as opposed to going for the executes. So they're doing the executes or more late round, or they're either using it like we saw on Train as a way to force the CTs to rotate how they want them to. Train's a bit easier to do the executes on as opposed to the B site on Cobble. There's so many different corners to check as you're filtering off the broken wall and platform.
Here's a question I want to kind of explore a little bit. Cobble is, as a map, we've talked about it, how a little bit critical of the map and its layout, and that there's not a whole lot of options for CT teams to be aggressive and make kind of plays that you might want to make on other maps. Draken, with as proactive he is with the AWP, is he going to be a little bit hampered in his style?
There are options on CTU as an AWPer, especially. That's probably one of the few roles that actually has options to actually go towards middle, similar to using that smoke Chad pointed out. You can throw that same smoke a little bit shallower, and you can see towards top of middle, get a lot of information there at the start. It's quite a safe pick. Same way you can go towards long A, do the same thing. I would say that's one of the riskier ones on the map. It's like you chuck that in once a half maybe. Obviously off the platform as well, boost or drop down. There's not as many options, sure. Like you can't be as flamboyant as an AWPer, but you certainly can dictate some sort of pace of the round.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do that on Cobble. We'll have to see if LDLC is going to have a playbook, a strategy to overcome NIP on this map, see if they can go for one for the evening. We're going to send it over to Mitch and Lauren for the second map.
Thank you very much, Moses. Cobblestone, something we haven't seen actually in a little while, Lauren, here, at least on the streamed games between NIP and LDLC. The information game is strong in this one, Lauren. It can be pretty tricky for CTs to actually get a read on the T side. And I kind of like that we brought up on the desk talking about Draken and if he'd be able to go for this aggression on the CT side, especially as an AWPer.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a big factor for him. I'm wondering how much impact he can have. But again, same can be said for Twanu, but he didn't particularly have that impactful game that I was expecting on Train. It was more, as I said, the fake Brit Alex and Maniac. Now, they were right on the desk. Alex speaks fluent French. He's lived there for years. He barely counts.
He lives in the UK now.
Does
to be
he?
fair, he's back in the UK, yeah.
Okay, so we'll see. But yeah, I don't know what to expect from LDLC. It's you know, balls in their court. They can do what they want with this one. NIPU hold themselves to, well, you should be holding them to a higher standard. They were very innovative on this map quite some time ago, if I can use my words. But yeah, we'll see what they bring on this one. I'm hoping it's not the same old look of NIP, but who knows?
We didn't love that. We didn't love the old NIP on this map. Well, this is CT aggression, Lauren. I guess with pistols, Maniac's really always gone for it. Hammer and tongs. Unfortunately, for him, it's not big. Twani might have an opportunity. No, okay, it's just going to be a meat grinder of a round.
What are these pistol rounds from LDLC?
Disrespecting NIP, hoping to get him by surprise, getting completely mashed. All of the above, you decide.
Yeah, no, I'm not sold on these pistol rounds. We saw it on Train as well, that aggression they like to bring out. I guess it can catch some people out, but the sad fact is that for them, the NIP were just walking right at them. By the time they actually took the fights, they were nice and close, and the Glock still came through.
Is that lazy for you, Lauren? Like, we see the pistol round strats from LDLC often involve this aggression and contact play. Would you like to see a little bit more of a structured approach from them?
I actually don't mind it. I really don't. In the right places, it can be quite nice, but I think using it in a couple of times already, it's not going to be catching anyone out here, but it is a bit of a stack. Well, I say a stack. 4-1 isn't even that much these days, really, especially on Cobble. It can be played into gun rounds, so it doesn't really indicate too much at the moment, but they are going to put all their players trying to watch towards as much as they can. So you've got, I think, Existence sitting kind of anti-flash, trying to support Alex as well. Then you've got Twanu at the back by Chicken Coop. Mistu as well playing that kind of like slice spot. And then Alex as well in drop. And then Maniac having to just kind of feel it out over by A. Now, NIP are in no rush. They want to find out what's going on here. That's their main goal here, is just find out, have they gone for that 5-man stack? Have they put players in somewhere unorthodox? How are we going to find this out? Okay, so it looks like a little bit of a tentative play up towards A long. It's not a bad plan. A lot of teams do like to do the stack, though, so we'll see. A little bit of a flash through. That's going to be Forrest and Drake and working their way up. The bomb's actually coming over, so far this is a nice little read into it. Good mental kind of approach so far from NIP. Freiberg can just hold the back if he wants to, play through drop if he wanted, or he can just join the others just a little bit later, put out some utility towards B, so keeping those players on B as long as possible, allowing NIP up long.
Nice
Maniac's heard it now, so he's safe from wood. It's when they take the wide swing, he comes into effect. Good stuff, but now it's how much more can I do? Well, that's something. The follow-up kill is quite impressive there, but it's still going to swing in favor towards NIP until the reinforcements arrive.
Yeah, the pistol challenges are really actually paying off for LDLC. It's close range stuff. The fact that Maniac can get a 180 and still get a pistol kill was pretty nice. Definitely a clench moment. But Existence now has the opportunity to get a drop on NIP, but Exist was there just after planting the bomb. He saves Get Right's life, and then he finishes the round himself. And some value gained with those pistols for LDLC, playing it up quite close. But again, I do like that smoking towards connector from that T side. It really does force CTs to work in and jump down, you know, from Juliet and have to fight that way.
That was a good little round from LDLC. I quite like that. A little bit of damage dealt. Good enough. You got to take the small victories at this point. May not win you the war, but certainly get you back in the fight. So at the moment, we've got the farming team coming out, and one of them's Drake, and he wants to get all that money. Now that sounds good, he heard, but that's fine. He wants the attention. He wants the kills. He wants the frags. He's going to get him. That's 3. No more to be found for him as he gets picked up by Maniac, but the damage is done. The SMG's cleaned up every single kill out round, 2 to the UMP and 3 to the MAC-10 on Draken. So he's going to be sitting on a nice round summit. I think it's about 6.3k, so he can get himself on the AWP if he fancies as well. We'll see what he goes for. Doesn't necessarily have to do it. T-side AWP on this map can be quite tricky, but he has been gifted that one over if I'm not mistaken. So Get Right happy to stay on the UMP, plays it well towards drop. We've seen that plenty of times, so not too shocking. And on the other side, bare minimum, but at least a decent buy.
Yeah. And this is a map that's maybe not as AWP-centric as Train, for example, but there are still a lot of opportunities to put it to good use. Virtus Pro, for example, stacked, you know, 2 players on B platform on the CT side, and can usually play in tandem with that and sort of hold it. That was, maybe we'll see a bit more of that now if Pasha's AWPing again. That was always fun. Three-player stack towards danger, though, for LDLC.
This could be really good as well, because I think there's a player boosted up in towards that little kind of alcove, and then Existence there as well, and then Mistu's now going to be smoked out. Problem is, no one's watching the push-up through middle. That means they get complete access to the site and be completely railroaded on towards on. GetRight's going to worry about this now, and he actually beats Existence. That's huge. NIP, without necessarily even knowing it, negate going on long, and then just reap the benefits. Oh, that's disgusting. Just glock the face off of Maniac. Oh, that's rough. It's save time for LDLC.
Those smokes were really well placed by NIP, though. They had every angle covered. And what they actually managed to do was corral 3 players from LDLC on towards A long because they couldn't get to the side unless they pushed the smoke. That was where GetRight got that win out against Maniac. Or was it Existence? Regardless. Very nice. Reminds me of Virtus Pro's screen off when they hit that A side as well. In fact, NIP's is even more elaborate. Oh, that's not nice. No AWP for Twanu. And Alex is endangered species right now. He does get the kill on towards Freiberg. I think Exist. No, he doesn't go for the AWP. Doesn't need it. That's fine. 1 player loss for NIP in that round. Incredibly clean push on that T side. And this was Draken earlier on making some serious cash money.
The Mac Daddy. Just going for it.
The Mac Sugar Daddy now.
Yes. Yes, he is. Now, Freiberg onto the Mac 10, so he's going to be trying to get to anywhere he can to farm up some kills. So maybe you can head towards drop. You can actually just barrel out towards the ledge as well, just jump in. You can be so mobile with the Mac 10, so it can actually work really well. Just go through that little bit of a broken piece of wall there, just go first in, just make sure people trade off him. Alex is going to be a bit cheeky, get himself up towards the platform, but they do have Molotovs on the NIP side. And Alex, you better be ready, but he just sprays in. He's going to catch one. Drake is now low, and actually he's in a really good spot. But too many ninjas around him, and he can't find a single one.
He's done a lot of damage, though. Draken and Freiberg are very, very low. Misty can really do damage here with the pistol. Finds the first, looking for the second. Exist was the player with the full health, but now that's been changed. Down to 9. 3v2. Molotov sort of thrown out, but mostly extinguished. Exist and Draken are both low on HP. That means GetRight needs to step up to the plate here and do a lot of the damage to neutralize these 2 final players from LDLC. The upside for NIP is that they haven't recovered any of these weapons. Still playing with the pistols and armor.
Existence looking to find GetRight, but he's going to make sound when he drops in here. So GetRight's surely going to hear this. Yeah, now he has the steps. Turns it well. Not going to be forced out, but Maniac going to find him, and now it should be the easier players left, considering look at the HP 4 on Drake. The spot is for him, and he's not going to let it slip. 4 HP, but the AWP comes through for him, and he keeps the round in check.
Definitely a little closer at the end of the round than NIP would have liked, but economically speaking, they really don't have any concerns. LDLC again buy up with a similar buy we saw a few rounds back, 20 with that AWP. NIP will be cognizant of this as well. I hope to see another nice elaborate execute like the one we saw on the A site before. That was very clean.
Well, NIP are known for innovating on this map. We saw those very unique smokes that people still talk about to this date. So, again, that could be a very interesting factor if they have something new up their sleeve. But so far, they're playing just good CS, good fundamentals at the moment. They've got a great read on how the LDLC like to play. Existence has to pull himself back now and play towards that door because we've seen the pushes through mid coming in quite consistently from NIP, making it hard for Maniac to find relevant positioning. But across the board, NIP keeping pressure over at B with existing GetRight, just putting out a bit of utility, keeping them present. But LDLC aren't putting much down in reply. They've still got a very good set to make a play with, or at least deny the play coming out. We'll see what they go for. It could be an A split coming through considering the positions right now, but depends on Exist and Freiberg, Exist and GetRight if they actually commit here.
Freiberg just checking the spot we saw earlier on. Maniac preparing to re-smoke this. This will probably force NIP away from this particular aperture. Oh, Maniac, that's not what you want at all. Yeah, he was hoping for a little bit more coverage on that smoke. Draken, though, not really taking advantage of it, and Freiberg, though, might. It's one of those little things you just don't want to see.
This is a good read. Twanu's got information here. He's already had a look on the B platform, seen no one there. They've not got much info towards drop, but the point is he can lock this one down. Exist might make it a bit uncomfortable for him, but they've rotated over Maniac now as well. They had Alex sitting pretty close, and you can see Alex now second-guessing this initial call. He's heading back towards B, but NIP, with 3 players left hitting the A side, Maniac goes down, and it's now game on. But 20 seconds left, and Existence in this spot, going to be hard for him to be flushed out so comfortably.
Well, GetRight has to pay a little bit of health for that previous trade. And most of LDLC will be able to respond to this. Twanu, though, not committed to A yet. He needs to stay back, but Existence has the nice little perch. Gets a kill and is able to back away. That's an ideal situation. But Draken and Freiberg now combining might be turning this one around, but the time was not there for NIP. They definitely ran out good little stall over on A long made life very hard, and of course, Twanu had the stopping power at B.
Certainly did. That little bit of information and a bit of a gamble almost, you know, you take a bit of a risk on that and you put that additional player over, you get them ready. And yeah, NIP just ran out of options. They didn't have that many left by the time it got to, you know, the final punch. But 1-5 still good for NIP. Still got money in the bank to make a play with, so don't put him out of it yet. Draken as well, going to be looking towards that middle area early on. But no one's really been playing this actively, excluding the pistol round, so he's not got too much to worry about, but they can slowly get some map control building up towards A if they fancy it, and the same duo over by B again. Last time, the reason it was slightly worked out was just purely because Twanu pushed up towards B plat. They put in another player over, but NIP still so much to play for here. Still flash through, just goes in. You can see the impact of that towards existence. Has to keep himself fully aware and might just stack up with Maniac or just help him out with an additional smoke.
Eyes on the clock this round for NIP. Definitely don't want to repeat this mistake from earlier. That could have been a round they won. Molotov in drop going to be extinguished. However, the smoke prevents further passage for NIP, at least discourages it. Forrest might head in towards danger here. He actually has backup already on A long, so it might be a full challenge. Maniac will have the chance to drop and respond. Existence will have to climb up the hill. So NIP not really committed to anything yet, Lauren. It actually looks like they want to back away over towards B.
About the only thing they do have is the fact that Get Right this time did commit slightly towards drop, so he's got himself down there now. Mistu's playing it, but not actively. He's sitting on the outside of it. Twanu focused towards B plat, and Alex very passive towards window. So LDLC aren't taking active challenges, excluding this. So let's see how much impact he can make here. The quick step out plays them in, turns the flash well, readjusts, get ready, but just caught out a bit of the timing there, but still catches Freiburg. One man slipped through. That's Forrest, but Forrest falls. And now Draken replies, but it's a 3v3, 15 seconds. The clock is ticking, and they don't have time for this.
No, Draken on his own yet again. And once again, NIP, whether it's indecision or purely just a lack of maneuverability, maybe even inertia getting across the map, they run out of time again. This time, Draken at least going to keep this AWP. But the Ninjas need to go with something a little bit more like their namesake, a little faster, a little more punchy. So far, they've been stifled at all entries to all sites.
NIP's pacing has been a bit on the line, hasn't it? They've run out of time on the last couple of things. It's a bit of a problem.
Sometimes see it from Na'Vi on maps like Train, even on the T side. It can happen, but sometimes you need that decisiveness that we kind of know NIP for when it comes to their executes, Lauren. It's not exactly like this is usual.
No, this does feel extremely slow for them. And maybe just trying to allow time for Draken to get picks, but he's struggling because look how passive LDLC are. They're not really allowing many opportunities. Unless you really commit somewhere, you're not going to find too much. And even now, look towards A. Existence, pretty far back. No one's really playing actively towards middle or long. Maniac's on long, but he's, again, not playing close or towards danger. So they're having to work for this. So I guess that's why he's struggling a little bit to get these initial bits of work done for the NIP boys. But he does obviously do well towards the later part of the round, but by that point, they've almost run out of time. So smoke comes in, goes down towards long. But Maniac can actually commit in between that. So he's going to know this is all but a clever ruse unless they hear Seb's danger. They're going to commit towards long, pull Alex across, and again, it's NIP hitting middle, this time a lot quicker.
Alex, though, has a great position to catch Get Right off, and neither of those other LDLC players actually had to show their faces at all. They've got some lovely crossfire set up here. It's very, very hard to break this, and that's being evidenced right now as NIP are down to 2 players. And Draken's just stuck on long. He's going to have to deal with 2 players if he wants to pressure that one anyway. Flash over. Oh, Maniac's waiting for him, and he just takes him down effortlessly. And as Forrest left, conservationist fans be like, that's done. 3-5 for LDLC, and they bring back those rounds all on the trot. Twanu, a big part, actually, of why NIP have been struggling to access a lot of these sites.
Yeah, I'm kind of impressed with how he's playing so far. Decent enough, and it's tactical pause time. It might be fair NIP if I'm going to take a bit of a guess, just purely because they've seemed to have hit a brick wall here. It's, you know, the pacing's not quite working out for them. LDLC have a good read on it. Maybe just a quick discussion as to how do we feel we can now kind of overcome this and change up a little bit of what's been going on. Is there a possibility for it? And there certainly will be. It could be a quickening of pace, a different approach, different hits throughout the map. They've really not tried too much. We've got that kind of slow play throughout the map. We had Get Right trying to get control in towards drop eventually, and then the play up middle, a couple of plays up long. But NIP, yeah, seeming a little bit flat so far when it comes to really hitting, at least in the last couple of rounds. It seems that LDLC finally have their number here, and they've got the utility to work with it. They've got everyone on the decent weapons. You've got Twanu now getting good info by B platform. He's not being too afraid to peek it. And yeah, it's hard for Drake, and it seems, to get into this matchup as much as he was in Train. They're just not giving him those opportunities.
We did allude to that on the desk segment as well, that this might not be a map where he can really succeed or has the tools to do so. And when it feels like NIP right now, actually, if it's not Get Right, they're playing around, it is Draken. They're playing around the AWP picks, and that's how they're sort of kicking off their rounds to begin with. At least makes their executes a lot more easier to set up here. But again, Maniac's had a good performance. He's playing up on long. And do remember, back to the previous map, a lot of the kills were being sort of given by LDLC over towards NIP. A lot of aggressive play towards Ivy or Brown Halls, where information and kills were being offered quite freely. This time, it's a different story. NIP just sort of had to make an educated guess. It's a weird map, because this is a map where both sides kind of don't know what they're going into a lot of the time.
Yeah, well, these two teams have never played each other either. So, again, it's going to be tough for them to figure out what they're doing. And hopefully this is the timeout where NIP do figure it out again and regain their control on the T side, because it seemed that they've been struggling to get that back into their hands here. But the buys come out. They do have that little bit of a hero rifle towards Freiburg. The rest onto the upgraded pistols with a touch of utility to supplement it, but not too much. So 2 smokes could be 1 towards danger, possibly. Might save it, just put 1 towards the door. Maybe we'll see what they go for here. Again, not too quick about it all. You still got to get right over by the B halls, so he's still going to be there keeping a bit of a watchful eye on it all. But a slow build through middle, but they're not being too subtle about it.
No, that's a little bit annoying there. That was the attempt for Freiburg to take some damage off of Existence. It was there. I think Exist even got involved in that somewhat. Trade out a player for a little bit of damage. Not what you're looking for as a T-side here. And again, the round comes to a screaming halt. Get Right needs to play this one carefully. He's not forced into drop per se, but he's definitely forced into a more of a compromising position. He has the challenge. Mistu gets him down though. The Tech-9 finds it smart. Going to get himself an M4 as well, but Maniac's just going to tap away up from the rooftop. Forest at least can respond there. So this is going to spread LDLC a little thin, but they're actually committing to the A side here. Correct decision. Draken, the Deagle, close up. And it was Alex there just testing for a moment. Hoping, I think he is, that Forest can actually get him out of trouble. But Forest doesn't really have any sight lines right now. He's got to commit to the side. He's taking a bit of damage. And Draken can't trade. He's on the wrong side of the armored cart. He eventually gets that one, though. But he's surrounded. 2 players. Existence just tweaks his positioning slightly enough for a shot on Draken.
Yeah, Existence played that quite calm as well in the back of the side. Didn't give away his position too early. Just waited for the other 2 to get played into it as well on the rotate. So it was a good idea from NIP. They actually got quite a lot of damage done considering the investment they had. It's a shame Freiburg was the first to get picked up then as well, considering he was the one with the rifle. But forced down to a Deagle now. He does at least have the flashes, smokes and mollies to try and help his team out of this one. But outside of that, LDLC getting back into control here. Maniac takes a bit of a linger towards long, but really finds a couple of flames towards his feet. So again, NIP this time with a way heavier lean towards that B side. So might see a bit of commitment here from them.
Yeah, it was actually Freiburg with the early sort of backstop play over towards A long, and not Draken in this case, probably because he had the Desert Eagle. All right, what have you got? You've got a couple smokes here. There are flashes. So NIP can put something together. Dare I say, cobble something together. But again, will it have the elaborate touches, what we see from their other maps? I'm not sure. I think that's a smoking towards Chicken Coop there. Yeah, Twanu can't see the wood for the trees right now, let alone the feathers. NIP, though, Freiburg opens up with that Deagle kill. He gets a second. It's the Deagle doing serious work here for the Swedes, and now Misty might be surrounded. He knows there's a big threat on the other side of this statue, but he's concerned about the push over towards Slice.
Because there's 2 players there as well, not just one. And yeah, you don't expect them both to be sat there on the verge of the smoke. And Twanu could have done more, but can merely find one. But tries to follow up well, but it's down to Maniac now in this 1v2. The bomb isn't planted. Freiburg's over by Cooper in that little corner by it. And Geralt playing off the stairs. Problem is Geralt's position is pretty good for that, but Maniac lands a blinder. And now Freiburg, 17 HP, took a lot of damage initially. Already got those 2 openers that made this look possible.
Yeah, I don't know if
you
you
need
want to
4.
I don't think you want to be in this position as Freiburg, but he keeps it locked down. His 3 first kills were from the Deagle, and then he switches to the rifle and gets it done, and then he picks up that AWP for Draken. Good recovery from NIP. That hit to the side definitely frazzled LDLC quite a lot. Twanu's impact was nullified with that smoke going in towards Chicken Coop.
Yeah, and I like the idea of the smokes coming out from NIP if they actually utilize that sort of thing. It kind of isolates and kind of negates the presence that LDLC wanted to have towards that statue area, and they're playing quite deep, so they kind of have to leave the site or they commit to it, one of the two, and it leaves you in an awkward spot. But I'm going to go for it again, it seems, NIP, with the 3-man stack, if not 4 players walking up long here. Let's Get Right sitting at the very back of those halls, still making a bit of noise, still trying to be relevant to the round, but it seems that maybe Maniac's starting to get a bit of a read of this, and Forest a little ahead of the curve here, towards danger, a bit early towards this one. Clears it out, has to be careful of long, there could be one in between. Hence the flash. No one's there though, as they're both stacked towards long this time, Existence and Maniac.
Maniac turning a flash that wouldn't have affected him anyway. He's definitely playing on a knife edge right now. He's got a good angle for this, and that smoke will give him a small gap, whether intentional or not. It still could work in his favor, but Draken finds him. There's smoke there again. Maybe just a little glint of a head at the top of that may have given him the opportunity. As the smoke in front of Existence to obviously re-smoke that gap if required. He'll do it.
Use the flash to pick up the smoke. Puts it back down. Keep eyes on the time. We've seen what's happened in these rounds. This is very un-NIP-esque. It's weird to look at. This slow, very, I guess, almost methodical pace. But
it's a fine line between scared and methodical.
Yeah, they seem to have hit a bit of a brick there, a bit of a brick wall as Forest goes looking for options down danger, and they merely find the name of it. Now, Alex, again, isolated one towards middle. He can get support, but none of the NIP players want to take the swing to try and help him out. They have gained access to the site, though. Freiburg's there with the bomb, but now everything's been seen by NIP, but at least they hit the shots this time.
And that was good, actually. NIP really made a burst of speed to get themselves onto the bomb site. And that also enabled them to get the surround. Now, Quantum found Draken, but that's all he's going to have for this round. So NIP are really forced to grind this one out. They still get it, but there wasn't much time left in the round after getting that plant there. So you can see just how much pressure they're being put on, how many... And risks they're sort of being forced to take, or in some cases not at all, and just playing it safe. Neither team has good economy. I mean, LDLC's is shocking. Last round it wasn't great either. Mac 10 for Forest here, so if there's any round you want it in, this is a good way to give yourself a bit of a cash injection midway through the half.
Gonna need it to. LDLC only need to eco really this one round. Forest, though, gonna at least make the most of it. Last time we saw Draken pick up almost 4 here, if I'm not mistaken, so gonna have to live up to that. Freiburg, though, gonna just get into the matter. And there we have it. Nicely done. 5 alive, no worries. Would have been nice to have all the kills on the SMGs, but it gives them a little bit more to work with in the form of their money. But a buy can come back in now from LDLC, so let's see if they can find their response after that timeout we saw from NIP to adjust their T-side approach.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that. What has been different on the T-side approach? Can we really identify it? Was it just a couple things they threw in there? Was it stylistic? Who knows, right?
No idea.
Yeah. It's hard to say because they played with, honestly, the same pace even following that one.
Well, they went for that B hit, which was a little bit of a difference, but I don't know if we can... Like, the slow-paced hit towards A was strange that actually worked out, considering, but just landing your shots, I guess, just helps. But now, Twanu, Mistu, and Alex might be asked a very big question soon by NIP, if they can actually hold these sites. The smokes are probably going to be put down again. In they go. So in towards the site. Last time Freiburg found 2 with the Deagle, and that was huge. That was imperative. They need something similar to that again.
This time they got better weapons for it, though, and Freiburg again, he's at the 4, but he's taken down very quickly by 20. When Alex gets aggressive, he pushes up, finds Exist, even in the odds, and putting them in LDLC's favour now. It's Mistu pressuring forward from Chicken Coop, and Get Right finds Mistu and Twanu both stacked up on each other. Breaks them both down to bite-sized pieces, and with Draken fighting Maniac, that's the round done. A bit of an error there for LDLC, positional or awareness-based or otherwise. That really hurts them.
Get Right, just somehow get into that spot.
Did he go through Chicken Coop for that?
I don't know.
Because Mistu pushed out of Chicken Coop. Oh, I don't know, man. That's weird.
There is a lot of madness and mayhem when those smokes go down. It's kind of hard to see what's going on, and I thought Freiburg might have actually landed that opener again, but it wasn't to be. But yeah, Get Right making up for it with some incredibly, I don't want to say lucky play, but you don't often get given an opportunity to kill 2 people who are completely unaware of your presence. And then Draken just shuts it down as well with the
Have you played Nova Matchmaking, Lauren?
No.
It's great. A lot of those moments.
I've never sunk that low yet.
Never smurfed?
Nope.
Lauren, clean as a whistle, mate.
I know,
Can't get you on anything.
I'm a good person. Hashtag not on the gear. However, LDLC, Deagles, P2 Swifties, it's looking unlikely, Mitch.
No, odds definitely not favouring LDLC right now. And they've all made this mass migration over towards A. Interesting.
Thank you, Observer.
I don't know if there's been I don't know if it's been a temperature change, Lauren, or the ice flows have melted. Whatever it is, LDLC just got a feeling for it. Maybe the Wolves shedding their coats. Must be time to go towards warmer climates. But NIP may well choose this site. Exist has the bomb. And, so far, he's going with the rest of NIP. It may not even matter here. Twanu's been able to avoid... Yeah, about that. Draken finds him. He's going to say to avoid a death. But now Mistu's in a position to do, well, decorate the walls by the looks of things. And now it's 2 players left in LDLC, 2 pistols in the game. There's always a chance. Okay, pistols in CSGO. Lovely things that they are. Existence also finds Draken starting to heat up a little bit more there, but no, heading into the last round of the half, NIP have got themselves that 6-round buffer after yet again another very back and forth start to the match.
Yeah, it feels like LDLC don't quite have the depth to go to that second level. As soon as NIP come up with something, it's very hard, it feels, for them to come back. But now they've got a double AWP, and I don't know where I stand on Existence being part of that AWPing duo. He's not shown me much this game, at least. At least on Train, there wasn't much to talk about. So maybe this is something to look towards. I know a lot of people still just don't like the double AWP on this map, at least CT side as well, specifically. But yeah, I'm not sold. So again, what positions do we have coming in from? Can we have a little check into the AWPers? We've got Existence over at long towards A, and Twanu playing towards Statue. So bit of a 4-1, just purely because you do have that AWP presence towards A, but he's got to hold his ground. And he's got 3 players possibly coming his way, so keep your eyes on Existence. He can't mess this up.
Flash comes in. Existence is able to turn that one. He knows there's going to be pressured in a moment, but it's just him. It's him up against at least 3 players at this stage. And even with Maniac rotating now, there won't be a trade situation really put together unless this happens. Existence backs away. Correct decision, knowing what we know. Would be very, very difficult for him to face that many players down. That's more Guardian's domain. And he's just going to play it cool for the moment. He actually pulls back all the way over towards Juliet, if I'm not mistaken. So, anyway, Get Right's hoping for some late aggression. NIP are hoping that LDLC come with something of their own, maybe just deliver themselves, but it hasn't happened. So now, inside of 40 seconds, the Ninjas have to pull the trigger.
We've got to be keeping eyes as well towards Existence. I think as Forest takes a step out in towards middle at the same time, this could be problematic. Medic's going to hear Long as well, but they already have a player watching this. So 2-player crossfire towards Long, one piece dismantled. Now Alex goes down as well. Existence does what he needs to. He found Forest, but he goes back in for more. That's a risky move if I've ever seen one. It does not work out well for him.
Yeah, again, the AWP in Existence's hands doesn't exactly thrill us. Bomb planted, there was very little time left in the round, as per usual, but LDLC play it by, NIP play it by fine margins, I should say. And backed into the corner. Doesn't really bother him too much. He knows there's another player on the hill. Wanted to go for the Deagle, but Exist tasted away from him. The T side for NIP actually really evolving into something quite nice there, Lauren. 11 rounds, plays 4. Once again, LDLC have a big task on their plate in that second half. We'll be back to see how they manage it after the break. And it's amongst this rough-hewn stone work that NIP start off with a bang. Their T-side, arguably, Lauren, started quite slow. Very ponderous. In fact, some rounds even running out of time, but they managed to stack on a few rounds towards the end of the half to make it 11 and 4.
Yeah, it felt like LDLC found their reply, but it was a fleeting one. Only being able to really get 4 rounds beside them, it wasn't great. NIP adjusted, came back even stronger, and showed us what they can do. Now, it's the turn of the half. LDLC, their T-side on train, left a little to be desired. Hopefully, they have a little bit more in store for us this half.
And now a chance to see what NIP puts together on this CT side. Maybe more opportunities for Druck and actually to have that impact. Okay, so Existence this time, actually LDLC come out with a bit of utility on this pistol round, something to actually play towards one of these sites. First flash comes in. Slows Missed You up a little bit, and Forrest is going to get himself set up in this corner. Be able to back away if he needs to, but Freiberg to receive in drop. Finds one, but LDLC are really piling on. Forrest, though, gets an easy one, and Existence was far too slow to respond to that one. The communication perhaps was a bit too slow, or even the realization of the fact. Either way, the bomb is loose up on that B long. Now, Draken in the top of drop here, so he's going to fall down. Be able to see this double facing. It's just not a good position to be in at all, especially with LDLC picking up 2 USPs to themselves. So that's a pistol round coming up for the Wolves here to start them off.
You just call them the Wolves.
It's a wolf.
It's a little dog, little cat.
It's a wolf.
No.
Is it? It's a wolf.
That's not what LDLC means. Little dog, little cat.
Does it actually mean that?
Someone told me it once, and I'm just going to stick with it now as if it's gospel truth.
Okay.
It could be complete lies, but I really like the idea of it.
It's a French company, so somehow I don't feel it's... Anyway.
Ask them. We'll find out how this goes, because it's not looking so good for NIP in this one, because purely they have nothing to play with. It's not like Train. They can't just turn it around. So, Get Right and Draken might just have to accept their fate at this point. Deagle's to hand, at least. And Maniac, you gonna feed? Yeah, nice little bit of feed. Good stuff. And Draken weighing off in the wings as well in case anyone else decides to help out the NIP cause.
He's got a family, Lauren.
Yes.
Get Right and Draken now completely zoned out from their site. The smoke is going to make entry impossible for now. And they seem to be okay with that. Obviously, Get Right managing to salvage that UMP. Draken still with the Desert Eagle in hand, so it's not exactly a negligible investment in this round for NIP. Right to hold on to some of this stuff as long as they possibly can. Draken having another decent map, to be honest. He's definitely been laying on the stats, especially after his performance on Train, which was nearing 30 kills. We have a chance to really start to stretch his legs a bit more in this half in that next round. NIP have a little more money to work with. Maybe the next one, in fact.
Yeah, we'll see what if they can make anything happen with this. It's not much. Fair DLC, farming time. Enjoy it. Couple of rifles. Twani going to be picking up the UMP as well. He's going to be giving that one over. And you've got Maniac and Existence as the two riflers coming through. Well, I guess if you want to put it that way. Draken trying to find anything. Not going to get it. Maniac denies that. Nice old nade to keep Freiburg at base. Spots out the head, but he can't make anything happen with it as Alex is there with the UMP. And so far, ODLC just taking the fights that they've been given to them and winning them out. Yeah, really not much to say about these last few rounds. NIP have just not had little to play with, but also not had a big impact in many of these rounds either. Very quiet on this front. Alex keeping him busy though. He's down to 2%. Molotov thrown over towards a platform, going to force NIP back, but into the crossfire there. Misty was waiting. Doesn't complete the kill though, and Exist finds Existence. Oh, love it. Love me some EUCS names. The bomb still dropped in halls at this stage. Twanu's forging ahead over towards that A side. I think Misty's already checked it and made it clear because he's got himself into this cheeky little spot. Forest, no one is really going to be ready for that. It's traded out though. That's quite big for NIP. Even if they're trying to keep a cap on the economy for LDLC, that's not a bad way to do it. No, but surely not going to find much more at this point. Good though, put the money down towards the site, going to deny that going down too comfortably. The bomb's actually not even crossed yet, 30 seconds left, and it feels like the longer that clock ticks down, you're thinking there's more opportunity almost for things to just go terribly wrong. But Twanu was ready for it. Kept eyes towards that balcony area, and he's not going to let anything slip through. But now NIP can get their buy-in, so just have to suffer through that, not going for that back and forth phase that we saw kind of, I guess, hinder a little towards Train initially, this time smoothing it out.
Well, it's interesting that there isn't any inclination towards some sort of Tech-9 play and drop for NIP. They haven't even touched it. In fact, neither team really has.
Yeah, at this point, Draken, though, going to have to be on the glass cannon and none out for LDLC. I think Twanu just going to stick in the UMP for now. And that is a disaster for Draken. That's not the worst it could be. He's still alive, I guess, but it's just not what you're hoping for at the start of a round so early on. But no information gained. Free
damage is big. I mean, despite that, no information gained for NIP. The same can be said of LDLC. They really don't really know what's on the other side of that smoke. No hit markers in CS, Lauren. It's not a thing. Praise Gaben for that one. So Draken will play a little bit further back on A now. It's just fine for him. Just trying to keep LDLC at arm's length now that he's a little bit more fragile. And now, this is time spent for LDLC. Time that many teams spend not even encountering foes on this map, clearing out all the corners that they need to, because any one of them can be a death trap.
You can see it's just pretty methodical approach from LDLC so far. Draken's spot is still so deadly. But Twanu has the bomb on long, and we've got two players moving away from him. I don't know if this is meant to be some very elaborate fake.
Strawn Exist back towards B.
You're going to need a lot more than just that. This is a very committed hit now. They put the mollies there. So yeah, two players now rotating off A is good. That means maybe it's go time. But look at the time left, 30 seconds. This is one of those crazy bits. It's going to be an A split, surely. They're going to get through window and then try and get connected just to speed this one up. Get right, still in
He's
position.
In trouble.
And look at Twanu, who's not moved us an inch. 20 seconds now. What is going on here? Why are these rounds going so crazily late? At least leaving it to the last possible chance here, and it can all go wrong. Get right at the helm of this. He wants to deny them everything, but no, Twanu does make it to the side, but with 10 seconds left.
Yeah, and then even the odds and numbers as well. NIP have managed to just to chew off the edges of LDLC's formation. Misty was, I don't think he knows that Exist is on that side of the armored car. It's hard to say. The smoke prevents him from seeing Forest right now, but Forest finds Misty up on the high. Now Twanu's in a bit of a compromising situation. There's a light pole in the way, son. And Exist will complete that kill. LDLC get their plant, but this is NIP finding their way back into the half. Again, these teams, it's not decisive play from either LDLC or NIP on these T sides, Lauren.
No, and it's such late round hits.
Why is it late? Is it purely because
I don't know. They're both playing a very mental game. Existence, I'm not surprised about. He likes to kind of cause rotates and try and pull people away from it. And the theory was good, but you leave it so late, you always leave it down to a little bit of chance.
I remember seeing the downside of that mental game in their Inferno match against Fnatic, where Existence was early rotating in like 50 to 60% of rounds on that CT side.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So 12-7 now. LDLC to get the plan at least. They're doing all right for money. They can still get a nice buy into this, so they'll be fine. I'm hoping there's maybe a switch up of pace here. I've got to say, I don't like that very slow hit that can just, go wrong in such a small instance of time. It really wasn't a huge factor there, but, you looked at Gera, you could feel if he got that third kill, that's round done. But at this point, LDLC have a lot to play for. 1 minute and 25 seconds on the board. And at the moment, they're still just probing around the map, trying to keep control, see if there's any aggression, any boost, any sort of quirky play. And it looks like we're going to have that late boost coming in towards the tree sort of area over by B. I think Exist is up there. Forest going to play from the site. Freiburg towards drop. At the moment, just Maniac and Twanu going to be trying over towards A. But that is a big bit of impact. Mistu finding Freiburg opens up drop. That will split NIP now.
Yeah, that's the option as well to go for that A split we talked about earlier on. Just do a molly out towards connector. That's just going to force Get Right inside B. He knows he can't allow this to happen. Get Right knows he can't just walk onto the B side and be okay with that. But I think by now he's realizing there's not going to be any push out from flower beds.
Maniac's position is so good here. He's going to be ahead of where they expect him to, just walking up mid. They took a gamble in IP. They only had that one player on long, and Get Right, of course, pulled himself across a little bit. So again, him just being there, ready for that rotate. As soon as Get Right came back through the doors, he was ready and waiting, and they won the battle out on long. Now the bomb can be planted. LDOC with a very good approach here. Again, quite slow down to the last 20 seconds, but job done. No worries about this one.
There's definitely a feeling that NIP want to save these guns. Too far away from the action to get anything done, and just slow rolls on both sides. I have to wonder about that kill in drop, actually, where Forest was standing. Where Misty standing over towards his left there. A little bit out in the open. Maybe he was on the move. Either way, he can't afford to give those kills away. Yep, Misty walks into Exist there. There's ample time to go for maybe one more pick off here if LDLC wanted it, but no. They probably fear that NIP have some sort of crossfire set up on the B side. Not really worth investing more weapons into, although they're pretty well off money-wise.
LDLC, round on the board, job done. Keeping so many players alive will keep that money up. They weren't too flush for cash. I think they can imagine they just want to keep this one as stable as possible. They know that NIP were on the ropes as well. They've only got those two guns. They're going to force around it though. Two Deagles, one UMP going to come back into this one. NIP struggling to keep themselves not being irrelevant early on, but they're very much at the whim of LDLC here, who are playing quite this slow-paced game that's very hard for a CT side team to put themselves in the right positions, of course. It's always tricky. But at the moment, LDLC again with the same sort of approach. Twanu and Maniac over by A. Get Right's going to risk it. It's a 4-1. So they're going to put him here on his own towards middle, and the rest over towards B. You've got 4 players there, so Freiburg towards drop, Exist on the other side of it as well. I'm not sure if he's boosted up yet. Has he been boosted? Yeah, he is. So he's up by the tree. Drake and close towards platform, and Forest there as well. So much attention being put towards this.
This time around, Misty's not going to have an easy pick-off in towards drop, although LDLC would just love that. Freiburg's going to sit out towards the flower beds, give himself a route of escape if required. Misty fancies a smoke. Not towards the flower bed side. Now, NIP might read this a little bit earlier on here. They might have an opportunity to. With Get Right playing as forward as he is, he might be able to spot, gets it. Well, I don't know. I feel like this is a pretty dangerous position to try and retreat back from. Grenade in the door. Ooh, that hurts.
You don't normally get away with this spot. You can fall back if you're very lucky, but most of the time you're going to just have to commit to it. And he knows that. He's got friends behind him, though. He's got Freiburg there, but now the two players are longer going to keep Freiburg busy, if not keep him dead. But Get Right will not go down without a fight. Going to take one with him. But by this point, you're down to 30 seconds, and NP merely have 2 players. But what is going on here? The bomb's with Alex, and he's not on the site. 25 seconds. Keep eyes on that timer. If Forrest gets that kill, it's still game on. Drake can be so relevant to this.
Yeah. Let's see what Draken can do with the time factor in the game now. He's actually on the lower side of the hill. Twanu checks that as well. He's got an AWP. This is dangerous for Draken. It has to be a plant from Twanu, though. He's going to plant in the safest spot possible, one where he can't be interrupted. What he doesn't know is where Draken's moved to. Probably can surmise that Draken's moved up towards the cart or even in towards Juliet. There he shows himself. That's risky stuff, but Draken, he fluffs his lines. The spray doesn't connect. Again, it misses. Now switching over towards the Desert Eagle. No kit on this man, mind you. On the roof, will it work? No! Twanu shuts him down with the Tech 9. That's the kind of round where those newer players, maybe their metal hasn't been tested to that degree yet, can crumble.
Oof, that was close. So close for Twanu then, I think with 4 kills in the end, so putting up a bit of performance. Can we hit the tab as well? Let's have a little look at how people are doing. If we don't mind, observers. Yeah, thank you. Get Right still doing pretty well for himself. Exist doing well. Draken's not seemed as flashy right now, you know what I mean? He's not had those crazy games, but thank you very much, observers. Very nice of you. But right now, LDLC, same thing. Rinse and repeat. You're not getting much more from that. Draken getting frustrated by it. Going to take the fight right towards Maniac.
Okay.
Wins it out somehow. A little bit frustrating if you're LDLC. That's not a sort of kill you should be losing in these rounds, at least to that. You know, they shouldn't be able to pick that up just walking out on long, but strange things have happened.
I feel like this game definitely... I mean, Cobblestone is a map that often gives us tracts of play like this. Very, very slow. I mean, and picking out Maniac early on here is all well and good for NIP, but the only thing it gives them is a man advantage, and they're still, economically speaking, not great. Especially with Alex now can roll around and make some money with the Mac 10. He'll be the first off, the first in, the first to get the kill. Forest down. Exist also falls to Mistu. Freiberg with potential to interrupt him. I think Twanu's looking straight at him. So he'd just be feeding himself to an AWP at this stage. He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about, do it. Oh, no. Oh.
Do it big? No, I don't think.
Nice reflexes there from Twanu, but it's a little for nothing at this point. It might be hard for them to actually get out of this, though. If you look at the positions, if they don't just follow Alex away, it could get a little bit rough. Both Get Right and Draken waiting for those exits. Draken's got himself a rifle as well. He can keep hold of that. That'd be a nice little touch for him, but LDLC, I think, reading this one relatively well. Alex has kind of trailblazed the path of safety, and they're going to follow it with everything they have. So looking like they want to escape together, keep everything they have, even if it's just the Mac 10 on Alex as well. You can upgrade that nice and comfortably, drop it out if he wants to, and all will be good in the LDLC camp. 4 alive bomb plant. It's heating up now. Get Right and Draken unchallenged, stay alive, and they can buy now. Draken can drop that out and get himself an AWP if he fancies it. So this might be game on time. They need to actually start being far more effective in this game, because so far on that CT side, it's been a little bit lackluster. In comparison to T side, at least.
Yeah, and they really started to run out ahead of LDLC on the T side. The rounds were actually, in general, still quite close, but NIP just don't seem to be comfortable in this position. They can't do much except wait. They can't dictate the flow of the game. They can't force errors. They can't force rotations or anything like that. Freiberg's found Mistu.
Why did Mistu just...
He must have just tried to drop down. Maybe he went for like a peek into that back corner, but Freiberg was playing up a lot closer.
Maybe.
There he is. He got dicked though, Alex there. Has to be careful.
But at least they trade out, so they don't just lose a man for absolutely nothing gained. So they're going to at least find one back. But look how up close NIP are playing towards this ledge as well. You've got Exist very, very close by. Get Right pushing himself up into that new, not necessarily new corner, but you know, sometimes you don't check on it as much. You can molly it out. We'll see if LDLC fall for this, because Get Right is completely blind, pushes up towards the stairs, and Twanu walks into it. Chooses his battles, chooses his fight, and he comes out the victor, finding existence comfortably after that first frag. And now Alex left with an impossible task.
He's played that really well, Get Right. That switch towards the left not only saved his life, but guaranteed himself another kill. And Alex, the man who was damaged in the trade earlier in the round, realizes he doesn't really have any options. Now, given the pace and how the flow of these last 2 rounds have gone, you can see the economy is still okay for LDLC. It's a little bit skewed at this stage. But again, guns can be bought up, weapons can be traded. What's really important is that NIP have only lost 1 player. So replenishing their arsenal, so to speak, won't be nearly as difficult. It'll just be Forest that needs to be dropped in the next round.
Alex just waiting it out. Is he up in the Rapunzel castle? Does he have a nice time? Let's have a look.
He is. Yeah. Checking out his nice rug.
Don't know if it really matches. Is it got a good theme of colour in there? I'm not sure.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible decor, Lauren.
I'm very into this, Mitch.
I know. Don't you remember that night we had on We had like
Oh,
a
Mirage,
30-minute pause on Mirage.
Yeah.
Had to look at all the rugs. That was something special, really.
Nothing like flying around a map and looking at the weird areas of it. You know what I mean? Like the massive crane that's outside Cobble for no reason. But we'll come back to that in a round that's not going to be as interesting as this one, just purely because of look at what they have. LDLC have an arsenal to work with. They have the op on 20. They have what they need, and they're back in the driving seat, as do NIP.
This
So
is must win.
yeah, whoever wins this round, this gets a little bit, interesting now. That could be the building blocks for LDLC to actually form this comeback and look deadly on this T side, or it's that first nail in the coffin towards LDLC from NIP. You get to 14 rounds, it's starting to look a little one-sided on that sort of thing. But for now, not to be the case. GetRight's shimming his way back over towards B, but Maniac slowly working his way around. I think that was just a little bit of a gimme there almost. GetRight does eventually end back up towards A. So Maniac encroaching towards danger though. Drake right on the other side here.
Really close with his AWP. This could really come back to bite Draken, because Maniac's already gotten himself up in here. Draken needs to have incredibly fast reflexes. Oh, his mate's down there. Maniac couldn't chase this one. Draken quickly trying to get back out. He still may not expect this, though. Flick down. No, way off. Over towards the bottom left. Now Maniac trying to explode forth and, excuse me, use that to his advantage. But he does get shut down. At least there's a trade there.
Spur on the move now. Look at this. They're going to instantly hit towards that B site. Forest and Exist better be ready. They're still in good spots for this, but a little outnumbered and a little outgunned. But Exist is going to fight the good fight, finding 2 from drop, and brings it back to a possible situation.
Always pushed very quickly around the statue by Alex, though. Didn't give him any time to adjust. So bomb's going to go down, and GetRight has a kit and 19 points of health.
And he's just been spotted as well. Twanu just saw him. GetRight's getting out of there.
Save this.
Yep. Time to go. NIP, where's your CT side been? They've picked up, what, 2 rounds now?
Super average. Yeah, really average.
I mean,
losing kills in places like drop has hurt them. This dangerous play around danger, ironically enough, from Draken. Yeah, I get you want to go for something aggressive. He's playing A on his own, wants to try and make something happen. But he makes a incorrect assumption about how close Maniac could possibly be. He's still looking straight towards middle, but Maniac's already inside danger off to the side. It's so easy to pressure him out of that position. It's actually very lucky that GetRight was able to respond quickly enough to trade that kill on A. But then the B push came, and again, LDLC could just use their weight of numbers to push in. That's the problem in this map, right? Like, you always have to split in some way. 4-1 is... doing it. But that was 3 and 2 in that round, right? So LDLC actually had the player advantage to pressure onto the B site with, because NIP tried to be more robust in their coverage.
Just a couple things, Mitch. That's all it is.
We could go on for hours about it, really. And the rate this game's going, it might be an opportunity. It's very slowly played.
Yeah, it is. But it's some good CS for now. LDLC building back into a nice competitive matchup. What we wanted to see maybe out of Train that we never got to see. This is maybe the T side they didn't have. So we get to see a little bit of vengeance from their side in the back of their minds, reminding themselves, didn't look so pretty on Train, boys. Let's find something here. Geralt could be up to task. Nice little nade towards Maniac. Just slithers through.
That's the Badger.
That's when you sit there going, great. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted. But
Oh
good damage,
my.
get right. Just reading the gameplay so well so far. A very deep smoke, I think, is coming in from Existence here towards doorway. Yeah, that's not even from long. That's all the way back on towards the other side of middle. But Get Right is still here. Just going to risk that they're not going to be crossing through from long. He's going to just keep this watch towards middle. He's got support. And LDLC are struggling now.
The fact that Freiberg wins that fight out with a P250 is quite astonishing. He gets himself that AK now. NIP can really start to apply a little bit more pressure, go for the jugular, as it were. Existence sprays one, knows that Exist is going to be there. Shot towards the side, Draken gets him very low. Get Right's going to fall to Mistu, who's playing up fairly close at the same time. He's going to leap upon the side, and Draken again has been left upon. No chance to defend himself, but it's still going to be a tight one. NIP have to allow the bomb to be planted and play a retake. Oh, I love this spot.
But look at Maniac and look at Forest. The timing on these two.
Oh, he's just behind him.
Yeah, exactly. Timing is going to be so imperative to this round, and Forest won't expect it at all. And Maniac?
Oh, Maniac.
Maniac? No! No, that's not a round you missed this on. And now Exist knows where they both are, but Maniac is still low, but he's in a good position for the plant, and Mr. should be just buying time. He takes the fight, but... Oh, Maniac.
All fairness to Maniac.
No!
You do...
No!
You do have a feel sometimes for how long it takes to kill someone in CS, right?
No.
Time to kill's pretty quick. Sometimes they're like, yeah, a couple of those bullets and I'm done. Especially when you're 2v2 and he's thinking like, do I need to cover an angle and stop?
They've just taken this time out to make him dwell on this. They're like, you think about what you've done.
Yeah, exactly.
You think about what could have
Astralis to Fnatic.
been. Yeah, that
What was that, Columbus?
I can't remember.
It's like 16, like 14-2 or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, so BM.
Love it. Absolutely love a bit of it. But yeah, no, this is getting a little bit interesting now, because look at the scoreline. 13-12. It's all back looking nice. And the money for an IP is still in the bin.
They're not playing well, Lauren, honestly. They're not. Like, Draken, for me, has not been able to really make his mark on this map at all.
But not many AWPers can. I'm not going to be too harsh on it.
Yeah, so do they have the potential to put him on a rifle and play the classic Nip style?
I don't know. I don't think they know yet either. Let's bear in mind, for them to kind of add this new guy in and then have the 5 map pool, or however many maps they want to have in their map pool completely sorted, you're asking a lot. So maybe just not a map for him either yet. He's just warming into it. He's having a perfectly fine performance, but you think of the impact he brought in the others, it was quite substantial. It was very, very visceral in that aspect. There's Tuan, who's doing quite nicely for himself. He saw what he's been doing over B Plateau.
Yeah, I mean, in Draken's case, even if he's not going for rifles all the time, he doesn't want to turn it into like a Little, for example. You know, the Russian player who's incredibly good with an AWP, but his percentage of kills with rifles is incredibly low by comparison.
Yep. No, you're right.
Fluffy Bears, Fluffy Gangsters. That was
Fluffy
the team.
Gangsters, that's it.
Great team. Yeah. Good times.
God, when was that?
That was the 2016 Cologne qualifiers when we were in Camp Pizza.
Nice.
Them 4 8 hour, like
They
4,
were
like it was
ridiculous.
8 best of ones, I think, each day.
Yeah, that was some
Quality CS there.
Yeah, that was some long days, but
That was where we saw Nuke start to come into the picture. It was
true.
just released at the time where teams like I think Heroic
gave it
Dignitas,
a good run. Yeah, Dignitas tried it out a lot.
Empire actually had a decent showing on Nuke, especially.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was the first time we really got to see the Danes starting to pick up Nuke and actually look relatively decent on it. So that was quite an interesting time. But back into present day, 13-12. LDOC have the money, they have the momentum, but will they have the game? NIP still lead this by a very thin margin, and at the moment, it doesn't seem as though they're able to hold on to it.
Looks like maybe a faster play this round. Perhaps given away by the fact that Alex again has a MAC-10 in hand. And if Nip win around like this, I'm done. Like this game has been very, very difficult to keep your finger on the pulse of, as it were. That's a calling card, a hallmark of this map. All right, Freiberg going to get himself the counter boost up. Misty's actually watching this. The bomb's set in front of him. The timing might not quite be there. So Draken gets a little bit of a tickling from the MAC-10, but Alex has gone very low. The double face of pistol seems to have forced him back for the time being. Freiberg drops in. He might have fucked this one. No, the headshot comes in. And no one's there to respond. friberg gets that one for free, gets himself an AK, and Alex is going to be collapsed upon. Low on health, but still wins it out. friberg, oh, he almost figured he damaged his own teammate there, but Alex finally goes down. It's a 3v3, but this A site is teeming with LDLC players.
Yeah, bomb plant now has come in. And they're so far away, the other two players, but they've got the rifle on Forest, which is quite important. Anything recovered at this point is a bonus, because they're so low on money. And Twanu desperately wants to keep hold of his AWP as well. He's not exactly flush for cash, but it'll be fine in the end.
So, hey, Chris, want to grab this Mac 10 and go ham? Nah, mate.
Absolutely
not. This time. I don't think he says, nah, mate. Probably something a little bit different, but
no, you don't reckon
that's
the Swedish go-to?
No, you know, to be fair, a lot of European people actually use mate. I think it might be the British influence.
I'm so sorry that we influence any of you. And get right. Just gonna die to the bomb there.
Yep.
Not gonna feed money over.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay, so, I mean, this is a way to make money back. I'll get back to the point maybe later on. The Mac 10 will be important if you want to build up a little bit of a bank here. Well, NRP actually don't go for it. They say, no, we don't have rounds to spare like that. We're not looking at, you know, investing in a burgeoning economy. The time to strike is now. And LDLC, to win this round, they're pretty much going to run away with the whole thing, Lauren, unless NRP can do something wacky again.
This is different, though, from LDLC. They normally have those two players patiently waiting over by A. Is this the switch up of pace? This is their response. This is them going, okay, you took the timeout. We're going to just quicken the pace. It's a risk as well, as they're not actually hitting the site that fast. They're waiting on the smokes. Alex is just completely smoked out and somehow he's made it out onto the site. And now he takes a quick fight, but trades instantly. Forest is there, Exist, finds one for himself, but it's a 3v3.
This might keep things pretty close here. Exist is challenged out in the statue. There were 3 players. NRP may have thrown this one to the walls, so to speak. Get right, at least finds Maniac and can play a little bit closer now. Mistu now falls. The bomb's loose. It wasn't planted yet. Twanu's got a minute, but the pressure now being applied. He's going to have to wade through it himself. Smoke to sight. Draken can now reposition safely, or imply that he's repositioning. It's going to be a boost here for Get Right. He's got the position. Fantastic round from Get Right there. Received that contact play from LDLC very comfortably, very deftly as well. Those few kills put NRP on the trajectory for the winning round. Now, money still not very good for them, but it'll be enough.
It's not great either for LDLC. Even though they've had so many rounds on the trot, they have been quite close. They've been brought down to lesser numbers on a regular enough basis that you're seeing this. 2 UMPs, everything else is fine, but it's still not going to work with. No AWP for Twanu, so he's not going to have exactly the ideal weaponry he wants. And the quickening of pace didn't work for LDLC, so surprised to see them go back to this, but they're going in with sheer force. Drake in that time slapped back out of this NIP lineup, and look at the turn of events. LDLC turning tail and running.
Now, NRP have 2 players over at B at this stage. It was Forest and Get Right. How they want to distribute them now, though, remains to be seen. It looks like they actually want to put Forest into B. Expect another 30, maybe even 40 seconds before decisive action is taken on one of these sites for LDLC now that pace has slowed up a little bit more. Still 3 at B for NIP. Still convinced that something's afoot there. The only player over at A is Get Right, who's actually not given himself much room to work with.
No, considering he's taking the gamble, they're not going to be walking up long. And you can see the paranoia kicking in, like, well, we've not seen them for a while. Are they actually going to be here? 2 players actually crossing over. I don't think he saw it either, so that's an even bigger problem. They can now just encroach, swing out. He can take fights that he simply can't handle, and now he's heard a flash. He might need to call for backup. Yeah, it's time to get some support over here. He's not going to take the direct fight. He flashes out, but somehow catches them turning the flash. Beautiful play. I don't know how he's gone away with it.
Only Get Right, really, especially in this game, has been able to produce those kind of moments. But now, the hard work needs to be done. It's nose to the grindstone, but LDLC have already been whittled down to 2 players, and the bomb is loose on the hillside. Mistu manages to sneak into the backside, but Forest is there. Good little adjustment for him, and Twanu now 26 points of health. Exists behind the armor car, now steps forward of it. 15 rounds to 13 for NIP, and they've broken LDLC potentially economically at the perfect moment.
Yeah, this is very surprising to see coming through, this sort of resurgence of form. It felt like they were done for, you know, tactical pause time, of course. In case the game wasn't taken long enough with these very slow, methodical rounds, they are going all the way. They're not going to take any risks here. And why not? LDLC have had a tough time in this. They've been kind of teased with the, don't worry guys, you'll get the second map. You've got this. The T-side's starting to look better. Got a bit of money coming up for you guys. And then they get shattered just in those last couple of seconds. They've kind of moved away from what was kind of working for them for a little while. They went to that slightly more dedicated B hit rather than having those 2 players over by A initially and then slowly building their way through. I don't know if I like that sort of change towards the end of their play. It seemed to have not worked out for them, considering they lost both rounds they've tried it on now. Of course, with their money in dire straits, it's even worse for them. It's time to ponder over how can we make this apply now? How can we make it work? We know they've got good money. What's our best opportunity here?
And LDLC's pistol rounds, by and large, in this match have consisted of, aggression. Not a heck of a lot of finesse when it comes to executions. But there's a little bit of a smattering of money around LDLC for things like armor and sort of grenades and the like. So if they have anything prepared, maybe an elaborate execute onto the site. Again, there's always the option to play Tech-9s through drop. We see some teams play that really effectively.
Yep.
I would say a B site is where they need to be going. They don't really have the kit to work A.
No, I honestly, I don't doubt that. You can play up long, though, if they fancy their chances. And this is what they'll be discussing is, where's our best bet? You can do the play up long. NIP have had Get Right playing over here a fair bit. Draken's been occasionally over this way. It's been kind of hard to read because their buys have been shoddy as well from NIP, so they've stacked a lot. They've done 4-1s a lot. But so far, the response coming in, looking at the repurchase here, is going to be pretty much Tech-9s.
Tech-9s, baby.
Now, I'm hoping we see a bit of attention towards drop, but if you're NIP, you know they're going to be on a shoddy buy, so the most gone to place will always be drop, but we'll see who really decides how this game goes.
Sat in drop.
Yep.
So keep an eye out for where he sets up.
Yeah, this is a bit of test of the metal now for LDLC. Time to go, boys. It's the last real hurrah into this game, I guess, and I don't know how they're going to really come around this one. Look at this aggression from Draken, though. And there we go, met instantly by Force.
Yeah, the flash in, forcing them back. Get Right, though, can pretty comfortably just smoke over towards that door and not have to worry about it too much. I'm very interested in how things are going to work at B, though. Twani's still not sure where to go with that bomb. All right, LDLC, play it slow. They want to set up, group up, and go for an explode. Get Right through this... Yeah, okay. Through the smoke. Not going for too much... Oh, okay, okay. Righto, yep.
Why in this round do this? Get it.
Okay, so that's a rifle drop to Maniac now. Suddenly, doors start opening for LDLC. Freiberg again, the man we expected to be receiving this aggression through drop. Only has a UMP, so still needs to be careful. Heads in towards connector. Here it is. It's going to be the flash of the drop in. And it's going to be the Tech-9s now put to the test. Forest is in a good position to receive this. Note there's full armor on all of these T-sides, but it may not matter. Forest finds the headshot on one, and then the second falls. Maniac responding, though, with that rifle that he picked up earlier on and exists now. Compromising position to say the very least is in chicken coop. He's got the bomb loose, but Maniac trades it out. Draken, a lot of aggression from him this game. Some questionable maneuvers now in the 1v2 to try and finish it off.
And we saw him making questionable choices in clutch situations before, so let's see if he can handle some sort of pressure here. Draken now working in slowly, looking for his first opportunity. Alex is still on the site, spots him, good shot.
Happening.
And now Maniac left in the 1v1, going on the long flank, smokes it out. Draken spots him, doesn't get the first, goes back for it, fakes it out again, and Maniac has to deal with it, and there it is. Maniac comes back around. 4 for Maniac, AWP recovered. And a good job from him. And look at the money now for NIP.
Yep, it's back and forth, and has been for the entirety of this game. And NIP just, well, they throw away a couple of opportunities there, Lauren. Credit to LDLC because they secure very convincing trades. And once they hit that B site, most of their utility was sort of used when they got into the drop room. So they had to explode onto the site and sort of do a dry, and it worked out nicely. Now for NIP, it's going to be tough. The scout is out here for Draken. Finds one. Now he needs to find some more here. Just play a little bit daredevil around the corner, see if he can get more than he should. The damage is there. Now what can Freiberg do? The spray is also there. He gets 2 kills. One was with a nade. Now the 3v2.
What is going on? Twanu, 8 HP. Existence, 57. They know where they are. They can actually do this one in IP. Forrest is going for a walk. What is this sort of play? Twanu's found Existence. Now it's a 1v2. Existence has to dig deep on this one, and Forrest doesn't let it happen. And of course, that is the round that decides it all. NIP eventually win that, but that's heartbreaking for LDLC.
I really don't know what to say about that one. That was a messy game. both teams looking good and then simultaneously very bad in the next round. But NIP bring it back despite having less of economy in the last round. Money just doesn't matter in this game, and probably not to NIP at the moment. Let's pass it over to the desk, though. There's much to be discussed.
Yes, there is, and it wasn't pretty whatsoever for NIP. An 11-4 lead shrinks quickly. LDLC showing good stuff in that comeback, but it is the stars at the end. Get Right has a couple good rounds. Force has a good round there at the end, and they bring it home for NIP. Now, the important things. You might be wondering what in the hell a toaster is doing on the analyst desk.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know either. It's something that's called Fair Dinkum, which you couldn't even explain.
Blue Aussie experience.
True Blue Aussie experience. All right, that's a segment we'll be getting into.
Can we do the post game, please, now, Jason?
Yeah,
very important right here.
Okay,
I don't think you highlighted all the really important points.
Oh,
sorry. You know, it is a succinct segment that I do.
Draken needs to be moved around a lot more.
Yeah, he does.
He shouldn't make a Dedi Orpa of his caliber, the aggressive combat style, just stuck at A-long the entire game.
Where would you like to see him be played?
Roaming. Let him free. Let him off the leash.
We saw him try to be boosted up and drop down.
Yeah, and then he whiffed the boost.
He did mess it up a little bit. But it was an example of how his playstyle doesn't really suit the map, I guess, in a whole.
I think...
Who brought that point up in the pre-show?
Hank did. Or was it you?
It was me.
I just think they need to
just
make him...
throw that one out there, Chad. If we're going to throw shade at each other, we'll get right back into this.
We just need to make him more active, you know? And I would have liked to seen a double, not a double AWP, but maybe, you know, have him AWPing behind the statue or Coop, have Get Right as the Dedi A player. He's quite good at, you know, locking down those kind of zones, and then have someone else rotating to him. Both teams had good T sides. They did good posturing, good defaults, waited out utility, took zones, good fakes and stuff by ODLC that I really liked. It was more of a pick-based style coming out from NIP as opposed to execute style.
The CT sides especially, it felt a bit desperate for NIP, I have to say. Like, the only rounds they're really winning there towards the end is when Get Right would find, like, 2 or 3 frags, like, in a spray down by himself and, like, all against the odds, and, like, didn't seem like he could do anything there. They didn't seem comfortable at any point for their CT side. They kept force buying into it, and that last round, testament to it, right? Like, the fact they get away with it in the end of a scout, some UMPs and some Deagles as well. Freiburg, to be fair, he stepped up in a lot of key rounds. Jason, you were kind of happy about that, weren't you?
Yeah. You know, I always say that Freiburg doesn't always get the massive quantity of kills, but when he does get them, they tend to win the rounds.
Like the last round, he had the crazy UMP spray down from Connector with the nade.
That gun's getting silly at this point, isn't it?
Isn't it the most fun gun in the game? We always have a gun that we're like the CZ, the Tech.
There's always got to be one.
There's always one.
Yeah, there always
right now it's the UMP. If they nerf the UMP,
is the story around this match going to be NIP with a sloppy CT side, or is it going to be a good comeback from LDLC?
It was decent from them, to be fair. Like, they gave us some good rounds and some good clutches and stuff like that. Their approach on the T side was decent. It wasn't like it was NIP completely throwing the game. They were struggling to actually work out what LDLC were doing every single time. So you can't say it was like NIP playing badly as a whole, really. It was both good, as Chad said, both good T sides on both halves. And to be fair, like there were weaker CT moments, and you obviously see Draken, although he gets 20 frags in total, you could see it wasn't really that influential. I think Chad is right. The fact he's stuck towards long 8 is holding a tight angle pretty much could be useless at that point, isn't it? If they keep going towards B and then coming through Connect and splitting A, he's kind of locked out of the round.
Did we see, because I know last night we commented, Draken, very impactful rounds, but also some weird decisions here and there. Did we still see that tonight? Is it just going to be growing pains? We're going to see that consistently for a little bit with him and the NIP?
I think so. Maybe he's just not very good at clutch situations, right? Like, he whiffed with that AK spray. That was a bit... Ugh. I know he was expecting the repick, but he wasted, like, I think it was like probably close to 20 bullets on nothing. And then he had 5 bullets and he whiffed that shot, didn't have anything left, had to go to the pistol. I think maybe some new spots being played by NIP players across the board, right? Because this change has come in. I feel like Forest would have probably been, like, more towards that A side. I can't actually remember. I'm probably wrong. Some idiot will tell me on Twitter that I have no idea. But I feel like it's just new positions, and the way that they were playing that B platform, that's where the weakness was. It was especially like mid to late round. They seemed out of position. Forrest was always trying to take jewels from statue. There was no crossfire set up. They weren't really stifling them or doing much damage when they were getting off the platform or on the platform, which is where you want to inflict a lot of pain, especially if you're playing like such a in the sight setup. A few issues, I think, to look at.
Some issues. It was a bit dicey there for NIP at the end, but they do take the win. They get 2 wins on the evening, and they're going to jump further up the standings. They're right back in this playoff race. When we return, we're going to have some Counter-Strike, but we've got the first segment of Fair Dinkum.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Fnatic take map one in these all-important matches as we reach about the halfway point of the season. EnVy have got to do some work.
Are you thinking about MacBook Pros right now, Jason?
I'm channeling my machine with some fumbling of these things. It's late.
Yeah, look, I like to be positive, Jason.
All right.
And I would like to say you're doing a fantastic job being the desk host. I like how conversational we can be because you're also, you cover all the bases. You know, you do the casting, the analysis.
What is this, Chad?
You can do the play-by-play as well as the color commentary. Now you're doing the desk host. I really like it.
This is the way to do analysis, by the way.
Now, while we're on being positive, Jason.
This is the way to do things, yeah.
Let's throw up the clip I've got. I hope we've got it working. Because
3, 2, there we
it's
go.
difficult to be... So people find a hard time to be positive about the way that Fnatic play Counter-Strike because it's not aesthetically pleasing tactically. But these guys just have something. Every single player on the team can do what you're about to see Dennis do. When the chips are down, when someone needs to step up, Dennis, he's one of the men. He jumps on in and he grabs an ace. And it's so hard, you know, to quantify how these players can consistently have crazy rounds like this. But all you need is one of them to do something like this every now and again. You know, maybe Olaf has another round like this in the game, and it turns it on its head. And I don't know, Jason or Lauren, if you guys can help me here, but I'm at a loss as how players can consistently, at this level, be pulling off clips like this.
Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, is what comes to mind, because here's the thing: if this is any other team, and even indeed when Fnatic was dominant, we always said, like, as soon as these plays stop happening, this team fails. But they just never stop happening. It is something, and also I think it has a lot to do with that entire concept of like the Fnatic hive mind that we always mention, is because this teamwork between players is so good in these kind of situations, they all can kind of thrive in those and flourish.
Well, you look at the original phase, right, when it came into its inception, these 5 incredibly individually talented players who are meant to be able to pull off these crazy things on a consistent basis, not everyone was able to do it consistently, and that original lineup has now been reshuffled drastically. It looks very different, whereas Fnatic still have a lot more to them. There's still much more depth to see, but as well, bringing, you know, the opposition Envy into this, the one little bit of light that they've had so far, I think it's like the last 6 or 8 games, the one win they have is on Train. So I guess this might be somewhere they can put up a stand.
Silver
You know what I mean?
linings.
Like, it's real thin out here.
This is optimism for Lauren.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the best I can bring.
It's all she can muster.
I think, you know, some of the setups that Envy are going to like to run, Scream was one of the first players I saw using the boost in connector as a passive defense on their outer bomb site. He doesn't really spot towards the T connector. Once they're out in the yard is when he pounces, when they're getting towards that bomb train. That's when I like to see him use that. And that might come in handy against Fnatic, because they like to explode onto that yard and they're going to be quite aggressive, and he won't be getting picked off with the AWP if he plays it passively. He can swing out and make a frag or two, really help things happen. But I think it was just kind of slow fragging performances from a lot of players on Envy there. You know, RPK was noted as to being a bit underwhelming, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, is this a case of just lack of fragging on the Envy side, or do you think this is like a little bit of a deeper thing where maybe the loss of qualifying for Star Ladder, either of you, is that something that looked like it had an impact with those kind of like mental lapses occurring when people are just like not feeling very motivated, not in a good mood?
It's probably been made worse that you're facing Fnatic, a team that will happily, like, you know, push you to the wall. It's not an easy team to play against, even as an individual. So probably mentally, it's like, great, we've just not qualified, and now we get pretty much bent over by Fnatic for a little while. This is good fun.
If there's any extra tilt as well going around, I saw just a couple players in between those maps tweeting out that shot that Happy pushing the door in A, and he misses a couple there that it looked like it was on him. That's going to be extra salt in the wounds.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
You always got, you know.
CS
That's when you're just like, it's just not my night tonight.
Thousands of people watching you miss that. It's always good.
In case they needed more criticism.
Yeah, and, you know, just they did lose to Hellraisers in that qualifier. And just
overall.
on the B stream, Hellraisers took the first map of VP. So they're having a good night at Counter-Strike.
Why the hell not?
Well, Hellraisers started to pick up multiple results now. They split the series. Did they get 2-0 yesterday, was it? Or is it 1-1?
I think they went 1-1. It was because it was against FaZe, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so they're starting
G2,
to...
they beat G2
completely
2-0.
wrong.
No, but that's okay, you tried.
But they're starting to pick up random wins. I say random because we haven't seen them much. We haven't actually got to see them on the mainstream, particularly because at the start it was a bit of a beatdown. You know, even I think LDLC pretty much trashed them. I think that was the first game we got to see of LDLC
Yeah, they
as
lost
well.
2 maps to LDLC, yeah.
So yeah, you know, it's a weird time. Hellraiser's clearly bringing a little something, so it's hard to see where people stand.
Yeah, bringing a little creativity, a little mustard on that hot dog. I'm still on the Vegemite. That has really messed with my brain. We have some time to fill, which is also why I'm mentioning hot dog.
This
so
is my
I didn't really have.
favorite
I thought this was usually about the time that we throw over there, and I get the filled call. So, what do you want to talk about, Chad?
Lauren's reading the ingredients on the Vegemite.
No, it's just telling me it's essential for brain function, supports your nervous system.
That's weird.
Essential for energy release.
I'm not gonna lie. It
helps
sounds
fight fatigue.
It sounds like something you'd put on like a rash.
Get on it.
It's quite good. I think it's high in vitamin B.
I'm good.
There is
it
a
is.
B1,
right on the
B2, B3, folate.
Oh.
You know, I'm pretty sure this thing is banned in America in the sense that they don't sell it in the stores because you guys don't like the high yeast extract content of Vegemite.
Okay. Why wouldn't we like yeast extract?
I don't know, you guys don't like a lot of things. You're building walls.
Let's not. Okay, let's steer this away from the political aspect of things.
Back to the Counter-Strike side of things.
Yeah, back to the Counter-Strike.
We can talk more about
double opping on Train. On T side, let's talk about T side double opping. Is this possible? We've seen Virtus Pro. We've seen Virtus Pro bust it out to good use.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can Fnatic do it?
I mean, if there's a team that's going to do it, I think we would put Fnatic in that list as a team who can do insane things and come away successful.
I would definitely agree with that, and I think this is a map where, you know, the orbs can be very powerful once you kind of find yourself cemented in a position.
Right.
On the T side, it's a lot harder to continually afford that because you still consider this a CT bias map.
Is that true though? I remember Virtus Pro has come out a couple times and said they think it's going to be like a little bit more even. Now Virtus Pro says some crazy things, but
I still think statistically speaking, it's probably a CT favored map.
Okay.
I think you could make. We did have swings even in 1.6 where Train actually swung to a T map.
That actually was always a very funny thing in 1.6. You'd occasionally see a team just blow someone out of the water on the T side, and then the other team would do exactly the same thing. It was one of those maps where if one team had a big half, whichever way it went, the other team was going to do the same thing. It was crazy.
That's kind of cool.
Felt that way.
But no, I would say that as well. You kind of take it out of whack as well when it comes to like looking at specialist teams because Virtus Pro are great on Train. You look at Astralis, great T side on Train.
True.
And these teams are just generally good at those maps. So it's
Matt's losing his mind.
Matt's having a great time.
It's like you
He's on
ask
the
Matt to
Vegemite.
sit
He's on the
still
Vegemite.
for like 10 minutes and he just can't do it.
We're really reaching for points right now, aren't we?
Why not? So we've had that.
I don't know if that went through to the stream. Look at my hair.
Reaching.
What's going on here?
Oh no, it's all falling apart.
You got a little
hasn't it?
alfalfa sprout going on.
You gonna get a haircut soon?
I think I need one.
Are you gonna trust the Germans to do it?
Let's talk about
There's a British guy,
the future
yeah.
of our brilliant death segments. Let's talk about.
Okay,
we're
so-
planning in more.
Fair
more of these.
dinkum,
Fair
true
dinkum.
blue Australian experience.
Yeah.
That's
What's
the
next?
full
We
title.
did Vegemite and we learned Sticky Beak.
Yeah, so we'll probably come up with more terms for you to learn as we go. Ones that you can bust out.
Well, I don't know if Matt realizes we're going to hear him. So what we're going to do is keep filling, as I'm told.
Tell me more.
So
What
we're
do you have in
probably going to
store?
stick with maybe more savory items. Maybe some they're called shapes.
Yeah.
They're kind of like a biscuit, a baked biscuit, and they're flavored.
Okay.
Quite uniquely.
All right, I like that.
Maybe
they're savoury?
Maybe we'll get Lauren some Tam Tams.
Love
or
a Tam Tam.
Tim Tams.
Tim Tams.
Tim Tam Slam.
Yep.
Oh, I love. Would you recommend
can
it
do
with
the
a
Tim
hot
Tam
drink,
song.
like a cup of tea?
Yeah, it's probably best with a cup of tea or coffee.
All right.
I imagine it'd be good with like a hot chocolate type thing.
Yeah, you
That's
could
a
do it
lot
with
of
that.
chocolate, surely.
That is a lot of
Are they not
chocolate.
like very sweet?
They're quite sweet. Yeah.
We also have the official Henry G Day of the season.
Oh,
Yes.
is there
One per season.
denim coming up?
Yes, it is.
Denim's coming up. We'll fill you in on when.
me
We're
know.
going to surprise Henry.
Probably next week.
Definitely next week.
Fine by me.
Cool.
Yep.
I will have to make a trip to the denim store or the
There are plenty of H&M's around.
thrift store.
Or you can ask Henry for his
He has
best
multiple.
denim
Henry, can
suggestion.
I borrow your jean jacket? No particular reason. Just really feel like wearing
He's
it.
up for it. He doesn't mind. all
All right. Well, while we're struggling right now, Virtus Pro are playing Hellraisers on the second map, which is going to be Overpass.
exciting. Okay.
These you consider two recently, I guess, decently good. What? No, Virtus Pro vs Hellraisers, Mr. Producer
Production.
Man.
Keep up.
We're anyway.
We're shifting gears.
Yes, I don't know how
God.
VP are gonna fare on this one.
Yeah, for some reason, I always get the feeling that Virtus Pro is a good overpass team, but I feel like results don't always speak for it. I think, it was a great game to watch, that Virtus Pro SK at New York.
Yeah,
That was sick.
I wasn't
Not
there.
New York.
Yeah, wait, no, you went and did some Battlefield thing.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to do New York,
You guys
so
did
I
the
went
group
to
stage
TwitchCon.
here, didn't you?
I
he
did the
did.
group stage. Me and Mitch, we had the all-Australian cast going on. And then
sick.
lovely Hugo Byron and Natu with the
Yeah.
other casting duo. Wasn't
Natsu
that a
is
dynamic
boss. That is,
day?
Yeah. Good
Yeah.
good days. Speaking of really good days, this was a solid segment. So what we're going to do is send it over to Matt and Henry to save us. And, I mean, they were part of the reason why this was trash.
Help me.
I do not associate with trash.
Okay, is that the end of it? Is that your opening section?
That's it.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll take it from there. Yes, it looks like we're almost ready for Fnatic versus Team EnVyUs. EnVyUs looking pretty quiet on cash to kick things off here. Fnatic look quite dominant, to be fair. They are a very good trained team, but in Pro League so far, Fnatic have had their ups and downs. They haven't looked amazing at any point, but tonight they're looking pretty good, and we'll see whether EnVyUs can pick themselves up, dust themselves down, and maybe give us a decent game here on Train. EnVyUs is a bit of a weird side, man. We haven't seen too much of them. It's a bit of like, after G2 happened, you have to say, okay, what's left over? We'll see what we can do. Scream came in. They actually beat G2 in Pro League. Actually looks quite cool, but ever since then, it seems like they're going, not especially like anywhere special. It's like it's kind of going downwards, it feels like almost.
I don't know if downward is. I think there was a bit of a honeymoon period where they had some fortunate games as well when EnVyUs was first in, the inception of this new EnVyUs, where they played a few different teams that I thought were also struggling to get their feet going, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So they looked better than perhaps they were at the time, just due to fortune of their schedule. Now they're starting to settle into teams that are, you know, a few steps above them. I think we're starting to figure out exactly where they really, you know, line up on this league, not even this league, but just this landscape right now in Counter-Strike. It's so diverse and so close and so unpredictable, and I still think there's potential here, but I think it's going to take a lot of time for them, honestly.
Well, here we go. Then the pistol round comes in. Fnatic on the T side. 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs. Olaf Meister getting to his actual position on the map. This is called Olaf, and for good reason. He's very good at opening up the map in this position. Smokes come in as well. This will be quite a fast round from Fnatic, it seems, as well. Olaf firing off some shots towards Ivy at this point, and Sixer looking to challenge. He's got a silent USP towards that area.
Outside, Olaf.
Actually going towards the inner here, so Olaf's the bait almost.
He's going to just hold them in this position. He's not really doing much about it, but he does fire a few shots. RPK knows now that they're inside, so the rotations will come around. Olaf's not going to be close enough to try and capitalize upon that. As we have Jumpy joining the spectators, but JW inside the smoke.
Oh my god.
They've run by him. They've run, they hit him as well. He's gotten behind them entirely, but Sixer realizes that he ran into an object. Iceberg dead ahead, and the Titanic will not sink this time. It'll turn around and shoot him directly in the face. Take that, Iceberg. As it's Olaf above, bomb planted inside of the smoke, still down below. They've got 2 men to watch this off, Flusha being one of them. They know they're on the defuse. Flush is doing damage. His Sixer goes in to nearly knife his teammate, thinking that Flush is still inside the smoke trying to do the same, and he tries to reverse it, but eventually the chaos leads to the... I was going to say, leads to the fact that they get it, but I'm not 100% sure. The kit's not enough. And it will be Fnatic's round.
What an absolute brawl that was towards the inside side. JW, I thought he locked it down. He gave Sixer a hug, though, in the smoke. And like he said, Sixer felt it. And he turns around, blows his head off, and it comes down to Flusha, who sat in the smoke on top of the bomb the entire time. The actual CT's dropped that smoke to get the defuse going. He sits inside it, sneaks out, finds 1 kill. He goes down, but there's no kit available for EnVyUs. They pick one up, and it's too late. And it's going to be 1-0 for Fnatic. There is going to be a force buy, of course, from EnVyUs here. 5-7's P250s, a CZ for Sixer. He's going to be the AWP going forward, so no armor for him. And now JW as a scout, but Dennis, he strikes first. He takes down Scream with a lovely little headshot there towards the Pop Dog room. P250s can't really do too much. He has to get nice and close, but whether Fnatic will do much more after finding that first frag is yet to be seen.
XMS put himself inside of aim with that 5-7 spots. The shoulder JW running back. He did get this. He may indeed get this. JW, my goodness, man, what have you done?
Yeah, well, he had the scout, to be fair, had to pull out his pistol. Was no match for XMS's 5-7, but Krim strikes back with the UMP. It's up to Sixer now, who might find some room to wiggle here. He's actually pushed towards Ivy and managed to get towards T-Spawn, but it might not be enough. RPK just that PT50 now. He'll be Molotov that towards Connector, and yeah, I don't think the flank coming in is going to lead to much, but maybe Sixer can prove me wrong. Yes, he can.
Doesn't take much to prove you wrong, Henry. Dennis and Flusha will take down RPK, and Sixer leaves happy remaining. Tries to go for the 1D, but can't land it. Another lineup toward Crims. Still no success. The round is done. At this point, he's just trying to force out some economy. Can't even manage that, to be fair.
Well, it is the 2-0. EnVyUs get a couple of kills there, but that's about it. It has to be a full EK at this point. It certainly still is a CT-sided map, in my opinion. The guys are kind of theorizing whether they thought it kind of balanced out, really. I still think that in terms of CSGO, this is the most CD-sided map we have in the game right now. So it's always been gutting to lose a pistol in that second round force buy. And going down 3-0 is always be tough to recover from, especially when you go to that first gun round. Potentially not the AWP, but Sixer at least kept himself without armor.
Do you know what the surprising aspect of that statement is? What? Is that we currently have Nuke in the pool.
Yeah, right. And that started out being a very CD-sided map, but it got redesigned that very procedure to allow it to be a more balanced affair. And it actually has worked out, to be fair, for everything it got criticized for. It has become a balanced map overall.
Well, JW is trying to get inside a B side. They looked outside early on with the P250 of Olaf running in. Nice nade. JW puts it directly into the chest, and then it detonates to kill his intended target. That's perfectly thrown. And it gives Fnatic their third round. Pretty straightforward. Guns to come up this time, though, for Team EnVyUs. And at Sixer immediately onto the AWP. I was going to say, He had enough for both. I wasn't sure he hesitated on the armor. He's gone for the helmet. So it's not glass cannon, but it's not much utility. He could have elected to go with just the chest piece.
Yeah, he could have done, but then he's not sure how the UMP survived. I mean, he's very vulnerable towards those, but it's always a safe bet. You feel more confident in yourself. You've got the head armor as well to challenge a bit more. So he'll be going towards the green train by Ivy. Olaf Meister, though, he's got the AWP. This is what we were talking about when I was analysing the games earlier. It's like the fact that Fnatic don't have necessarily, JW's obviously the main AWP, but they're more than happy to allow everyone to kind of use their spawns and have a go with this weapon. It's Olaf Meister this round. Number 4, looking to open things up towards the main area, but not getting anything just yet. His teammates do have control of Brown Horse as well. They'll be boosting up with the AK-47. That's Dennis. Looking for a pick towards inside. Not going to get anything just yet. You can see it on the screen right now. It's very rare to see a kill come in this position. I can't even remember an instance where recently that's actually worked out. Always worth a go.
Yeah, why not? Might as well do something with it. Olaf, though, with the op. Start to peek down.
So, Matt, the problem is here, we've got no kits for the CTs. We have no smokes and no incendiaries. It comes down to raw firepower now. They have flashbangs, of course, but against a full execution, there's only so far those will go. Here comes the execution now. The bomb, in fact, is actually by that dumpster position, and Dennis is holding towards inside, so he could be some sort of salesman here. He could try and throw a smoke towards lower ramp and try and hold them in that area, but the execution comes in, and look at all the smokes dropping on that A-bomb side.
To be fair, he wouldn't have to sell much either, because they have 2 men deep in B.
Well,
So
they
it's
are
still
going
a long
inside.
rotation. JW, they don't need to sell anything. JW gets to hold. But can't do that fast enough. Now they will go inside. You're right. JW wanted to get towards the connector for that exact reason. At least gets the information that there was a rotation heading back the other direction. That gives them the confidence on the way inside of the site directly. And Olaf just has to hold this position. Gets one. Now he's got the high ground. Exactly that. It's Sixer to try and recover this with an op. And no kits.
They know he's the AWPer. He's got no kit. He has no nades. He's got 46 HP.
Yeah,
it's a bitter pill to swallow, but you just have to save there, unfortunately. It's a real rough round coming up next. If they force around it, they'll have 5-7s in the AWP. I don't think they probably will, but we'll see what they decide to do. Saving the AWP. With a top-tier AWPer, it can be enough. Like Sixer, like I said, he's decent, but I don't think he has it in him against Fnatic to make that round really realistic going to the next one. Maybe cause some damage to their economy, but he will be saving it. And it comes out to Olaf. As soon as that bomb game planted inside, as soon as I saw that, I knew that's it. They didn't have the kits, didn't have the nades. They gave it a good go towards the lower ramp, but they couldn't find enough damage yet to slow them down. We said that was going to be a problem. So Sixer will save the AWP, but it's 4-0 in favour of Fnatic. Look at the money. This is such a difficult situation now. I think a partial buy will be fine. So CZ's PD50s up against some body armour as well. Sixer could drop a weapon. They could buy into this if they really wanted to, but it'd just be economic suicide at this point. So Sixer will follow him for now. We'll see what he decides to do. As we enter round number 5, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, of course. He pushes towards Ivy. He needs to make something happen. Nothing there, so not going to be too much to report on his behalf.
Dennis gets down below the pop dog fast enough. Peeks over to confirm A main. There's no push or aggression toward it, so they can sit comfortably inside of that and get ready to try and take over the A side if they elect to go that way. Because right now, Flush and Crims are searching elsewhere. Brown Hall's for them. 3 inside of B with these pistols trying to snack up for a fast take. And JW's already sorted one, but a good shot back that direction from Scream. It's going to slow Fnatic down to make them think twice about how aggressive they want to go. Nades go on either side of Scream. Neither connect. He's 6 for 41 and still that Eagle trying to find kills. RPK will get taken down by Crims at least. That'll open up B, and this should allow the bomb plant to come in quite easily. No things are certain in Counter-Strike, but they've got the position to do so.
Yeah, this operation saved the AWP now. They know the round's out of their grasp. So Scream and Happy looking to hold the flanks here. And Sixer at the back of Old Bomb there. He'll be with the AWP, just trying to take that into round number 6. 5-0. This is not looking too great for EnVyUs. Fnatic playing a very good game so far. 4 players surviving for them, presumably. Doesn't know they'll be committing to the hunt too much. There's so many angles and tight little holes they can be hiding in. So no real reason for Fnatic to overextend. It's going to be maximum loss bonus for EnVyUs going to the next round. So they have a decent buy going forward. They could go for a double orb setup. Very viable on train, certainly. And Crims, he snicked past. Oh, no. The player in CD Sports is probably saying it's absolutely fine. He's going to find Sixer. This is like knife territory.
That's definitely... Oh, okay. I'll take no chances.
Yeah.
Dennis will hold off one side of him, and Scream doesn't even consider
Happy was just there to protect his teammate who's got the orb. He's not even watching it.
Yeah, that's the kind of things that triggers me with Happy. It's great if he wants to play an individual style game, but come on, when you've got a very simple task such as that, be ready for it. Even if he goes down there, like he's almost playing too much self-preservation there.
Yeah.
Even if he goes down, he can call to turn the
they're
op
coming,
and look
yeah,
that
exactly.
direction. Like, it doesn't matter. He has a pistol.
He can slow him down, like do some damage, duck and weave a bit, but regardless, double orb setting out for the CTs. They're getting in front of the smoke. Scream's getting aggressive. He's behind Evox. He needs to step up here. Gets one kill. Olafmeister. He puts him to bed, though. It's going to be a 4-on-4. Very fast tactic from Fnatic. Comes up to XMS. He gets a kill in return.
Indeed, XMS is going to flash his way back through the smoke, though, but Dennis, it's with the AK, and as quick as that, settles to EnVy on the favor, and EnVy finally get around as well. 3 staying alive, and they pick up 2 AWPs, so they may not have saved the last one. They'll get a bonus in the fact that they now have 2, and this strengthens them considering they're facing what would be, and still could be, all things considered, a reset.
Yeah, very fast round there for Fnatic, trying to catch them by surprise. The orbs are coming out at that point. That's why they're trying to bring that strategy in. Fast smokes, fast flashbangs coming in, but Scream, he was the fly in the orb at that point. He only gets 1 kill, but it's enough to slow them down and kind of discombobulate them a little bit there. And the orbs come back in, manage to find the frags. And Happy this time, he's going towards inside, right? He's going towards upper round. We talk about this quite a lot. If he can get established here and find kills like that, that was a lovely shot from him. He can actually patrol that area by himself. The man advantage goes towards EnVyUs, but not for long. Scream goes down.
Sixers looking to the right. JW, don't peek too soon. Not before the smoke blooms. And he does, and he goes down. Happy's got the second op as well, fired out toward Olaf. It's EnVy with 2. They lost 1. They found another as well onto Flusha, and that means they're sitting in a 4 versus 2 as they head back toward Brown Hall's fast plant potential, but RPK waiting.
Yeah, not really much Crimson Dennis can do here. The smoke comes down towards lower round, but RPK, perfect position for this sort of play. Guaranteed 1 frag is safe as well once you get it. There it is. Still safe, drop the bomb. Just up to Crims now. Find RPK here, but RPK, after having a rough game on cash, that's a very decent round from him with the AK-47. It's going to be 2 in a row now for EnVyUs. Still money available for Fnatic, but these orbs proving to be a real problem for them. Happy with a great shot there towards the main position, and then Sixer as well, nailing it towards Flusher. So good shots all round.
We'll see a nice cinematic of them leaving spawn. It'll be about the best camera work we see for the entire round with Rushley. We haven't roasted Rushley enough this season, I feel like.
I feel like you probably have. That
Well,
was quite a rude thing to say. But
coffee, so I have to be nice to him. I like the run boost. Sixer knows that it's there. He knows why it's there. He'll set for that instead, rather than trying to stay wide and potentially see an opper peeking back his direction. There isn't one, as we know, but he's not 100% certain of that. Taps from the AK as JW gets closer. Holds off the side of the smoke so that JW can get inside of it and not have to worry about anyone waiting within it. And that's why he pushes through so aggressively. He's got the confidence in those shots alone to know they're likely further back toward third hall. And XMS smoked off on his side. There's nothing they can really do to hold the end of Ivy until now. Molotov goes out. That separates Crims from his teammate. Happy knows he's there because he's jumped. So they'll back away, but Crims is able to find XMS. Pistol pulled. Op's not in position in time. Tried to go for the repeat, but didn't get there. Happy.
a lot of damage inflicted to Fnatic. You can see 3 players on sub 50 HP here. Scream controlling towards Pop Dog as well. No one towards Inner for now, but that's fine. Scream's more than confident to hold that position. He's got 35 seconds remaining here. Where's the final play for Fnatic here? The bomb in the hands of JW. Scream tentatively playing with the idea of getting up towards Pop Dog. He actually gets to the ladder as well. This is actually looking quite promising for him. Olaf coming in towards Ivy as well with Grims, but taken down by Happy. That should be the round decided at this point.
Should be. There's RPK on Flusha. It's putting them in a very awkward situation. EnVyUs is starting to string some rounds together because 8 seconds. This will go their way. 5-3. 3 in a row. JW trying to do what he can before going down. Will do nothing at all. Scream's going to find him first. We might have a game now, Henry.
We'll have an eco as well. That's 3 in a row for EnVyUs. Since they got the double orb start, they were 5-0 down. They've actually looked pretty promising. Happy especially looking good with the AWP. He's got 7 kills, 5 deaths. We'll have a look around. the other up at 5 and 4. And this will be an eco indeed for Fnatic. Deagles and PT50s, no nades. Maybe just rush towards inside, wait for the initial ATs to come in. Maybe try and get some picks of the Deagles at the start. We'll see what they decide to do. 3 players towards in up. Bombs in down in T-spawn. Really much to do here, Valley Grenades. Dennis has got some body armor, that's about it. He's very good with the Deagle. We'll see whether he can open things up here. Sixer towards Ivy. More than happy to take quite an aggressive angle at this point. He knows they're going to be eco. Losing 3 rounds in a row with no plants as well, I believe. Yep, no plants coming in. That's $800 a plant per player if you're not aware. What's the plan here? Nothing really established. You have got control of the upper platform area towards inside. There's only one player there, and that's Flusher.
Will get ready with his PT50 above the windows. Careful not to get spammed through. We see more and more people taking the P, as you would say. Firing into there, knowing the economic situations, and it's very likely occupied. Happy's going to play a tighter angle on this, not on top tanker. Didn't take much to get wide on him, but great shot, I have to say. Reads it well, goes for a second, doesn't land it. Stun movement, but RPK, he's able to sneak up and find one more in the site, gets the second on the Crims. That brings through the edge of the wall. That brings Happy back into it. They lose one, but that's all they will lose as it comes to one round between them as well. So Envy starting to get rolling.
Absolutely, with 4 in a row. They're up against another full buy of Fnatic though, but still a lot of work to do here. It's round number 10. They still do not have the lead here on the CT side. They want to be at least winning this half, but we'll see what they can do here. No Orbs for Fnatic yet. 5 AKs. They do have a full array of utility though, so we'll see what Happy decides to do. Looks like he's going to get aggressive here towards the lower ramp. A very common strategy. As you can see on the screen right now, he'll just post himself on the lower ramp, try and get the first pick. Won't overcommit, just going to be looking for 1 kill and then fall back. The flashbang won't get him. 6 strikes first, so he takes down Olaf.
Waiting. Come easily to him. Scream's made his way up in toward A main as JW heads back that direction, confirmed by the nade surely that was thrown from slow, from close, excuse me. I think he would have saw the tight apex by which it dropped. If he didn't see the rise as well, that is, as Scream gets back in toward the alley with that smoke off, confidence that not likely it will be pushed, so he'll watch Pop Dog in the meantime instead. This position, though, is actually massive for them right now.
Yep, it's guaranteed for 1 kill unless he gets pre-fired, and even if he goes down, they still have the man advantage. So I think that's actually quite intelligent from him, and it means one player can hold that inside area. We have Happy's rotated back towards Connector, and they've got this locked down. Screaming Pop Dog as well. This is looking so promising for EnVyUs. I'm not really sure what Fnatic can do here. Everything covered.
A man down as well. It's got to be, if Dennis goes, this pop flash has to be perfectly thrown from his team. Oh, he's going to do it himself. So inside bolts. Everyone knows the lineup for this at this point. Underhand throw. Doesn't even go deep enough. Apparently they don't know it. The one from the corner, yeah, that's still in my lap. That's all too easy. XMS. Not even blinded. I like the one, and I don't know if we can get a camera sample over there after the round. As Happy closes it out. They do get something rolling. If you go back up to the top of that ladder, I don't know if we can freeform fly there right now, but if you sit in the corner, sort of opposite the ladder, it lands more in the middle of the hole, which actually blinds off pretty much everyone unless they're tucked right into that corner. So I know that one that he's throwing is much easier to throw, but it's more reliant on how the person below is.
Regardless, it was EnVyUs there with that first initial kill, managing to get himself in a very advantageous position and controlling inside. Pop Dog, Ivy. There's nothing Fnatic can really do, regardless if the flash was good. I don't think they were going to win that round. There are 2 players in that area. And now we go to a set piece with the force buys. Fnatic, well, I think partial buy, I should say, yeah. Partial buy with Tech9's armor, smoke grenades, execute outside, objective, try and get the bomb down, maybe win the round. But this is a really nice boost coming in from Scream here. Actually, can get the bird's eye view of the situation. Can't land a shot just yet. Uncharacteristic missing there from Scream, but Happy finds the first frag. Oh, hello.
Right butts up. Go off. Shot in the back of his teammate, but they'll all survive. Bomb planted, and Tech9s, as Fnatic only would in this situation. Just flash forward, so he turns around. He's going to continue turning around. Read the fact that another flash will go through, and he's going to pull the knife. Makes it work. XMS was holding the defuse. He's got his M4 as a resulting Crims. He gets another, but Sixter's there, and Sixter finds yet another to his right.
JW wins this.
To make this onto 2, but 12 HP. JW, smoke goes down. He's lost sight of it. He's just barely lost sight of it.
Yeah, I thought of his position connect. I thought he gets it all day long. They were very intelligent to throw another smoke on it and make it problematic for him. But to be fair, I didn't like that approach from EnVyUs at all. Why are they going for the defuse when there's players absolutely everywhere? Like, all you have to do is spam your tech 9s, 3 of them remaining, in towards that smoke. You've got to find a frag. You're taking a CT player out of position at that point. He's not able to do anything. I don't think a full defuse at that point was required whatsoever. Made things very tight indeed, but they still managed to pick up the round, so no harm, no foul, I guess. It's the AWP, though, for JW. He's very good at train. It's probably the first time he's seen it so far in this half. EnVyUs for the first time take the lead as well, 6-5 in their favor. They've looked very good. They've won the last 6 rounds in a row, to be fair. Happy does spot the shoulder of a player there, but doesn't fall back just yet. He wants to get a little bit more than intel. He wants to get the first pick.
Scream's going to try to get. Flasha getting one on RPK will signal Scream to fall back inside of the site. Brown Halls again. Smokes go through. One to the right, cover first lane. One to the left, cover the rotation from Z Connector. Happy's actually got Flusha, who goes dry toward the upper side.
Yeah, this is looking pretty promising for them now. Happy hitting all the AWP shots presented towards him. They'll go back towards outside with the pop dog as well. They have one player towards the end of Ivy. That's Olaf Meister, of course. He smokes out towards the left-hand side of Ivy. They have 40 seconds remaining, so they'll finish up towards outside. AWP shot missed by Sixer, and he rotates back towards Ivy. He has been smoked out, as I mentioned before.
Just got to wait for the flames to extinguish, but not much for him to do other than just to make sure no one wraps hitches the bomb gets down. Quick check of that, falls back in toward Ivy instead. He'll have occupation from towards CT. Sixer waits. AWP snips the edge of the wall, but the pistol will do it. Good read that he tagged him up, saw the blood splatter. On the site, though, has one to find on Scream. Not likely that he would look in that position. But now he's going to be very good as they continue to walk in toward hell. Surprisingly, he's not peeked out right away. This will give him time to relocate as well, as Sixer's got no opportunity to find the shot. He hits a great headshot on a Happy in return, and this round's Fnatic's. This is 6-6.
Good recovery from Fnatic overall. It looked like I was going to slip away from them, and that kill from Sixer towards Ivy as well, but they hold strong. Nice crossfires towards the clutch situation as well. It's a very difficult situation for the CTs to come in. When you're retaking the bomb side out towards outside, there's so many positions the terrorists can be in. So they've got utilities to work with as well, locking them out with the Molotovs and all sorts. It's going to be 6-6 as Fnatic tie things up, but I was about to say there should be a massive bank built up for EnVyUs. After the reinvestment, they do go down to almost 0. They do have the double orb set up, still rolling. All 5 players did go down, so it's understandable. So money is still good, but this will be the end of it if they lose round number 13. 6-6 right now, RPK on the lower ramp. Very aggressive for now. I think he's backed up by Happy as well. That's a lovely little crossfire they've got going on there. So RPK watches the upper area, Happy watches the lower. Just using that ledge where Happy's looking at right now. That's actually where RPK was positioned. And they get one kill, fall back, Happy gets another. Why not?
Chitty chitty bang bang. It's a flying car.
Yeah, seen that.
That's my dad's favorite movie.
Do you know the song? Do you have a song for us?
Far too commonly I've heard that, I'm afraid. Pop Flash doesn't quite go far enough to catch off JW. Lands just shy. But Happy again has looked very convincing on the AWP. He and Sixer, they may not be the most formidable or commonly sought double op setup that you would think of right away, at least in Counter-Strike, but they certainly have been proving their worth in this game. They're going to find JW. That's their op down on the Fnatic side. And as simply as that, it's a 4-on-1 with Olaf to try and clutch this back. Smoke down left side, he'll push through. Flash will blind off Sixer, so he gets the first shot, and he does so unscathed. 31 seconds, however, though, makes this a little bit less likely as he picks up the Dragon Lore. Unfortunately, that lore is dead.
We said that was going to be a tie round for either side at that point. That's actually a really harsh reset for Fnatic. That's the first round they won previously in 6. And then they lose this one as well. It means they only get $1,400 into this round. They're going to force into it. Number 14. Give it a go. EnVyUs back in the lead now. 2 AKs, 3 pistols, a bit of utility. Wouldn't be surprised with that outside execution again. Managed to get the bomb down pretty easily. Olaf Meister got a nice buddy hop there towards Ivy. Getting some decent speed, but is it going to be enough to find him in this frag?
Forever, it seems. But patience is a virtue. Let's see if that's true or not in this situation. Olaf still waiting for his teammate to join him, looking to put more pressure on from Ivy. They've got the boost as well inside of Pop Dog. That sees top window in toward the site, and here's where Sixer becomes the man in the equation, nails the shot.
Yeah.
The ops are absolutely great for EnVyUs tonight, I have to say.
They're ripping Fnatic apart here. Every single round, it seems.
There
There's another one for Sixer. Great work by him. This was the fourth fight for Fnatic. This leaves them with nothing going to the next round. They desperately need the bomb to go down here. It's very unlikely they can win the round in this scenario, but let's see if they can find anything. Oh, God, not like this. The smoke goes down and locks themselves out of Pop Dog. This is going from bad to worse.
Yeah, why not? Just throw in the towel, lads. It's round 14. Losing this, they'll lose the half. 5-2. That's pretty awkward.
Yeah, oh, well, the round is already over, but that pretty much solidified it. Smoke's out now. Crims does find something here. Takes an XMS, but still a lot of work to do with Scream. Not the player you want to be up against in a 1v1 duel, or apparently so. Slusher guns him down with the Tech 9 there. Sixer finds his third of the round, and it's just up to Crims. 20 seconds remaining, no bomb. No chance he can really win the round, but if he can find a couple of kills, that'd be something. I'm going to blast it too much. It's round number 15 next round anyway. Gets legged up, down to 17 HP.
The back train, down he goes. 5 seconds left on the clock anyway, like you say. The round was already done.
So, man, like I said, that full reset and that force buy in the previous round as well, with no bomb going down, means we have got Fnatic looking down the barrel of a 9-6 scoreline after they were up 5-0. They have looked pretty outgunned, really, haven't they? It's not so much they've had a poor approach to do anything wrong. It's just Happy, especially with the AWP, looking amazing. Six hitting some fantastic shots as well. Good setups, dynamic play, chaining things up almost every single round. Sixer nailing that every single time, it seems, as well. Not really much they can do.
Yeah, Happy's great on his side of the map. Sixer is coming to life. He does get taken down. As he looked at lane, gave up Ivy for a moment. That's Olaf to get the kill. He still stays alive, but he's the only. 1 versus 3, picks up the op. And Olaf's not been able to clutch many of these situations, I think, if any, tonight. Tries to get the shot onto the train. Scream knows exactly where he is. Does drop down, though, but that's a trade for Happy. It doesn't even matter about guns. It's 9-6. It's halftime. And EnVy's got the lead. Despite starting down 5-0 as well.
We thought they were down and out on cash, but EnVy are fighting back. They actually win the first half 9-6. The double orb setup looked formidable. Can Fnatic get back into this one? We'll find out after the break.
EnVy that started slow on cash. They started slow here as well, but after being down 5-0, they made amends, and they pulled it back to 9-6. Not a bad situation for them to be in at all.
Happy with 17 kills. One of the best all performances I can remember from him in a long time. Looked very scary, to be fair, and Six was joining in as well. He gets 11 kills, but Happy certainly stole the show. The stats are changing as we speak, so I'm not sure what's accurate, but... Okay, so now it's 9 for 11, which is accurate. It was still very good. I swear he got more than 9. But we'll see what he can do in the second half as well, as we are getting ready for the T half of EnVyUs here. Fnatic looking very good on cash, and they actually opened up strong here as well. 5-0, and then, to be fair, dropped off the radar a little bit. They couldn't handle that double orb setup.
Yeah, you know, again, it's not like on paper you would look at EnVyUs and point, obviously Sixer's going to be the one wielding it a lot, but you wouldn't point at any of these guys to be the opper. Happy tried it in EnVyUs for a while, much to the just chagrin and distaste of Kenny S, but in this last half, they were both incredible. They both hit just about every shot percentage. I think if you looked at accuracy, that was about as good as any offer from any half ever.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Well then, we are getting into it. It's going to be 3 sets of armor, a smoke and a flashbang for Sixer. And we'll see whether they give anything away for now. There is aggressive play coming from JW. This is audacious stuff and by himself. Happy's in front of him as well. Sixer not helping out at all, but is Happy going to strike? I thought JW would fall back at this point. Seems to want to take the challenge.
He's staying there. The problem is that, yeah, you said it. Happy should strike on that. He's not. Now he swings out, and it's back to another one-on-one based on the way he's isolated himself in the peak. So JW gets away. No one will come out with the kills. But JW, as he tries to continue to look down toward Ivy, is going to leave himself far from the action. A B retake? Are they giving up a lot of room? To be completely honest, it seems like a ton of room, especially when you consider how much easier it is to plant fast and out of a default into B. Smokes down. Olaf fires in. Flush has to force back. Bomb's going to get planted in. Flushy gets one shot at least to allow the retake to be faster. They're down to just 2 remaining on the terrorist side, so the retake game may work after all for Fnatic. It's all on to XMS.
Yeah,
knows they're coming. I think maybe getting one's possible, but he doesn't even find that in that situation.
Indeed. Well, Dennis will get the defuse there. It was EnVyUs with a slow, methodical stance at the start of the round, but unfortunately JW finds our first frag with an interesting decision to push Ivy by yourself. That's such a risk where you have no idea what's on the corner. Even when he finds contact as well, he's willing to stay and find the jewels, but he actually ends up winning it and then funnels him towards inside where they don't find a single frag, but they do get the bomb down. So EnVyUs presumably buying up in round number 3. They'll take a full eco here, maybe a few P250s, that'll be about it. Fnatic will be aware, that's why they're going for quite a rifle-centric buy here. 2 Famases, M4, a UMP, which might as well be a rifle these days, and Scouts for JW. Yeah.
I always said that I would wield an SMG in real life. If I had to be in, in a combat zone.
Right.
Because that way I'd keep my movement speed,
Yeah, you are very fast.
Not anymore. I was when I wasn't in esports and eating and all that travel too much, Dennis gets pushed up to the lane, takes down RPK. What does RPK stand for, Henry?
I should know that. I have no idea.
En français, naturally. We have the same car. As there'll be a rotation back toward the pop dog position. Bomb's already down toward the brown halls, though. It may commit to that B side as well after not opening up much outside against the rifles. And the rotation from Flusha means there is the mini rifle inside of the B site. That'll be complemented on the fact that Olaf gets in position towards Z with a FAMAS.
What are they doing here?
I'm not really sure, but I like it.
Just having fun.
I think this is literally just having fun. It could potentially,
No.
It's not, there's not, look, again, just having fun, exactly that. Just run boost for the sake of beating out a shot, but it's not a plan. That's not a thing. But that's what they wanted to try and do.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, doesn't really amount to too much. Happy. Ooh. Just go for the bomb plan. He's not going to get anything else out of that, but to be fair, it probably wouldn't have happened either way.
I think it's important in rounds when you know you have no chance not to be too serious and get, down on your morale, just have fun. I'm sure they were laughing about that.
Yeah, a little bit.
So it keeps the mood light, keeps their heads in check. I don't mind that every now and then.
Well, they still have the
Unless you're playing with Chad, he minds it a lot.
He's been better recently.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Hasn't been as upset.
Can I buy auto snipers again?
Yeah, he encourages that.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be there. Augs?
Yep, he uses that.
Krieg's in round 3?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm in. I'm playing tomorrow.
And we'll have a look at this. So it's a technical pause. I was about to say tactical. I was about to build up this big speech, but it's not. I'm going to go there. It is technical, apparently, but this will be a buy from EnVyUs. That's why I said it might be an appropriate time to take a tactical pause and work out what you're going to do with your limited buy. You're going to have AK Straw and head armor, but you might not have all the grenades. You might have smokes. That'll be about it. But they go up against Fnatic now, who managed to keep a clean sheet in the previous round. So they still have a heavy rifle, but like I said, 2 Famases, the M4, the Scouts, and the UMP. Lots of money to work with. Lots of options on train. You can go aggressive in many different areas. Pop Dog, main entrance, Ivy, the ramp, upper ramp, and JW on the Scout. We'll see what he can do here.
Not really doing much so far. Because we're still timed out. but I'm sure we'll get back underway. Scouts, it's not as powerful as it was since they've nerfed the jumping. It's still, you know, a lot of teams use it in the second round. I don't think it's what it used to be.
Yeah, to be fair, that was too much. That kind of broke CS what
Way
it's
too
all
much,
about, right?
totally. It wasn't, the spirit of CS was lost.
Yeah, that didn't really make sense. I like the fact it's just an Apex now. Like, if you're going to do it, you have to really commit to that jump, and you're going to be exposed. That's why that kind of makes sense now. But the way it was, like, you're moving, jumping, and you can still fire for accuracy. Like, it was too much.
It was COD 4.
It was really frustrating to play against it, especially with like, players who really kind of focus on that weapon. It certainly still comes out. It's still very useful. Head shift. Good players with high accuracy and hit those headshots and know the positioning and how to move in that sort of manner. But it looks like we're on pause. We're back into it. Like I said, it's round number 3. EnVyUs got the bomb down the pistol. Didn't get much in the second round, but they get enough for 5 AKs, 4 smokes, and a few flashbangs as well. 6 of a decent spawn. We're looking to get that first pick towards main entrance. But then as we're flashing him off, that comes in just to slow them down. Flash up. Low ramp. Very good at holding his position by himself. He's smoking off the start of the round here just to buy himself some time when needing the rotations early on. So the CTs will be aware the AKs are out at this point. 4 players towards outside. In terms of the scout, that's by Ivy looking towards main entrance for now. Now towards Ivy itself.
JW is going to be the one to try and open things up. He's got to hit a headshot. Doesn't have to, but he'd love to. Doesn't hit one at all. Scream on top of the dumpster. Decides that that's where he'd like to place the remains, the body, to hide the evidence of the fact that JW has been murdered in cold blood. The smoke now down at Ivy will slow things for a moment, but good start to the round from Envy.
Five on 4. An amazing shot from Scream to open things up. Still have 45 seconds to work with as well. Quite a basic approach. Just contact play towards outside. 6 will be smoking towards connector, it seems. That's successfully landed. But Dennis, he's ready and waiting with teammate as well on towards that bomb train. And Olof Mice will be battling Happy. And he's in a bit of trouble here as well. The flashbang isn't great.
Inside of the site, though, that's got the position that could thwart everything. Takes down Sixers, he wraps around that, leaves bomb inside. With 22 seconds, they've picked up an AK to go along with the UMP. RPK, though, will find Flush's hiding spot. That'll open things up and allow the plant to come in as Olaf's going the long way. Isolated from Ivy. He's got to head toward T-spawn. He's made it that far, at least, to A main, but he's low on HP, and he's found immediately.
Yeah, they would have heard him running from Ivy towards T-spawn at that point. It's quite noisy, actually. But still, that was going to be a rough round for Fnatic, regardless. The force buy in the third, when you just go with your Famis's, your UMPs, your scouts. You saw how JW got his head blown off by Scream towards Ivy. I'm sure many people have felt that in the past. It's going to be round number 4 here, 10-8 in favour of EnVyUs still, of course, and it's going to be a little partial buy from Fnatic. It's quite conservative of them, considering they still had money to buy. They love a force buy, these guys, but they want to make sure they focus on the bigger picture here and manage to get the orbs out themselves on the CT side. So
Bit of aggression here from, once again, it's JW, and Flusher kicks things off towards lower round. Like he said, very good in that position. And he gets that CZ kill to take that XMS.
Happy. Has to try and find position. Crims, meanwhile. There's other ideas, but he's found by RPK. So again, it's Envy looking strong. Pistol's not really doing much for Fnatic. We know they have the propensity to do so. Slow and steady, though, Dennis. He'll be the next to try and make a play. It's 4 versus 4. Dennis is so far back, this Deagle pretty much has to hit a headshot on the way down or do a massive amount of damage. RPK already gets one, turns back, he finds it as Dennis tries to peek as he's distracted. That allows Scream to take Olaf, who did manage 1 kill beforehand in all of the ensuing action, but it's the plant and pretty much the round done. JW will try and do economic damage where it exists.
Yeah, he has a chance, but he is smoked out, to be fair. He could push with that smoke, he loves that. We'll see whether he can get anything going. Picks him an AK, that will do, but he does get detected. The Molotov lands and there's a tick of damage that makes a noise, so you can see Sixer aware of that, but JW, he is piecing out of this round. He gets the AK-47, and here we go towards T-Spawn. He has a Molotov as well, and a PT-50 in his back pocket, so quite a valuable round overall for him. He'll be running all the way towards Ivy. So there it is, EnVyUs up against Eco Fnatic, managing to deal with it quite nicely as well. RPK finds 2 frags. He's very, very poor on cash. But he's top fragging right now with 19 kills, so fair play to him. He's bounced back.
Well, gotta give credit to that. As Envy now have a 3-round lead on 11. Fnatic, we said it, they need these. We said against NIP the other night in the head-to-head that against Na'Vi the other night in the head-to-head at 5-3. And that was the record going into it for both teams. Whoever won the first one needed to win both to get back into the season, and that means 5-5. They're still in it, but they themselves need to pick up doubles. No one can go 1-1 anymore at this point in the season and really hope for much.
It's crazy that NIP have managed to get themselves back into contention with
insane.
Tonight, right?
Draken, the hero.
Number 6. Yeah, he looked really good, to be fair. But a conversation for another time, perhaps. It's going to be round number 5. We do have the offer for JW. Like I said, they took a partial buy in the previous round, which was quite conservative of them, all things considered. Fnatic love a force buy, didn't take it. And it's going to be 11-8. Cost them a round, but now they do have a decent buy. I wouldn't say full buy at this point. They are lacking bits and pieces. See Crims and no nades left over. And then 2 players with kits there. Trying to do some damage through the wooden boards towards Pop Dog there. Doesn't land anything just yet. They will be getting inside control. That's EnVyUs. 4 players, now make it 5 towards that area. This will be a set piece all day long. They have all the smokes and Molotovs coming in. No one on the other side of the map, so a fake not really possible. You wouldn't want to do this scenario. You have nothing watching the flank, so you're going to commit down towards lower ramp. They go. Flash will keep them pumped in while the Asian players go through. Flash trying to do damage there, but can't land anything just yet. Inside control obtained by EnVyUs.
Indeed, XMS gets up close. He's going to put a smoke down as well. That'll hold them off. They won't have any information as to exactly how aggressively they need to go. As RPK gets above as well, he gets all kinds of information. Bomb planted. Happy holding off Z Connector. Great position. Flusha, though, does nail that. Ready for it, perhaps, knowing that Happy does like to get aggressive and play the off angles in those situations. Smash, still been waiting for them to start running by him. Does clothesline 1, but goes low. That gives JW a chance on the shot. It's suddenly all on Sixer. 14 HP, and Nate would do it. They've got smokes in the bomb. They have a Molotov on the CT side. Not that that matters, and they're going to hear him running by, but he tries to sell it in pre-fire. It nearly works, but JW hits it.
Yeah, that was a bit risky there for Fnatic. 2 versus 1. Sixer basically just had to find 1 kill there, and he wins it, right? Because at that point, the CT can't really do much about it. The bomb's about to explode. At that point, it was getting quite tight at that stage. But they managed to stay calm, hit the AWP shot, and Fnatic find their first round in 2. It's going to be 11-9. Double AWP set up for now for Fnatic. We knew how strong that was for EnVyUs. So this is still anyone's game. And this is a very important round going forward. It's an EnVyUs force play. They got the bomb down the previous round. 3 AKs, 2 pistols. You have the full array of utility as well. And it looks like something a little bit faster here. 1 player towards Olaf, but it's JW to shut it down. And he gets another kill through the smoke as well. 5 on 3, just like that. The fast approach shut down very quickly indeed.
RPK will rotate back around toward the halls. He's got one of the 2 AKs left in the round. Chance here as well if they can pick up this one convincingly. Fnatic to close the gap considerably. Money, it's already dwindling away from the terrorist side.
Yes, it is indeed. Not really much you can do here. It's going to take a heroic performance from one of the star names there. Unfortunately, Scream's dead, so RPK, like we said, having a good game. Is there anything he can
Better
find
than he
out?
was on Cash.
Yep, I would say that's certainly true. He only got 4 frags on Cash. Now he's actually on 20, so what a difference a map makes.
It's true. Comfort level. Chance to reset, get your rhythm back down. How's that? All transpires. Sixer will wait to try and get in the site with Tech 9, but the AKs are going to have to be the ones who work. Missed shot, JW, and Happy. He'll capitalize on the first.
Getting something out of this. Sixer finds a kill on Crims. 3 on 2, a lot of work to do here, but RPK, we said he had to step up. He's by himself on the inside side. Sixer does need to stay alive as long as possible now. The bomb will go down, and Sixer, if he can find 1 kill here, he might, just might, leave this in a winnable situation for RPK. Old Cedric.
7 HP, though. 7 HP, he's got to back off. He has to leave it to RPK entirely, and he's down inside of the A side. He's trying to just buy space by backing off. It's 2 HP for RPK. Headshot on the first, not quite. And that's going to make it Fnatic's round. 11-10. They'll bring this